Then Wu Hang stepped forward and placed a hand on Han Sen's shoulder, asking, "Leader, are you selling this super god gene essence stone? As agreed, I can buy the remaining 70 in addition to the 30 I already received." Hearing this, Han Sen merely crossed his arms and replied indifferently, "Of course not. I need super god genes too." Hearing this, Wu Hang said, "Leader, as far as I know, the G family tried various methods to use the life gene essence they obtained, but none of them yielded super god genes. If you take it back, it will probably be the same. Why not sell it or lend it to our Wong family for research first?" Hearing these words, Han Sen was a little surprised. The G family still had their life gene essence. Had they tried ingesting it directly? Xinglin also added, "I once entered the memory of a G family elder and saw records saying that direct ingestion was useless. It simply couldn't be digested." At this moment, Han Sen thought, "I thought only the life gene essence in the second sanctuary couldn't be consumed. It seems the life gene essence in the first sanctuary can't be eaten either." Seeing Han Sen's stunned expression, Wu Hang said, "So leader, I promised to tell you the results of our research as soon as possible, but you seem to disagree and just took the jade stone. This is my first time getting life gene essence. Let me research it for a few days first. You guys can prepare the money next time." Hearing this, Wu Hang and Xinglin both said next time in unison. At this moment in Ji Yanran's office, she was still intently looking at some text. Her expression was somewhat solemn, lost in thought. Since Han Sen killed the super god creature, many people must have contacted him. Suddenly, Anna's voice came from outside. "Captain, Han Sen wants to see you." Hearing this, Yanran immediately got up and ran to greet Han Sen, then put her arms around his neck and affectionately said, "I've been so worried about you these past few days." At this moment, Han Sen looked at her dotingly and replied, "Aren't I standing right here in front of you perfectly fine?" Following this, the two began a romantic exchange. She asked, "My dad asked me to ask you if you really killed a super god creature. Did you get a beast soul or life essence? Do you plan to sell it?" He replied, "Yes, I did, but I didn't get a beast soul. If you need the life gene essence, I can give it to you." Then Yanran leaned into his ear and whispered, "That's just what my dad thinks. Of course I'm on your side. Of course if you want to sell it, you can consider the G family. After all, you and I are lovers." Hearing these sweet words, Han Sen immediately turned her face and said, "I'll research it for a few more days. If I can't consume it, I'll hand it over to my wife to handle entirely." Hearing this, Yanran pouted playfully and scolded, "HMPH, who's your wife?" At this moment, in the goddess sanctuary, Han Sen was enjoying a thoughtful massage from the sisters, and he sighed contentedly, "This is too comfortable." Suddenly, someone slammed a stack of books onto the table. At this, Manley spoke with an annoyed expression, "Whether as the director or the Special Forces captain you have to do something, you can't just leave everything to me." Seeing her in a bad mood, he tidied the books and said, "I trust you completely with your work." Then Manley added, "But at least you should write the report about killing the super god creature yourself, right?" Hearing this, Han Sen waved his hand and said, "That's easy, I'll just tell you." At this point, she calmed down a bit. "I can help you write the report, but the higher-ups just assigned a task that you must handle personally. A newly promoted youth is coming to the second sanctuary, specifically to the ice plane. They want you to be his escort." Hearing this, Han Sen turned around impatiently and replied, "When did I start having to manage these things?" But then her next sentence left Han Sen stunned. "Are you really not going to do it? This is Captain Chin's nephew." Hearing this, Han Sen stammered, "Well then, tell him to come see me." Following this, at the entrance of the second sanctuary, a person walked over, waving cheerfully at him. "Brother Sen, Su Xiaoqiao." Then he stepped forward to shake hands and said, "I've finally found the organization, haha." Seeing him like this, Han Sen merely replied indifferently, all right, since you're here, our goddess legion will treat you well." Following this, a young man also waved and greeted, introducing himself, "Hello Uncle Sen, my name is Qin Wenchao." When he heard the word uncle come from his mouth, Han Sen frowned in displeasure. "Uncle," he cursed inwardly, "Uncle my foot, I'm only in my early 20s, not much older than you." Seeing his displeased expression, Wenchao awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Auntie told me to respect you. You're on the same generation level as Auntie, so I can only call you Uncle, otherwise Auntie will scold me when I go back." Hearing this, Han Sen no longer dwelled on it, cleared his throat and said, "All right, why do you specifically want me to be your escort?" At this moment, Wenchao said with a determined look, "Auntie praised you as being very capable and hopes I can be like you." Hearing this, Han Sen's face flushed slightly and he grinned proudly, "Haha. Did she really say that? Quick, tell me, what else did she praise me for?" After some conversation, they finally arrived in the wilderness chasing an alien creature. Xiaoqiao laughed excitedly. "Haha, that last alien creature is mine." The three of them were all frantically giving chase. But as they ran, Wenchao suddenly stopped and asked, "What's that sound?" Then all three of them stopped and began to guess. "It's an alien creature. That sound seems very angry. More than angry, it even sounds like a scream." Faced with this situation, Han Sen immediately turned around and said, "Let's go, let's get far away from here." Hearing this, Xiaoqiao called out, somewhat puzzled, "Leader?" Seeing him like this, Han Sen looked at the two of them with sharp eyes and said, "It's very dangerous over there, don't go near it. I'll take you to a nearby sanctuary." Seeing that Han Sen wasn't coming along, Wenchao asked, "What about you?" Faced with this question, he didn't answer aloud but pondered silently. "That's the sound of the black bear from the peach forest before. What exactly is happening inside? After I get them to safety, I must go back and see." Following this, he had already arrived at the peach forest, but for safety, Han Sen had entered golden coin form without little silver. "It's really hard to find alien creatures. For safety, I'll still summon my golden armor and stone armor demon mark." At this moment, as he observed his surroundings, he suddenly noticed something unusual from a distance. Han Sen saw a red snake, the mysterious snake from under the peach tree. When he saw the peach tree, he remembered another thing and said, being able to coexist with so many super god creatures, it must be very powerful. It's best not to provoke it. Following this, Han Sen walked closer to the red snake, but after walking a short distance, many snakes crawled out and surrounded him. Seeing this, he exclaimed in a panic, I fell for it. They are surrounding me. As expected, these tribal kings are cunning, not just on the ground, but when he looked up, there were also flying snakes in the air. These snakes can fly? Are they afraid I'll fly away and escape? They're quite agile. At this moment, Han Sen immediately used his blazing Tyrannosaurus. He said, since I can't run, then I'll let you taste my power. But it didn't seem to work. They're coming more and more. At this moment, Han Sen began to calculate. It seems that way is blocked, so I'll go this way. Then he turned and walked in another direction, suddenly realizing as he walked, these snakes are actually moving in a pattern, like a formation. Han Sen gradually understood that they were driving him deeper into the forest. As he walked with an aggressive stance, he suddenly heard strange sounds. It was the sound of the mother bear. At this moment, the sky was chaotic, with many snakes circling in the air. Seeing this, a new doubt suddenly arose in his heart. They're blocking my path but not attacking me. Do they want me to go to that bear? Thinking this, Han Sen moved even faster, saying firmly, I must go and see what the hell is going on. Soon he was deep in the forest, observing everything around him, saying somewhat puzzled, there's been a fight here. Was it that bear? As he got closer, Han Sen felt the sound becoming clearer, probably on the mountain ahead. At this moment, on the hillside, a bear was fighting a mammoth. At this moment, he still only observed from outside. Indeed, it's that black bear. It seems desperate too. Its entire body is covered in golden bone armor. How did it get into a fight with that black bear? It seems the situation is serious. Blood was also flowing from the Elephant King's body. As Han Sen watched their fighting style, he thought, this black bear is probably no match for the elephant bone. Seeing the situation so tense, another idea suddenly arose in his mind. Fighting to the death. Is there some treasure in the cave? But when he saw inside the cave, he understood it was to protect its cub. Looking at the bear clinging tightly to the elephant's tusks, Han Sen thought again, this black bear's brute strength is extremely powerful. Even my blazing Tyrannosaurus might not be able to tear its sinews and bones. This super god creature is even more terrifying than the ice bone bear. For maternal love, it must fight that elephant with all its might. But due to the huge disparity in strength, he also felt pity. It's a shame it encountered the elephant bone, a creature whose strength is equally terrifying but whose body is even larger. Those snakes didn't chase this far. Did they lead me here just to watch a show? At this moment, the situation was extremely tense because the mammoth had already forced the black bear against a rock in the back. Seeing this, Han Sen's face darkened and he thought, this black bear is clearly no match for the elephant bone. Maybe I can pick up some scraps. Then when he looked at its cub, he pondered again. This black bear can give birth to cubs, so maybe humans can absorb its life gene essence and golden fur. Suddenly, he noticed something else unusual. When he turned his head, he saw the red snake from before had already appeared on the treetop. You foul beast, when did you get here? My intuition didn't sense anything at all. Suddenly, its tail wrapped around a tender branch which immediately broke. Seeing this, he thought, what should I do? What should I do? The blazing Tyrannosaurus is good in every way, but it's a bit too large and cumbersome to deal with it. Soon it put down that branch and used it to draw something. Seeing this, Han Sen exclaimed in great surprise, this snake can draw. When he looked at the pattern it had just drawn, he said, you drew the elephant bone and crossed out 10 of them. Do you want me to help you deal with the elephant bone? At this moment he suddenly imagined a certain scene, then began to calculate again. Kings of super god creatures are all cunning. It wants me to deal with the elephant bone, so there must be a reason. Could its target be the alien creature that can circulate breathing techniques? On the other side, the elephant's 2 tusks had already pierced the black bear's body, making it roar in pain. At this moment, Han Sen thought, after I help it deal with the elephant bone, this big black bear and its cub will become food. Indeed cunning. Suddenly, the snake hissed as if trying to give him a signal. Seeing this, Han Sen's face was somewhat bewildered and he said, who would save someone like you? Then he thought again, after the elephant bone kills the black bear, it will be even harder to snatch the life gene essence from its mouth. In any case, I must deal with it first. Following this, 1 person and 1 snake rushed forward. At this moment, the red snake had already quickly approached the elephant bone, but it had already been discovered and its trunk swung fiercely at the red snake. Seeing this, he shouted, quickly dodge. Unexpectedly, the red snake's attack was skillfully parried, and Han Sen, observing from outside, couldn't help but sigh. This snake is indeed not simple, and it dodges quickly. Following this, he also used his blazing Tyrannosaurus to provide cover from behind. But when it touched the elephant bone's body, Han Sen's face instantly changed. So hard my hand is numb. I can barely hold on to the blazing Tyrannosaurus. Just then, the elephant bone had also discovered Han Sen's presence. Oh no, it's going to attack me. But before it could move, it was tidily gripped by the black bear's 2 hands on its tusks. Seeing him, Han Sen rushed forward with his blazing Tyrannosaurus as it restrained the elephant bone. While the elephant bone was busy attacking the black bear, he knew his time had come. Now, he thought everything was settled, but unexpectedly, the elephant bone in a magical way used its 2 huge tusks to fiercely throw the black bear into the air, leaving Han Sen stunned and speechless. Holy cow, it actually threw the black bear straight up. Following this, it also swung the red snake away with its trunk. Seeing this, his attack speed also became faster. The little snake is also out of commission. I can only rely on myself. But the result still didn't change. You foul beast, so tough I can't pierce you. Subsequently, he was thrown far away by it, and it still seemed unwilling to give up the golden black bear. One could see that the previous blow had been very powerful, sending his back crashing heavily against a nearby tree. At this moment, Hansen seemed to be seriously injured, and he couldn't help but sigh. It's too strong, even 3 against 1 can't suppress it. Suddenly, the elephant bone seemed to go berserk, exuding murderous intent, and rushed forward rapidly. Seeing this, he could only sigh helplessly. It's over. The black bear is severely injured, and now its 2 tusks have crashed into the mountain wall. It seems the situation is even worse. What's that sound? Something seems to be rushing towards us. Suddenly, from deep within the cave, another black bear rushed out very angrily. It's that bear. Its fur has turned black iron. At this moment, the black bear was already exhausted, only able to let out weak growls. Soon, the mysterious bear arrived and fiercely scratched the elephant bone. Seeing this, Hansen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This bear's claws are too powerful. It actually managed to scratch the elephant bone, and my blazing Tyrannosaurus couldn't do it, but that bear could, as expected of a super god creature. Then the cub tried to rush forward to attack again, but the elephant bone raised its trunk and slammed it down fiercely. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel his heart pound, and he loudly warned, "Run, it's going to smash down." When its trunk was about to hit the ground, the mother bear rushed forward to block it. Seeing this, Hansen said, "Hold it tight." While the elephant bone was still struggling, the mother bear resolutely refused to let go. At this moment, he was also struggling to stand up. "Although my strength isn't enough to tear you to pieces as long as I attack your weak point." At this moment, it still forced the mother bear against the wall. Seeing this, he could only sigh helplessly. This guy has gone mad. Following this, the red snake nearby also suddenly attacked. This snake is too good at picking its moments. The elephant bone, unwilling to be at a disadvantage, immediately wildly shook off everything. Hansen seized the opportunity, gripped his blazing Tyrannosaurus and rushed forward. "My diamond venomous dragon is next." At this moment, Hansen's aura was exceptionally firm. "I don't believe you can resist this time," but when he touched it again, he said helplessly, "Is its butt so tough too?" Subsequently, the elephant bone kicked him away. It was truly too difficult to get close. Only when the snake was on it did he have a chance to take a step back. But like this, how long would they have to fight? At this moment, it began to attack the 2 mother and cub bears with its trunk again. It's over. But when the cub saw its mother being thrown onto a tree, it continued to rush forward to attack. Standing outside watching this scene, Hansen couldn't help but sigh. No problem, super god offspring are indeed formidable. At this moment outside, the elephant bone continued to attack the 2 mother and cub bears with its trunk. But suddenly its foot stomped heavily on the ground, shattering the surrounding rocks. It seemed to have gone mad, unable to control its own actions. Seeing its actions, Hansen was very surprised. The elephant bone's cries grew more and more pathetic. It seemed to be in a panic. Hansen suddenly thought of a possibility. While he and the black bear were fighting desperately here, perhaps the red snake had already eaten all the elephant bone's internal organs. If this continued, wouldn't the red snake reap the benefits? A sudden loud noise made Hansen immediately turn back vigilantly. At this moment, the elephant bone had retreated to a nearby rock and was relentlessly pounding the ground with its trunk. Seeing this, he guessed if it was giving up and trying to escape. On the other side, the mother bear was already exhausted and slumped on the ground. Seeing this, the cub immediately ran to its mother, based on Hansen's observation. Although this bear was severely injured with its cub here, he had no chance to intervene. After a moment's thought, he decided to chase after it with his blazing Tyrannosaurus. The elephant bone was already heavily wounded, so it was better to pursue it. He couldn't let it escape. At this moment, he was following the blood trail deep into the Flower Island forest. Looking at the scene before him, Hansen was very shocked. What exactly had that red snake done inside the elephant bone's body? The elephant bone seemed to have gone mad. If it had intended to harm him earlier, that would have been truly terrifying. After that, he continued to follow the blood trails, thinking, "Forget it. I'll just follow these traces to find the elephant bone first." When he reached his destination, Hansen found the elephant bone violently smashing its head against nearby mountain rocks. And he realized how powerful that little snake truly was. He and the black bear had fought the elephant bone for so long, yet hadn't injured it to this extent. At this moment, he was hiding behind a tree, secretly pondering. It seems the red snake has already entered the elephant bone's brain. Immediately after, it struggled frantically, and blood began to gush out. This elephant bone was almost certainly finished. He would have to stay far away from that snake in the future. Not long after, the elephant bone also collapsed, exhausted. At this moment, Hansen still stood there observing the situation. It couldn't hold on. It collapsed. Only when he saw it no longer moving did he step out to check. It had impacted so fiercely, yet its skull still hadn't shattered. Even using the dragon-elephant strike couldn't break its skull. Could it be that only that snake could kill it? Then he used the Dongxuan Sutra's dragon-elephant strike. The first time failed, and there was no chance for a second attempt. It had to be a killing blow after that. Hansen placed his hand on its skull, using the Great Deduction Cannon's force-activating method to let the power of the dragon-elephant penetrate into the elephant bone's head. He didn't expect the red snake to be right inside the elephant bone's brain, and he thought, "I also need to injure the snake inside the skull at the same time. Otherwise, even if I kill the elephant bone, it won't spare me." At this moment his eyes filled with determination, and he immediately launched his plan. Transmitting the power of the dragon elephant into the elephant bone's head should force the snake to crawl out of the elephant bone's ear. Immediately after, the snake crawled out of the elephant bone's ear, making Hansen very happy. Got it out. At this moment he slowly retracted his power, then noticed many bloodstains on the ground where the red snake had escaped. Seeing this scene, Hansen smiled somewhat contentedly. This red snake is injured with blood. Did I injure it with one palm? Ha ha ha, with my current strength, it's difficult to injure a healthy super god creature. It seems it was injured from inside the elephant bone's body, which is why it was scared away by my single strike. Next, he released Little Angel, saying, I can't eat all this flesh and blood myself, but I can't waste it either. Looking at her very excited expression, he added, the elephant bone's flesh and blood can promote Little Angel's evolution. At this moment Hansen stood by observing and said, I can't chew this super god creature's head, its teeth are too good. Next, he took the burning blazing Tyrannosaurus and approached the elephant bone's head. The life gene essence should be inside, I need to find a way to extract it. Then he forcefully stabbed down. He originally thought it wouldn't penetrate, but to his surprise, with one stab, Hansen exclaimed in surprise, it went in. Eventually, the life gene essence fell into his hand. So it wasn't Little Angel's teeth that were good, but once the elephant bone died, its flesh and bones would no longer be so hard. Hansen suddenly heard rustling sounds and immediately detected the presence of snakes. At this moment the red snake had already brought a huge black snake to seek revenge. His expression changed slightly, and he turned his head to ask, is this for revenge? Then he said to Little Angel, no time, because the snake has already surrounded them with a group of small snakes. Suddenly, two black bear mother and cub appeared from nowhere, rushing out to fight them. Looking at the scene before him, he exclaimed in great surprise, what's going on? Are the black bears helping me? At this moment the outside was chaotic, with the mother bear roaring fiercely. On the other side, the red snake also responded without showing weakness. Suddenly, when he saw the black bear turn its head and nod at him, he secretly pondered in confusion, it nodded at me? Is it helping me? Does it think I was helping it fight the elephant bone earlier, which is why it came to help me? No matter what everyone else was doing, Little Angel remained focused on her task. But not long after, to Hansen's surprise, the group of snakes left. They left. It seemed this red snake was quite afraid of the black bear. When their business was concluded, the two black bear mother and cub left. Looking at their retreating figures, he secretly pondered, the super god creatures of the second sanctuary are so intelligent, especially those second-generation super god creatures. I wonder what will happen in the third sanctuary. At this moment, as he held up the life gene essence and looked at it, Hansen said again, I hope I can eat the life gene essence this time, otherwise I really don't know how to obtain super god genes. At this moment, as he prepared to taste it, he felt somewhat confused, secretly pondering, what would happen if I just ate it directly? I'll try licking it first. No reaction. After that he slumped to the ground, sighing in frustration. Failure was expected. Then he regained his spirits. Let's try the elephant bone's chi circulation method then. Suddenly, when he saw the life gene essence move slightly, Hansen secretly pondered, it moved. It seems some strange power is circulating within it, as if moving with my breathing. When he picked up the gene essence, Hansen suddenly discovered something else. So that's it. Could it be that imitating a super god creature's breathing method can affect the life gene essence? He had finally found a way, but it seemed to have no effect. The life gene essence had already been activated, yet why still couldn't he eat it? At this moment he finally returned to Goddess Sanctuary, and Xiao Chao and Wen Chao also ran out to greet him. Team leader is finally back. When will you take us to hunt alien creatures? Hearing this, Hansen walked up and said, get everything ready. Next time will be your test. Hearing this, both of them replied in unison, oh. At this moment, as he entered his room, he leisurely sat in a chair to relax. It seemed he had found a way to absorb the life gene essence of second or third generation super god creatures. The method must be correct. The reason he still couldn't absorb it was because the elephant bone's breathing regulation method wasn't strong enough. Next he looked at Little Silver with a cunning gaze. To increase my strength, should I bring Little Silver along? This little guy is definitely a second-generation super god creature. Hearing this, the little fox felt somewhat unnerved, disbelieving. But immediately after, Hansen happily hugged it. Just kidding. Anyway, I've raised you for so long, is there really no other way to enhance super god genes? Then, images of the little red horse and the snow beast cub suddenly flashed through his mind, but he immediately shook his head vigorously. No. They are all descendants of major families, I mustn't think about them anymore. At this moment a light suddenly flashed outside the Soul Sea. At this moment Hansen secretly pondered, what? The Soul Sea has changed. Suddenly a voice echoed in the Soul Sea. My super battle pet has finally appeared. Unexpectedly, it was the sacred battle angel. The voice still resonated. It finally appeared. Looking at her sword, Hansen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, a greatsword, how can it be a greatsword? It looked very similar to how she did when he first encountered her on Sanctuary Island, but her aura was stronger. Can a pet beast soul give birth to a treasure? Next he broke into a brilliant smile and said, finally, I've waited for it. Immediately after, on a quiet hillside, Hansen was sitting and cultivating very seriously. But suddenly he heard strange noises. Someone, and this person has ill intentions. Immediately after, a group of people walked over and said, Hansen, we finally meet. He secretly pondered with a puzzled expression. A master like Han Sen, when we entered within 100 meters he must have already sensed us. So why did he show no reaction at all at this moment? Han Sen walked forward and asked, "Who are you?" Hearing this, he replied, "Northern Cloud Peak Sanctuary. Huang Yunlong has come to buy a piece of your life gene essence." Hearing this, he merely replied indifferently, "How much are you offering?" Faced with this question, Huang Yunlong and Yulong both laughed heartily. After that, he took out a banknote and mocked, "How much? Haha, is your brain broken? Don't you see what the situation is now? Still asking how much? I'll just pity you with this little money." But Han Sen's answer was still just one word, "No." Hearing this, the group of people roared angrily, "This isn't up to you, we want to buy it and you must sell it." Immediately after, he pointed upwards and the sacred battle angel immediately appeared. To be able to unlock over a dozen gene evolutions, this is not something an ordinary person can do. If it were my former self, I might not have been able to defeat them, but now. Before he could finish speaking, the person interrupted. "You want to use alien spirits to buy time to escape? How naive." Hearing this, Han Sen merely chuckled, "Heh, I'm buying time to escape, or should you all be working hard to survive? Do you want to try?" At this moment in the deep mountains, a group of people were discussing something. At this moment, Lu Wuj spoke in a stern, cold voice. "What? Huang Yunlong actually brought over a dozen people who have already unlocked their genes? I didn't expect this Huang Yunlong to go to such lengths for the life gene essence in Han Sen's hands." Then a young man behind him asked, "Captain, we only have a few people. Are we really going to save Han Sen?" Hearing this, he immediately said, "Go, we must go. Against a guy like Han Sen, merely showing sincerity is useless. To get his attention, we must take concrete action. An opportunity delivered right to our doorstep. Of course, we must seize it to save Han Senator." Immediately after, they ran towards another hillside. Lu Wei urged as he ran, "Faster, even faster, it's over there." From the sound, they've probably already started fighting. When they reached a rock, they stopped to observe. Han Sen was indeed not simple. Two people actually managed to fight evenly with over a dozen gene-unlocked individuals. "No, that's not a person." At this moment he stammered, unable to speak. Is that an alien spirit?" Wu Hang next to him also exclaimed in great surprise. Too strong." At this moment Han Sen's alien spirit was fighting those guys with her sword, but due to the huge power disparity she was quickly defeated. Seeing this, Huang Yunlong and Yu Lang both exclaimed in great surprise. She couldn't even block a single sword strike. What kind of alien spirit is this to have such terrifying power? At this moment the sacred battle angel looked very majestic and warlike. Immediately after, Han Sen pointed at a person standing nearby and said, "Continue." Hearing this, he proudly held a shield in front of him, mocking, "HMPH, want to kill me? Not so easy." But the alien spirit shattered that shield with just one sword strike. Seeing this scene, Lu Wei frowned slightly and said, "That person is Dooku. He cultivates the super alloy fortification body. After unlocking his genes, his body is as hard as diamond and his defense is definitely top tier among evolvers. I didn't expect him to be defeated." Those two immediately ordered their people to escape. Retreat, run. At this moment he secretly pondered, "I can't let them just run away like this." Immediately after, he gave the order, "Sacred battle angel, pursue." Soon the alien spirit pursued them with her sword. Seeing this, Yulong pleaded in terror, "No, please don't kill me." Before he could finish his words, he was sent away by the alien spirit. Next was Huang Yunlong. Before he was killed, he roared with resentment, "Han Sen, we have no grievances. If you spare my life today, I will certainly repay you generously." "Otherwise what?" Han Sen asked with a cold expression. "Otherwise what?" At this moment, Huang Yunlong's forehead was covered in sweat. He frowned and roared, "My blood life cult will not let you go." On the other side, Wu Hang also added, "Isn't the blood life cult very active lately? Huang Yunlong actually has ties with them." Then Lu Wuj also spoke. "When humans first entered the Star Era, there were many new strange ideas and religions. The Bloodlife cult was one of them. They destroyed many people's lives and were later labeled as a cult. They had disappeared for a long time, but recently again." Suddenly another loud shout came. Han Sen merely turned his head slightly and calmly said, "I don't care who you are. If I don't kill you today, people will think I, Han Sen, am weak and cowardly. I must kill until everyone is afraid, until everyone knows." At this moment the alien spirit's sword had already pierced Huang Yunlong's body, followed by another sword strike that decapitated him. At this moment he said with a half smile, "If you want to attract my attention, you must be prepared to die." After observing for a while, Lu Wei also decided to turn and leave. "If we stay here, Han Sen might mistakenly think we are with Huang Yunlong, and that would be big trouble." Hearing this, he asked with a bewildered expression, "Did Huang Yunlong just die like that?" At this moment Han Sen also ordered the alien spirit to stop, retracting the sacred battle angel. No need to pursue further. But when he looked at the mountain rocks above, he pondered again, "I wonder if Lu Wei and his group are friends or foes. I hope they came to help me, not to take advantage of the chaos." Then he turned his gaze to those two, secretly pondering, people from the Bloodlife cult. Immediately after, he walked forward and took Yu Lang's wallet, wanting to see what Yu Lang had on him. From his wallet he pulled out a yellow card, which greatly surprised him. How could he have this? Then Han Sen turned to the other person to see what Huang Yunlong had. Unexpectedly, he also had a card on him, another 9 Lifeblood Cat's life-saving card. Do the 9 Lifeblood Cat and the Bloodlife cult have some connection? At this moment he looked very thoughtful. The Blood God cult's belief is not in the Blood God. I've never heard of them having any connection with the 9 Lifeblood Cat before. At this moment in the base, Yanran's voice came, "Did you really give it to me?" Hearing this, Han Sen held her hand and said dotingly, "I researched it back and forth and couldn't find a way to absorb it. Keeping it on me would only bring trouble. It's better to give it to your G family to find a real expert to research it." Faced with these words, her eyes sparkled with joy and she said, "My dad will definitely be very happy. Little Sen, I'll agree to whatever reward you want." Soon Yanran returned to the G family villa. When he saw her return, her father greeted her very happily. "My dear daughter, how come you have time to see your dad today? How are you and Han Sen doing lately?" Immediately after, she threw herself into her father's arms and pouted, "Dad still has time to care about his daughter, aren't you busy lately?" Hearing this, he replied, "I can't help it, my future son-in-law is too outstanding." At this moment Yanran began to talk about serious matters. Han Sen said he wants to give us the life gene essence of that ice bone bear, and we can send someone to the ice plane to retrieve it anytime. Faced with these words, he merely took a sip of tea, then asked, "Does he have any conditions?" She said without changing her expression, "That's a gift for my daughter, how can there be conditions?" At this, he sternly put down his teacup. "This Han Sen is truly clever. It's more beneficial for him to give us the life gene essence than to sell it directly. Tell little Han that our G family won't take his things for nothing." Hearing this, Yanran did not argue but simply picked up her teacup, took a sip and replied, "Then let's do as Dad says." He then asked, "Have you heard about him using an alien spirit to defeat more than a dozen gene-unlocked individuals?" Hearing this, she smiled lightly and said, "I only heard him say that he only killed a few petty thieves who tried to steal his things using a humanoid pet beast soul." Hearing this, he was somewhat puzzled. That petty thief was Huang Yunlong. He dominated the North for 60 years. Did you ask him what kind of beast soul pet it was? At this, Yanran answered without hesitation. He said it was a super god beast soul. After hearing this, he looked thoughtful, thinking, as expected, it's a super god beast soul. So he must have killed at least 2 super god creatures in the second sanctuary. Then he looked up at her and asked, "What about that life gene essence?" Before he could finish speaking, she replied, "He has already promised to sell that life gene essence to the Qin family." Now, back in the dormitory, he was talking to Qin Zan. "I thank you on behalf of the Qin family for this matter." Hearing this, Han Sen smiled and politely replied, "Ha ha ha, Captain Qin has taken care of me for a long time, so it's only right. Anyway, I can't absorb this life gene essence either, so I might as well sell it for a good price and get some good things in return." Then she reminded him, "The news that you possess a super god pet has spread throughout the second sanctuary. Your every move will now be scrutinized by everyone." Hearing this, he showed no trace of worry, only smiling and replying, "There's nothing I can do, is this the price of fame?" At this moment, in the goddess sanctuary, Han Sen was trying hard to shake off those 2 tails. "These 2 guys are so clingy." Xiao Chao and Wen Chao were still hot on his heels. "Uncle Han, wait for me." "Commander, when are you taking me to hunt super god creatures?" They chattered as they chased Han Sen. "Is it true that the commander single-handedly defeated 2 super god creatures? We'll reserve the next life gene essence." Han Sen, "Name your price." "Nonsense, our boss will have life gene essence." After some effort, he finally shook them off. Finally got rid of them. Having a substitute beast soul isn't bad. Then Han Sen jumped onto a rooftop to observe, saying, "Armored Knight, it's up to you. Stall them for me." Then he slipped into the peach forest. "I miscalculated the time. That peach tree should have borne fruit by now." At this moment, Han Sen looked left and right, observing, "This time I brought Little Silver so ordinary alien creatures won't dare approach. But that red snake is a super god creature. Does it also fear Little Silver?" But when he came to the peach tree, he exclaimed in astonishment, "It's here as expected. I never thought there would be so many super god creatures under that peach tree. Especially the red snake, which is also there." Looking at him with ill intent, "Not good, it still holds a grudge." At this moment, Han Sen thought, "It seems these snakes also fear me, so they haven't attacked me." Suddenly, Little Silver moved in his arms as if reminding him of something. Immediately after, a small bear came over and affectionately licked his face. "Haha, it's only been a few days and you've grown so fast." Then it led Han Sen to its mother bear. As expected, where there's a small black bear, there's a black bear mother. With it here, I don't have to worry about that snake. But he then discovered something else, thinking, "How strange." When he looked at the peach tree, Han Sen was somewhat surprised. Such a huge peach tree only bore 2 fruits. His face was now filled with excitement, thinking, 2 peaches, yet there are 5 super god creatures here, plus all those snakes. It won't be easy to get those peaches. Outside, creatures are fighting to the death for them, but these super god creatures around the peach tree are very quiet. At this moment, they lay there motionless. The space was still silent, with only the sound of birds flying in the air. The black bear, like the other super creatures here, just lay quietly, completely unguarded. Seeing this scene, Han Sen was somewhat puzzled, thinking, why are all these super god creatures cautiously staying away from the peach tree? Aren't they afraid someone else will snatch the peaches? Is there something wrong with this peach tree? Then he suddenly had an idea. How about I use my spirit perception to check? Next, Han Sen walked to the peach tree to inspect it. I never thought there would be a group of creatures hidden inside the trunk. Holy crap, what is that? At this moment, something was glowing on the peach tree. Han Sen was somewhat surprised at this moment, thinking, insects. Looking at those insects, he was a little confused. If these insects had always been on the tree, I should have discovered them last time. So they must have appeared recently. Where did these insects come from? Why do they make these super god creatures so cautious? Subsequently, his expression suddenly became serious, thinking, could they be the descendants of super god creatures? To be able to produce such a massive number of insects, this super god creature must be extraordinary. At this moment, when he saw the snake swarm approaching, Han-sen knew they were about to make their move. Looking at the peaches on the tree, he also said, the peaches hanging on the tree are crystal clear. It seems they are almost ripe. The fruits below haven't shown any change yet. They must not be ripe. When the peach scent began to spread, all the super god creatures opened their eyes as if preparing to attack. Smelling this fragrance, Han-sen couldn't help but secretly marvel, so fragrant, truly a divine fruit. I've never smelled such a pure fruit aroma. Immediately after he sensed the peaches were ripe. Faced with this situation, Han-sen said, they're starting to move. I can't lose to these beasts. Then he used his blazing Tyrannosaurus to block them. But something unexpected happened. No way, these insects can even fly. At this moment, Han-sen was attacking and thinking, damn it, there are too many. Even the blazing Tyrannosaurus can't stop them. Suddenly he paused and looked back at something. Unexpectedly, the little fox in his arms had already rushed up to attack, making him praise it very satisfactorily. Little Silver, well done. Faced with such a massive swarm of insects, Han-sen thought, if this continues, they'll definitely be stolen. Suddenly, this swarm of insects changed direction, turning to attack other super god creatures. At this moment, his face was filled with surprise, and he sighed. Even super god creatures have to yield to these insects. Looking at the chaos before him, Han-sen immediately ordered, Little Silver, hurry up and deal with them. When he saw Little Silver about to touch the peaches, his voice grew louder. Quick, quick, quick. The peaches are about to be stolen. Immediately after, a whirlwind blew the insects away. Seeing this, Han-sen thought, as expected of a super god creature's ability, it's not easily defeated. Suddenly he heard a sound and hid behind a tree. What's that sound? Then he saw an insect appear, finally showing itself. Is this the mother of those insects? Looking at how it attacked that crane, he couldn't help but sigh. Too powerful, even a super god creature's strength couldn't block a single attack from this beetle. These insects must be super god creatures, and definitely not ordinary super god creatures. This also proved that the time to pick the peaches had arrived. Now's a good chance to see if I can get close to the divine peach. At this moment, as Han-sen's hand was about to touch the peach, the red snake suddenly rushed out to block him. At this moment he thought, this snake is here playing mantis, stalking cicada, oriole behind, truly too cunning. But soon the red snake was also suddenly attacked by an insect, and it struggled painfully on the tree. Seeing this scene, Han-sen was also a little puzzled. What's going on? There are still insects in the cave. What kind of cave is this? This swarm of insects can rival super god creatures, and 4 of them appeared all at once. When he saw them start to chase, he jumped down and ran. Damn it, chase me, run, run. Then he commanded his little fox. Little Silver, quickly electrocute them, but it seemed to have no effect. Holy crap, it actually dodged. At this moment, Han-sen's face was very tense, thinking, it's probably too late to use the blazing Tyrannosaurus to block them. Let's try the peacock crossbow. My life is entirely in your hands. Immediately after, he took out his crossbow to deal with them. Just as he raised the crossbow, Han-sen pondered. The power is truly astonishing. It's certainly not weaker than any super god creature. Faced with such a stalemate, he also believed that he and Little Silver combined were powerless, and could only slightly maneuver with the Dongxuan Sutra. Suddenly at this moment, 2 black bears, mother and cub, climbed the tree despite the swarm of insects, leaving him speechless in surprise. What's going on? Those 2 bears, aren't they afraid of black insects? At this moment, when he saw another insect fly out, he said very helplessly, another golden beetle. How many of these golden beetles are there? When he saw it preparing to rush towards him, the black bear swatted at it with its paw, but it still dodged. So agile, to be able to dodge a black bear's paw at such close range. I never thought it would turn to attack the small bear. Not good, it's counterattacking the small black bear. Soon it reached the small bear. At this moment, Han-sen couldn't help but secretly marvel. The power is truly terrifying. Suddenly, the small bear lost its balance and fell from the tree. I never thought that insect would actually bite the small bear's body, leaving him very confused. The small bear's fur is so hard, how could it bite it? Seeing this, the mother bear reached out to grab the insect. After observing for a while, Han-sen concluded that although this golden beetle seemed on par with those insects, but even the 2 bears combined would find it hard to deal with it. It's clearly more powerful. At this moment, when he looked at the tree, he found that the insects had already shifted their attention from the peaches. Then he said very urgently, no, I must seize this opportunity to pick the peaches. Immediately after, he summoned his alien spirit and shouted, Sacred Battle Angel, get them for me. Upon receiving the command, she swung her sword, unleashing a long sword light at the insects, which pleased him greatly. Yes, just like that. As her hand was about to touch the peaches, Han-sen began to pray. God bless, no more beetles fly out of the tree hole. Finally, he got it, but before long the golden beetle was already approaching. Seeing this, he shouted, Run, Sacred Battle Angel. Watching those super creatures chase the alien spirit, trying to get the peaches back, Han-sen thought, isn't it just picking a peach? There are so many more on the tree. Do they still need to chase? Those insects and super god creatures would soon return, and then he would have to face them again. Might as well take the remaining peaches now, even if they aren't fully ripe. A little less effective is better than nothing. At this moment he was planning to steal the remaining peaches when suddenly a light flashed past him, making him turn his head in surprise. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's the red snake. Seeing it, Han-sen said, You're cunning enough too. They all went after the Sacred Battle Angel, and you're still thinking of ambushing me in the dark." Seeing it preparing to rush down and attack, he said, "Little Silver, electrocute it to death." Immediately after, the little fox rushed up, emitting an electric light. But when he saw a group of snakes wriggling on the ground, Hansen also thought Little Silver was too small to deal with it. When he looked up at the sky, it was as if the nightmare was about to return, leaving him very shocked. How did they come back? Where's the sacred battle angel? Why are they charging directly at me? Seeing this, he transformed into his golden coin state to avoid attack. At this moment, a bad thought suddenly appeared in Hansen's mind. They wouldn't have discovered that I am the sacred battle angel's master, so they want to deal with me first, right? When he saw the little fox rush up to electrocute those insects, he said, "No, this current is useless against those beetles. No, I must recall the sacred battle angel to the Soul Sea, otherwise Little Silver and I will both die here." Immediately after, Hansen moved elsewhere. At this moment he also thought, "But if I recall the sacred battle angel to the Soul Sea, then the divine peach will fall outside and I won't be able to retrieve it." The situation was very chaotic at this moment, making him curse. Damn it, suddenly, when he turned around he found that the insects had changed direction. They're not chasing me anymore." Hansen suddenly remembered that the red snake had gotten the divine peach, so they were attacking it first. Then I should thank it, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to escape. Never mind, let them fight. At this moment, while holding the little fox and walking, he pondered, "I still have the peach picked by the sacred battle angel in my hand. The most important thing now is to find her." Suddenly above, a crane was about to fall to the ground. Looking at it now, Hansen guessed that the crane seemed to be severely injured. Was it caused by the sacred battle angel? It really was the sacred battle angel. At this moment he shouted loudly, "Stop chasing, sacred battle angel." At this moment he was already injured but still tightly held his crossbow, vigilantly thinking, "The power of that beetle is truly terrifying, definitely not weaker than any super god creature." But Hansen's expression changed when he held the peach in his hand. "However, this injury was worth it. I already have the item. As for the remaining one, let them fight to the death for it." At this moment, in the Crystal Palace, after the peach was brought back, a faint fragrance diffused throughout the room. He and the little fox both stared at it intently, their mouths watering. Suddenly, Little Silver lost control and rushed to pounce on the peach. Unexpectedly, a pair of hands pressed its head, pinning it to the table. While the little fox was furious, Hansen smiled proudly and said, "Hee, sorry Little Silver, this peach is all mine. Forget it, how could I give it to you? You'd better just eat the candy pills." Immediately after, a candy pill was thrown in front of it, but it angrily turned its face away. Then Hansen held a syringe in his hand, smiling happily and saying, "Such a good tonic shouldn't be eaten all at once, right? Then I'll first draw a little out with a syringe to try." But as soon as he inserted it, the needle broke. Seeing this, he cried out in panic. As expected, it's a divine peach. Even the skin is so hard that the needle broke. At this moment, Hansen tightly held the peach and tried to cut it with a feather. No way, even the crow's feather arrow can't cut it. At this moment he was already fuming and took out his blazing Tyrannosaurus. "I don't believe my, what the hell is that thing? Even the blazing Tyrannosaurus can't cut it." Now he could only pant as he looked at it. "The peach is so hard, can humans even eat it? Even super god genes probably can't bite it." Looking at the peach, Hansen was a little frustrated. "Did I come all this way for nothing?" Then he thought again. "Forget it, I'll take a bite first." He couldn't believe he actually bit into it. "Holy crap, I really bit into it." Suddenly, Hansen's expression darkened and he pondered. The peach's demonic nature, even the blazing Tyrannosaurus couldn't cut it, yet he could bite it. At this moment he was immersed in the taste of the peach melting in his mouth, so sweet that his whole body felt numb. He had never eaten such a sweet peach. It was as if everyone could taste its flavor. This is the first bottleneck of the Dongxuan Sutra. I feel it's being impacted. This is a peach pit. How can it be like a uniquely shaped gem? This feeling is really strange, completely different from the indifferent feeling after unlocking the ice muscle jade bone art gene. His entire body was brimming with vitality. At this moment, Hansen suddenly realized that not only were enemies attracted by the fragrance emanating from him, but he could also perceive the chi flowing within other creatures. As if this aura were a part of his own body, he suddenly closed his eyes as if trying to sense something, then clenched his fist tightly. But when he released his grip, he felt a slight disappointment. He still hadn't found a way to directly unleash power, especially power like that of a super god creature. It seemed he would have to reach the realm of heaven-human unity to achieve it. Suddenly, the elephant bone's shadow reappeared after absorbing for a while. Hansen performed the elephant bone's chi circulation method, but the effect was different. A notification suddenly popped up. Absorbed the life gene essence of the sacred elephant bone, gained 1 super god gene point. At this moment he was overjoyed, thinking to himself that he had finally found a way to absorb life gene essence. Just then, a gourd suddenly appeared on his clothes. Looking at it, Hansen wondered, "Can you be eaten? If I ate you, what kind of effect would that have?" He held it in his hand and 2 streams of vitality merged into one. Next, Hansen placed it into a virtual space before him. He was suddenly attacked by them. Why were household appliances flying to attack him? But those objects swiftly flew forward, then violently crashed into the wall. Witnessing this scene, Hansen suddenly understood something. What, this damn chi circulation technique turned him into a magnet for all things? What exactly was it good for? Next he sat down to observe, saying, wait, do I have to learn a specific chi circulation technique to absorb the life gene essence of the corresponding creature? He then thought of all the super creatures he had encountered. At this moment, Han Sen stood up again as if an idea had struck him. If he couldn't observe the breathing method of a super god creature, he couldn't absorb its essence. If he couldn't absorb the first-generation life gene essence, he might as well sell it to the wealthy, making a huge profit. A system notification appeared. The Divine War of the Second Sanctuary has been activated. The arena is now open and registration for the Divine War, officially starting in 33 days, is available. Upon hearing this, Han Sen's expression grew serious. The God of War of the Second Sanctuary, God of War. He had now returned to the Crystal Palace, coaxing the little fox, still mad, not talking to me anymore. Next, Han Sen offered it the peach pit, saying, good little Silver, the divine peach has already been eaten by me, but here's the pit for you, little fellow, all right? Soon it calmed down and became cheerful again. Seeing the little fox eat the peach pit, he felt a bit puzzled. Can this thing really be eaten? He began to observe its behavior. After eating my peach pit, give me some reaction. As it slept soundly, Han Sen poked it repeatedly with his hand, teasing, I gave you such good stuff to eat, why haven't you grown at all? Go find one of the 10 divine sons for me. Soon the train departed. Only first-class passengers from royal sanctuaries were qualified to participate in the Divine Sun War. He was alone in the Crystal Palace waiting for the Divine Sun War to begin. But a worry suddenly arose in his heart. The second sanctuary had too many powerful alien spirits. All generations of the 10 divine sons were alien spirits. From ancient times to the present, there had never been a human. The ranks of those alien spirits were incomparable to those of gene-unlocked individuals. So, didn't all the alien spirits who could join the 10 divine sons possess the power of super-god creatures? Were there even higher-ranked alien spirits than the royal ones? If such an alien spirit truly existed, its sanctuary must contain more than just 1 or 2 super-god creatures. Even with Little Angel and Little Silver now, he couldn't defeat it. At this moment in the Qin family's warehouse, as soon as he walked in, someone introduced, occasionally, we find some raw ore in the iron mines with a purity exceeding 50. However, the raw ore here boasts a purity exceeding 90. He continued, our Qin family owns many iron mines. These raw ores are the highest purity we've accumulated over the years. Then he asked Han Sen, I can process it into any weapon you desire. Are you satisfied with something like this? He took it in his hand and praised, not bad. With a purity of 90 raw ore per ton of steel, it would certainly be even better than raven feathers. Seeing his apparent satisfaction, the man added, the price is much better than the G families. I heard the G family gave Brother Han a 5 stake in Skyscraper Technology Company. This is a G family enterprise, which means they consider Brother Han one of their own. Han Sen merely smiled faintly at these words, replying, haha, if I sold that 5 stake I could live a comfortable life. Can this material be used to make crossbow bolts? Upon hearing this, the man picked it up and replied, the raw ore steel is extremely hard. It cannot be treated with chemical or heating methods, only ground. In my estimation, only 2 can be ground per month. Soon Han Sen left, waving his hand and saying, no problem. Just send me 2 every month from now on. When he returned to Goddess Sanctuary, he found Xiao Chao peeking at something, so he spoke up. What are you looking at? He turned his head in a panic, then scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, long time to see. Little fox, I clearly saw the commander go in just now. Upon hearing this, Han Sen said, so you're here to sneak a peek at me? At this moment he was secretly chuckling to himself. Hey, the insect armor knight substitute beast soul is really too useful. With it, all my actions are much more convenient. Next, Xiao Chao asked, Commander, have you registered for the Divine War? Han Sen merely replied coldly, no, it's a waste of time. Upon hearing this, he asked in a panic, why aren't you registering? For 100 years, the 10 divine sons have all been alien spirits, which is a humiliation to humanity. Commander, with your power, please restore humanity's honor. He merely turned slightly and replied, there's nothing to be done, unless our supergod genes are perfected, otherwise it's a dead end. Do you have any recent intelligence on powerful alien creatures? Hearing this question, Xiao Chao immediately said enthusiastically, yes, someone encountered one in the Devil Mountain range. Then Han Sen said, all right, you can go now. Upon hearing this, he happily waved goodbye. Goodbye, Commander. At this moment, he stroked the little fox while saying, it sounds like a second-generation super creature acting alone. This opportunity absolutely cannot be missed. You stay next to the insect armor knight, Little Silver. That way it'll be more like me, right? Soon he arrived at the Devil Mountain range. Suddenly a girl's cheer rang out. Brother Fei Li, you're amazing. Brother Fei Li, you're so strong. Brother Fei Li, you're truly handsome. Hearing these words, Han Sen began to calculate. Fei Li was nearby and the insect armor knight was currently impersonating him in Goddess Sanctuary. He couldn't let Fei Li discover him, so he needed to use his golden battle armor for cover. Otherwise it would be troublesome if he were found out. At this moment, Fei Li was over there fighting the wild beasts alone. Next, the girl pointed ahead and said, Brother Fei Li, look, there's someone over there. Han Sen walked over in his golden coin state, and the person stepped forward and asked, "What's your name, friend?" Upon hearing this, he merely retorted coldly, "What's the matter?" Fei Li said with a serious expression. "This is the edge of the Devil Mountain Range. Further ahead is its depths, which are extremely dangerous. Why don't we travel together and help each other?" Faced with this suggestion, he refused. "Sorry, I'm used to being alone." Faced with his cold attitude, the girl accompanying him said with great displeasure, "This person really doesn't know what's good for him. Brother Fei Li just wanted to help him." Then she turned and linked arms with the man, saying, "Brother Fei Li, let's go, ignore him." But before he had walked far, Fei Li caught up. "Friend, do me a favor and I'll give you 2 mutated beast souls." Upon hearing this, Han Sen turned and asked, "What is it?" Fei Li glanced back at the girl he was with and said, "Wait a moment, I'll talk to her." Then he leaned close to his ear and whispered, "She insists on entering the Devil Mountain Range, but it's too dangerous inside. Help me put on a show. We'll pretend to fight. You'll pretend you can't beat me, then run out. I'll chase you." Upon hearing this, Han Sen said, "2 godblood beast souls." Hearing him say this, Fei Li was too astonished to speak. "That's too many, isn't it?" Han Sen merely said indifferently, "There's also a method that costs nothing. You can try it." Upon hearing this, he blurted out in confusion, "What?" Soon Han Sen moved behind the girl and sharply struck her nape, causing her to faint. This way it wouldn't cost money, and he could still pretend to be a hero saving a beauty. At this moment, as he supported the girl, he said, "Friend, you can't leave. You've caused big trouble." Han Sen was a bit puzzled at this moment. "Wasn't I helping you?" He then began to confess, "I'm not interested in this girl, but if you do this, I'll be in trouble when she wakes up." Upon hearing this, he became even more curious. "What's her background that makes you so scared? Are you planning to hand me over to her?" Suddenly Fei Li shouted, "Go, you must never speak of this and never appear before her again." When Han Sen had already left, Fei Li still watched his retreating figure, secretly wondering, anyone who dares enter the Devil Mountain Range is certainly not weak. Just how strong is this person? Soon Han Sen arrived at Butterfly Gorge. At this moment Fei Li was following behind, carrying the girl, still feeling somewhat worried about him. Those were poisonous butterflies, but he was completely unconcerned. When he saw the swarm of butterflies about to reach Han Sen, Fei Li loudly warned, "Be careful. If they are contaminated by the venom of these godblood ghost white butterflies, their flesh will rot and fall off, leaving only bones." Upon hearing this, he merely waved his hand and said, "Thanks for the warning." Soon he crushed the butterfly to pieces with just 2 fingers. A system notification suddenly popped up. "Successfully killed a godblood level underground ghost ant. No godblood beast soul obtained. Consuming its flesh and blood can randomly grant 0 to 10 godblood gene points." This action left Fei Li shocked. The ghost white butterflies had very peculiar forms. An ordinary person's sword would find it difficult to strike them. Yet those terrifying ghost white butterflies were crushed so easily. At this moment, Fei Li thought to himself, "It seems he wasn't affected by the ghost white butterfly's venom either." Looking at Han Sen's formidable retreating figure, he couldn't help but wonder, is he like a bison? After a while, outside the gorge, Han Sen was sitting by a campfire roasting food. He ate, exclaiming, "So fragrant, this is truly a great tonic. I never thought roasted butterfly would be so delicious. If I could find this many small god-blood creatures, my god genes would have been full long ago." Suddenly, Han Sen discovered something else. Looking in that direction, he thought to himself, "I wonder what kind of alien creature is in there. I must be very careful here in the Devil Mountain Range." When he looked up, he guessed, a rhinoceros. But anything that could penetrate this dark green mountain range must be far more formidable than a rhinoceros. At this moment, Han Sen continued to observe its every move. What was this rhinoceros hiding from? He suddenly noticed an ant above. Then he pondered with a puzzled expression. If I'm not mistaken, rhinoceroses eat ants, so how could it be chased by those fist-sized amethyst ants? Seeing that the ants dared not step out of the illuminated area, he guessed, they stop chasing once they're out of the shadows. Are they afraid of light? Suddenly, Han Sen noticed the ants turning back, making him think they wanted to return. Suddenly, an arrow pierced its body. Soon, a system notification appeared. Successfully killed a godblood level underground ghost ant. No godblood beast soul obtained. Consuming its flesh and blood can randomly grant 0 to 10 godblood gene points. Upon hearing this, he was somewhat pleased. I didn't expect these ants to be godblood creatures. With so many godblood creatures, my remaining 20 god gene points will soon be full. Soon Han Sen continuously shot at them with his crossbow. At this moment, he continued to observe, waiting for them to emerge. Next, Han Sen laughed happily. "Ha ha ha, my god genes." The handsome guy with a big bag went to catch ants. The biggest ant he caught was, suddenly he heard strange noises behind him and turned around, only to find a swarm of giant ants charging at him. At that moment he seemed unable to react to the situation before him. Han Sen's face remained blank as he looked at it. Seeing this, the sacred battle angel rushed out to protect him. But the sword could not pierce the ant's body, leaving Han Sen to blurt out helplessly, "Am so hard, couldn't even cut its shell." Then little angel was violently pushed towards him by it. This push sent Han Sen's back crashing heavily against a rock. But when he saw his alien spirit preparing to charge forward and attack again, he called out to Little Angel. At this moment, all her attacks were blocked by the ghost ant. He held his wound, thinking, is this the power of the underground ghost ant king? Even a great sword can't cut its shell, and its power is much greater than Little Angel's. Is this guy a berserk super god creature? Soon, Han Sen used the Dongxuan Sutra. Right, I need to observe its chi circulation method. After observing, he said, as expected, it has a chi circulation method. This guy is a second-generation super-god creature. I must lure the ghost ant king again. Even if I can't kill it, I can give little angel a chance. Soon, Hansen picked up his blazing Tyrannosaurus without hesitation and charged directly at the ghost ant, but could only blurt out helplessly, "Too hard." Suddenly, Hansen's weapon was sent flying. Watching his weapon get flung onto the rock, he could only say helplessly, "Even the blazing Tyrannosaurus was sent flying." Suddenly, little angel still didn't give up, fiercely striking the ghost ant with a slash, astonishing Hansen. Finally, she cut a wound. It tried to run. Little angel split the mountain in half, then slashed its shell again. At this moment, little angel still didn't give up on it, continuously swinging her sword. Seeing this, he reminded her to return immediately if she couldn't win. But after letting her go, he felt extremely uneasy. In such a narrow cave, little angel had little room to maneuver, and with her limited power it would be difficult to defeat the ghost ant king. He had to go in and see for himself. If an ant king died, it died, but if little angel got hurt, it would be a huge loss. Thinking this, Hansen quickly stood up, preparing to enter the cave. At this moment, he had entered the ant's nest. Observing his surroundings, Hansen thought again. Such a large ant's nest should have a massive ant colony, shouldn't it? How come, other than this god-blood ant and the ant king, not a single other ant can be seen? Did that rhinoceros eat all the ants? If it really ate all the ants here, it would have to be at least a super-god creature. But this rhinoceros's life aura definitely hadn't reached the level of a super-god creature. At this moment, when he saw little angel and the ant king battling, he suddenly realized that in this cave, little angel was helpless. When he observed the ant king, Hansen noticed again. Damn, it grew a new shell in just a short while. This ant king is too abnormal. Soon he saw the rhinoceros return. At this moment, Hansen was hiding behind a rock, observing its every move, secretly thinking it persevered, returning despite the danger. There must be something good inside. That's the sound of digging. Is there no path above? Where exactly does it want to go? I'll follow it to see if I can find anything good. At this moment, the rhinoceros was still digging diligently. Then it arrived at a cave with many eggs, making him blurt out in surprise. As if he had seen something, suddenly it turned its head and saw Hansen. At this moment, Hansen thought, has it already discovered me? Then, Hansen picked up his crossbow and mused. His strength had not yet recovered after using Dragon Elephant Strike. He still wasn't sure what the rhinoceros's true strength was. If he attacked, it suddenly turned its head to look at Hansen as if it wanted to say something. Seeing this, Hansen asked, "Are you talking to me? You're saying the ant queen is outside and shouldn't be disturbed." Then Hansen translated again. "You said you saw many. We'll each eat our own. No interference." These words greatly surprised Hansen. This creature's intelligence was no less than that of the Fox King in the first sanctuary. At this moment, while taking eggs, it turned its head and nodded at Hansen. Seeing this, Hansen stepped forward, condensing a fiery fist in his hand, and calmly replied, "All right." In a canyon, Hansen crushed the ant eggs on the ground, making their fluid splatter. Just then, a system notification popped up. Successfully hunted a mutated underground ghost ant egg creature. No godblood beast soul obtained. Consuming its flesh and blood can randomly grant 0 to 10 godblood gene points. Seeing this, Hansen happily laughed to himself. Even if all these ant eggs were laid by the ant queen, it's impossible for all of them to be super god creatures, right? Otherwise, with the sheer number of ant eggs, they would have long since overrun the second sanctuary. Hansen then slowly walked towards those ant eggs, crushing a few along the way. Primal, mutated. Why are they all primal and mutated? I can't even get a few super god ones. Suddenly he noticed a fuzzy creature searching for something, realizing it seemed to be looking for super god ant eggs too. Thinking this, Hansen closed his eyes and cast the Dongxuan Sutra. If he couldn't tell from the appearance, he'd try another method. A golden light emanated, spreading in all directions, searching for super god ant eggs. Indeed, it's here. In an instant, the golden light enveloped several ant eggs, making him exclaim, "What level is this? Super god level." After finding it, the system notification popped up again. Successfully hunted a mutated underground ghost ant egg creature. No godblood beast soul obtained. Consuming its flesh and blood can randomly grant 0 to 10 godblood gene points. Hansen held the freshly found ant egg, happily smiling to himself. Finally found a different one. It wasn't easy. He quickly picked up the ant egg and put it in his mouth, eating it and exclaiming, "The taste isn't bad either, like the sweetness of river shrimp." One wasn't enough. So Hansen cast his technique again to find a few more to replenish his abilities. Eat a few more and my super god genes will be enough. Suddenly he discovered something and abruptly turned around. Among those white ant eggs, a purple ant egg had appeared. Not only that, a powerful force enveloped it, even stronger than the life aura of a godblood ghost ant egg. Could this be the ghost ant queen's egg? The closer he got, the more its power spread, full of pressure. Hansen's expression turned serious and blank, thinking, found it. He quickly picked it up, pressed it with his hand, and found it couldn't be opened. As expected of a super god ghost ant egg, it's different. Hansen then looked at the rhinoceros, which was still happily feasting, and thought, should I take this opportunity to kill it? However, he seriously pondered, never mind. This rhinoceros is strange. If one blow doesn't kill it and it causes a commotion attracting the ant queen, it'll be troublesome. Scene change. Unlike Hansen's leisurely enjoyment, the sacred battle angel was wielding her sword fighting the ant queen. Meanwhile, Hansen was hiding in a cave looking outside thoughtfully. The Ant Queen's power was invincible, its armor too hard and its strength recovered quickly. It wasn't easy to deal with it. Continuing to fight would yield no results. Han Sen then quickly ran into the cave, not forgetting to look back. On the other hand, even while fighting the Ant Queen, the sacred battle angel still sensed something and looked back. In the canyon, Han Sen was flying out with his wings spread. He then said, "I must leave here quickly. If the Ant Queen discovers the eggs are gone and goes berserk, becoming a raging super god creature, that would be terrifying." Suddenly a huge explosion echoed in the canyon, forcing Han Sen to look back. Seeing this, he quickly covered his ears, grimacing and cursing. "Damn it, my ears," he then reacted and quickly flew away. This strange sound must have been the Ant Queen realizing her eggs were gone. In the misty sky, Han Sen flew far out of sight, leaving only his voice. Second generation god creature. See you next time. Scene change: Crystal Palace. He stood with his hands on his hips, 2 full bags of ant eggs at his feet, and said, 2 bags, several hundred primal and mutated ant eggs. This result isn't bad. But he quickly dismissed that thought. Han Sen shifted his attention to the purple ant egg, placing it on a stand. Does this ant egg have the same hard armor as the Ant Queen? With that, he took out his fiery red weapon, stood proudly, and asked himself, can I open it with the blazing Tyrannosaurus? In an instant, Han Sen swung his weapon, striking the purple ant egg, his power bursting to the extreme. Solitary Dragon Void. As soon as the spear touched it, a system notification popped up. Successfully hunted a mutated underground ghost ant egg creature. Obtained the underground ghost ant queen god blood beast soul. Consuming its flesh and blood can randomly grant 0 to 10 supergod gene points. Suddenly, Han Sen's expression changed dramatically and he blurted out in surprise, "No life gene essence." Holding the ant egg in his hand, he pondered, "Can I only eat its flesh and blood?" Without hesitation, Han Sen put it in his mouth and took a bite. It wasn't very hard, quite soft. Could this thing like the elephant bone become soft after death? Without much thought, he took a bite, chewing and saying contentedly, "I wonder how many supergod gene points it will add." Before Han Sen could think further, the system displayed, consumed the underground ghost ant queen's egg, gained 1 supergod gene point. In an instant, his entire body was filled with energy flowing through Han Sen's body like blood. Looking at the surging energy within him, he smiled brighter than a flower, exclaiming contentedly, 7 supergod gene points in the canyon. Han Sen was happily savoring the ant eggs he had obtained, and the system notification rang out. Consumed underground ghost ant egg flesh and blood, gained 1 god gene point. He said contentedly, "It's too delicious." Han Sen was eating roasted ant eggs with a group of people and the system notification kept ringing. Consumed underground ghost ant egg flesh and blood, gained 1 god gene point. Seeing this, Han Sen became even happier, excitedly clenching his hands and shouted with laughter, "God genes accumulated, I'm here." Scene change: testing hall. It was bustling with people, groups standing everywhere. Han Sen stood in front of the large screen watching his test information displayed. Han Sen, Super God Emperor Spirit Body, Evolver ranking, lifespan 300. God Evolution Body requires 100 gene points. Genes include 100 basic genes, 100 primal genes, 100 mutated genes, 100 God genes, 17 Super God genes. Suddenly he grimaced, gritted his teeth, and threw a punch forward. When the punch hit the screen quickly displayed the number 21765.587. Han Sen saw this, rubbed his hands and said, "Without any assistance I can reach 217. Looking at the ranking displayed on the screen, he added, "The highest human record in the second sanctuary is less than 150, and I've already reached 200. Han Sen then recalled his battles against supergod creatures with genes. At this rate, when his supergod genes are sufficient, he will reach a physical quality of 300 in the heaven-human realm. Then he would be able to fight supergod creatures with his own strength. Scene change: base cafeteria. A person in purple walked up to Han Sen, who thought, "I don't seem to have made dinner plans with anyone." Han Sen heard this, looked at Annie sitting in front of him and replied, "I originally had plans with Captain G, but she doesn't seem to be at the base." Annie raised her eyelids and continued, "Captain G has other matters to attend to. Are you really not participating in the God War? Your super god dragon has every chance to defeat the 10 divine sons and restore humanity's honor." As soon as Annie finished speaking, he unhurriedly put meat in his mouth and replied indifferently, "The power of a pet is, after all, just a pet." Annie heard this and said seriously, "The human population in the second sanctuary is the largest among all sanctuaries, but so far no one has been able to reach the highest stage of the second sanctuary. You are the most promising among most of the people present." Han Sen sneered and said, "That's a real battlefield, not a child's game. I won't risk my life." After getting the information, Annie picked up her tray, stood up and reminded, "All right, but you must know that humanity desperately craves a position among the divine sons as a motivation and hope for everyone." After she left, he seriously thought, "If I participate in the competition, then the fact that I absorb life gene essence will be exposed. I'm afraid even the G family and Chin family won't be able to protect me." Thinking this, Han Sen looked again at Annie's retreating figure. Suddenly a strange deep purple aura emanated around him. It gradually spread over Han Sen, who was eating. In an instant he had transformed into another form behind a purple light screen. In the Soul Sea, Han Sen was descending, surrounded by power. Then he said, "If I participate as Golden Coin, even if the entire alliance knows that Golden Coin absorbs life gene essence, they won't have a chance to attack Golden Coin at this moment." Han Sen was wearing the armor of the Super Ghost Ant Queen Beast Soul form. In an instant he used his power to create a glowing sphere. Berserk-grade Beast Soul armor, combined with the Ant Queen's Chi circulation technique, this would be powerful enough to fight super alien spirits. In the base dormitory, Han Sen was pointing at the system screen, pondering. Neither the blazing Tyrannosaurus nor the peacock repeating crossbow can be used. Although the twin flying sword technique is powerful, it might be difficult to participate with a berserk god blood sword. Suddenly another idea struck him. Great Thunder Sound Fist. Han Sen looked at the screen and excitedly blurted out, requires extremely high physical quality, a lightning-type physique or someone cultivating a physique close to the heaven-human realm. Gradually his figure, radiating energy and stroking his chin in thought, appeared on the screen again. Although his physique wasn't lightning-type, by using Little Silver's Chi circulation technique he could transform his Chi into lightning-type. Soon Great Thunder Sound Fist appeared on the screen. Confirm purchase of Great Thunder Sound Fist, yes or no? Han Sen's hand gradually moved towards the yes button. However, he suddenly noticed something and frowned. No, if I buy the Great Thunder Sound Fist from the Sanctuary and use it in battle, others can trace my transaction identity through the transaction history. While trying to find a way, the screen displayed Xinglun's call again. Seeing this, Han Sen smiled happily. This guy can even hack into the military network, he must have a way. When the screen lit up, he asked blankly, "Aren't you here for something?" Han Sen heard this and said seriously, "If I want to buy something but don't want others to find out, how do I do it?" Xinglun, however, didn't get to the point, saying, "You're not trying to buy something from the black market, are you? The black market is full of scammers." Then he winked and continued, "Try the old goods market. With my method I guarantee your transaction history will be cleared." Han Sen heard this and didn't know what to say. After a pause his fingers rapidly tapped on the computer, displaying the old goods market satellite on the screen. Han Sen saw this and blurted out, "I never expected there to be such a large old goods market on the satellite." Looking at his search item, Great Thunder Sound Fist, the result showed none, making him helplessly scratch his chin and exclaim, "No Great Thunder Sound Fist." However, suddenly a recommendation appeared on the screen. "Sorry, no search results found for Great Thunder Sound Fist. We recommend Great Wheel Elephant Fist." Han Sen looked at its rank and frowned seriously. "Only a grade Ha, only people with the sacred elephant bloodline can cultivate the Great Wheel Elephant Fist. Even with a unique gene fluid, only a few can master the Great Wheel Elephant Fist." Thinking of that fierce red-eyed elephant, he pondered. So it went from S grade to A grade because ordinary people couldn't train it. If I learn the Chi circulation technique of that elephant bone, can I unleash the true power of the Great Wheel Elephant Fist? In the forest, a quiet place suddenly echoed with a loud noise, making the birds fly away. Han Sen was fiercely smashing rocks, making them fall. Then as they gradually landed, he kept laughing, casting a spell to make an energy ball appear. And the power also disappeared. Han Sen clenched the power emanating from his hand, exclaiming proudly, "The Great Wheel Elephant Fist can actually control and imitate the Chi circulation technique of the sacred elephant bone, and its power is like a fierce wild beast. The strength can be controlled by himself, so there will be no more situations where one punch ruins everything." Then he raised his head, proudly looking at the smoke in the sky, and said, "God War, I'm coming." In an instant the time arrived. Royal Sanctuary Arena. A person stood high up looking down, thinking, "This is the second God's World, one of humanity's largest sanctuaries." Reporter Ming Quan seriously analyzed that humanity had no interest in the upcoming God War. No matter who ultimately won, it probably had nothing to do with humanity. Suddenly Hua Ping solemnly walked in from the door again. Ming Quan. He quickly and happily walked forward to shake hands and greet, "Hello Teacher Hua." Hua Ping also asked coolly, "Host Ming Quan seems very interested in this God War?" Ming Quan heard this and replied, "Teacher Hua also participated in organizing this God War." Hua Ping, holding a pen and notebook, replied, "I've been in the second sanctuary for over 100 years. The God War is held every 10 years. This is my 13th time participating in this God War special, but there are few viewers, so perhaps few people know about such a competition." He heard this and asked curiously, "Since that's the case, Teacher Hua, why do you still persist in doing it?" Hua Ping looked at the stands and replied, "Ratings are important, but as a media person, I should also report on things that are meaningful to humanity." Thinking of those brave and fearless people who fought for humanity, Hua Ping said, "Although humanity's performance in the second sanctuary God War is poor, there are still many shining points. Every God War, many people step forward to fight for humanity. Even if they fail, they are still worthy of being called heroes." Their gaze then turned to those fighting with earth-shattering intensity below the stands. Hua Ping saw this and said, "After all, besides those alliance organizations and people who want to create something different, few people want to watch a match where humans are considered certain to lose." With that, Hua Ping's expression grew even more solemn. "I want to record some things, hoping that if someone in the future wants to make a difference in the battles of the second sanctuary, there will be data to research." He then continued, "You seem to be looking for something. Do you have a friend participating in this God War?" Ming Quan heard this and replied, "Yes." However, his face darkened and a figure in armor appeared in his glasses. A figure gradually walked out of the darkness. He saw this and said, "He's here, he's really here." According to Ming Quan, Han Sen in golden coin form was slowly walking towards the stand, seeing something new. Ming Quan added, "Although it's a new armor set, it must be him." However, his luck was terrible. He actually encountered the alien spirit Black Gold. Hua Ping saw this and also said, "Your friend's luck is too bad. He met an alien spirit in the first match, and this Black Gold was a very powerful royal alien spirit, covered in armor, unable to be harmed by god-blood weapons and even difficult to injure." Back on the battlefield, Black Gold held his weapon and charged aggressively with his massive body. However, Han Sen stood there motionless. Ming Quan saw this, nervously clenching his hands. Hua Ping also raised his head and commented, "Your friend's reaction seems a bit slow. Is he also an energy form?" An energy form alien spirit would be quite miserable against Black Gold, whose power is limitless. As its body drew closer, he swung his powerful fist, striking it. Seeing this, Bai Yishan remarked, "He still intends to use his fists against Black Gold. That's too risky." But unexpectedly the punch shattered its armor. A turn of events made both Ming Quan and Hua Ping exclaim loudly, "No, impossible!" Without stopping, Han Sen's power surged even further. A mighty elephant bone apparition appeared behind him. Without hesitation, Han Sen took his stance and threw his next punch at Black Gold. With a bang, his fist struck its body directly, leaving Black Gold dumbfounded. Hua Ping's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Ming Quan, is that really a human?" In front of them he was using his fist to encircle it, making Black Gold warily raise its hands to defend. Despite this, he still affirmed, "Of course it's a human. Teacher Hua has been in the second sanctuary for too long, so she doesn't recognize him. His name is Golden Coin and he's very famous in the second sanctuary." Meanwhile, Han Sen continued to smash Black Gold, still defending armor with his fists. Then dense green gas flew out from the shattered armor, making Hua Ping exclaim, "It's a human? Is it really a human?" He quickly flipped through his papers and then said, "Wait, let me see the match statistics." Looking at his notebook, Hua Ping cried out in disbelief. 10 rounds. His opponents in all 10 rounds were weaker than Black Gold. This is a chance, our chance as humans to stand in the divine war arena. However, his expression quickly changed and he muttered, "No, it's still not enough." Hearing this, Ming Quan turned and asked, "What's wrong, Teacher Hua?" Hua Ping immediately crouched on the ground holding his head and said, "If your friend's luck were a little better, he might have been able to challenge one of the 10 divine sons, but it's a pity." After saying this, he recalled the light spirit and continued, "It's a pity that in the final battle, to be promoted into the 10 divine sons, he encountered an opponent that humans cannot defeat at this stage. That was the 9th spirit among the 10 divine sons from the 5th arena. The light spirit." Thinking of that scene where it defeated many with just a single finger, Hua Ping worriedly said, "The light spirit only participated in that one battle, but its power is terrifying beyond anything humans can imagine." That year, the highest ranked evolver was killed by a single finger from the light spirit because he refused to give up the fight. After saying this, he urgently told Ming Quan, "Quickly inform your friend. He absolutely must not participate in that battle or face that person." Hearing this, he asked while helping Hua Ping, "Is it really that powerful?" Then Ming Quan gradually helped him out the door, secretly thinking, "But I can't contact him at all after that battle." Praises rang out everywhere. In the classroom, a group of students watched the screen and chatted, "Golden Coin has appeared again, even participating in the Divine War." The student next to him replied, "Golden Coin has won 5 consecutive matches in the Divine War." Hearing this, that person also exclaimed in admiration, "Really? That truly brings honor to humanity." In the hospital corridor, someone also asked, "Black Gold's great hammer was shattered by Golden Coin's single punch. You were also killed with one punch. Is that true or false?" The nurse walking by with medicine also replied, "I still remember Black Gold vividly. 10 years ago in the Divine War, a friend of mine took 3 hammer blows in a row, almost vomited blood and could barely leave the stage." On the other hand, praises also rang out at the transfer station. Golden Coin seems to have only been promoted to Evolver for a few years, yet he's already participating in the Divine War so quickly. The person next to him immediately said, "Let's all go support Golden Coin tomorrow." Scene changed to Ming Quan's office. A friend of his, while picking up something, asked, "A Divine War abandonment manual for the second sanctuary? Does the Alliance really have such a thing?" Ming Quan, however, didn't turn around, only looking at the computer screen in front of him and explaining, "It records the powerful alien spirits that have appeared in the Divine War over the years. If humans encounter an alien spirit on this list in the Divine War, the Alliance advises them to abandon the fight, otherwise their lives will be in danger." Hearing this, his friend immediately turned around. "But this Divine Son has only appeared once in many years, so why does he appear on so many pages of Golden Coin's bulletin board?" Recalling Hua Ping's words, he fell into thought. He might be the strongest evolver in human history right now. With such strength, he shouldn't be harmed in battles like this. Then Ming Quan watched Han Sen's battle video and said, "Golden Coin's battle videos have appeared frequently on the battle platform. I hope he sees them and makes the right decision." Scene change. In the base cafeteria, a man was eating and chatting with a girl next to him. His best record before was the 10th Divine Son of the first sanctuary, right? Only that one time. First, defeat the alien spirits and human experts in front of you. She also spoke, "Experts aren't optimistic. Currently, human evolvers have no chance against a Divine Son." Meanwhile, Han Sen was leisurely putting food into his mouth when a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Experts have also released Golden Coin's match schedule. If Golden Coin defeats Purple Silver in the next match, his opponent will be that black-haired man." He immediately asked, "Who is it?" Hearing this, he also looked behind him curiously awaiting the answer. The brown-haired man replied, "Fu Jing." After hearing this, Han Sen walked away with his empty tray. "Fu Jing is the opponent in the next match, human? In the royal sanctuary there were even more people now and the stands were packed. They cheered continuously, golden coin, go golden coin. Whispers also rose and fell. Are you here to watch golden coin's match too? That person replied. Yes, this is the closest we humans have ever gotten to the 10 divine sons. Of course we have to cheer for golden coin. However, someone complained disdainfully, what, shattering Black Gold's great hammer with one punch? Be careful not to get carried away by the hype. Contrary to that person, a blonde girl and the black-haired man next to her were excited, cheering joyfully as the person arrived. They're here, they're here. Seeing this, Ming Quan and Hua Ping also turned their heads in confusion. Looking at the exit, Han Sen was walking out in purple attire, but it was Golden Coin's body. Seeing this, someone asked, why is he purple? Shouldn't Golden Coin be golden? Hearing this, that person mocked again. Haha, is he scared? Is that why he got a stand-in? The person next to him also gritted his teeth and shouted, it looks a bit like him and a bit unlike him. Suddenly, a blonde noble in the stands looked down coldly. Seeing the newcomer, he said, Purple Silver is a royal alien spirit, swift in movement and swordsmanship. Looking at his back, Hua Ping couldn't help but sigh. He is one of Golden Coin's main obstacles before encountering a divine son. On the other hand, below the stands they were fighting. Purple Silver held its sword and swiftly charged at Han Senator. In an instant it transformed into innumerable sword images pointing at him. Despite this, Han Sen remained motionless, standing still as before. However, when the sword struck, he pinched it tightly with his fingers, rendering it unable to move. The surrounding sword images also appeared, but deviated from their trajectory. Striking the ground, the sword remained firmly pinched between Han Sen's fingers, his grip so strong that the sword trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, cheers again erupted in the stands. He swung his sword too fast, I couldn't even see where the sword was. Hua Ping also gaped in astonishment, clutching the railing in front of him. This, Ming Quan likewise exclaimed in astonishment. It was blocked, others asked in confusion. How did he do it? On the other hand, below the stands, Han Sen flicked his finger and the sword fell from his hand, and he quickly struck Purple Silver with immense power, making it grimace in excruciating pain. Han Sen shoved forcefully and Purple Silver flew far away, blood gushing uncontrollably. In the stands he clapped and praised with a smile. Too strong, too terrifying. Purple Silver is strong, but in front of Golden Coin it's nothing. It couldn't even withstand a single move. The person next to him, likewise, couldn't stop smiling. Seeing the situation change, the people in the stands cheered, what, Golden Coin can't shatter Black Gold's great hammer? What, Golden Coin can't match Purple Silver? And the result? You were humiliated, weren't you? Ha ha ha. The person next to him quickly raised his hand and shouted, go Golden Coin, ascend to the rank of a divine son. The red-haired girl also covered her mouth and exclaimed, Golden Coin, it's really Golden Coin. Golden Coin is back in Goddess Sanctuary. They watched the screen and shouted loudly, kill, kill. Manly was among them. She thought with her arms crossed. Golden Coin participated in the divine war in the arenas of other sanctuaries. This time the suspicions about Han Sen being Golden Coin's subordinate can be laid to rest. Then Manly turned to the person sitting high up. Insect Armor Knight. Scene changed to the Royal Sanctuary Martial Arts Arena. Ming Quan looked at Hua Ping's notebook and said the opponent for the next match is Fu Jing. The notebook clearly stated, Golden Coin wins, Purple Silver loses. Fu Jing wins. Learning of his opponent, Han Sen looked at the exit and thought, Fu Jing is that queen. The person walking out of the door, Zhenlu, seeing this, cupped his chin and pursed his lips. The queen is Golden Coin's opponent. I wonder who will be more skilled. It's a pity Lin Zi is still on the battlefield carrying out a mission and cannot participate in this divine war. Otherwise it would be even more interesting. In Golden Coin's body, Han Sen seriously watched the person approaching, thinking, what an incredible coincidence. Among so many humans and alien spirits I happened to encounter her. In the Royal Sanctuary Martial Arts Arena, Fu Jing swung her legs, unleashing her power towards Han Sen. Soon she gritted her teeth and, wearing high heels, charged at him. Not to be outdone, Han Sen also threw a punch to meet her. However, Fu Jing dodged nimbly like an arrow. Zhenlu, seeing this, said, the person fighting Golden Coin understands the legendary inverse heaven slaying art. She quickly appeared behind him, punching. The situation was not as expected. He frowned and thought, even if it's not the inverse heaven slaying art, it's certainly very similar. In the stands, Fu Jing's fist was already close to Han Sen, but he raised his hand to block in the blink of an eye without hesitation. Then he quickly turned and threw a powerful punch, forcing her to retreat in a hurry, which was a good chance to test the queen's inverse heaven slaying art. What exactly is Golden Coin's background? The people in the stands saw that wherever Han Sen attacked, Fu Jing dodged. But strangely he could keep up with her speed and attack continuously. The people in the stands couldn't help but exclaim, who is that girl? She can fight Golden Coin to such an extent. Zhenlu also became silent and serious. Fu Jing, she's not from the God of War Martial Arts Academy, is she? Seeing the situation turned somewhat unfavorable, she swung her legs, charging at her opponent with power, but in her heart she thought, this great wheel elephant fist can actually unleash such power. On the other hand, Ming Quan also seriously analyzed, can Golden Coin's great wheel elephant fist counter the inverse heaven slaying art? Hua Ping next to him also silently folded his arms and thought, I originally thought Golden Coin was the strongest human evolver, but I didn't expect there to be such a girl. As they pondered, Han Sen below the stands had already erupted with power, and the terrifying Elephant King appeared behind him. He swiftly charged at Fu Jing with immense power and the elephant bone apparition. Hua Ping, seeing this, sighed, After all these years, humanity has finally not wasted its efforts. With so many excellent young people stepping forward, it's not impossible to reach the rank of a divine son in the future. Han Sen was swiftly dashing forward, his footsteps like lightning, but the face beneath his mask was frowning as he said, "This young lady's understanding of the inverse heaven-slaying art has reached a terrifying level. I have pushed the great wheel elephant fist to its limit. Although I have suppressed the queen in terms of power, I still cannot defeat her." He approached again, throwing a punch. However, Fu Jing merely dodged lightly, performing a graceful backflip and landing nimbly. Seeing the situation worsening, Han Sen gritted his teeth and thought, "If I really risked my life, maybe I could defeat her. No, I haven't reached that point yet." However, as he pondered, she had already decisively swung her leg, kicking Han Sen's head. Zhenlu, sitting in the stands, was so excited that he suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, "This is impossible." Despite this, Fu Jing still didn't stop. Her power grew heavier and heavier, and Han Sen was forced to fall back, making him sigh. The queen's power is absolutely top tier among evolvers. Who could withstand a single blow from her unscathed? However, in an instant, she noticed something strange. The strange thing Fu Jing saw was Han Sen erupting with terrifying power. It was as if a huge bear had appeared inside him, roaring and breaking free. Simulating the black bear's chi circulation technique could temporarily grant the steel-like body of a small black bear. As soon as Han Sen possessed the steel-like body, Fu Jing was continuously swinging her legs at him. However, Han Sen did not attack at all. He merely stood there enduring the attacks, still thinking, "Just dealing with a formidable enemy like the queen will probably make it impossible to keep the fact that I absorb life gene essence a secret." Seeing the scene before him, Ming Quan's jaw dropped. Such a comprehensive attack, yet it couldn't make Golden Coin budge an inch. Hua Ping also said incredulously, "Could it be that he truly has a chance to be promoted to the rank of a divine son?" On the other hand, Fu Jing was gritting her teeth in anger, thinking, "To be able to completely ignore my attacks, either the opponent's power far surpasses my own, or the opponent's armor is incredibly sturdy, and I lack the ability to break it." Suddenly a red cloud and leaves appeared on the branches. She continued, "Now my attacks are completely ineffective, which can only mean the opponent's power is terrifying and their armor is incredibly sturdy." Then, amidst the falling leaves, a high-heeled foot once again rushed towards Han Senator. Soon it directly kicked his head. Seeing this, Fu Jing gritted her teeth and thought, "What level of armor is this?" However, her foot was firmly gripped by Han Sen's hand. He said seriously, "Is that enough? Can we end this?" Seeing the disparity in strength, Zhenlu's face darkened and he thought in disbelief, "The queen's divine genes are perfect. Her cultivated super gene art is also top tier, and her power is definitely among the best of evolvers, yet even she is so helpless. How strong is Golden Coin's power?" Hearing Han Sen's question, Fu Jing coldly rebuked, "My foot kicked out restlessly again. It's up to me to end this." But things did not go as she wished. Her foot was mercilessly blocked again, making Fu Jing angrily clench her teeth. In an instant he embraced her. Fu Jing tried to break free but was powerless and could only grit her teeth in frustration. She saw her own helplessness. She angrily thought, "Super God genes, he must have absorbed super God genes." As Fu Jing pondered, Han Sen, however, decisively threw her off the stands. "Go home obediently, and don't waste any more time." Fu Jing still stood there gritting her teeth, even though his words were not finished. "My target is not humanity." Hearing this, Hua Ping in the stands shouted happily, "He said his target is not humanity." Ming Quan next to him also excitedly said, "The title for the next news article is ready." Seeing his victory, the entire stands continuously shouted his name. Golden Coin, in the Alliance high-level conference room. Powerful individuals were all seated. One person spoke. "Everyone present is well aware of the Queen's strength. Without a doubt, Golden Coin has already absorbed life gene essence." The person opposite continued, "The armor on his body is definitely a super god beast soul. Otherwise it would be impossible to have such defensive power." The highest-ranking person calmly adjusted his tie and said, "We must find out Golden Coin's true identity." On the other hand, in a closed room, someone was reporting to his master, "It's very noisy now. Everyone is speculating about Golden Coin's true identity. This is the list of the most suspicious individuals." The young master looked at the list and asked in confusion, "Han Sen?" Gano replied, "This Han Sen and Golden Coin have appeared simultaneously multiple times. When Golden Coin defeated Fu Jing, he also watched the match in my sanctuary. It can't be him." The young master's face darkened upon hearing this. "It can't be," he then mused, bringing his teacup to his lips. "If I use a substitute beast soul, couldn't I perfectly create an alibi? But too few people truly understand substitute beast souls." Suddenly he clutched his stomach again, groaning with furrowed brows and gritted teeth. Gano immediately rushed forward to support him. "Young master," though his body still trembled, he slammed the table in frustration, thinking resentfully, "This damned water death dragon coexists with me, giving Han Sen control over my thoughts, my life and my death. The slightest unusual movement will lead to my demise." Scene change, media office. Ming Quan sat before a vase looking at his notebook and asking in confusion, "Only 20? The old man stroked his beard and sighed. "You've seen the Divine Son's performance, haven't you?" That scene seemed to replay before Hua Ping's eyes. He was like a god, sweeping away all obstacles with just a single finger. Ming Quan also agreed. "Indeed, as long as you encounter the Divine Son, no matter how powerful the alien spirit, they are instantly killed. No human dares to face the divine sun. Hua Ping recalled Hun Sen's unmoving stance against Fu Jing's punches. Though Golden Coin was strong, he was still far from the divine sun's speed. The reason Golden Coin was thought to have a 20 chance of winning was entirely based on the hope that his special armor could withstand the divine sun's attacks. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ming Quan said disappointedly, "This isn't a battle of individual victory, but the glory and soul of an entire race." In the base, Han Sen gazed at the screen. "I think most views are overly optimistic. Based on the data I've collected, Golden Coin's win rate is only around 9, the person next to him quickly asked. "Isn't that still less than 10, the person replied. "This is a conclusion derived from a comprehensive analysis of the Divine Sun's and Golden Coin's characteristics." Looking at the conversation before him, he thought coldly, "Is the alien spirit fast? Yes, difficult to deal with." Then Han Sen covered his mouth, thinking with a grim expression, "I have super armor. Even if he's a super god creature level alien spirit, I should be able to resist, right? And if he's fast, his strength should be relatively weaker." Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. "If you brought your pet to the competition, perhaps this glory would be yours." Han Sen lowered his head and smiled faintly. "I wish I could, but unfortunately, I don't have armor like his, nor have I absorbed life gene essence, so my physique is too weak. In such a small arena, everyone would ignore my pet and kill me directly. I wouldn't even have a place to run." Annie listened, then looked up and remarked, "That's true, but Golden Coin's physique is still far from that of a super god creature. He can't even touch the divine sun. Even with super god armor, he'll ultimately lose." Annie pointed her finger, turning completely to him. "If your pet were on him, he truly might become one of the 10 divine suns." Han Sen chuckled. "Even if I were generous enough to lend it to him, where would I find him?" Hearing this, she turned and left again. "Now all major factions are frantically searching for him. We've conducted many experiments, and even the life gene essence from the first sanctuary cannot be absorbed. I truly don't know how Golden Coin absorbs it." Time flew by. Royal Sanctuary Martial Arts Arena. Hua Ping stood below the stand, stroking his beard and looking up, thinking, "I am over 200 years old, and I don't remember how many times I've come to the second sanctuary." On the other hand, in the viewing area, people were buzzing. "Why hasn't Baishan appeared yet? Did he really give up the competition? His win rate is less than 10. Coming to die? No, I traveled thousands of miles just to watch this match. Impossible. Baishan cannot give up the competition." "I believe in Baishan," Hua Ping also thought sadly, "although humanity created an abandonment manual. No one truly wants to see that man give up the fight." Suddenly, shouts erupted fiercely. "He's here, he's really here. I told you Baishan wouldn't give up the match. Baishan, Baishan." Hua Ping's mouth also dropped open in astonishment, because no human had ever reached this stage before. Han Sen slowly walked out with a powerful presence and imposing aura. The elder spoke. "He is now humanity's pioneer, carrying the glory and splendor of the entire human race." As soon as he stepped into the arena, the audience again erupted. "Baishan, Baishan, I love you. If you win, I'll marry you. You are humanity's light, humanity's hope." Suddenly, a pillar of light shot directly into the arena. The divine sun descended handsomely. "So cool." Seeing his sharp gaze meet Han Sen's, people commented, "Their auras are too strong, making it almost impossible to breathe." "What two people? It's clearly the divine sun's aura." No sooner had they spoken, said with shimmering eyes, "Let there be light." Not keeping the audience waiting, the divine sun swiftly threw a punch. Light shone brilliantly, dazzlingly. "The divine sun has attacked. Baishan is in danger." In a flash, it fiercely struck Han Sen's face, making his head snap back, giving him no time to react. A loud bang accompanied by rising smoke, and Han Sen fell to the ground. Hua Ping saw this and thought excitedly, could it be that even Baishan can't withstand the divine sun's single finger? The people in the stands erupted again, for they saw something. "Wait, he seems to be moving." Before them, he slowly covered his face, rising from the smoke, making people cheer. "Baishan, he's not dead yet. We haven't lost." Han Sen clutched his head, groaning with a frown. "My head hurts so much." He stood up, looking ahead. Even the Magic Sword King's chi circulation technique, combined with the Berserk Magic Sword King armor, was almost pierced through. This divine sun was stronger than imagined, perhaps even stronger than an ordinary super god creature. Seeing Han Sen still able to stand, he sneered, saying with interest, "Very good, to withstand my finger and not die. Your life is worth it." "Even at a disadvantage," he replied proudly, "it would be even more worth it if I could kill you." Hearing this, the divine sun raised his hand to cast a spell, and a halo appeared behind him. "Shameless human, I only used a negligible amount of power in that last attack. Do you really think you can contend with this divine sun?" Not letting him say more, Han Sen flew forward. "Then I'll see just how negligible your full power is." Hearing this, the divine sun sternly pointed a finger at him, and a beam of light shot straight, rapidly striking Han Sen's head. His head snapped back again, his body trembling slightly. In an instant, blood began to flow. Han Sen lay motionless on the ground, and the audience shouted, "He's bleeding. This time it's real. Did we really fail this time, Baishan?" Even Hua Ping frowned and closed his eyes, thinking, "Too strong, truly too strong. We can't win, absolutely can't win." Ming Quan also called out mournfully, "Old man Hua," and reluctantly turned to look at the stands. The old man trembled as he looked up. Even armor couldn't block the divine sun's power, humanity's hope. Below the stands he lay in the arena, laughing. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? Though his body still trembled and blood flew ceaselessly, Han Sen still struggled to his feet. Is that all there is? Seeing this, he also spoke in surprise. I didn't expect. You could still stand up? Seeing him stand, enthusiastic shouts echoed from the stands. Baishan, Baishan, standing before the divine sun, he cast a spell, thinking to himself, indeed, fighting against a master truly excites me. Now I feel my blood flowing faster, even my heart beating quicker. Though the divine sun's power penetrated the berserk magic sword king armor, the remaining force was insufficient to harm his body while using the stone armor demon mark and the little black bear's chi circulation technique. The more Han Sen thought, the more determined his eyes became, staring straight ahead. My only disadvantage is that I cannot continuously use the Dongxuan Sutra to simulate various chi circulation techniques for long periods. I must defeat the divine sun before my body can no longer sustain it, but I believe I can win. No sooner had he spoken than he rushed forward at top speed. Seeing this, he extended 5 fingers, each shimmering with light, piercing straight forward. HMPH, merely an overconfident clown. Swiftly it pierced Han Sen's body, leaving him stiff. However, moments later, Han Sen struggled, using his power and fist to charge forward. Before he could even get close to the divine sun, the beams of light pierced his body once more, making Han Sen tremble and cry out, "Ah!" In an instant, he knelt on the ground, surrounded by smoke. Seeing this situation, Han Sen bit his teeth in displeasure, blood still streaming down his face. Too fast, truly too fast, I can't dodge it no matter what. On the other hand, the audience in the stands covered their faces, weeping bitterly. I can't watch anymore, Baishan. Her husband also embraced her, calling out, Baishan. Standing before his fallen figure, the divine sun spoke solemnly. From now on I will consider you an enemy. You still have time to withdraw, for my enemies cannot live in this world. Blood flowed incessantly, yet Han Sen still did not give up, rising from the ground. Ha ha ha. He showed no change in expression, rushing forward even more determinedly. Come on, let's continue the fight. As his fist gradually approached, he showed no intention of dodging, saying disdainfully, You're asking for death. In a flash, the divine sun avoided Han Sen's punch, teleporting behind him, his hand swiftly casting a spell, his expression emotionless. With his extraordinary speed, he had already put some distance between himself and Han Sen. The light from his fingertips now sliced at him as sharply as blades, making Han Sen cry out, "Ah!" In an instant, he collapsed powerlessly to the ground, his body heavy. Wah Ping saw this, tears streaming uncontrollably, his body trembling, and he said with difficulty, Stand up, stand up." Unlike him, Han Sen's body also trembled incessantly. But he still refused to admit defeat, struggling to his feet from the ground. Some said he would die, that if this continued he would die. No sooner had he stood than a ring of the divine sun's power rushed over, coiling around him. Countless beams of light again pierced Han Sen's body, blood splattering. Yet the divine sun remained emotionless, not looking back, his expression cold. Someone exclaimed, "But he is humanity's hope, the closest to the 10 divine suns." Seeing his suffering, someone said with heartache, "Stop fighting. If you keep fighting, you'll extinguish humanity's last glimmer of hope." On the other hand, an extremely strong light emanated around Han Sen, and he pondered to himself, "Fortunately, the magic sword king armor has powerful recovery abilities, and it hasn't broken. With the magic sword king armor's protection after each of the divine sun's attacks, the light is striving to spread. All over his body it was like a healing light. In an instant, under the magic sword king's powerful recovery, all the cracks had healed, leaving only bloodstains. Han Sen continued to stand up, the divine sun still manifesting power before him. As long as I grasp the divine sun's attack trajectory, I can defeat him even if I'm hit. Just as he spoke, the Dongxuan aura field spread out. Fu Jing stood in the stands with her arms crossed, looking down at the smoke. Below the stands, the divine sun was moving at lightning speed. Han Sen, sensing his aura, closed his eyes, thinking, "The person hasn't moved, but the chi has, divine sun. The chi circulation within his body cannot be faked. As long as I grasp his chi circulation technique, I can predict his attack trajectory and react one step ahead." She was watching the match and also noticed something, exclaiming in surprise, He rushed to his side with a loud bang, power striking the ground, and Han Sen's body trembled as well. He was thrown back by the force, dragging across the ground, enveloped in smoke. Faster, just a little more time. Even so, the situation was somewhat difficult. He had just been knocked to the ground, and his body accidentally hit shattered rocks. Now Han Sen could only grit his teeth and think, "Damn it, my neck is twisted." Seeing him lying motionless, Ming Quan asked in confusion, "Can't he get up?" Wah Ping next to him also said disappointedly, "Golden coin, will he finally not get up?" Seeing the unfavorable situation, they shouted loudly, "Baishan, get up!" He also stood up and yelled, "Baishan, get up!" Gano, seeing this, immediately shouted in a panic, "Master!" In an instant, everyone responded in unison, "Baishan, get up!" Even Fu Jing clenched her hands tightly, encouraging him in a deep voice, "Weren't you so smug when you mocked me? Get up!" On the other hand, the divine sun looked at Han Sen's trembling and struggling body, commenting to himself, "This person isn't as severely injured as he seems." Not disappointing their expectations, he slowly stood up despite the blood still flowing from his body. "He's up," he heard our encouragement. Ming Quan and Wah Ping, seeing this, clasped their hands tightly, tears streaming down, and said emotionally, "Baishan fights for all humanity." Below the stands, Han Sen had already stood up. As soon as he was up, he rushed towards the divine sun. He can move. Seeing this, he also swiftly extended his fingers to cast a spell. Without exception, those beams of light quickly swept across Han Sen's body again, leaving him stiff and immobile. Baishan, however, under the Magic Sword King's rapid recovery, the armor was restored, though smoke still lingered. Look at Baishan's armor. Seeing the scene before him, the Divine Son also frowned and attacked, pondering. His armor is recovering, and my attacks never strike the same spot twice. However, he quickly dismissed that thought, his entire body radiating light power converging into a beam of light piercing straight forward, and he shouted, "You are indeed a worthy opponent, but this is the end." Unexpectedly, that immense power was easily dodged by Han Sen, making the Divine Son think vigilantly. Did I miss? The situation changed, and the audience immediately cheered loudly. Baishan, he dodged it. Did you see that? Baishan dodged the Divine Son's attack. Baishan. Seeing the scene before him, Fu Jing also fell into thought, wondering, after enduring so many blows, his physical condition should be very poor now. In this situation, he can actually dodge the Divine Son's attack. Zhenlu sat in the stands also frowning, wondering, a coincidence. Unlike them, he had gone mad, rushing forward angrily to attack, his face screaming impossible. However, when the Divine Son's attack came, Han Sen had already swiftly dodged, sending dust flying in the arena. People immediately shouted, "Oh, did you see that? Baishan dodged again. I've been rooting for Baishan since I was a child. Baishan is too cool." Seeing him dodge, Zhenlu stood up excitedly and shouted, "He dodged again!" Below the stands he heard the shouts, frowned and cursed, "Incompetent mortals, to think you can defeat me, how foolish." Then the Divine Son slowly flew into the sky, his entire body emanating brilliant light. Standing before his figure, Han Sen thought firmly, dodging this attack from the Divine Son is by no means easy. His body is already a bit unstable. He used his exquisite finger techniques, concentrating his power to attack, and the surroundings emitted dazzling light, astonishing the audience. The audience also couldn't help but exclaim, "Too bright," in the scarce records of the Divine Son. No opponent has ever pushed him to this extent, as expected of the Divine Son. Too bright, however, those attacks still couldn't touch Han Sen. Wherever it struck, he dodged. And not only that, he moved even closer. Before that dazzling light, Zhenlu still saw clearly, mouth agape in disbelief. Not only did he dodge all attacks, he even moved closer to the Divine Son. The closer Han Sen got, the more clearly he could see him gritting his teeth and attacking. "See clearly, if I can never catch up to your speed, and I'll react faster than your attacks." The Divine Son, seeing this, also increased his attack speed. His bright straight lines of finger light were everywhere. The more Fu Jing watched, the more she felt that he had already anticipated the Divine Son's actions. On the other hand, Zhenlu watched the situation gravely, and sounds continued to echo around them. "Etian Shu, that's Etian Shu. The one who slaughtered Golden Coin so ferociously is indeed Golden Coin. Didn't they say only the Queen knows Etian Shu? Why does Baishan also know it?" Watching the match, Fu Jing saw the Divine Son attacking frantically but missing the spider web on the ground, and she immediately realized that this was not Yi Tian Shu but a more exquisite formation than Yi Tian Shu. Below the arena, Han Sen was dodging attacks and shouted with sharp eyes, "The real battle has just begun." Hua Ping, with tears in his eyes, trembled and said, "I have watched the God War for so many years, and Golden Coin is the only human evolver who can reach this stage. I truly hope he can go further." On the other hand, Zhenlu was intently watching the battle below the stands, and in his eyes the Divine Son was moving rapidly with power. His voice echoed in his ears again, "I can't believe he can dodge the Divine Son's attacks. However, merely dodging won't lead to victory. His punches are too slow, he can't possibly hit the Divine Son." However, contrary to him, Zhenlu had already realized that Han Sen was like a chess piece, stepping into a trap little by little. Had the Divine Son entered the Yi Tian Shu formation, the battle gradually became a chess game, and he continuously attacked Han Sen, but Han Sen always managed to dodge. Seeing this situation, the Divine Son brandished his power, and more arms grew around him, pointing straight ahead, and light struck as he shouted, "Die!" In contrast, a tremendous energy surged within Han Sen, flowing through his entire body like blood vessels. Although his physique had not yet reached the Divine Son's level, the gap was less than 30, no longer an absolute overwhelming advantage. Then Han Sen stepped forward, dodging his attack. In an instant, his fist was already close to the Divine Son's face, forcing him to retract his power and prepare to dodge. This scene caused a stir throughout the stands. What just happened? Baishan moved. How did he move? How could he be so fast? Seeing this, Ming Quan also turned his face, beaming with joy. "A chance? Is there really a chance?" Hua Ping next to him was also astonished. Below the arena, as Han Sen's fist struck, the Divine Son had already subtly shifted behind him. With a hint of displeasure, he said in a slow, languid tone, "Your speed is still far too slow." Hearing this, Han Sen sharply turned and pointed at the Divine Son. "Is that so?" But without surprise, he effortlessly dodged. Then the Divine Son quickly turned to compete in speed. "It's no use, my speed is unmatched, especially by you lowly humans." Hearing this, Han Sen also instantly turned and chased after him. In less than a few seconds, their distance was already very far. He was already more than half a lap ahead of Han Sen, who was still far behind. Seeing this, Hua Ping held his head in frustration and said, "Is humanity still not good enough?" Ming Quan also turned his head and called Old Man Hua, but he remained in a state of helplessness. "Too fast, Divine Son. We humans are ultimately destined to repeat the same failures." On the other hand, Fu Jing was also lost in thought, looking towards the arena. His power isn't limited to this, is it? To answer her doubts, below the stands a force was expanding, then gradually caught up with him as he ran. And the Divine Son shouted in alarm, "What? Run!" But ultimately he couldn't escape. Under Han Sen's power, he was gradually pulled back, his face filled with anger, grinding his teeth and saying, "Keep running, why don't you?" Not only that, Han Sen mercilessly punched the Divine Son's face and scornfully rebuked, "I told you to run." In an instant he was lifted high. Han Sen seemed to be venting his anger from being hit before, continuously throwing punches, gradually exhausting the Divine Son's strength. Hua Ping immediately stroked his beard in surprise, shouting, What happened?" He hit. Jin Lu also couldn't believe his eyes. He excitedly gripped the railing of the stands. The Divine Son seemed to be completely absorbed, unable to break free from Golden Coin's grasp. Below the arena he desperately used his hands to block the continuous punches, unable to move, not giving the Divine Son a chance to think. Han Sen threw a decisive punch, but it was somewhat strange. He didn't expect to be unable to break his flesh and bone. It shows that even a super alien spirit, even with an unremarkable physique, possesses an extremely powerful body. In contrast, he frowned because of this punch, calculating in his heart that since he couldn't utilize his speed advantage, he would have to change his strategy. But when he swung his hand to block, the Divine Son was knocked backward, spitting blood. Still couldn't block it. In an instant he was grabbed by Han Sen and pulled away, but Han Sen still didn't forget to deliver an extra blow, making the Divine Son question everything. Too slow. All his movements seemed to be within his predictions. Seeing the situation before him, Hua Ping exclaimed in surprise, "Is this real?" Ming Quan quickly supported his hand and admitted, "It's real, old man Hua, it's real." Suddenly Hua Ping spoke again with sadness, "The Divine Son, so powerful, yet he has fallen into such a state." Feeling the disdain, he lowered his head, his face filled with anger. "How detestable! You can't kill me, lowly human. You ultimately can't kill this Divine Son, just wait until you're exhausted. And this Divine Son will take your life." Ignoring the Divine Son's words, Han Sen tightly clenched his fists, power swirling around his entire body, then gradually walked towards him. Reaching his limit, he cast a spell, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and shouted, "I'm afraid you won't get that chance." The Divine Son also flew into a rage, roaring, "I'll kill you." In an instant both of them charged at each other with immense power, disregarding everything. However, before he could even get close, Han Sen appeared before the Divine Son, directly punching him in the head. Fu Jing, high up, also anticipated the result. Silently observing with folded arms below the arena, he clenched his hand, turned, and walked away, while he had already fallen in defeat, kneeling on the ground. Seeing humanity's victory, the audience cheered, "Baishan, Baishan." Hua Ping also happily grabbed Ming Quan's hand. "We won, we won." Another shout rang out, "We won." Looking at the bloody arena below, they shouted again, "Baishan, Baishan." The sound continued, "Baishan, Baishan." Seeing such a glorious victory, he immediately pulled out his notebook to record, "This will be a day to be remembered forever. Humanity has claimed a spot among the 10 Divine Sons for the first time in Goddess Sanctuary." Han Sen returned to his body after the battle. As he walked, someone shouted, "Commander." Hearing this, Han Sen turned around and they excitedly spoke, "Commander, did you hear? Golden Coin defeated the Divine Son." That person also shouted, "How is it defeated? It was clearly a crushing victory." The person next to him continued, "I was there, I'll tell you." Suddenly someone interrupted him. That person wearing a down jacket walked over, clapping. Manly slowly appeared. "I have something to report to the commander. You all can continue with your business." Hearing this, they also turned their heads to look. Hearing the command, the group turned around and replied in unison, "Understood, let's go." Seeing this situation, she also approached him, then looked back to see if they had left. They chatted as they rode the elevator, and Manly spoke, "After all these years, we humans finally have our own 10 Divine Sons." She smiled and continued, "I'm truly looking forward to the next ranking match. What kind of performance will Golden Coin bring for humanity?" Scene changed to Crystal Palace, where the winding water created an incredibly relaxing atmosphere. Han Sen was lying on the ground enjoying himself, feeling worse than death, so sore all over, not wanting to move anything. He looked up again, determinedly saying, "HMPH, I absolutely never want to experience a battle like that again." However, he didn't notice Ling Lan walking in holding Little Silver. In an instant, Little Silver had rushed over and was licking Han Sen's face. So ticklish. Actually, being licked by Little Silver was quite nice. His wounds were healing. Suddenly his face turned serious. "Other alien spirits who can enter the 10 Divine Sons are no weaker than the Divine Son. At my current level, it's still too difficult to contend with super alien spirits." Suddenly, Ling Lan looked at Han Sen again and let out a surprised cry, making his face darken, and a pillar of light appeared along with a system notification. Obtained 10th place among the Divine Sons, random reward activated, and Han Sen slowly sat up, blankly exclaiming, "The God War is over." In an instant he then unhappily propped himself up with his hand, because he hadn't participated in the Divine Son ranking battle, so he could only be ranked 10th. Then Han Sen stood up again and walked forward. However, the top 10 all received the same random reward. The ranking didn't hold much significance. Merely being the first human Divine Son in history was enough to be recorded. He continued walking until he reached a pillar of light. Crystal Palace, martial arts arena. Even Ling Lan followed him in. Before them were various items. Han Sen slowly walked over, reached out to touch, and a light flashed. Seeing the items before him, he smiled excitedly. "Wow, there's even an alien spirit among the rewards, how generous." In an instant, a picture of a male and female super alien spirit embracing flashed through Han Sen's mind. If I get a random super alien spirit, I won't be afraid of stronger opponents than the Divine Son next time." Thinking this, he excitedly shouted, "Super alien spirit, appear." However, contrary to Han Sen's thoughts, a black creature appeared before him. It slowly walked out, its demeanor gloomy. startling Han Sen. This isn't a handsome guy or a beautiful girl either. As expected, free lunches don't fall from the sky. Suddenly it fiercely charged towards his head, making Han Sen stand his ground. Obtained Super God Beast Soul Demon Horn Beast. In the Soul Sea he was happily stroking the Demon Horn Beast's head. Possessed Beast Soul Demon Horn Beast. There are many types of possessed beast souls which can directly enhance a human's or beast soul's power. He didn't know what this Demon Horn Beast could possess. Scene change: Crystal Palace Martial Arts Arena. Han Sen was standing behind the Demon Horn Beast casting a secret art, and black chi instantly enveloped the surroundings. Then he clenched his fists, closed his eyes and shouted, "Go!" And it gradually approached. Suddenly black chi also emanated from Han Sen's body, and looking at his hands he gritted his teeth and said, "Holy crap, it can actually possess a person directly." He held the black chi in his hand and Han Sen's eyes glowed, his own power seemingly unchanged. What's the use of this Demon Horn Beast? Suddenly, Little Silver shot out another bolt of electricity, heading straight for the black chi covering him. Seeing the electric light coming, Han Sen shouted in alarm, "Ah!" then looked back. Seeing the reason, he angrily shouted, "Little Silver, are you trying to assassinate your dear master?" However, it looked at Han Sen blankly, the electric light still not dissipated, enveloping it. Seeing him different from before, Little Silver retracted the electric light, but Han Sen quickly discovered an anomaly. He glanced at the black chi behind him, which had been hit by Little Silver's attack but was completely unharmed. Soon, Han Sen tightly gripped the black chi again. These black mists were dissipated by Little Silver's electric current, but they seemed to be regenerating. Then in the black mist he was lifted by it, happily saying, "I see the Demon Horn Beast can resist this special elemental power." Little Silver quickly keep electrocuting it. Hearing this, it quickly shot out electric currents. Han Sen saw this and happily shouted, "Haha, good stuff, truly good stuff." However, as Ling Lan looked at the increasing electric currents, a scream came from inside. "Ah, quick!" The little boy ran to his side. He was lying motionless on the ground, smoking, his head filled with question marks. Han Sen's face was ashen and he cried. This black mist, its regeneration speed is too slow. In the Goddess Sanctuary office, Han Sen's figure was sitting in a chair saying, "Finally back." Hearing this, he stood before Han Sen's figure, which was gradually dissipating, its power weakening, and he said, "It seems this period has passed safely. Insect Armor Knight." Then he reached out and retracted the power that created it. "It's time for me to go back too. You've worked hard during this time." Suddenly a knock sounded outside the door. Han Sen quickly turned and asked, "What's wrong?" Manly outside the door replied, "Someone wants to see you." He quickly opened the door, then folded his arms and asked, "Didn't I say I didn't want to see outsiders recently?" Hearing this, she replied coldly, "I don't know if Captain Chin counts as an outsider, so I could only come and ask the director." As soon as Chin Zan was mentioned, Han Sen happily said, "Is Chin Zan here? Why haven't you invited her in yet?" Scene changed to the Goddess Sanctuary living room, where she was standing in the center of the living room conversing with a group of people. In an instant he and Manli had already walked out the door. Seeing the scene before him, Han Sen thought to himself, "Who are those people? They look very arrogant, not like easygoing people." Seeing him approach, Chin Zan introduced Han Sen. "Let me introduce you. This is young Master Zhao, CEO of Tian Shi Group, and this is Director Zhao, one of the influential figures of Tian Shi Group." Before him, Hai Yang and Zhao Heng were holding high-stemmed glasses. He spoke, "Are you Han Sen from the Ji family?" Hearing this, he smiled, placed a hand on his chest and replied, "I am Han Sen Manly. Please pour some tea for our guests." In the living room she was serving them tea. He and Chin Zan sat opposite each other, deep in thought. The Alliance has two official gene biological research organizations. One is Dong Lin Group, and the other is Tian Shi Group's Zhao family. The Zhao family controls many gene-related product technologies. This time, it's very likely they're here for Little Angel. Not letting Han Sen think further, Zhao Heng took a sip of tea and said, "Some time ago I was having tea and chatting with Ruo Zhen and mentioned that you are a good young man." Hearing this, he also politely replied, "Thank you for the compliment." However, Han Sen thought to himself, just a director from the Zhao family, yet he dares to speak so casually about Ruo Zhen, who is about to become the head of state, truly too arrogant. Chin Zan suddenly turned to him and informed him of their purpose. "Director Zhao and his team are here today to invite you to hunt a super god creature together." However, Hai Yang arrogantly closed his eyes, waved his hand and said, No, we don't necessarily need you to go. If you are willing to sell that super god pet to us, that's also an option." Hearing this, Han Sen took a sip of tea and replied, "I'm sorry, the super god pet is not for sale. Han is busy with matters recently, and I'm afraid I won't be able to spare time to help you two." As soon as he finished speaking, that person angrily lowered his voice towards him. However, before he could speak, Zhao Heng stopped him and persuaded, "Please reconsider." Seeing the tense atmosphere, she spoke to mediate, "Director Zhao, please have some tea first. We can discuss this matter later." Then they quickly turned and left. Chin Zan said as she walked, "Han Sen, the organization has a confidential document for me to give you. Please sign for it." Scene changed to the Goddess Sanctuary office. As soon as he finished reading the confidential document, he angrily looked at her and asked, "Captain Chin, what's going on? Does the organization want me to help that Zhao Heng?" Hearing this, Chin Zan immediately turned around and seriously replied, "If it's an organizational matter, then it's simple. The Zhao family has provided a lot of help in Ruo Zhen's campaign. The head of state election is entering a critical stage. If you don't agree now, what if they ask Ruo Zhen to intervene? The more he listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. Han Sen sharply turned and demanded, did they mention Ruo Zhen as soon as they arrived? Are they trying to force me? Do I have no other choice? Even so, she replied without changing her expression. You can still negotiate with the Zhao family now, otherwise you'll have to negotiate with Ruo Zhen. Who do you think would be easier to negotiate with? Hearing this, he propped his chin, his face sly and somewhat sinister, and replied, then I'll help the Zhao family a bit. Scene changed to the ancient blood spring forest, which was desolate with bare branches. At the guardian beast's location, Zhao Heng's voice echoed, our target is nearby, we are sure it's a super god creature. For some reason it never strays far from the blood spring. The group led by Zhao Heng quickly delved deeper. Suddenly an alien creature pounced. Zhao Heng without hesitation raised his hand and sent it flying, the beast spitting blood after just one blow. After repelling the creature, he put his hands behind his back again. The Zhao family had sent people to fight that creature many times but ultimately couldn't match it and had to retreat, suffering extremely heavy losses. However, Han Sen was unfazed, merely thinking the physiques of these Zhao family members seemed stronger than ordinary fully evolved god machines. The person behind him was talking to Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan, try this. This is a gene nutrient solution made by Gene Angel, not available on the market. Qin Zhan quickly waved her hand and laughed. Thank you, I have my own nutrient solution. Hearing this, the person also turned around, thinking seriously. This must be why the Zhao family's physique is a cut above others at the same level. It's also one of the Zhao family's proud assets. They gradually came to a red stream. Zhao Heng, with his hands behind his back, said, follow this stream upstream for about 20 miles and you'll see that blood spring alien creature. After speaking, he turned dissatisfiedly to Han Sen, telling him to release his super god pet to fight. We'll look for an opportunity to surround it. The final blow will be delivered by our people. Han Sen heard this and replied, no problem. Suddenly, he coldly swept a glance at a fleeting figure in the darkness, thinking, Princess Yin Yang, where are you now? On the other side, two alien spirits from the metal temple were swinging their swords, cutting down everything around them. A black-haired man asked breathlessly, I say, miss, where exactly are we going? Hearing this, the blue-clad alien spirit turned impatiently and said, just follow along. Why so much nonsense? The black-haired man cautiously replied, what exactly does the captain want us to do? Give us a hint. However, the two alien spirits, Ling Lan and Yuan Yin, left him far behind without saying a word, making him helplessly shout, hey, pay some attention to me. Seeing that they still ignored him, he grumbled loudly, one person acts like he's invisible, completely ignored. The other two are talking and sneaking around. What in the world are they up to? In the blood spring ancient forest, Zhao Heng and Han Sen were hiding behind a bush. Zhao Heng pointed forward and said, that's it. According to the plan, your super god pet goes first, and we'll surround it. Han Sen heard this, looked in the direction he pointed, and replied, okay, everything according to plan. Han Sen quickly used his Battle Angel possession technique and the Battle Angel rushed forward. Following Han Sen's words, the Battle Angel charged to attack. Seeing this, Zhao Heng quickly disappeared, leaving Han Sen bewildered. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Han Sen anxiously searched around. Damn, where are they? He understood. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, these bastards clearly want the Battle Angel to fight that creature to the death, so it'll be easier for them to act right. Han Sen quickly cast aside distracting thoughts and focused on the battle at hand. He placed his hand on his forehead and green patterns gradually spread. The aura of this creature was too chaotic. It was clearly a first-generation super-god creature. A giant alien beast stood before Han Sen, roaring under the assault with strange patterns spreading on its chest. Under the Battle Angel's relentless attack, it couldn't move, only enduring the blows. Streaks of sword light cut across it, leaving it bleeding profusely. Watching the battle before him, Han Sen's face was grim, thinking, although the Battle Angel has the upper hand, it has also been suppressed by it for a while. I always feel like something is off. On the other hand, those who were taking advantage of the situation were hiding in the shadows, exclaiming, so powerful. Zhao Heng was even watching through binoculars. Our group has besieged this super-god creature several times without defeating it, but the Battle Angel can easily suppress it. Unlike them, Han Sen was thinking anxiously. Given the intelligence of this super-god creature, it's no match for the Battle Angel, and it should surely die. But why, even with injuries all over its body? Does it still refuse to leave the blood spring? Suddenly, a series of mountain fissures caught Han Sen's eye, with red water flowing down from them. Standing before the gurgling stream from the fissures, Han Sen gradually activated his aura sensing technique. It was the aura of a living being. An extremely terrifying creature must be hidden within those mountain fissures. Should I use my Dongchuan aura field to check inside? No sooner thought than done. The moment the thought formed, he cast the technique, and his forehead gradually glowed under the pressure of his hand. Soon, Han Sen was breathless and covered in sweat. Damn, it's looking at me. Whatever is inside has already detected my Dongchuan aura field. This thing must be extremely terrifying. The Zhao family actually dares to target this blood pit. They must have a death wish. The technique just stopped and he turned around seriously, thinking, if I leave now, I don't know how to explain it to the Zhao family. With my ability, I can definitely run faster than the Zhao family members. What do I have to worry about with those unlucky Zhao Hengs? Thinking this, Han Sen quickly moved to Qin Zan's side. Qin Zan saw him and asked in surprise. Ah, Han Sen gestured for her to be quiet, then whispered, Captain Qin, don't rush forward later. Just walk beside me. If anything happens, we must escape immediately. Hearing this, Qin Zan turned around seriously and asked, did something happen? Han Sen replied with a cold face, it's a feeling, and my feelings are very accurate. Returning to the battlefield, the battle angel was emitting dazzling power. Gradually drawing her sword and charging forward as fast as lightning, she pierced its neck with a sword, blood splattering. Suddenly, Zhao Heng reappeared behind Han Sen. Han Sen, make your pet attack more fiercely, don't let it get injured and run away. Hearing this, Han Sen replied unhappily, that's a super god creature, not a cat or dog. Before Han Sen could give the order, the battle angel had already appeared quickly, flashing past and swung her sword at the alien beast. The blade directly cut off a piece of flesh from its neck. Blood spurted out, and the alien beast let out a miserable shriek. Seeing this, Zhao Heng pushed Han Sen's shoulder and shouted, don't forget the agreement, have your pet retreat, we're going in. Hearing this, Han Sen gritted his teeth in anger, secretly complaining, this old man is really something. But in this situation, he could only wave his hand and recall the battle angel. Our mission is complete, the rest is up to you. Zhao Heng seized the opportunity, ran to the front and loudly ordered, surround it, surround it. In a flash, his subordinates had already climbed onto the alien beast body, continuously hacking at it. The alien beast's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but it couldn't move, blood splattering everywhere. Zhao Heng even said it was dying. It gradually recovered its strength, frantically shook off everyone and escaped. Seeing this, someone shouted, it actually dared to feign death, trying to take all the credit. Someone rushed over with a sword. I'll kill it. However, how could two legs outrun four? It quickly escaped their encirclement. Seeing the delicious prey about to slip away, Zhao Heng ordered, don't let it run, chase it quickly. Suddenly another commotion came, stopping the people who were running. What's that sound? Is there something behind the mountain? Zhao Heng also turned his head. What greeted their eyes was a giant centipede emerging from the blood pit as fast as lightning. It crawled out of the pit, trailing blood. Seeing this, Zhao Heng shouted in panic, Han Sen, quickly have your pet stop it. However, Han Sen was currently holding Qin Zan's hand, desperately fleeing. Are you kidding? Something so powerful you want my pet to commit suicide? That centipede mercilessly pursued them, terrifying the others. They screamed for help and Zhao Heng shamelessly brought up their agreement. Han Sen, don't forget our agreement. Hearing this, Han Sen immediately turned around and retorted impolitely, your agreement was to kill that super god creature just now. This one isn't part of the agreement. However, it quickly changed direction. This sudden turn of events caught Han Sen off guard, making him blurt out, no way, why did this monster suddenly change direction? On the other hand, Zhao Heng and the others had already escaped, hiding behind trees, panting. It didn't chase us. Hearing this, Gano wiped his sweat and replied, we escaped. On the other side, Han Sen stopped to check the situation, then thought breathlessly, damn, they must have been lured away by Wu Hang. Only Wu Hang's physique could do that. Thinking this, Han Sen hurriedly ran off, startling Qin Zan, who shouted, Han Sen, what are you doing? Han Sen immediately replied, I'm going first. After abandoning Qin Zan, Han Sen quickly climbed up the mouth of the blood pit. Reaching the top, Han Sen suddenly broke into a happy smile after seeing something. Ha ha ha. So this is why the battle angel couldn't subdue that creature for so long. Before him was a blood-red egg mixed with colorful hues, glowing continuously in a pool of blood, making Han Sen blurt out, I'm rich, I'm rich. He quickly picked up the egg, happily thinking, this is truly a treasure. Eating it directly can increase super god genes, which is more effective than trying to absorb life gene essence. However, considering the current situation, Han Sen made a different decision. No, I need to leave quickly. I can't let them discover that I've already found something. The thought had just formed when he sped away. Run away, run away. Seeing this, Gano was also surprised and confused. Why is Han Sen running? Suddenly he realized the centipede was crawling towards them, so he shouted in terror, how did it get over here again? Seeing the centipede behind them, Zhao Heng angrily roared, what are you doing? How did you lure it over again? Gano replied aggrievedly. I didn't do anything. Then he shifted the blame to someone else. It's Han Sen, it must be him, otherwise why would he run? Hearing this, Zhao Heng's face darkened and he cursed, Han Sen is such a liar. On the other hand, Qin Zan was desperately fleeing the centipede's pursuit without looking back. Suddenly a hand reached out, almost touching her waist. Let's go. In a flash, Han Sen had grown wings, holding Qin Zan in his arms as he flew into the sky, not forgetting to hold the newly acquired egg in his hand, making Zhao Heng angrily curse, Han Sen, you're dead. The Zhao family won't let you go. However, as Han Sen flew into the sky, the centipede also pursued without hesitation, making him shout in panic, damn, this thing can fly? Seeing this, he hastily descended, then said to Qin Zan, you go next to it. Then, facing Qin Zan's cold expression, Han Sen used his power, his body radiating golden light, then ran off. I'll lure it away. In a flash, the centipede also turned to chase Han Sen, making Han Sen grit his teeth unhappily, thinking, even the Divine Sun's chi circulation technique can't shake it off. If this continues, it'll catch up. He ran, covered in sweat, but still firmly thought, no, I finally got one, I can't give up. The thought had just formed when Han Sen suddenly emitted a golden light, stopping the centipede. Little angel, quickly stop it. The battle angel quickly drew her sword and fought it. Without much thought, she stabbed at its head, but no matter how hard she stabbed, its legs held on tightly, making the sword tremble. Seeing this, Han Sen also realized that little angel couldn't hold on for long, and he could only run into the mountains. Running around the mountains might offer a temporary escape. Scene changed to the Stone Mountain Range, where a long trail of smoke filled the air like a racetrack. Han Sen was desperately fleeing, holding the egg. This is bad, it's relentlessly pursuing from behind, power enveloping everything. Han Sen is gritting his teeth in frustration. His body can't take it anymore. He's been gene-locked for so long, if this continues it might cause permanent damage. Thinking this, Han Sen immediately turned around, preparing to throw the egg away. I don't want it anymore, I'm giving it back to you. However, he suddenly realized something, his gaze slowly falling. It was crawling on the ground, refusing to climb up, making Han Sen wonder, you dare not come up? Seeing this, he quickly activated the Dongxuan Sutra. Is there something strange about this mountain? Even this centipede dares not come up. Then, Han Sen knelt down, placing his hand on the rock beneath him. The rock glowed blue, but it had no life aura. It seemed to be just an ordinary rock. He gradually raised his head, but his heart was filled with confusion. It's all a green stone mountain, not even a blade of grass. What exactly is this centipede afraid of? However, Han Sen still firmly cast aside his curiosity and walked along the mountain path. Curiosity killed the cat. It's better to stay away from it. However, it refused to give up, crawling wherever Han Sen went. It seemed it wouldn't give up until it got the egg. Neither up the mountain nor down the mountain worked. Seeing this, Han Sen handed the egg back to it. Master is returning your child, don't follow me anymore. But how could it be that easy? It excitedly twisted its body, making stones continuously fall. Seeing the scene before him, Han Sen somewhat cautiously grumbled unhappily. What did I do wrong? Even returning it isn't an option. Do you want to fight me to the end? Suddenly, a loud noise came from the mountaintop, echoing across the sky. Han Sen was startled, looking up in confusion. A bell? Why would there be a bell here? Suddenly feeling something amiss, he clutched his chest, his face blank, thinking, Aura? Why is my aura suddenly so chaotic? Han Sen quickly sat down, closed his eyes and cast a spell, and a green aura also diffused around him. Subsequently a thin mist spread, and through the smoke a giant rock, towering like a mountaintop, was revealed. Han Sen stood up, his face serious. What exactly is up there? Can that bell sound affect the aura within my body? In endless confusion, Han Sen stared wide-eyed at the mountaintop ahead, and suddenly he noticed something familiar. Fortifications? Why are there fortifications here? Han Sen was again astonished. Is this a human sanctuary or an alien spirits? It seems no creatures are present. But why is that monster so scared? As he saw, the blue fortifications looked like an abandoned, dilapidated place, devoid of human presence. However, Han Sen was startled by a huge commotion. Looking down at his feet, what greeted his eyes was the centipede crawling in pursuit, so fast that even sound was echoing. Damn, you dare not come up? You found no one in the fortifications, so you've grown bolder, haven't you? Seeing this, Han Sen quickly climbed the steps, heading towards the abandoned place. As long as there are fortifications, there might be a teleportation array. As long as there's a teleportation array, before he could think much more, what greeted his eyes was an empty place, devoid of human presence. It's so big inside, it really seems like no one's here. Seeing this, Han Sen walked in slowly, somewhat cautiously. However, even after he entered, the centipede continued to pursue relentlessly. Damn, I'm already inside, how can it still chase me? Thinking this, he released the battle angel, who flew high, holding the egg, playing a game of chase. Battle angel, lure it away. Lure that monster far away. Seeing the battle angel flying into the sky with the egg, it also quickly stopped and looked up. Knowing where the item was, it quickly took flight in pursuit. Seeing this, Han Sen wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. This disaster is finally gone. Putting these thoughts aside, Han Sen put his hands in his pockets, leisurely searching for a teleportation array. I must find a teleportation array quickly to escape, but this place is so desolate. I wonder if there are any usable teleportation arrays left. However, as he walked, he suddenly remembered that the bell sound he heard earlier came from here. Before Han Sen was a tall tower containing a green bell covered in patterns. With confusion, he walked forward to touch it. If there are no humans or alien creatures in this abandoned fortification, then what about the 6 bell sounds earlier? However, Han Sen soon found his hand covered in dust and understood. This bell hasn't been moved for a long time. The sound didn't come from it. So he quickly spread his wings and flew off to see if there were any other bells. There might be other bells here. In a flash, Han Sen landed on a high spot, seeing something that resembled a human figure. Someone. However, it was already too late. The person had already turned into a skeleton. How long has this person been dead? It turned to dust with a touch. Sensing an ominous aura, he transformed into golden coin to check the situation. There might still be hidden dangers here, so I must be careful. After walking for a while, Han Sen again glimpsed many skeletons scattered everywhere. Too many human skeletons. Perhaps this was a human fortification that later became like this after being attacked by alien spirits. Suddenly a bell chimed again from somewhere, making his body tremble so much he almost fell. However, it didn't stop. Instead, it grew louder and louder, shaking Han Sen so much that he had to cover his ears. In an instant he had found the cause, looking at the large bell that was emitting an enormous sound. What the hell? How could that bell ring by itself? but not only Han Sen was affected, the centipede was too. It trembled all over, unable to move. The bell grew louder and louder. His aura became increasingly unstable and he uncontrollably spat out blood. Seeing this, Han Sen covered his ears but still clenched his teeth uncomfortably, looking utterly exhausted. Dongxuan Sutra, activate the Dongxuan Sutra. As he spoke, he channeled his energy, causing the veins in his body to twist and writhe. Beneath the armor, Han Sen's body became even more defined as his muscles bulged. On the other hand, the bell grew increasingly terrifying. It attacked both the centipede and the sacred battle angel, immobilizing them. However, Han Sen suffered even more terribly. He couldn't control himself, spitting out blood, and beams of light began to shoot out from his entire body. As if being pierced through, blood flowed incessantly. My body is about to explode. In an instant, Han Sen no longer had the strength to stand firm, and his body gradually collapsed, but suddenly he remembered the demon horn beast. The demon horn beast's eruption has completed its evolution. Perhaps, with that, he summoned the demon horn beast. The demon horn beast shielded Han Sen with its own body. Whether he survived depended entirely on it. As he expected, the demon horn beast gradually dispersed and then reassembled, alleviating the bell's effect. After his body recovered, Han Sen managed to speak. Great, the bell's influence is rapidly weakening. He quickly sat up, cultivated his power, while the black chi still protected him. It truly was a treasure. While recovering his strength, Han Sen pondered that the demon horn beast could resist elemental attacks. If the bell's sound was resisted by it, then the bell's sound must actually be a special elemental power. However, while he was still deep in thought, the bell had already left the tower. In an instant, it had appeared directly above Han Sen's head, showing him a sharp object, and his expression instantly froze as he shouted, "Damn it, does this bell have eyes?" The large bell had just appeared above Han Sen's head and now it was descending, giving him no time to prepare. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and jumped elsewhere. Seeing this, it flew up and smoke consequently filled the surroundings. Blue light also appeared beneath the large bell. Watching it relentlessly pursue him, Han Sen ran, shouting, "Stay away from me." However, it obediently flew away, changing its target, making him ask in surprise, "Does it understand human speech? Impossible. Never mind it. As long as it doesn't bother me anymore. I wonder where it flew off to. Should I go take a look?" Curiosity getting the better of him, Han Sen pursued, and what met his eyes was the large bell gradually descending over the centipede. What? Is it heading towards this centipede? Before it could react, the large bell had already covered the centipede, trapping it inside, and not only that, it emitted a deafening clang. Hearing the clang, Han Sen covered his ears, shouting in annoyance, "Again, stop ringing," but it listened to him. The large bell flew up, giving up on tormenting the centipede. Han Sen gritted his teeth and asked, "Finally, it's quiet. Is that centipede dead?" However, before he could fully recover, the large bell had already flown towards the sacred battle angel. Oh no, does it want to devour the sacred battle angel? Seeing it approach, she furiously swung her sword to strike. The two forces quickly collided. The bell chimed incessantly, shaking the entire mountain. Then when the bell stopped, the sacred battle angel also collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Han Sen shouted, "Battle angel?" he gasped, waving his hand and shouting, "Quickly return to the Soul Sea." Fortunately, as soon as the large bell descended, the sacred battle angel returned to Han Sen's hand. Holding her in his hand, he breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile. Fortunately, the sacred battle angel safely returned to the Soul Sea. However, before he could catch his breath, his expression suddenly darkened, and he stared wide-eyed in horror. What met Han Sen's eyes was a bottomless hole gradually descending. "It's over. Is it coming towards me?" In an instant, as it descended, he had already spread his wings and flown up, dodging it. This thing's movement speed didn't seem that fast. However, when Han Sen flew high into the sky, it played a trick and returned to its hiding place. It stopped chasing. Seeing this, he wiped away the lingering sweat, relieved, thinking, "It only attacked me once, and after I dodged, it gave up. Did it know it couldn't catch me?" No sooner had the thought formed than Han Sen flew to the injured, bleeding centipede. Seeing this, he questioned. This blood centipede had its essence drained by the bronze bell. Suddenly, Han Sen realized with shock, what exactly was that thing? Could it also be a super god creature? Thinking this, he looked at the large bell. Such a strange super god creature. I wonder what kind of beast soul I'd get after killing it. Thinking of his own benefit, Han Sen quickly unbound the sacred battle angel. The two of them quickly joined forces to attack. The bell's sound seemed to have little effect on the sacred battle angel. Unfortunately, the sacred battle angel is a pet, not an alien spirit, and cannot use the demon realm beast soul. Without the blessing of the demon realm beast soul, the sacred battle angel might be able to directly contend with the bronze bell. Thinking this, he squinted and said loudly, "Battle angel, let's try again." Receiving the order, she rushed forward with her sword, and with a bang, the sword directly struck the large bell, making it chime. The sacred battle angel didn't stop, continuing her attack, but the large bell trembled and fled. Seeing this, Han Sen spoke, "Quickly return." She returned to his hand with lightning speed. Seeing that the sacred battle angel had returned, the large bell turned, spinning back to its original position. Seeing this, Han Sen, radiating black chi, sneered, "Haha, it really came back. It's helpless without the sacred battle angel. There's hope." When it returned to its original position, he smiled sinisterly and gave an order. "Battle angel, continue." Swift as lightning, she again rushed towards the large bell with her sword. It was already sitting steadily in the tower. However, Han Sen suddenly shouted, "What's going on?" The scene before him was the large bell fleeing before the battle had even begun. fleeing before fighting. What a despicable creature. Seeing this, Han Sen again ordered, "Sacred Battle Angel, pursue." She obeyed the command, relentlessly pursuing and striking it. Suddenly, the large bell vibrated again, sending the Sacred Battle Angel flying. Seeing this, he also realized that it could still ring the bell while flying at first. The power seemed weaker than when it was still. Seeing her gradually falling, Han Sen flew up and shouted, "Quickly return." Then when the large bell returned to its original position, he cast a spell, causing some strange green vines to appear, completely devoid of life aura. But when the bell rang just now, he could clearly feel a peculiar life aura flowing. Looking at the bell, which showed signs of cracking, Han Sen devised an effective method. As long as he had the Sacred Battle Angel continuously attack, he could definitely break this bronze bell. In the ancient Blood Spring Forest, under the Sacred Battle Angel's attack, the large bell shattered with a crash, revealing a long vine. Just then, the successful hunt notification popped up. Successfully hunted super god creature Death Knell obtained beast soul Death Knell. Death Knell cannot be consumed, but its life gene essence can be obtained, which can randomly grant 0 to 10 super god gene points. Han Sen ignored the notification, gradually approaching the fragments with his wings. Then he spoke cheerfully, "Is this thing also considered a second or third generation super god creature? Don't tell me a bronze bell can also give birth. That would be too ridiculous, ha ha ha." However, his previous expression quickly turned serious. Han Sen bent down and picked up the fragments one by one. This thing was just a bronze bell, not flesh and blood. So where was its life gene essence? In an instant he already held a green chain in his hand, asking himself, could it be? Han Sen said, looking directly at it. The chain had a peculiar shape with eyes and ears. Seeing this, he raised it high with a cold expression, then gave an order. "Sacred Battle Angel, cut it." Receiving the order, she gradually appeared in golden-orange light. The Sacred Battle Angel, silent and cold, directly swung her sword and cut it in half. Suddenly a shining green orb fell out. Seeing the glittering life gene essence before him, Han Sen happily said loudly, "This time I've really struck it rich, a centipede egg plus a portion of life gene essence and a Death Knell beast soul. What a huge profit." Scene changed to the mountain forest. Qin Zan, transformed into a beast god, carried him on her back and the two continuously rushed forward. Suddenly Han Sen, who was walking, turned his head again. "Sacred Battle Angel, cut open this egg quickly." She swung her sword, causing the egg to crack open and shake violently. The successful hunt notification popped up again. Successfully hunted super god creature Death Knell. Obtained beast soul Death Knell, cannot be consumed, can collect life gene essence, can randomly grant 0 to 10 super god gene points. Seeing this, he didn't care at all, directly sucking on the egg. Swallowing the tender meat of the myriad blade blood demon dragon. Super God Gene +1 after eating. Han Sen wiped away the remaining juice, sneering, "Ah, so delicious." Suddenly he remembered the large bell from before and spoke, "I've eaten my fill. Now it's time to get down to business. I already have 24 Super God Gene points. As long as I can simulate this chi circulation technique, I can absorb the Death Knell's life gene essence swiftly." Han Sen sat on her back casting a spell, and light surrounded him, forming the shape of a bell to test its effect. Han Sen gently touched his body with his finger, making it emit a bell-like sound. Suddenly, as soon as the sound rang out, Qin Zan in her beast god form roared madly, startling him so much his body trembled. Sitting on her back, his body still trembled, but he still tried to ask, "What's wrong?" However, Qin Zan replied, "Just keep moving forward." The Sacred Battle Angel, who had been startled earlier, gradually descended upon seeing her calm down. Han Sen sat more steadily, saying seriously that he seemed to have been affected by the bell's sound. Fortunately, it had calmed down. No sooner had he finished speaking than he raised his head sinisterly and spoke. "In other words, if I use this technique when others attack me, they will be disturbed by this bell sound, just as if they were attacking the Death Knell. This technique is really interesting." As he spoke, Han Sen stood on Qin Zan's back, looking into the distance. "There's a fortification ahead. This time it won't be that strange one on the mountaintop, will it?" Scene change, night fortification. He was walking in with his hands in his pockets but heard a call, forcing Han Sen to turn around. Han Sen, a person with iron gauntlets on both hands, quickly rushed towards him. "It's you, it's really you?" Brother Quan ran over from somewhere, hugging Han Sen tightly, making him groan in discomfort. "Oh, your good intentions, I appreciate them. Let go of me." He walked, putting an arm around Han Sen's shoulder, letting him cough. "You came at just the right time, just in time to help Jing Qi and me seize that royal fortification." Hearing Brother Quan say this, Han Sen glanced at him and asked, "Old Fang, Jing Qi, the corridor." His voice came again from the bridge, saying that he and Jing Qi truly had a destiny from a previous life, unexpectedly being teleported to the same strange place in the second fortification as well. "There's nothing here, not even a way to raise gene points. We're planning to seize a royal fortification. Life will be much easier after that." In an instant they had arrived at the location where the necessary people were present. Brother Quan, with an arm around Han Sen, shouted loudly, "Jing Qi, I've brought reinforcements." He was instantly startled, confirming, "Han Sen?" Then, as expected, Jing Qi rushed over, hugged his waist and cried, "Why are you here? But you came at just the right time. You must help us." Hearing this, Han Sen forced a smile. All right, I'll help. No sooner had he finished speaking than he became excited. "Perfect. The people from the Sky Sword Fortification and Demon God Fortification are here today. With so many people, no alien spirit can't be defeated and no fortification can't be seized." Seeing Jing Qi change his mind faster than flipping a book, Han Sen was too annoyed to say anything more. Night fortification conference room. They sat in their respective places discussing together. Qianzhong sat in a chair, quickly taking the lead. The distribution plan has been decided. Now that you're asking for help, the costs should be self-funded. Why deduct it from the common profit? Hearing this, Brother Quan stood up unhappily and retorted, with your current strength, if you want to seize a royal fortification, you can't do it without sacrifices. Han Sen is an expert. With him participating, the success rate will be much higher. No sooner had he finished speaking than that person spoke with a cold expression. Do you think he's Baishan? If he were that powerful, would he still need to cooperate with us? Couldn't he just attack the royal fortification himself? Lu Tai, sitting nearby, also agreed. Qianzhong is right. Hearing this, he didn't care at all, turning his head to ask Brother Quan and Jing Qi. Brother Quan, Jing Qi, after seizing the fortification, can you defend it? He immediately replied, of course we can defend it. Then, under everyone's gaze, Han Sen turned and left, not forgetting to say with a meaningful smile, all right then, no need for cooperation. I'll take everyone to attack the royal fortification. At the gate, night fortification, two figures were gradually walking in. Lu Tai, with his arms crossed and a frown, spoke, are Brother Quan and Jing Qi crazy? They actually listened to Han Sen and attacked the royal fortification. And they even charged in with all their might. Qianzhong continued with a cold expression. Let's go take a look. When both sides are injured, maybe we can take advantage of the opportunity to gain some benefits. In the mountain forest, verdant branches twisted and turned among the cliffs. He appeared from somewhere and said, we have a total of 8 people with physique over 100 and 100 people with physique over 60. Can we really do it? However, he casually pointed at him, who was leisurely sitting on Qin Zan's beast god form, saying, if Han Sen said it can be done, it definitely can. This kid is incredibly powerful now. He's even killed super god creatures. Hearing this, Brother Quan shouted in surprise. Oh really? However, he turned his head, saying it was just luck. Soon he regained his confidence, patted Jing Qi's shoulder and said loudly, damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known he was so powerful, would we need to negotiate with them? It wouldn't be hard for one person to turn the royal fortification upside down, would it? However, contrary to Brother Quan's excitement, Han Sen turned his head somewhat hesitantly and said, I'm afraid it might be a bit difficult. The royal fortification was very noisy at this moment. He sat on Qin Zan's beast god form, bravely raising his hand and shouting, and the two beside him also didn't show weakness, shouting to kill. In an instant they had gradually rushed towards the city gate, making Han Sen ponder inwardly. This fortification's power was not small, but compared to Princess Moyang's fortification from back then, it was still far inferior. On the other hand, Brother Quan, Jing Qi and others were hiding nearby, preparing to go into battle. Suddenly, huge beasts appeared in the sky and he quickly drew his weapon. It seemed the alien spirit didn't intend to show itself. Before he could think much more, Han Sen had already leapt up and severed the beast's head, causing its mouth to gape open and blood to incessantly gush from the wound. He quickly landed, then charged forward, shouting, sending these subordinates out to fight me, you're really underestimating me. Suddenly, the successful hunt notification popped up. Successfully hunted a profound god green cloud eagle. No blood relative beast soul obtained. Consuming its flesh and blood can randomly grant 0 to 10 god blood gene points. Seeing Han Sen kill creatures as easily as slicing vegetables, he gaped, blurting out, damn, that's too cool. The person next to him also praised happily, awesome, Han Sen is too cool. On the other hand, in a hidden place, seeing the flash of light, Lu Tai cautiously said, he actually killed a god blood creature so easily? Qianzhong also stammered, pointing at that person. Returning to the battlefield, he was wielding his weapon, attacking the roaring, raging bear before him. However, as the spear glinted in the dazzling light, Han Sen killed another flying beast, leaving Lu Tai utterly astonished. Who exactly is that? After occupying the exterior, they gradually streamed into the sanctuary. An alien spirit who had been walking suddenly stopped, gesturing for everyone to be careful. Jing Qi, standing nearby, also said with a somber face, Han Sen, that's a royal alien spirit. If you need our cooperation, just say the word. In front of them, a giant royal alien spirit stood guard, axe in hand. Han Sen, supported by the power emanating from him, charged forward. Not yet, I'll try it myself first. Seeing Han Sen charge, the alien spirit's eyes immediately darkened, glaring ahead with murderous intent. Seeing Han Sen's spear closing in, the alien spirit swung its axe to block, and the two forces collided violently. However, when the spear directly struck the axe actually trembled. To the alien spirit's astonishment, the axe quickly shattered. With the axe no longer blocking, the spear thrust directly into the alien spirit's chest, catching it off guard. Jing Qi, observing the battle, also exclaimed in horror, it had hit, how was it so easy? Brother Quan also stammered, just like that. In the battle, Han Sen gritted his teeth and cast a spell, his power growing stronger and stronger. Not only that, he also issued a challenge. Let me see all your abilities. However, Han Sen continuously threw punches, gradually forcing them deeper into the hall. The group of people also quickly ran in to ask, is Han Sen all right? But what greeted their eyes was the alien spirit firmly pinned to the wall by the spear, with flames burning all around. Han Sen, meanwhile, stood composedly on the head of a statue whose forehead emitted a strange light. Seeing this, Jing Qi asked in surprise, dead? Died so easily? Brother Quan also added, "It's been less than a minute since we encountered the alien spirit." Looking at the glowing stone in Han Sen's hand, Jingqi thought in astonishment, "Wait, is that the alien spirit's soul stone?" Getting the soul stone means the alien spirit must recognize Han Sen as its master. As he said, the alien spirit's body quickly merged with the statue. The iron-armored prince will offer his final loyalty, forever following his master's footsteps. Han Sen quickly approached it, then placed his hand on the alien spirit's head, causing it to emit a dazzling light. After finishing the task, Han Sen lightly walked over to them and announced, "Phew, this royal fortress is yours now." Hearing this, Brother Quan immediately shouted happily, "Ha ha ha, thankfully we have Han Sen, let's celebrate. This royal fortress is ours now." Jingqi also happily announced, "Everyone must celebrate together tonight." At this moment the royal fortress was ablaze from the battle just now, yet the two of them turned and left. Lu Tai, sitting on his mount, spoke, "Where did Brother Quan and his group find that guy? If we had known earlier, we certainly wouldn't have let this fortress fall into their hands." Qianzhong also turned and added, "It's too late to say anything now. Brother Quan won't share the royal fortress with us." In the royal fortress, after a fierce battle, they were now standing at the city gate, talking. Brother Quan spoke first, "Even if you say no, you have to accept it." Qin Zan stood behind Han Sen in her beast god form, as if also agreeing with Brother Quan. Brother Quan smiled and handed over a stack of documents, saying, "From now on all profits from the fortress will be shared with you." Hearing this, Han Sen politely smiled and waved his hand, replying, "No need, I only put in a little effort." However, before Han Sen could finish, Jingqi had already placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling, "Then take it anyway, you took this fortress all by yourself. Our brothers didn't help much. This is just a small token of our appreciation." Seeing that arguing was useless, Han Sen accepted and replied, "Oh, all right." After finishing the business, he sat on Qin Zan's back and bid farewell. "All right, goodbye." Brother Quan and Jingqi also waved goodbye. Soon they arrived in the forest. In a cave, Han Sen and Battle Angel were making a fire to roast meat. "Hee, roasted meat smells so good." Hearing this, she also rested her chin on her hand, smiling in response. Seeing that the meat was skewered, Battle Angel drooled and leaned in. "Hee, roasted meat." Han Sen, seeing this, immediately dodged in fright. "I gave you so much meat just now and you still want to snatch this piece?" Due to his continuous dodging, Han Sen accidentally turned the skewer, causing blood to drip from the meat onto the miniaturized bronze bell nearby. Suddenly, the bronze bell emitted light. Han Sen quickly noticed and looked down. This bell seems to have changed, so he decided to pick it up and examine it. As soon as he picked it up, he exclaimed in surprise, "This beast's soul feels like a large bell in my hand. How can it have the same aura as that centipede I encountered before?" Han Sen held the meat in one hand and the bell in the other, thinking, since it's a pet beast soul, it should also need to eat, right? But how does this bell eat? Recalling the scene he had just witnessed, he dripped the bloody meat onto the bronze bell. It seemed to glow just now, as Han Sen expected. As soon as the blood dripped onto the bell, it emitted light. His eyes lit up and he cried out, "This bell can suck blood?" Looking at the wild beasts lying scattered everywhere, Han Sen cunningly said, "Well, that makes things convenient. I killed a lot in the fortress today, so I'm not short on flesh and blood." Han Sen quickly collected the blood, then poured it onto the bell at his feet, letting the blood flow around the bronze bell, but this time no light flashed. Han Sen's face darkened. "Why no reaction? Don't you want to drink blood? Drink." Then when he saw the blood flowing continuously and the bell showing no reaction, he fumed, his head smoking, and he shouted, "Hey, you're not like Battle Angel, only eating the flesh and blood of god blood creatures, are you?" Scene changed to the ice plain. Han Sen and Qin Zan had returned, but in front of him someone was running over, waving. "When did this guy come back?" Wu Hang ran while shouting, "Commander?" Han Sen, seeing this, smiled faintly and said, "It seems being weak isn't always bad. It's good to be alive and back." Soon they arrived at the entrance of Goddess Sanctuary. He continued to babble in his ear as he walked. At the critical moment, a light suddenly shot out from the demon beast's abdomen. Guess what happened? Princess Yin Yang made her move. The demon beast crashed to the ground, leaving only a shimmering red light. Seeing Han Sen gradually walking away, Wu Hang changed the subject. "Commander, I need to discuss something with you. Can you sell me that life gene essence?" Han Sen replied in the cold air, "All right, you also put in a lot of effort this time. Take it, just give me half. But absolutely don't say it was snatched from the Zhao family, otherwise we won't get any benefits." Hearing this, Wu Hang raised his hand and answered seriously, "Understood. We killed the monster together and obtained the life gene essence. I'll tell everyone that, and no one else but you and I will know." Han Sen nodded knowingly. "As long as you understand," Wu Hang then continued to ask, "Commander, where are we going next?" Han Sen placed his hand on his shoulder and replied seriously, "We've been separated for a while. Now I'm on my own." Wu Hang also asked in confusion, "Where do you want to go?" Han Sen turned around and smiled. "Blue Star Fortress." Scene changed to the Alliance base dormitory. The senior sister was chatting with Han Sen through the screen. "It's too dangerous. Blue Star Fortress is a big human fortress. If you want to get a beast soul for your aunt, I can help you exchange it. You don't have to go yourself." Han Sen, sitting in front of the screen, replied, "But this is about my mother. I must go." "Don't worry, I have super god pets. There won't be any danger." Suddenly her eyes became sharper. "From the ice plain to Blue Star Fortress you have to cross the Black Desert. Our people only crossed that desert once, and out of a team of over 100, only 2 succeeded," the senior sister said seriously. "It said there are 2 or 3 strange beasts there," she added. They said they saw a black dragon flying in the black desert, and a monster that devoured that dragon like a phoenix, and a huge quicksand pit that chased and devoured them. Han Sen heard this and laughed. Where are there dragons and phoenixes in a fortress? At most they're super god creatures, and it's not like I haven't killed them. As soon as he finished speaking, the senior sister helplessly covered her forehead and blurted out, I knew I couldn't persuade you. I'll send you the map. I've marked all the dangerous places, so be careful yourself. After speaking, the senior sister smiled faintly and continued, Since you insist on going, then bring me back some beast souls. Han Sen heard this, and as he turned to leave, he looked back at her on the screen and replied, No problem, once I cross the Black Desert I'll bring you good news. In the Tien Shen Gene Group Research Center, a tall tower pierced the clouds. Through the glass, two figures were bowing, carefully addressing the person sitting in the chair. Hai Yang anxiously pulled Zhao Heng's arm and said, Speak quickly. Hearing this, Zhao Heng also gathered his courage and said, Seventh brother, I'm sorry I messed things up. However, even with all his courage, Zhao Heng dared not look up directly. Zhao Qi, sitting in front of them, coldly propped his hand and asked, Where did you fail? Zhao Heng lowered his head, eyes tightly shut, and said loudly, We were unlucky. We didn't expect such a terrifying alien creature to be hidden in that small mountain, so we failed. And Han Sen, he quickly interjected. It was all Han Sen's fault. If he hadn't lured that terrifying creature over, we wouldn't have. However, before Hai Yang could finish, Zhao Qi interrupted him. Sending you two was the biggest mistake. After speaking, Zhao Qi raised his hand and touched a button, giving an order. Call Zhao Lian in. The other end of the phone replied, Yes, Chairman. Soon the door opened and Zhao Heng and Hai Yang had to turn to look. Zhao Lian walked in asking what the chairman's orders were. After the two left, Zhao Lian spoke, The Tien Shen Gene Solution experiment has entered its third stage. How many samples are left? Zhao Lian replied, 23. Hearing this, Zhao Qi continued, Give them all to Zhao Long, no matter what. Han Sen must be killed in the fortress. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lian replied bluntly, But the Tien Shen Gene Solution is still unstable and very harmful to the body. If Zhao Ling and the others use it, they probably won't survive either. Although Zhao Qi understood, he still said sinisterly, Isn't the Zhao family raising them for this day? It's time for them to show their value. Scene change, Devil Mountain Ghost Range, a sinister place filled with bone smoke, withered trees, and bare leaves. Han Sen was riding on Qin Zan's beast god form. Walking forward, his intuition told him something was wrong. There seemed to be some unusual aura around. He quickly cast a perception technique, preferably the Dongxuan Sutra, to sense his surroundings. But he had walked this path many times and there was no danger. He wouldn't be as unlucky as Wu Hang, would he? Suddenly, Han Sen's eyes widened and he blurted out, No, the aura is so strong. As he walked forward, the perceived aura grew more and more. These auras were stronger than the limits of god blood creatures, but hadn't reached the level of super god creatures. What could it be? Suddenly a black shadow flashed past Han Sen from behind, making him ask, Is that a Shira? Why are there Shira in the sanctuary? The spell grew stronger and stronger, and he clearly saw a group of people with strange horns in front of him. Han Sen, seeing this, frowned, thinking, Shira have black, white, yellow, and purple horns. When did they get blood red horns? However, he didn't beat around the bush, gritting his teeth and firing a blue light arrow, forcing Han Sen to speak. But these Shira are not humans in disguise. Their physiques are clearly much stronger than humans. Han Sen's eyes were cold, staring directly at the incoming arrows. Who are you? In an instant he had already waved his hand and Battle Angel quickly appeared, blocking the incoming arrows. Seeing the light enveloping Han Sen, a group of colorful people rushed over again. The leader stood high up and answered the question, We're here to kill you. Zhao Lian, looking through binoculars, said, It's a pity Zhao Long and the others used the Tien Shen Gene Solution and are almost dead. They won't be of any use in the future. Then he slowly lowered his binoculars, pondering, just to kill one Han Senator, to sacrifice so many people who could have been used to eliminate super god creatures. Back on the battlefield, Han Sen was sitting on Qin Zan's back, surrounded by a group of people rushing forward to hack and slash. Qin Zan, seeing this, let out a huge roar, radiating light. One person shouted, Form up, contain the pet. Kill Han Senator. However, before they could even get close, Battle Angel had already swung her sword and hacked over, causing their swords to tremble. As soon as she finished hacking, she turned around and continued to fight. Soon, sword blades flashed, forcing the group to continuously dodge. The person, not having achieved his goal, muttered angrily, Kill, kill, ha 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 ha. In a flash, as soon as she finished speaking, he directly thrust his sword at Battle Angel. She instantly turned and decapitated him, separating his head from his body. Battle Angel, with graceful swordsmanship, continuously swung her sword, flying upwards to distance herself from them. Looking at the fierce battle below, Zhao Lian held a notebook recording. The third stage of the Tien Shen Gene Solution indeed still has flaws. It cannot directly contend with supergod creatures. However, if used by gene-unlocked powerhouses, the effect might be enhanced. After speaking, he raised his binoculars again, saying in confusion, It's not good enough to eliminate supergod creatures, but killing a person should be no problem. Even the top evolvers among humans hum, What's that? Through the binoculars, Zhao Lian saw Han Sen preparing to shoot the group with a bow and arrow, and he contemptuously said, Ha 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 ha, trying to kill Bloodhorn Shira with a crossbow, how naive with their speed, even a god blood crossbow with god blood arrows won't work. On the other hand, Han Sen still maintained a poker face, firmly following his intention, and directly shot the arrows. Soon, with dazzling light, the arrows pierced through everyone, blood splattering. Zhao Lian, seeing this, shouted in terror, No, how is this possible? Absolutely impossible. then he knelt on the ground in disbelief. Is Han Sen stronger than a super god pet? His notebook also fell to the ground because of this. In the Devil Valley, those devils had been shot dead, blood flowing profusely and smoke rising from their bodies. Han Sen walked forward, covering his nose, complaining in disgust. So smelly. What are these disgusting things? Thinking of the tiny purple horn on Ling Lan's head, he then spoke with a cold face. They are not ordinary people, nor are they Shira. Their bodies are completely different from humans and Shira. These monsters must have been created by humans, who would go to such lengths to try and kill me. Suddenly thinking of something ominous, Han Sen quickly returned to Qin Zan's side and cast a spell to surround her. They couldn't kill me, so they might attack my family. I must go home quickly and warn Mom not to enter the fortress recently. In the Alliance base dormitory, Han Sen was anxiously running in the corridor, calling someone on the phone as he ran. Pick up, however, the screen displayed, temporarily unavailable. Please leave a message. Han Sen, seeing this, his face darkened, and he shouted, "Oh no, is Mom okay? Maybe Mom is just in the fortress so she can't be reached." He quickly called Qin Zan. "Captain Qin, you've come at just the right time. Can I trouble the Special Security Action Team to help me find someone?" Scene change. In the forest, a group of people were blocking a woman. The person smiled evilly and said to his subordinate beside him, "Madam Han, please come with us." Su Lan, sitting on a horse, asked unhappily, "Who are you? Why should I go with you?" His subordinate immediately replied, "Madam Han, don't worry, we just want to help you reunite with your son." The person also smiled and continued, "Why waste so many words with her? Just grab her." In an instant they rushed over, grabbing Su Lan's arm and the horse, making her impatiently curse, "What do you want? Why are you troubling a mother? You also have parents. Won't your parents feel pain doing something like this?" The man dismissively ordered, "Get down." He casually added, "Enough talk." Suddenly the head of the person who had grabbed Su Lan's wrist was cut off, blood splattering. The head severed in panic. Seeing the headless body trembling, blood continuously gushing out, her face turned pale, and she coldly asked, "Have you ever felt despair?" Seeing the situation before them, the subordinates asked the man, "Boss, what should we do now?" Though his face was pale and covered in sweat, he forced himself to say, "What's there to fear? She's just a housewife unable to deal with a god-blood creature." Before they could say more, Su Lan dismounted and sped past the group, leaving heads rolling wherever she went. Seeing this, the man was panicked and speechless. Su Lan had appeared swiftly before his trembling body. Knowing the situation was irreversible, he immediately knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Don't kill me. I still have parents, a wife and children at home." How could Su Lan believe him? She waved her hand without hesitation and decapitated him. The devil believes no tears. Hoofbeats came from somewhere and a group of people rode at a gallop, kicking up dust. In an instant the leader pulled the reins and ordered, "Stop." After speaking, he saw Su Lan before him and dismounted. "Believe it." Seeing this, she asked in confusion, "Who are you?" He walked forward, raised his hand to greet her. "We are the Blue Star Special Security Action Team. We were entrusted by Han Sen to protect you. He wants you to leave the sanctuary world immediately and contact him." Hearing this, Su Lan's headscarf also fell off. She forced a bitter smile to the sky, thinking, after so many years of effort, are we still unable to escape this trap? Scene change. Alliance-based dormitory. He was anxiously waiting for news. Why no news yet? Where did Mom go? No sooner had he spoken than the phone rang, displaying Mom. Han Sen immediately ran over with a smile to pick up the call. "Mom, your son has offended some people outside and they can't do anything to your son. I'm afraid they might attack you, so please don't enter the sanctuary recently." Hearing this, Su Lan asked, "Little Sen, who did you offend? What happened?" In front of the screen he raised his arm to show off his muscles, smiling. "Don't worry, I can handle it. Your son is very strong now." Hearing this, her face became heavy and she said, "I'm really useless. I couldn't protect you. By the way, Little Sen, are you taking good care of your great-grandfather's heirloom?" Han Sen immediately held up the necklace around his neck and replied, "Don't worry, Mom. I'm taking good care of it. I always wear the pendant." After speaking, he sat down obediently and said, "Mom, it was hard for you to raise me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Wait for my news. Come see me after I reach Blue Star Fortress." Su Lan also replied, "All right." Little Sen has grown up. Scene change. Black Desert. Han Sen was lying semi-conscious on Qin Zan's back, covered in sweat and exhausted. He groaned, "Water, water. I really wish I didn't need to eat or drink to be comfortable in this cursed place. Am I going to be the first gene user to die of thirst?" Suddenly, Little Silver yawned, and Han Sen noticed it. In an instant he fully woke up, sat up and pressed its head. The fortress is ahead. Just as Han Sen saw before him was a magnificent castle built of earth and stone. Seeing this, he exclaimed happily, "Ha ha ha, with a fortress I can teleport back to the Alliance, take a hot shower and get a good night's sleep." However, in an instant, Han Sen carefully cupped his hands and asked, "This isn't an abandoned fortress, is it?" He prayed that the teleportation array here was still functioning in Royal Stone Ancient City. An ancient place, now like a sunbathing resort. A curvaceous girl was lying naked, sunbathing. Han Sen stared with wide eyes. "My goodness, am I seeing things?" He still seemed unable to believe his eyes. Doubt and surprise overflowing. Have I been in the Black Desert too long? Am I hallucinating? How can there be a naked girl sunbathing in front of the city gate in this vast desert? This is too unreasonable. Han Sen rubbed his eyes, convincing himself. A hallucination, this must be a hallucination, but he ultimately couldn't resist running over. "No, I have to go see. This hallucination is too real anyway. I'll know if I go take a look." Not far from the girl, Han Sen hid behind a small rock to observe, but when he clearly saw it was truly a young girl completely naked, he pointed at her and thought, my god, it seems real, not a hallucination. When she felt someone watching, she mumbled drowsily, Guozi, stop messing around, I'm sunbathing, Han Sen exclaimed in his heart. Oh no, she's awake, until she realized something was wrong. Her eyes immediately widened. Han Sen was instantly pelted with thrown objects by Wu Mei, who was furious. She yelled, pervert! She jumped up, preparing to kick Han Sen. I'll kill you. Countless attacks aimed at him were blocked. Han Sen grabbed Wu Mei's leg and reminded her, even if you want to kill me, at least put on some clothes first. She was stunned by his words, her cheeks flushed. When she landed, Wu Mei was already wearing a set of white clothes. She hugged herself, still not forgetting to turn back and curse, bastard, go to hell. Han Sen tried to explain, miss, you have to believe me, I am a soldier, a moral soldier, but Wu Mei ignored his words, and turned to kick again. Han Sen frowned and said, this isn't entirely my fault, you appeared naked in broad daylight. Hearing his explanation fall on deaf ears, she grew even angrier. What broad daylight besides you pervert, who else is here? Han Sen grabbed Wu Mei's thigh, rushed over and said, if you keep this up I won't be polite. The next second he held her thigh with one hand and her wrist with the other, pinning her to the ground. She screamed, bastard, let go of me. Han Sen said softly, I'll tie you up first, and once you calm down I'll let you go. After tying Wu Mei, he comfortably tilted his head back and drank water. She turned back and roared, bastard, don't drink my water. Han Sen walked over and held the can to Wu Mei's face. Are you the only one in this city? She turned her face away unhappily, still cursing incessantly. You shameless scoundrel, bastard. Seeing Wu Mei still uncooperative, he simply carried her on his shoulder and walked away. Bound as she was, she could only scream, let go of me, let go of me. Han Sen walked, thinking to himself, it seems no one lives here. The Dongchuan aura field also senses no life. Arriving at the formation, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Here it is. In such a small fortress, besides the alien spirit temple, there was only the teleportation array in the square. Wu Mei looked at the place, pondering in confusion. A teleportation array? Han Sen asked, is the teleportation array here unusable? He cast his gaze towards a nearby spot. Is that the alien spirit temple? After speaking, Han Sen carried Wu Mei again and walked towards it. She continuously tried to stop him. Stop. There's a terrifying alien spirit inside, you can't go in. He showed no concern for her warning. What terrifying alien spirit could there be in such a small fortress? Moreover, the teleportation array in the square was unusable. If there really was a terrifying alien spirit inside, how did she get out? Wu Mei gritted her teeth and replied, I've never been out. Han Sen put her down and with a playful look in his eyes asked, don't tell me all your water and supplies were brought in before you came. Wu Mei replied indignantly, that's right, you bastard pervert, give me back my water. The two were standing in front of the Dongchuan temple. He observed carefully for a while, thinking, there's no life aura inside. It's completely impossible for an alien spirit to exist. Han Sen carried Wu Mei and pushed the door open, walking in. Her screams were still incessant. Let go of me, if you want to die, go by yourself, don't drag me into it. He didn't care at all, seemingly accustomed to it, but he was somewhat vigilant as he entered the place. HMPH, it feels really cold. Sensing something amiss, Han Sen quickly put down Wu Mei and took out his weapon. Danger, something is approaching. The next second a long iron chain flew towards his location. The black iron chain, as thick as a fist, immediately wrapped around Han Sen's weapon. He looked at the source of the chain, a person tightly bound to a large pillar. This is the alien spirit of this temple, but why is it chained to the pillar? The royal alien spirit's hair was disheveled, covering almost its entire face, with only two eyes gleaming. Its whole body was pierced by iron chains. Han Sen's gaze sharpened, looking at it and thinking, I didn't expect there really was an alien spirit, but the Dongchuan aura field couldn't observe its life force. He immediately picked up Wu Mei, turned and ran, using his power to protect himself. Then sped away. She screamed in terror, it's over. This time we're definitely going to die. I don't even have a boyfriend yet. I don't want to die, let's surrender. At this moment he moved extremely fast, continuously dodging and turning to avoid the alien spirit's chain attacks. Wu Mei's screams still echoed in the darkness. We're dead, it's my turn. The alien spirit's eyes gleamed with madness and cruelty. Those lightning-fast iron chains were all enveloped in immense power. He laughed with great interest. Han Sen desperately dodged all of this, secretly thinking, such a powerful alien spirit, could it be a super alien spirit? Should I retreat first? Those iron chains continuously attacked him, and the Dongchuan Sutra's movement technique was pushed to its limit, but he still couldn't escape the stone temple. Wu Mei screamed desperately, and Han Sen still pondered, damn it, I can't defeat a chained super alien spirit. After running a distance away from the alien spirit, he glanced back. It was still wildly swinging the iron chains. Although he couldn't observe its chi circulation, he could remember how it used the iron chains. Once I grasp its pattern, I can figure out a way to escape. Han Sen carried her and flew out of the place, returning to Royal Stone Ancient City. Wu Mei, terrified and teary-eyed, bastard pervert, put me down. He gently put her down, smiling awkwardly as he untied her. Sorry, I forgot about you. Wu Mei glared at him. You did it on purpose. Once untied, she unceremoniously pushed Han Sen away. Go to hell. Wu Mei stood at a distance from him, but Han Sen sensed something approaching. Something is approaching. He walked over to Wu Mei, who was sitting on the steps, and asked, "Little sister, besides that alien spirit, are there other terrifying creatures here?" she whispered. "Yes, there are." Suddenly, a fox-like creature leaped from a distance, seeming to want to attack both of them. Han Sen quickly summoned his weapon while hearing her call out Guozi. Wu Mei hugged the giant beast and he asked in surprise again, "Is this Guozi?" She didn't care at all, very happily stroking its face. "Guozi, you're finally back." Han Sen just stood there observing, then commented, "Guozi, the life force emanating from this alien beast by all appearances is that of a super god creature." Taking another look, Wu Mei had already climbed onto Guozi's back. She pointed at him and commanded, "Guozi, this bad pervert bullied me, quickly teach him a lesson." It immediately extended its claws and flew fiercely, preparing to attack him. Han Sen remained calm, merely standing with folded arms, then called out Little Silver. It jumped up and shot a bolt of electricity, making both Wu Mei and Guozi tremble from the shock. Her divine beast painfully collapsed to the ground. He used his ability to assess the giant creature. This is a second-generation super divine beast. The way its chi circulates inside is definitely not wrong. Despite its large size, it can actually produce Little Silver. Wu Mei propped herself up, gritting her teeth and cursing, "Like master, like pet, all bad things." After speaking, she also thought, this pervert actually managed to escape from the alien spirit temple, and his little silver fox actually beat Guozi so badly. Han Sen appeared behind Wu Mei like lightning, making her wary. "What do you want to do? I warn you, I'm very strong. Don't mess around." His face was serious and his tone was cold. "I have a few questions for you. If you can answer them to my satisfaction, I'll let the furry thing attacking me slide, otherwise I'll strip you naked and throw you into the alien spirit temple." Wu Mei immediately changed her attitude upon hearing this. "Big brother, in such a large second sanctuary, to meet in this small fortress in the desert, it's fate, isn't it? What's the point of fighting and killing?" Scene change. Han Sen was comfortably lying on a long chair drinking water, while Wu Mei sat on another chair and said, "I never expected to be teleported to this cursed place. As soon as I arrived, I encountered an alien beast and an alien spirit fighting, which gave me a chance to escape from the alien spirit temple, and then I was trapped in this desert sanctuary." Although her tone was a bit softer than at first, she still couldn't help but curse inwardly. "This bastard, stop drinking, save Sem for me." Wu Mei looked at Guozi, who was playing with Little Silver not far away. "Fortunately, I met Guozi so I could survive here, mainly relying on the prey Guozi brought back." Han Sen sat up, continued to drink water, and then said, "Guozi must be the descendant of that alien beast." He tilted his head, wanting more water. "Counselor Zhou of the Senate, the Zhou family has many members. You are so young and have already perfected your god genes. Promoting to the second sanctuary, it seems you have some status in the Zhou family." Wu Mei looked at Han Sen's hand already touching the water bottle. She couldn't help but ponder. "That's the last can. I haven't dared to drink it for half a year." Finally, she snatched the can of water and quickly drank it all under the boy's surprised gaze. After drinking, she even crumpled the can and threw it on the ground. Wu Mei propped her chin, head held high, and said, "Do what you will. I won't play along. I'd rather die with dignity." As Han Sen moved, she cautiously jumped a few meters away. "What do you want to do?" He pulled down one side of his glasses and smiled faintly. "Do I need to report to you where I want to go?" Wu Mei watched Han Sen turn and walk away, only able to smile obediently. "No, big brother can do whatever he wants." At the city gate of Royalstone Ancient City, Guozi was standing behind the city wall, and Little Silver was lying down meowing in its sleep. Wu Mei looked at the small beast with disgust. "Like master, like pet, they're both annoying, all bad things," she muttered in frustration. "Should I escape? But the desert is vast, where can I escape to? But if I don't escape," Wu Mei thought of Han Sen making perverted moves on her. Little beauty at that time, she would desperately refuse as usual, "Don't come near." But Wu Mei immediately shook her head, dismissing these thoughts. "I'm still so young and beautiful, that bad guy will definitely ruin me." When she saw that he had been gone for a long time and hadn't returned, she couldn't help but ask herself, "He's been in there all afternoon, nothing bad happened, right?" Wu Mei walked along the street Han Sen had just taken, searching back and forth. "Hey, where are you? Are you still here?" No one answered, and Wu Mei was a little worried. Strange, where did he go? Did he already leave? Suddenly, a stone hit her head, making her yelp in pain. Turning around, she saw that he had returned, holding 2 large bags of food. "Ah, you haven't left yet." "Wait, where did you get all this stuff?" Han Sen calmly looked at the bag in his hand and replied, "I bought it, of course. Where else would I get it from?" Wu Mei rushed over without hesitation. No, I mean, where did you buy these things?" Han Sen looked at her as if she were an idiot, thinking, is she stupid? Of course, from a vending machine. Wu Mei put her hands on Han Sen's shoulders and said loudly, You actually managed to get out? How did you get out? Wasn't there a terrifying alien spirit guarding it?" Han Sen recalled how easily he had walked out, even using his blood blade, and simply replied, "I just walked out." Wu Mei immediately bowed 90 degrees. "Big brother, if this little sister has done anything wrong before to displease you, I beg you please forgive me for my youth and ignorance." Seeing this, Han Sen's mouth curved slightly into a smile as he said, "All right, seeing your sincere attitude, I'll forgive you." Wu Mei's face immediately lit up with a smile, saying, "That's great, big brother. Quick, take me out. I'll repay you handsomely." Han Sen stroked his chin, looking at her with suspicion. "I only said I'd forgive you, not that I'd take you out." Wu Mei was so annoyed that she couldn't help but point at Han Sen's face. What exactly do you want?" Han Sen replied unceremoniously, "Nothing, I just don't want to take you out." After saying that, he calmly drank a can of water, but the next second Wu Mei snatched the items from his bag, making him spit out water unexpectedly. You drank my water just now, consider this compensation. She walked to Guozi provocatively saying, if you don't take me out I'll bite you to death, and eat all of them. Han Sen merely smiled faintly. Did she think getting rid of an alien spirit was as easy as going for a stroll? But when he looked again, Wu Mei had already eaten nearly half of the food. Han Sen glanced at her, calculating in his mind that if he took her out, the Zhou family would know he was with her. Should he take her out of the desert? Watching Wu Mei comfortably lying on Guozi after a satisfying meal, Han Sen continued to think that if he didn't take her out, he would surely incur the Zhou family's resentment. If he took her and something happened to her in the Black Desert, the Zhou family would also blame him. What a hassle. That night at the gate of Royal Stone Ancient City, Wu Mei was already asleep. Han Sen stood by, arms crossed, looking at her, thinking, it's not easy being a good person. It's better to keep this from the Zhou family. I still have a chance to get her out of here. The next morning the sun had already risen. Wu Mei woke up lazily on the long bench, stretching and yawning. The next second her eyes snapped open, realizing something was wrong. Wu Mei stood up and looked around for a while. Even Guozi let out a questioning meow. Not seeing Han Sen, she sat down on the chair in despair, 2 lines of tears flowing down. Did he leave? Did he really leave? She could no longer suppress her emotions and began to sob and shout. She had been trapped in this godforsaken place for half a year. Whether good or bad, she had finally met someone. Even if they fought every day, it was better than nothing. In another place, Han Sen was riding on the beast god's back entering Black Mountain. He held little Silver in his arms, recalling Wu Mei's warning. Wu Mei said there was a very peculiar 2-tailed scorpion in the mountain. Even Guozi was very afraid of it, so it must be a super god creature. Thinking this, Han Sen immediately pointed in a direction and ordered the beast god, Life Aura, let's head in that direction. On a mountain, a huge explosion echoed, followed by scattering rocks. A giant 2-tailed scorpion was incessantly striking the ground with its tails. Han Sen saw the faint light emanating from the creature and shouted, found it. Looking at the giant scorpion's peculiar shape, he couldn't help but be surprised that there was no life aura flowing. This was a first-generation supergod creature. What a pity, there would be no life gene essence available from it. In Black Mountain, the giant scorpion was incessantly striking the mountain with its 2 tails. Han Sen stood far away, holding little Silver in his arms, thinking, after digging for a long time, this hole must be 2 or 3 meters deep. What exactly is this guy trying to do? Is it crazy trying to dig a well for water? In just a moment it dug even deeper, with only its tails still swinging up and down. Han Sen jumped down without hesitation. It was already out of sight. It seemed there was still a secret below. When he landed next to the hole, Han Sen used his super god armor to protect himself, and he softly said to the little fox beside him, Little Silver, let's go down and see. After putting on his armor, Han Sen jumped down without hesitation to explore. In the stone cave, he hid in one spot, looking around and hearing some unknown sounds. Han Sen walked and muttered to himself, what's that sound? He saw the scorpion cutting a strange tree trunk with its 2 tails, then it tilted it, and something was clearly wriggling inside. It brought it to its mouth and began to eat heartily. Seeing this, Han Sen couldn't help but be surprised. What's inside? Insects. Are these insects also alien creatures? Han Sen secretly observed. Super god creatures usually don't need to eat. The purple-tailed scorpion eating these things. Does this indicate it has entered its gestation period? As the scorpion got closer to where he was hiding, he grew somewhat worried. It's coming. Han Sen immediately used his godblood gauntlets and a pair of fiery red wings appeared behind him. Get out first. The next second he had already flown out of the deep pit. Han Sen flew high and looked at the scorpion, a calculating expression on his face. If it really entered its gestation period, killing it now would be too wasteful. He watched its figure gradually recede, thinking, I'll wait until it gives birth and make my move. That way we can get the life essence of a second-generation supergod creature. Han Sen bent down and placed little Silver on the ground. I'll go down and check again. You guard here, don't let that thing come back and trap me inside. Returning to the stone cave, he calmly walked around inspecting the things the scorpion had eaten. Han Sen picked up a branch and snapped it with force, even his hand trembling slightly. Too hard, it took a while to break the thing. He gritted his teeth, thinking, such a hard thing, I'd used all my strength to break it, but the purple-tailed scorpion can easily snap it. When Han Sen heard a faint sound nearby, he looked and saw an insect crawling out of another section of the trunk. What's that sound? Isn't that the big white worm from the bamboo? He immediately pulled out his weapon and pointed at it vigilantly. The alien creatures here are probably not simple either. An arrow shot straight at the white worm, causing its internal fluids to splatter, and it stopped moving. Han Sen approached the mutated creature. How can a mutated creature breathe out cold air? Can only supergod creatures use special energy? That's too strange. I need to kill a few more to see. He summoned his weapon, the blazing Tyrannosaurus, and slashed fiercely at the air. A system notification popped up. Successfully hunted a mutated creature, the Xuanming silkworm. Obtained mutated beast soul Xuanming silkworm. Consuming its flesh and blood can grant 10 mutated gene points, Han Sen retorted. Is a concealed weapon beast soul a one-time use? He looked at the scorched silkworm cocoon in his hand, and the next second he violently threw it out. Han Sen threw it against a nearby wall, and in an instant the area was completely frozen. He exclaimed happily, just a mutated level beast soul, yet it can unleash ice-type energy. This thing is really interesting. If I could get a godblood level Xuanming silkworm beast soul, it might be very useful. Han Sen quickly squatted down, putting them one by one into his bag. It's best to leave some food for the purple-tailed scorpion so it can quickly give birth to a second-generation supergod creature. It wouldn't be too late to deal with it then. Suddenly, he noticed something. Han Sen used his ability to check. Something was approaching. A giant silkworm was rushing over at extreme speed. Could it be a god blood level Xuanming silkworm? He cautiously took out his weapon, preparing himself. The life aura was too powerful. Han Sen used his power god blood burst, but then he discovered that there were such creatures everywhere in the cave rushing towards him simultaneously. Han Sen stammered in shock. And no, impossible, how can there be so many god blood bursts? Han Sen vigilantly looked around. Dozens of god blood creatures might not even have one burst. The number of ice silkworms here is so large, wouldn't that mean tens of thousands of god blood creatures? He raised his weapon and pointed it directly at those creatures. Rather than guessing, it's better to kill one to verify and everything will be clear. Each name struck one of them, causing the silkworm to spit out a puff of green smoke. The system screen displayed. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted mutated Xuanming silkworm. No beast soul obtained. Consuming flesh and blood can randomly grant 10 mutated gene points. Han Sen still couldn't believe it. Mutated? How could it be a mutated Xuanming silkworm? How could a mutated level Xuanming silkworm have such a powerful life aura? He incessantly brandished the blazing Tyrannosaurus, slashing at the air. The flames from the weapon scorched the silkworms, making them fall. No, Han Sen became even more frenzied. The Xuanming silkworms in the bamboo could spew out cold air, which even god blood creatures found difficult to do. Now these ice crystal-like Xuanming silkworms had such a powerful life aura. The system displayed again. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted mutated Xuanming silkworm. Obtained mutated beast soul Xuanming silkworm. Consuming flesh and blood can randomly grant 10 mutated gene points. He concluded that something must be influencing them. Han Sen looked at the scorched silkworm in his hand. Although the name and species were the same, its size was much larger. He violently threw it to the ground, and the freezing range was also much larger, and the power was stronger. It was also a mutated Xuanming silkworm beast soul, so why was there such a big difference? The stone cave was still very deep. Han Sen glanced at it and quickly decided that he had to go in and see what was influencing these Xuanming silkworms. In Black Mountain, Little Silver still obediently stayed by the cave entrance. Han Sen's voice came from below, calling, "Little Silver, come down, it's time for an adventure." Hearing this, it happily and quickly turned its head and jumped into the cave entrance without hesitation. In the stone cave, Little Silver was already sitting steadily on Han Sen's armor. As he walked in, many silkworms wriggled on the ground in tree trunks. Han Sen turned to the little fox and said, "Little Silver, don't you feel it's getting colder and colder?" The small beast merely grunted, seemingly confirming his words. Han Sen looked up at the towering bamboo. The bamboo here was also different from outside. Could it be that the bamboo inside was also growing larger and larger? After walking a few more steps, he suddenly stopped. Han Sen was in front of an unusually large tree. He looked at it seriously. If there were Xuanming silkworms inside, he wondered how big they would be. Let's try to observe with the Dongxuan aura field. Green light emanated, shooting towards the trunk, but unexpectedly it was completely ineffective. The Dongxuan aura field couldn't penetrate these bamboo stalks. Han Sen continued deeper. It seemed the secret was close at hand. After walking for a while, the surroundings seemed to be shrouded in a faint chill. Even with his armor, he couldn't help but shiver. It was too cold. Suddenly, a strange glowing plant appeared before his eyes. The flower was in full bloom, emitting a mesmerizing glow and a soft aura. Han Sen frowned slightly. Narcissus. He happily realized that this must be where the secret lay. Would such a magical place have a super god creature guarding it? But before he had walked a few steps, Han Sen couldn't help but complain, "Too cold, too cold." Upon closer inspection, he found a figure sitting there. Someone. Han Sen immediately assumed a defensive stance without hesitation. The person was just sitting there completely motionless, making him wonder, is this a human? How can there be a human in such a place? Han Sen walked forward and greeted enthusiastically, "Friend, what's your name?" "Friend, I mean no harm. I just stumbled in here by accident. Can we chat?" He noticed that although the person still had an aura around them, they didn't respond at all. Not a living person, but clearly has a life aura. Han Sen stood upright, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This combat suit was popular at least 100 years ago. Could this person be from over 100 years ago? He noticed the man's bag. Han Sen leaned in, intending to take the item out. What was in the bag? But for some reason, Little Silver suddenly bristled and let out an angry hiss. In the cold stone cave, Han Sen also noticed Little Silver displaying ferocity and vigilance towards the pool. Something beneath the surface made the water splash, and tentacles rushed towards him. But he quickly retreated. This place was indeed problematic. Han Sen turned around, weapon in hand, and began to run. When the water column shot out, he countered with a fierce strike from his blazing Tyrannosaurus, blocking the attack. Han Sen violently blocked those strange tentacles with his weapon, but ultimately failed to completely block them, and one struck his armor. So cold, the chill had already entered his body. Little Silver bristled, shooting out a bolt of electricity that spread all around. In the hazy smoke, the water column still continuously attacked Han Sen. Shouted loudly, "Don't move," however. His beast soul seemed to have lost control at this moment, continuously unleashing huge bolts of electricity. When a water column shot out, he blocked it with his weapon, but was then struck by two more water columns from below. Han Sen let out a roar as if releasing himself. He still insisted on blocking all attacks and broke through them. Han Sen turned around and shouted loudly, "Little Silver, come here quickly." As his beast soul jumped, he quickly grabbed it, then continued to run. Han Sen rushed out of the hazy smoke and the dark power. He bent down to pick something up and quickly turned around. Let's go. Han Sen quickly picked up Little Silver and his weapon and ran. After running for a distance, he bent down exhaustedly. Fortunately, I have the demon horn beast soul here. Han Sen looked at the Narcissus in the distant pool. He couldn't help but sigh. What exactly were those terrifying water columns? Han Sen looked at the items in the man's bag and firmly said, hopefully the item in his chest can prove the man's identity. He opened the bag, which was full of cards, all very old crystal cards. It seemed they belonged to someone from 100 years ago. Han Sen quickly discovered something special. Zhou Mingshui Mao. He held the item and looked. It seems this organization has existed for a long time. Could it really be related to the Blood Life sect? Han Sen pulled out a card. The ID card was identical to the one his grandfather had left behind, but when he pulled out another, he was already stunned. Special Investigation Bureau 7th Action Team Investigator Y. Zhen. Han Sen looked back at the man who was still sitting there quietly, motionless. Qin Zan once said, the Qin family has a senior in the Special Investigation Bureau 7th Action Team. Could it be him? He tightly gripped his weapon and rushed towards the man. A strong life aura still emanated from him. That couldn't be fake. In other words, he's still alive. As Han Sen got closer, the water columns emerged again, as if warning him. This was it. This was also the only chance. He swung his arms twice, blocking all the tentacles' attacks, then rushed towards the man. Han Sen glanced. Only he could tell him what exactly happened to the 7th Action Team. Every time a water column attacked, he countered with his weapon. Han Sen struggled to concentrate and fight them, but due to their sheer number, his waist was entangled at some point. Han Sen immediately summoned his Little Silver. It swiftly unleashed powerful currents at the water columns. His hands were tightly entangled by the creature, making it impossible to move or continue fighting. He immediately gave an order to summon. A golden light flashed, and the angel, sword in hand, appeared and cut off the water columns. Han Sen regained his strength, gripping his weapon tightly as he told the angel, well done, kill it quickly. The angel flew over without hesitation, and a few flashes of sword light repelled the water columns. In the ice pool of the stone cave, the angel wielded her sword, fiercely severing the tentacles into several pieces, each strike precise. But these tentacles possessed astonishing regenerative power. From the wounded areas, they rapidly regenerated, forming new ones. Han Sen watched them in surprise, wondering, are those tentacles truly impossible to sever? Looking back at the lake, the creature had fully revealed itself, resembling a giant jellyfish. No, it was because its regeneration speed was too fast. He raised his weapon, thinking the fire attribute of the blazing Tyrannosaurus could perhaps counter this jellyfish. On the other side, the angel was still vigorously severing the monster's tentacles. Han Sen said, it's a pity the sacred battle angel is just a pet. I can't let her use the blazing Tyrannosaurus. He ran to one side of the jellyfish, preparing to attack it, realizing he'd have to seize his own opportunity. But no matter how many were severed, the tentacles grew more and more numerous, completely surrounding the angel. Han Sen gritted his teeth, impossible to sever them at all. Does it truly have no weakness? Just as she was about to be surrounded, the angel raised her sword high, her whole body radiating golden light, scattering some of the creature's tentacles. In an instant she charged down, slicing the giant jellyfish in half. Han Sen excitedly clenched his fists and praised, Angel, well done, but the creature's regenerative power still didn't stop. It began to reassemble. In a flash it had restored itself to its original complete form. He widened his eyes in surprise. It's still not dead, is it truly immortal? Green tentacles one after another rushed towards Han Sen, forcing him to dodge quickly. Oh my god! Han Sen's gaze swept over the cluster of narcissus flowers. They were still blooming vibrantly amidst the fierce battle. He frowned slightly. How strange, in this confined space with such chaotic fighting, why are the narcissus completely unaffected? Watching every attack movement of the giant creature, Han Sen then realized this jellyfish was protecting the narcissus. No, if these water currents were controlled by the jellyfish, then when the jellyfish was injured, the water currents would definitely stop and become chaotic. He finally concluded, this narcissus flower was undoubtedly controlling the water currents. Han Sen charged with his blazing Tyrannosaurus. Right or wrong, he had to try. Otherwise, if the battle continued like this, he couldn't possibly kill this jellyfish. Meanwhile, the angel was still vigorously attacking the jellyfish's tentacles. He leaped high, pointing his weapon at the narcissus. With one strike from Han Sen, a powerful flame ignited. Take this! His flames, like a death sentence, surged directly towards the beautiful narcissus cluster. They tried to block Han Sen with ice, but he didn't give in easily. Trying to freeze me? Not that easy, Han Sen roared. Break! The blade immediately pierced through the hard ice, shattering it. The flames quickly incinerated the first, largest narcissus flower. The narcissus cluster emitted a cold chill, making him frown and exclaimed, so cold! The narcissus was frozen into an ice sculpture. Then from the center of the flower a winged girl, looking like a fairy, gradually appeared. His eyes filled with determination as he looked at it. This must be the main body. Han Sen raised his weapon again, aiming at the fairy. He roared, concentrating all his strength into this one strike. But when the blade was only a short distance from it, it extended its hand and gently blocked the strike. Not only that, but it also vibrated Han Sen's weapon back. His hands were covered in blood, too terrifying. Did I not even last one move? The little fairy left the Narcissus and flew up. Han Sen was slightly surprised. His judgment was correct. This was indeed the super god creature's true form. This super god creature was born from a plant. He switched weapons, using a bow and arrow to shoot at the fairy in the ice pool of the stone cave. 3 arrows were shot consecutively, but none hit the little fairy circling in the air. Han Sen stared at it, cursing. Down so fast. When the fairy counterattacked, the angel quickly blocked in front of him. Counterattacking, she flew to a different spot, retreating as if to gather strength. In an instant, she seemed to be walking in the air, fighting the fairy. Han Sen exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect her to be evenly matched with the angel. Suddenly, a flash of light as fast as lightning made him look over in confusion. It turned out Little Silver was running towards the Narcissus cluster. Han Sen shouted, "Little Silver!" The little fox merely gently picked up a Narcissus petal. He watched with wide eyes in surprise, not understanding Little Silver's actions, but when it jumped back onto Han Sen, he could only let it be. Forget it, let it be. He walked to Wei Jen, preparing to take him away. I must find a way to move him to the bamboo forest so the angel and others don't hurt him. Han Sen was a little surprised to see the ice on the man's face gradually melting. The ice is melting. Is it because the Narcissus was destroyed? He quickly picked up the man and ran. After putting him down, Han Sen tried poking his cheek to check. It's regaining elasticity. Thawed not according to medical requirements. I wonder if he'll survive. Wei Jen's eyelids trembled slightly, and his life aura was gradually growing stronger. His eyes moved. He intently observed his every movement, thinking, this person is truly Wei Jen, then his awakening might unravel the initial mystery. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Han's senator. Han Sen placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, "You're awake, can you hear me?" Wei Jen seemed to still be disoriented, remaining silent, but soon he reacted, grabbing Han Sen's arm, his voice broken as he shouted, "Careful, careful, Jing Qi." After saying that, he spat a mouthful of blood onto Han Sen's face. Han Sen was still bewildered. "What did you say?" He quickly supported Wei Jen, trying to say loudly, "What's wrong? Don't die, don't die." But he fell backward and died on the spot. Han Sen silently watched him, saying nothing more. He finally laid Wei Jen on the ground, checking his body. His breath, heartbeat, and life aura had all completely vanished. Han Sen reached into his pocket, his finger pointing to the pocket on his own combat suit. "Is he trying to remind me of something?" He took out an old item. Indeed, there was something. "It's a tablet." Han Sen opened it, and a line of text read, "Bloodline Life Sutra." He was somewhat surprised. The Bloodline Life Sutra, isn't that the scripture that records the doctrines and myths of the Bloodlife cult? After the Bloodlife cult was designated a cult, the Bloodline Life Sutra also became a forbidden book and was destroyed. Han Sen looked again at Wei Jen lying on the ground. Why did he want him to see this? Be careful of Jing Qi. Why be careful of Jing Qi? After a brief moment of thought, he realized this was not a religious scripture at all, but a Qi cultivation technique. Han Sen happily and carefully folded the tablet. This Qi cultivation technique is extremely profound. Even compared to the ice skin jade bone technique, it's not inferior. At the edge of the ice pool, the battle was still fierce. He raised his weapon and shot an arrow, but the fairy still dodged it as fast as lightning. Useless. It moves very quickly and can easily dodge crossbow bolts. Han Sen used the power of the Dongchuan Sutra, thinking, only this move has a chance to restrain the fairy. If I strike directly before it can stop me, I might be able to injure it. Watching the fairy fly wherever the light followed, he couldn't help but smile. This fairy has life aura flowing, so killing it will allow me to absorb life gene essence, but it looks so cute, it's a little hard to bring myself to do it. A moment later, a layer of ice had formed around his armor. He said, smiling contentedly, "The cold energy is truly pure." Having already simulated its Qi circulation, as long as he predicted its movement trajectory, he would launch a surprise attack the moment it moved. 2 spears shot at the fairy simultaneously. It could only use ice to block one. The other struck because it couldn't react in time, sending it crashing into a nearby rock. Excellent, it worked. The little fairy gnashed its teeth fiercely, and Han Sen even provoked it. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll use the blazing Tyrannosaurus." At this moment, in the stone cave and ice lake, Han Sen was still fiercely entangled with the praying mantis monster, the situation as tense as a stretched bowstring, showing no signs of stopping. Not good. Seeing the situation precarious, he ran, carrying the little fox, pondering. Even a full-power dragon elephant strike just now failed to injure it. He was no match for it now. However, blessings and misfortunes come together. He was not fighting alone. Fortunately, he still had the angel. She stepped forward, covering Han Sen's retreat, giving him time to escape. But when he looked back, Han Sen still saw the praying mantis hot on his heels, still chasing. At this moment, he had run into the stone cave's bamboo forest, and the monster was still sticking to him like super glue. What bad luck! But on second thought, he felt this scorpion wasn't so bad. Running out compared to that little fairy, this 2-tailed scorpion might be much easier to deal with. However, just as he was about to act, he seemed to accidentally slip. But even so, it didn't faze Han's senator. He quickly collected himself, thinking, "Let's see who's faster." He began to concentrate all his strength in his toes, gathering momentum, preparing to rush forward like a god. Han Sen was like a shooting star at this moment, continuously teleporting from one place to another, almost blinding the scorpion. After a series of dazzling dodges, he was as happy as if he had won the lottery. finally getting rid of the creature. Han Sen didn't foolishly stay behind but left immediately, letting the two monsters talk it out among themselves. Letting this two-tailed scorpion deal with that little fairy might buy some time. However, unexpectedly, the scorpion seemed to have a special affection for him, chasing relentlessly. My God, Han Sen is utterly annoyed by this persistent creature and can only flee desperately. These two are truly demonic, constantly clinging to me. And now that he had arrived at a new location, the Baishan Mountains, wow, the scorpion was still trailing Han Sen, still chasing. At this moment the sacred battle angel, though in the thick of battle, still landed gracefully like a phantom. The scorpion used its sharp pincers to sting Han Sen's lower body, making him let out a painful scream like a bee sting. On my butt, after being kissed by that thing and feeling excruciating pain, he boldly thought the scorpion's tail was really hard. Even the super burst armor was pierced. While Han Sen endured myriad hardships outside, Lei still leisurely lay under an umbrella in Royal Stone Ancient City. Without him by her side, she was incredibly frustrated, constantly cursing, "Bastard, pervert, scumbag. I curse you to be eaten by alien creatures, but if he really gets eaten by alien creatures then no one will talk to me." Suddenly, a faint figure in the distance caught Lei's attention. Is someone approaching? Is that guy back? In the blink of an eye, Han Sen rushed towards her, pulling her along. At this moment, Lei hadn't even had time to figure out what was happening before he dragged her away. She hadn't realized the gravity of the situation and kept cursing Han Sen, "Bastard, pervert, scumbag, let go of me." The next second, Han Sen said something that made Lei immediately shut up. "Look behind you, do you really want me to let go? Oh my God, he's not kidding. That purple scorpion actually chased us all this way." Only then did she gradually understand why he made such speechless moves. Lei's face changed faster than flipping a book, urging Han Sen, "Big brother, run quickly. Now we're going to die together." He had the legs of a marathon runner, and soon they rushed into the city. Han Sen ran while looking back at the situation. Has Little Silver stopped? Only one two-tailed scorpion. This is much easier to deal with than that one. However, before they could do anything, the lion sprang out, blocking the scorpion's path. Seeing the fluffy four-legged creature appear, Lei quickly recognized Little Guozi. Seeing its lack of strength but eagerness to show off, she immediately pleaded, "Quickly save it, Little Guozi is no match for that scorpion." It used to run whenever it saw that scorpion, however. Little Silver charged forward very bloodthirstily at this moment. Little Silver, then it put on a magnificent show of peerless cat saves master, unleashing lightning to electrocute the scorpion. Seizing this opportunity, the lion also pounced and bit the scorpion. Great Dai, these two monsters, originally thought to be incompatible, surprisingly cooperated tacitly. They combined forces to defeat it. Little Silver, well done. The lion was determined not to disappoint Lei and engaged in a fierce fight with the scorpion. Seeing the time was ripe, Han Sen gave the order, "Sacred Battle Angel, charge." Sword in hand, she swiftly and dangerously thrust at the scorpion, sending it to reincarnation. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted supergod creature two-tailed scorpion. No beast soul obtained. Can collect life gene essence. Can randomly grant 0 to 10 supergod gene points. In Royal Stone Ancient City, this scorpion had officially gone offline and departed to another world. However, at this moment, another item caught Han Sen's attention. He noticed an extremely precious item next to Little Silver, so he quickly shouted, "Sacred Battle Angel, grab it." It was truly fortunate that she prevented this precious item from falling into Little Silver's belly just in time. Seeing the delicious meal within reach yet snatched away, it was extremely irritated, its face wrinkling up as if a monkey had eaten chili. He gently walked over to Little Silver, stroking it and explaining, "You already swallowed that narcissus flower. This one is mine." After the lion's bitter struggle with the scorpion, Lei couldn't help but feel distressed. "Little Guozi, you must hold on, I'll save you." Even Han Sen, with all his iron heart, couldn't help but ask with concern, "How is it?" She was now in tears, looking very pitiful. "Little Guozi was poisoned by the scorpion. Please go back to the Alliance and buy some antidote for me. I'll do anything you want." "Please." But seizing this opportunity, he also thought a bit more. "Really anything," Lei confirmed without hesitation. "Yes." Then Han Sen took out paper and pen, mysteriously writing something. "Then sign this." She held the contract a bit stiffly. A contract of servitude. Although Lei truly needed Han Sen's help, after reading the contract she just wanted to strangle him. When Han Sen needed to control Little Guozi, he even wanted to buy Little Guozi and even bully Little Guozi. What was going on? Seeing Lei say so, he didn't say anything more. "I have only one condition. Whether you sign it or not is up to you." However, seeing her beloved lion on the brink of danger, she had no other choice. "I'll sign." After reaching an agreement, Han Sen handed Lei a bottle of medicine. "Oh, by the way, here's the antidote. Take it." Lei didn't dare to delay for a second, immediately feeding the medicine to the lion. Meanwhile, he secretly thought, "With this young lady's personality, if I take her along there will definitely be endless trouble. Only this way can I make her obey." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 2 days had passed. At this moment the lion was as strong as an ox and could now happily run and play with Lei. Han Sen, however, was still deep in thought. Purple orb successfully hunted. Unable to obtain a soul for hunting an incomplete supergod creature. Consuming its flesh and blood can randomly grant 0 to 5 supergod gene points. Reading this, he was somewhat surprised. Incomplete? but an accidental success was better than starting from scratch. Getting supergod genes was better than nothing. Before he could even swallow what was in his mouth, Lele seemed to smell something, poking her head in to ask, "What are you secretly eating?" Han Sen immediately switched into domineering CEO mode. "Little Guozi seems to have recovered pretty well. I think it's time to take you out of here." But another danger awaited them outside. Therefore he was determined to resolve this matter completely. He had to find a way to eliminate the little fairy or shake her off. Back at the Alliance base, Han Sen was calling Qin Zan for help. In the Alliance base dormitory, after seeing her answer the phone, he asked directly, "Captain Qin, do you remember saying you had an elder who worked in the Special Investigation Bureau? Was it Qin Weijun?" "That's right, it was Qin Weijun." "Who told you?" Hearing her confirm it, he recounted his experience. "I was on my way to the Blue Star Fortress when I met an old man who said he was a friend of Qin Weijun." "According to what I know," Han Sen recalled, "the old man said Qin Weijun never came out after entering the Black Desert and might have died in there." Hearing this, Qin Zan thought it was utter nonsense, completely shameless. "You've definitely been tricked. Great-grandfather was one of the first people to enter the fortress world. He died not long after coming out. How could he have died in a fortress, and as a guardian of the second fortress at that?" Han Sen, hearing this, couldn't help but doubt everything. Back then, humanity had only recently discovered the fortresses and didn't know about the different layers. Even if they had, it would have been impossible for them to advance to the second fortress in such a short time. At this moment, he realized he had been tricked and could only force a bitter smile, stretching his legs, having been distracted and deceived. "Sorry, where are you now? Things are getting more complicated now. If that person wasn't Qin Weijun, then who was he? Why could he do Qin Weijun's things?" At this point, Han Sen had already washed himself clean, smelling fresh and sparkling as he pushed the door open and stepped out. Han Sen held his phone, transmitting bloodline power, passing some cultivation abilities to his descendants. Was this more powerful than current gene modification that allows children to win at the starting line? The more he read, the more he felt they were too foolish. It stated that cultivating the Bloodline Life Sutra required a sacred relic of the Blood Life cult. What was a sacred relic? It was passed down through generations by the cult master, forbidden for outsiders to see, and even within the cult, only a few high-ranking members had the chance to see it. Han Sen was now utterly bewildered. How was he supposed to find the sacred relic? In the room, Captain G was chatting with Han Senator. At this moment, a strange wind had brought her here, making him curiously ask, "Captain G, what brings you to my humble dorm?" She replied somewhat bashfully, "Han Sen, my grandfather wants to see you." In the dormitory corridor, Han Sen was surprised after hearing Ji Yanren say, "Grandfather, what does grandfather want to see me for?" Seeing him so clueless, she left somewhat aggrieved after delivering the message, saying nothing more, leaving Han Sen still clueless, not understanding what had happened. "Yanren," he hurriedly chased after her, asking, "What's wrong, Yanren?" Halfway there, he encountered Annie, who was standing with her arms crossed, having witnessed everything, and she reprimanded, "It's truly not worth it for Yanren to be with a scoundrel like you, a grown man letting a girl follow him without a clear understanding and without even proposing. How do you expect her to explain this to her family?" Annie felt annoyed and spoke frankly, "Are you waiting for her to bring it up herself?" Han Sen suddenly realized at this moment, Yanran's grandfather wants to see me to discuss a proposal. That's right, I thought it was still early, planning to bring it up after the mission was complete, but I didn't realize Yanran was under so much pressure at home. He hurried over, waving to her. "Thank you for the reminder, I'll never forget this great kindness." A few days later in Han Sen's dorm, it was unclear what he was planning. On the other side, Ji Yanran was reading in her room when she heard some movement outside which caught her attention. Han Sen, dressed in a professional waiter's uniform, pushed a dining cart and said to the person inside, "Honey, it's me." Hearing his voice, she immediately ran out to open the door, covering her mouth in surprise. "Han Sen, why are you here? What is this?" He opened the cover on the table, revealing various cute-shaped desserts and introduced, "Honey, these are cakes I baked myself. Have a taste." Ji Yanran gasped when she saw the cakes. "Oh, how cute." She picked up a red rabbit-shaped cake with both hands, happily surprised that he could make this. Ji Yanran didn't hesitate, happily tasting it. Han Sen picked up the largest heart-shaped cake in the middle and said to her affectionately, "I know how to do many other things too, you'll find out later." He deliberately held the cake out to Ji Yanran, inviting, "Honey, have a little more." But she didn't pay any attention to Han Sen, reaching out for another piece and exclaiming, "This little turtle is too cute." Ji Yanran glanced at him while eating and urged, "What are you standing here for? Didn't you say you were going to cook? Go make dinner quickly." Han Sen seemed a bit restless and could only awkwardly smile and agree. All right, I'm going now." Then he had no choice but to leave the room, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he peeked through the door crack like a pervert, urging himself. "The heart one, pick the heart one." Ji Yanran was completely unaware of Han Sen's intentions, continuing to sit at the table, eating and reading. But she only ate a few small pieces, saving the heart-shaped one for last. Outside, he was scratching his head in frustration, having been outsmarted by her. "This is illogical. Online guides are so unreliable." Han Sen's narcissistic behavior was noticed by Ji Yanran. She glanced at the half-open door, immediately stood up, opened it, and questioned, "What are you doing?" This sudden movement made him fall to the ground. Han Sen hurriedly picked up the heart-shaped cake and once again invited Ji Yanran to have another piece. But she pushed his hand away, refusing, "No, I can't eat any more." He didn't know if he had tampered with the cake, but he insisted she taste it. Eat it, just a little more. Ji Yanran had no choice but to comply. All right, just a tiny bit more, but her way of eating here was different. Ji Yanran wrapped her arms around Han Sen's shoulders and the two pressed close together. She hugged him, closed her eyes, and kissed him. This sudden action caught Han Sen off guard, and he let out an astonished, "Ah." The subsequent actions are, I presume, understood by all, so I shall not elaborate. A while later he, disheveled, rushed to the bedside and pounced on the heart-shaped cake. After a tedious 10-minute entanglement, Ji Yanran still refused to eat it. So Han Sen simply broke open the cake with his hands, fumbling and searching. "Where's the ring? Where's the ring?" It turned out the reason he kept emphasizing this cake was because he had hidden the ring inside it. Wouldn't it have been much simpler to just make a cake from the start? Han Sen knelt down and presented the ring to Ji Yanran, who covered her mouth with both hands in surprise. He offered a gentle smile, looking at her as he proposed, "Yanran, marry me." Without waiting for her reply, he directly slipped the ring onto Ji Yanran's finger. The entire background also emitted a dazzling light, and he solemnly said, "I want to spend my life with you." It's unclear what happened next, but only a few sounds were heard from the room before Ji Yanran emerged, annoyed but still wearing the ring Han Sen gave her. She cursed. "Go to hell." From the looks of it, the proposal could be considered a success, right? Scene changed to another location. They arrived at the Ji family planet. After the proposal, it was time to meet the in-laws. They came to a place that looked very serene. Green trees and lush mountains, perfect for retirees to live out their golden years and grow vegetables. There was a house near the hillside. Ji Yanran began to introduce, "This is where my grandfather lives, it's his private planet. Even people from the Ji family didn't dare come here. Of course, one should dress appropriately when meeting parents." Han Sen and she strolled around looking everywhere, marveling inwardly at the unbelievable wealth. But if they weren't this wealthy, Ji Rujan would probably have a hard time being elected head of state. As soon as they reached the door, someone came out to greet them. The butler extended his hand and said, "Miss Ji Yanran, the master wishes to see Mr. Han alone." She turned around, adjusted his attire to ensure everything was proper, and admonished, "Han Sen, you must be respectful to grandfather." He replied, "Don't worry." Han Sen followed the butler inside. Walking on a long, flat, bright bridge, the house was surrounded by water imbued with traditional charm. He looked at the surrounding scenery and commented, "Master Ji is indeed an elegant man, unlike me, who's so common. If I were to live here, I wouldn't be happy. Modern cities and high technology are more suited for me." Reaching the house, the butler respectfully bowed. "Master, Mr. Han has arrived." He also politely spoke. Han Sen greets the master. Inside was an old man with white hair and beard. Ji Yanwu said with his eyes closed, "Have a seat." In the Ji family pavilion, Han Sen sat opposite Ji Yanran's grandfather. The two sat facing each other. He observed the person before him, thinking, "This Master Ji is the first half-god expert in the family. The Ji family's current status is all thanks to him." Ji Yanwu was the first to speak, asking him a simple, straightforward question. "Are you ready to marry Yanran?" Although he was elderly, with the marks of time on his face, his gaze was still sharp, carrying an aura of having weathered many storms. Han Sen maintained his composure on the surface, answering affirmatively without batting an eye. "Yes, grandfather, I am determined to marry Yanran. I came here hoping to get your approval." But inwardly he secretly marveled what powerful presence. Ji Yanwu, having received his answer, seemed very satisfied, stroking his beard as he said, "Good, go back and pick a date and invite your mother to discuss the engagement with Rujan." This was probably the fastest and simplest meeting with parents-in-law in history. There was no father-in-law asking about his background nor how he could make his granddaughter happy. It was simply because they were rich. He was just called over as a formality and then dismissed, leaving Han Sen standing outside dumbfounded, asking himself, Is it over? That went too smoothly, didn't it?" Inside, Ji Yanran's grandfather and two parents emerged from somewhere unknown. Ji Yanran's father asked, "Father, what do you think of this young man?" He remained seated, motionless, and replied, "He has a firm character. He is a talent who can be cultivated." But Ji Yanran's mother was still somewhat dissatisfied, saying, "His background is a bit lacking." Ji Yanwu then said, "Humble origins, it doesn't matter, just let him join my Ji family." In the Ji family hall, many people were gathered, aunts, uncles, and so on, all there for the family meeting. Only the parents of both the man and woman sat together to discuss. After chatting for a while, Ji Yanran's mother, holding a teacup, said to Han Sen's mother, "Madam Han makes a lot of sense, so it's settled. There's one more thing. After Han Sen and Yanran get married, I hope they can live with the Ji family. What do you think?" But as a mother, no one wants to leave their child, so she refused. "I'm sorry, Madam Ji. I only have one son. I hope he can stay with me in my old age." She maintained a gentle expression and offered her opinion. "Moreover, he still bears the Han surname, and a man should be independent and support his family. What do you think, Madam Ji?" The relatives outside chimed in. "Madam Han, what era are we in? How can you still say such things? Our Ji family will help him start a business, and you can also benefit from it. Right? Han Sen will be the head of state's son-in-law in the future. If he acts improperly, wouldn't the Ji family lose face?" Although the words were harsh, Sulin had experienced even harsher words from the Han family. She still bravely responded for her son's happiness. "I don't ask for much. I only hope he can stay by my side, inherit the family business, and continue the Han family lineage. That's enough." Just then a figure slowly walked down the stairs and said, "A woman's narrow view." A man's ambition lies in the wider world. You are destroying his future. Sulin still held firm to her decision, retorting, what future can the Ji family give him? The newcomer was none other than Ji Yanran's grandfather. Ji Yanwu, with his hands behind his back, grandly declared, fame across the alliance, dominion over the world. Han Sen's mother frowned, naturally disagreeing with his opinion, and retorted, if that's the future, it would be better to raise children at home. Although Ji Yanran's grandfather had white hair and beard, he was still spry. He immediately walked to Ji Yanran's side, causing her to call out worriedly, Grandfather? Ji Yanwu was very displeased with her attitude and sarcastically said, these two really don't understand. I kindly consider her son's future, yet she wants him to stay home and raise children. What do you take men for? Just a minute ago, he was a lofty figure. However, when he first saw Ji Yanran's grandfather, he panicked, stammering, You are young Miss Lan. So Ji Yanwu even cast aside his dignified image. Under the gaze of many juniors, he knelt to the ground, weeping mournfully. Do you remember old G3? It seemed even Lan Su recognized the person before her and stood up to ask, You are? Ji Yanwu immediately reintroduced himself. I am Ji Yanwu, old G3. 34 years ago, I once saw young Miss at Water Heaven 1 Color Peak, if it weren't for the sacred begonia heartmark on your chest. Old G3 almost committed an offense against young Miss. I hope young Miss will forgive me. Ji Yanran's grandfather knelt on one knee, hands pressed together, deeply moved. Lan Su also hurriedly helped him up, recognizing the person before her. So it's Uncle G3. I wouldn't have recognized you if you hadn't said so. I can't believe so many years have passed in a blink of an eye. Your hair has turned white and I've become a middle-aged woman. Ji Yanwu then asked about an old friend. How is Begonia doing? Han Sen's mother appeared to be just a gentle woman, yet she possessed an extraordinary identity. Han Sen also couldn't figure out what was happening, shrugging at Ji Yanran to indicate he didn't know either, asking himself inwardly, Mom, if your maternal family is so powerful, why is my life still so hard? After the tearful reunion, the entire family finally settled down, sitting together to eat snacks, drink tea, and chat about their concerns. Ji Yanran's father asked, Father, I wonder who Senior Begonia is? Ji Yanwu explained, You might not know Senior Begonia, but if I mention the person who single-handedly entered the 4 divine domains and occupied the half-god area to protect humanity's half-gods, you would certainly know. At this point, a heroic image appeared in their minds, and they exclaimed in unison, Killing God Deluo, he then continued. That was my great-grandfather. I never expected my Ji family to have such good fortune. To be related to young Miss through marriage. Senior Begonia has shown great kindness to my Ji family. A kindness of rebirth. Anyone who dares to disrespect young Miss will be punished by family law without leniency. Upon hearing this, the younger generation immediately did a 360-degree turn in their attitude, all clamoring to fawn over Han Sen's mother. He stood outside watching his mother, marveling inwardly. Is mother really a descendant of killing God Deluo? After the family gathering, Han Sen and his mother were thoroughly escorted home, traveling by flying vehicle. Han Sen complained, Mom, you kept me in the dark so much. Lan Su also replied with a grand demeanor. When did I ever hide anything from you? If you didn't ask, of course I wouldn't tell. He asked with some confusion, if Mom's maternal family is so powerful, why were we bullied so badly by uncle and aunt? Her face showed some displeasure as she explained, those are 2 separate issues. First, your mother and father eloped back then and were disowned by the family. Second, why were we bullied by them? That's because we owed them something. Han Sen got straight to the point, asking, Owed them? What do you mean? But even Lan Su was a bit unclear. Mom isn't sure, your father told me that. Let's not talk about that. Han Sen changed the subject, asking, Mom, your martial arts must be very impressive, right? Why didn't you teach me? She retorted, Are you sure Mom didn't teach you? Are decision-making ability, action techniques, and judgment skills all innate? After Han Sen's mother's powerful family background was revealed, the scene shifted to the Luo family, her maternal family. 2 people sat at a table conversing. Miss Luo has been away for so many years. Who would have thought she'd leave our family such an outstanding young master? If we just send over the Fadian Sutra like this, will that kid cultivate it? The man opposite him took a sip of tea and said with certainty, He will definitely practice it. The Luo family's blood flows in his veins. With our Luo family genes, he will surely practice it. The woman operated the computer for a few moments, then sighed, Miss Luo put in so much effort to escape that vortex. Why bother them again? In the Alliance-based dormitory, Han Sen received a message from the Luo family and shouted excitedly. He held the screen on which the 3 characters Fatian Sutra were clearly displayed, astonishing him. Such a powerful supercore gene art, could it have been sent to the wrong person? Han Sen quickly replied to the sender. The other party responded, Not sent to the wrong person, it's for you. Han Sen asked, Do you know who I am? The other party replied, Han Senator. It seemed the other party hadn't sent it to the wrong person. But he still asked, Who are you? Why are you sending me this supercore gene art? The other party replied, This is what you're owed. If you have any questions during cultivation, you can message me. Han Sen fell into thought. By all appearances, this was a very formidable supercore gene art, and it was explained in detail, so it couldn't be fake. If he successfully cultivated this supercore gene art, perhaps it could help the battle angel eliminate the little fairy. This supercore gene art had arrived under very suspicious circumstances, and the sender was being elusive. He couldn't easily cultivate such a technique of unknown origin. I'd better check the sanctuary community for suitable cultivation techniques. This great thunder fist seems very suitable for me. After choosing a suitable cultivation technique, Han Sen went to Royalstone Ancient City to practice it with the Battle Angel. Wu Mei sat nearby watching, a look of disgust on her face. What a bastard, looking over. He was filled with killing intent, his gaze sharp as he fiercely battled his opponent. Han Sen rushed forward with a powerful punch, like lightning letting out a shout. Wu Mei stood outside, sighing. He's already so strong, why push himself so hard? The power of this strike was like a lightning bolt from the sky, blowing up the entire area. Even Wu Mei, though sitting far away, was knocked backward by the aftershock. She fell, dazed and disoriented. Was that lightning or an earthquake? As the smoke and dust cleared, his figure remained, still in a punching stance. Han Sen looked at his fist, saying excitedly, "Thunder Sound Fist, I've finally mastered it. If this punch can disrupt the little fairy's aura, it will create an opportunity for the Battle Angel." Wu Mei walked up to him, advising him like a seasoned expert. "What kind of messy fist technique are you practicing? It doesn't look like much, it just makes a loud noise, only good for scaring people. How about this young lady, teach you some real kung fu?" He ignored her words, waved and left. "No need. I probably don't have time to learn your real kung fu either." After getting some distance from Wu Mei, Han Sen returned to the Black Desert, looking around with the Battle Angel. Suddenly the little fairy rushed out, attacking both of them with ice powers. Both quickly reacted. The Battle Angel immediately blocked the attack while he ran over to instruct her. "Battle Angel, hold it back and lure it deeper into the desert. When I use my beast soul, absolutely do not let Wu Mei see it." After running for a while, Han Sen found a suitable spot. "This is it." Then his entire body transformed and he put on the magic Ant King armor. Han Sen quickly rushed to the ongoing battle to provide support. Seeing him arrive, the little fairy immediately decided to pick on the weakest target. Abandoning a few moves against the Battle Angel and seizing the opportunity to fly towards Han Sen, this was exactly what he wanted. Perfect. The chance to unleash the great Thunder Sound Fist has come. Han Sen, clad in full armor, leaped into the air like a thunder god. He applied the skill he had just learned 3 minutes ago directly to the battle, striking head-on with his thunderous punch. Although fully armored and seemingly stronger than his enemy, as soon as they clashed, he let out an ah. He was struck by an ice palm, plunging straight into the ground, screaming in pain. However, the little fairy, as expected, was significantly affected by Han Sen's strike, trembling all over as if electrocuted. Seeing this, he seized the opportunity and shouted, "Excellent, Battle Angel, now." The Battle Angel obeyed Han Sen's command, fiercely slashing at the little fairy's back with her sword, causing it to scream in agony. She didn't stop but continued to slash her sword in a charged stance at the sandy ground where the little fairy had fallen, commanding, "Kill it." Facing a giant sword 2 or 3 times larger than its own body, it still had the strength to stand up. He shouted in surprise, "What?" It blocked it. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Han Sen quickly retreated, running to the rear, thinking, "My body is currently in a weakened state. I absolutely cannot let it catch me in the arena." The little fairy was not only undiminished but even had enough strength to freeze the Battle Angel's great blade, temporarily immobilizing it. Seizing this opportunity, it rushed straight towards him. "Just what I feared," Han Sen could only curse. "Damn it, why is it targeting me?" In a moment of crisis, with no other options, he could only resist. He quickly channeled his power and his entire body erupted in flames. He complained, "It was the Battle Angel who hurt you. Why are you coming after me with all your might?" Soon as he just turned around, the little fairy was already approaching at extreme speed. Only one thought flashed through his mind: too late to dodge. At this moment, the little fairy in the Black Desert erupted with power, rushing straight towards Han Sen and delivering an earth-shattering punch. Although he had raised his long staff to block, it still flew straight past, striking him directly in the center of his body with a punch. Wherever it went, everything was frozen. Even with the magic Ant King armor, Han Sen was helpless against this head-on attack. His body was frozen by the attack, and he coughed a few times in pain, thinking, "How terrifying, even my armor was shattered." Han Sen quickly bounced several meters away, maintaining distance from the fairy, and then shouted, "Battle Angel!" The Battle Angel immediately appeared, flying over to strike down the ice shard shot by the little fairy. She slashed the fairy with her sword, sending it to the ground. Han Sen observed this from outside and immediately praised, "Well done." At this moment, the little fairy was already exhausted from fatigue and the aftershocks of the previous attack. It sat up, covered in mud, gritting its teeth as it wiped away the stains. HMPH! Suddenly, the angel vigilantly noticed the little fairy flying into the air at extreme speed, sweeping past him. Han Sen, not seeing clearly, pursued despite his injuries, shouting, "Battle Angel, what's wrong? Did you kill it?" Watching the fairy's retreating figure, he burned with anger, reluctantly saying, "It got away." Han Sen's angry gaze was filled with killing intent, his face showing some impatience as he whispered, "Kill it, don't let it escape." Then he and the angel chased, shouting, "Today I will definitely kill it." Subsequently, in the underground bamboo forest, the little fairy was moving forward at extreme speed. Han Sen and the angel closely followed. Standing before a cave entrance, he looked down while scouting. "That lake is strange, we can't let it go back there. We must catch up quickly." At this moment, the little fairy had already entered, flying straight towards the lake surface, plunging without hesitation into the deep, dark lake water. It seemed to know the paths here like the back of its hand. After the angel and Han Sen entered, they saw a large hole in the center of the lake. He said, "It went into the water. Battle Angel, go check quickly." The angel also didn't hesitate, obediently plunging straight into the deep lake water while he stood above observing. After entering the water, the battle angel chased the fairy, slashing wildly with her sword, but none of her blows landed. Han Sen, noticing this from above, also found it strange, thinking, what's going on? The battle angel's sword can't hit it. At this moment, the fairy also quickly burrowed into an existing pearl in the water. Seeing it curled up inside the pearl, Han Sen asked himself, what is this, a pearl? The angel continuously slashed at the pearl without a second's pause, but no matter how she struck it, it remained unresponsive. Seeing this, Han Sen shouted down, stopping her. Battle angel, stop slashing, bring it up. At this moment, the fairy was already covered in wounds, hiding in the pearl, somewhat frightened and trembling. After the angel brought the pearl up and handed it to Han Sen, he took it. Although he hadn't plunged into the lake water, he felt its temperature when he touched the pearl and exclaimed, so cold. Looking at the colorful, beautiful pearl shell with the trembling body hiding little fairy inside, he secretly thought, this might be a treasure condensed by the little fairy. He placed it on the ground and said, battle angel, come here, let's figure out how to open it. Han Sen and the angel frantically took turns attacking the pearl with their weapons, but after attacking for a long time, the hard shell still remained unresponsive, only showing some insignificant scratches. Han Sen, wiping away sweat, said breathlessly, this shell is so hard, we've tried everything but we can't open it. How are we supposed to open it? But seeing the fairy lying inside the shell, looking exhausted with no signs of life and a miserable expression on its face, made him curious. It seems to be getting weaker and weaker. Han Sen picked it up and examined it carefully, thinking, we can't open the shell so it should be happy, but why is it getting more and more scared instead? Seeing the fairy dying in the shell, weak and powerless, its wounds growing larger and deeper, he said, is there something inside? Suddenly understanding, he happily exclaimed, haha, I get it. The little fairy wanted to use this treasure for refuge, but it didn't expect the liquid inside the shell to harm its wounds. Then he looked at it with a mocking and provocative expression, tapping the pearl shell as he spoke. Its entire body is slowly being corroded. Eventually it will die, leaving only bones. That can't be pleasant. If I were you, I'd fight to the end. Dying in battle is better than being tortured to death in there. His eyes full of competitiveness, he glanced at it. Hiding your face, not looking at me. Hey, I'm not in a hurry. Let's see how long you can last. Then he tossed it to the angel standing behind him. Battle angel, take it away. Not only that, he meticulously instructed, watch closely. The moment it comes out, eliminate it immediately. Afterwards, Han Sen looked up at the sky, a gentle smile on his face, and said, it's time to take that young lady out of this wretched place. In the scorching black desert, Han Sen and Zhou Wumei were slowly moving forward, riding two divine beasts. At this moment, Wumei raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sun so she could see ahead, then spoke to Han Sen. Do you know the way? Han Sen, walking ahead, replied curtly without looking back. No idea. This made her a bit angry, but she was helpless. You! Suddenly, both of them and their divine beasts noticed something and looked up at the sky. Above them, a black flame phoenix was rapidly circling and flying. As it flew past Han Sen, he felt an immense heat and had to raise his hand to shield himself. What kind of aura is this? It's too hot. Wumei pointed in the direction the bird was flying and said to Han Sen, isn't that the direction we're headed? Feeling uneasy, she suggested. How about we change direction? It wouldn't be good if we encountered that phoenix again. Han Sen shook his head and said in a low voice, we must cross the black desert, so we have to go in that direction. That big bird probably isn't interested in us. It might just be passing by. Night fell and they stopped in the middle of the desert, setting up a tent for the night. While Han Sen was setting up the tent, Wumei, with a stern face, asked angrily, why are you only setting up one tent? Where am I supposed to sleep? He didn't answer immediately. After setting it up, he crawled into the tent, saying, sleep together or you can sleep outside. Wumei was furious upon hearing this, but could only curse helplessly. You truly have no manners. In the end, they still slept together in the tent that night. Wumei, still awake, glanced at Han Sen and said, I'm warning you, don't get any wrong ideas. He lay there reading, answering casually, his tone perfunctory yet meaningful. Don't worry, I lacked a bit of motherly love when I was a child. She didn't quite understand but still reprimanded. WW, what do you mean? Han Sen immediately replied with an uncertain compliment, saying she was young and beautiful, just a bit small. Wumei's face was filled with anger. She glared at him, saying, it seems you have good taste, but no matter how young and beautiful I am. At this point she suddenly shouted angrily, damn it, you're the small one. Although Han Sen was tired from enduring a chattering, noisy girl behind him, he continued to read silently. But he immediately sat up, took off his jacket, revealing his well-defined six-pack abs. Wumei saw this. Her face flushed, and she exclaimed, what are you trying to do? He confidently displayed his physique, then turned to her and said, it's not that big actually, but it might still be a bit bigger than yours. Although Wumei had a fiery temper, she showed a drooling expression, her eyes gleaming as she looked at his hot physique. Seeing this, Han Sen pressed her head to the ground, saying, wipe your drool and go to sleep. Honestly, don't bother me. Does anyone else think Han Sen spoils people too much? He's completely exposed but won't let anyone touch him. How spiteful. If it were me, I would have pounced and eaten him by now. Looking at the ring on his hand, she grumbled unhappily. Why are all the good things being taken by others? "Ah, that's because you weren't fast enough." Hearing the whispers, Hansen turned around and asked, "What did you say?" Questioned by him, she became very shy and flustered. "Nothing." Suddenly his hand reached over and covered Wu Mei's mouth, surprising her somewhat. Her face flushed. She muttered to herself, "What does he want to do? What should I do? He's already engaged. I should refuse. But anyway, I'm no match for him. Resisting is useless. I'm just a weak woman. How can I resist his strength?" A moment later, seeing no movement from him, she opened her eyes in confusion. No movement? She then saw Hansen lifting the tent flap, observing something and motioning for her to be quiet. Although somewhat surprised and wanting to ask for clarification, seeing his signal, she remained silent for a moment. Outside the tent, the surroundings were all sand, the cold wind of the desert night, and snowflakes. Hansen thought cautiously, "This isn't an alien creature, it's a plant, but I didn't see any such plants during the day." Wu Mei, not understanding, crawled out, and seeing this scene her eyes lit up and she happily blurted out, "Ah!" Hansen quickly pulled her back into the tent, covering her mouth. Wu Mei, annoyed and angry, looked at him in confusion. Looking at the two divine beasts trembling in fear beside him, he said, "Both second-generation supergod creatures are this scared. What terrifying monster could be outside?" Not far away, a glowing beast stood in this remote cold desert. It was a giant white rhino, exuding a sense of powerful oppression. The atmosphere outside the black desert was already desolate, but now it became even more terrifying with the appearance of a gigantic white rhino. Each step it took on the ground caused a significant tremor. It swayed as it walked past the outside of the tent. Its footsteps and the light from its head gradually faded into the dark night. Wu Mei sat in the tent, clutching her chest and letting out a sigh of relief. "There were a few times just now I thought we were going to die under the feet of that giant white rhino." Hansen ignored her, lost in his own thoughts. "I encountered the black flame phoenix during the day, and now I've seen this white rhino. They're both heading in the same direction. Something truly terrible might be happening." The next morning, Wu Mei sat in the desolate black desert, constantly slapping her face and neck. Hansen asked in confusion, "Why are you slapping your face?" She waved her hand uncomfortably in front of her face and replied simply, "Mosquitoes." He closed his eyes, extended his hand, and with a smack hit one precisely, much to her surprise. A system notification suddenly displayed, "Hunt successful. Hunted mutated creature, blood-sucking mosquito. No mutated beast soul obtained. Consuming flesh and blood may randomly grant -10 mutated gene points." Upon hearing this, Hansen looked at his hand in surprise, never expecting such a small mosquito to be a mutated creature. The mosquitoes were increasing in number, and no matter how much Wu Mei slapped, she couldn't avoid being bitten, constantly yelping in pain. In the blink of an eye, he had swept away all the annoying mosquitoes. Hansen clapped his hands and said, "I can swat any number of them. I must protect young Miss Joe at all costs." However, her body suddenly trembled, her legs gave out, and she plopped onto the ground, pointing in a direction. A dense dark cloud of mosquitoes was flying towards them. Hansen immediately grabbed Wu Mei and turned to run, saying, "What are you staring at? Run!" She cried out. "Didn't you say you'd protect me?" He yelled back without looking. "I did, but there are too many." The two, along with Little Silver and Little Guozi, ran through the endless desert, pursued by the terrifying swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes. Little Silver suddenly barked and shot a bolt of lightning. It seemed to have been bitten too. These mosquitoes also started chasing, burrowing into Little Guozi's thick fur. Hansen was drenched in sweat and began to feel uneasy. These blood-sucking mosquitoes can even suck the blood of supergod creatures. Is Little Silver in danger too? He reached out and summoned Battle Angel. Battle Angel, clear the way, we're breaking through. Although Battle Angel was already flying ahead to repel the mosquitoes, their numbers were growing. Hansen couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, there are more and more." Seeing Wu Mei scratching and screaming, "It's so itchy." He shouted to stop her. "Stop scratching." His own little fox was getting more and more bites behind them. Hansen said irritably, "Little Silver can't hold on much longer." Hansen ran, racking his brain. What to do if this continues? Wu Mei will definitely die here. Suddenly, the surrounding smoke and dust permeated for some reason. A wisp of green mist continuously emerged from the bottle in Battle Angel's hand. Inside, a little fairy was controlling the release of cold air, eliminating the mosquitoes. Hansen was momentarily stunned, somewhat surprised. "It's her." After they were all eliminated, he gently helped Wu Mei sit down to rest. He was still thinking about the little fairy. "I didn't expect the little fairy to be so spiritual, and to even help us at a crucial moment. If you want to trade for your life, lean on the golden roar and rest for a bit. I'll put some medicine on you." She trembled and pleaded for the little fairy. It's so pitiful, let it go, it saved us," Hansen replied coldly. "Get this straight, it saved you, not us." He stared at the pearl shell in Battle Angel's hand, thinking, "I finally caught a second-generation supergod creature. It's almost time to get its life gene essence and maybe even a beast soul. Should I just let it go like this?" He softly asked, "If I let you go, will you take revenge on me?" Seeing it shake its head, Hansen finally relaxed a bit. "All right then, come out, let's forget about what happened before, but if there's a next time, I won't spare you." He still struggled internally. "No, I can't be fooled by its appearance. This is a vengeful little demon. I absolutely cannot let it live. I must kill it." But he asked softly, "Will you listen to me from now on?" The little fairy unhesitatingly hugged his finger. Hansen was immediately persuaded, grabbing it and threatening, "In that case, I'll believe you this once. Don't disappoint me or I won't spare you." In another location, Tian Shen Gene Headquarters office, Zhao Lian was reporting with his head bowed. Han Sen's mother is Luo Haitang's only granddaughter, Luo Lan, and the Ji family has now gained Luo Haitang's support. According to the news from Old Master Ji, the Ji family already has half-god experts heading to the Godslayer fortress. Zhao Qi angrily slammed the table. The Ji family truly got lucky. We, the Zhao family, were the ones who put Ji Rujun in power. Now their Ji family has allied with Haitang, trying to shake us off. He pointed his finger, saying disdainfully, "Those old geezers, I'll show them that old things must be eliminated. Science is the only thing that can drive human evolution. The fourth phase of Tian Shen Jin's experiment will soon play a huge role." Zhao Lian was somewhat cautious. The fourth phase of Tian Shen Jin requires a large amount of Shira royal blood, but they want our copper pills. Zhao Qi stated unequivocally, "Tian Shen Jin is our foundation. What's a copper pill worth?" Yes, half a month later, in the scorching heat of the Black Desert, two figures on spirit beasts were still moving with difficulty through the harsh weather. A forest, appearing out of nowhere in the middle of the desert, made Han Sen wonder, how can there be a forest here? They ventured deep into the coconut grove, stopping to rest by a clear lake. Wu Mei reached out and asked, "Is this water drinkable?" Han Sen tasted it, immediately spitting it out. His tongue detected a bitter, salty taste. It was seawater. She still couldn't resist a sip, then immediately spat it out. "How disgusting," he frowned, noticing a plump white coconut tree growing in the middle of the lake. This coconut tree looked so strange. Just then, the giant white rhino they had encountered that night suddenly emerged from beneath the lake's surface. Wu Mei shrieked in fright and quickly backed away. Han Sen quietly watched it as it slowly approached the top of the coconut tree. "Isn't that the white rhino we encountered that night?" The rhino didn't make any strange movements. It simply opened its mouth and ate the black coconuts that had fallen from the coconut tree. The aroma from the coconuts drifted to the shore, making Han Sen exclaim, "It smells so good!" The little fairy greedily broke free from his arms and rushed towards the coconut tree. Han Sen was startled and called out, "Hey!" But it was too late. Seeing it bury its head in a coconut, but the coconut remained unharmed, he asked in surprise. No reaction? Immediately after, Little Silver and Little Guozi also joyfully rushed over. Han Sen could only stand there, helplessly cursing, "What a bunch of greedy guts." They rushed to the opposite shore, scrambling for the large coconuts. He observed silently on his own. A fully mature fairy can tear it open, but even the descendants of super-god creatures can't bite through it. This coconut is truly unique. The rhino suddenly charged over and bit the coconut Little Guozi was about to take. With the coconut in its mouth, it lumbered in front of Little Guozi, startling everyone. "What does it want?" Little Guozi run, however, unexpectedly. The rhino simply tossed the cracked coconut to Little Guozi and then walked away. Han Sen and Wu Mei were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. "Wait, it's helping." Little Guozi opened the coconut. He blurted out in surprise, "I can't believe there are such kind alien creatures." The rhino saw Little Guozi happily holding the coconut, then walked towards Little Silver, seeming to want to help it too. Han Sen's face suddenly darkened, and he abruptly rushed to the opposite shore, startling Wu Mei. "What are you doing?" He ran, thinking resentfully, "No, I can't let this group of greedy guts hog all the good stuff." Upon reaching the small island in the lake, Han Sen disregarded all appearances and buried his head in Little Guozi's coconut. Despite it pushing him away with one foot, Wu Mei also pursued. Initially she tried to maintain a shred of dignity, but upon seeing him eat with such gusto, her face immediately changed. "How can you snatch food from animals? It's too shameful. Save some for me." She grabbed his hair, fighting for food. "Save some for me." After a while, well fed and satisfied, Han Sen rested his hands behind his head, leaning against the coconut tree, and let out a comfortable sigh. His belly round, he puffed out his chest, enjoying the cool breeze from the bottom of the lake, feeling very content. "This feels great. In this cursed weather, it's like a cool spring." A group of spirit beasts, full and happy, playfully climbed onto the back of the sleeping giant rhino. Wu Mei looked at it with sparkling eyes. "This rhino is so cute." Han Sen also nodded. "Such a powerful and kind creature is rare." He raised his hand and pressed it to his forehead. Using the Dongxuan Sutra, a faint light emanated from his forehead, slowly flying forward, and a blue halo, clear as lake water, appeared above the rhino's head. Its aura was as powerful as the sea. What level of sacred creature is this? After a while, the rhino woke up and lumbered off again. Han Sen unhesitatingly followed it, trailing behind. Several hours later, the sky had already grown dim. The rhino's horn began to emit a rainbow of colorful light. Wu Mei cheered excitedly. "So beautiful." Han Sen sat on the back of the large lion, saying nothing, observing silently. The sacred aura emanating from this white rhino seemed to cause strange glowing dandelions to bloom in the desert. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, looking at its direction of travel. "Indeed, it's consistent with our direction. Why not hitch a ride with such a powerful and kind sacred creature?" No sooner said than done. The two climbed onto its back. Until dawn, the rhino was moving normally when it suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Why did it suddenly stop? What met Han Sen and Wu Mei's eyes was a towering black tree covered in thorns so tall that even standing beneath it they couldn't see its top. She looked up, a hint of confusion on her face. "What is that?" A cry, coming from an unknown source, startled Han Senator. He looked around. A bird's cry? At the top of the tree, an all-black bird was circling back and forth. Han Sen looked at it, and a bad premonition began to form in his heart. This aura is too terrifying. In the black desert sky, a fierce-looking giant black flame phoenix was circling. Han Sen and Wu Mei hid behind the rhino's massive body and a huge old cactus. He observed the black flame phoenix's actions. It seems to be afraid of this white rhino and dares not attack, only trying to intimidate us. Not answering Wume, a strange aroma suddenly reached her nose. She sniffed and asked, "Do you smell anything? It smells so good." Hearing her suddenly mention it, he finally noticed a scent. Indeed, it smells pure. Could this cactus also be like that peach tree? A unique species in the sanctuary. After the black flame phoenix flew away, the two emerged from their hiding place. The sky was overcast, signaling an impending heavy rain. "The sky is dark. Is it going to rain soon?" Wume observed the cloudy phenomenon, her keen eyes spotting something strange. What terrible thing is in that cloud? The black flame phoenix that had just flown away returned, but it still dared not approach their location. Seeing this, Hansen secretly guessed, "It seems they are all afraid of this white rhino. This is a great opportunity. We can absorb the floral fragrance here to improve our chi cultivation when the fruit is almost ripe. I'll take her away so I can focus on competing for the fruit myself." A few days later, under the scorching sun of the barren desert, he, Little Guozi, and Little Silver stood before her, instructing her to wait there. Seeing him about to leave, she couldn't help but ask, "The fruit on the cactus must be good stuff. Aren't we taking any?" Hansen heard the question and replied helplessly, "Even if the white rhino doesn't trample you, that giant bird will burn you to ashes." As soon as he turned to leave, she asked again, "Are you going back?" He looked up and replied, "I'm just going to take a look. I'm not sure if I can keep my life from those alien creatures." Soon after, he walked a good distance from the cactus, but from there he could still observe the situation around the cactus. Looking at the top of the cactus, he couldn't help but think, "That fruit is almost ripe. Such good stuff. If I eat it, it might completely unlock my first gene lock, reaching the realm of externalizing power. Why is this fruit so ugly? It's not shining like a fairy peach at all." Night fell, and as he lay resting, a mysterious purple light suddenly emanated from the direction of the cactus. Hansen slightly opened one eye, wondering with a soft The entire old cactus was enveloped in a captivating purple glow. It seemed both the black flame phoenix and the white rhino were waiting for this moment. They swiftly rushed towards the cactus, vying for the fruit at the top of the tree. Observing from a distance, Hansen felt a thrill in his heart. "Ha ha ha, fight. The more intense the fight, the easier it will be for me to reap the benefits." The white rhino and black flame phoenix were evenly matched in speed, but because the black flame phoenix was somewhat wary of the white rhino, it missed its chance. The white rhino took a bite, engulfing all the fruits on the cactus. Hansen continued to observe excitedly from afar. "Don't back down. What are you doing? It swallowed all the fruits. Aren't you going to go after it?" When it bit off the fruits from the cactus, the rhino suddenly lost its support and fell directly from a height to the ground. A loud bang echoed. Dust and smoke billowed as its massive body violently crashed into the ground. Hansen observed from a distance, puzzled. How did it fall? Did it overdose, and its body couldn't withstand the powerful medicinal properties, causing it to collapse? The white rhino lay motionless on the ground, its body emitting an incredibly dazzling light. The black flame phoenix still refused to leave, circling around. After falling, the rhino's body looked very pathetic. Seeing the black flame phoenix still circling there, Hansen felt extremely anxious. Hansen thought, "These two guys refuse to leave. Do they want to eat its corpse? It's come to this point. Why aren't those two creatures making a move?" In the night sky, the light from afar clearly outlined the figures of the two black flame phoenix and the wolf. They seemed to be patiently waiting for something. A few seconds later, suddenly from a distance, a monster army surged forward. They came in swarms in massive numbers. Seeing this situation, Hansen couldn't help but grow anxious. Damn it, the light emanating from the army illuminated the entire dark space. He quickly put on his armor, summoned Battle Angel, and said, "Battle Angel, protect me. Don't they care about us?" A fierce bombardment occurred in the black desert. For some reason, the black flame phoenix and the wolf engaged in a fierce battle with the newly arrived monster army. Why are these two creatures blocking these strange creatures instead of competing for the white rhino's flesh and blood? The top of the rhino's head suddenly emitted a dazzling light, attracting everyone's attention. Hansen asked blankly, "What is that light?" Subsequently, the rhino's entire body inexplicably caught fire, the flames growing more and more intense. The rhino's body then displayed a strange phenomenon. It was gradually shrinking, making him exclaim in surprise. It was shrinking. Immediately after, to his astonished gaze, the white rhino's body transformed into a completely different state than before. An immense power emanated around it, accompanied by hard scales, as if it had just broken free from its cocoon and been reborn into a more perfect form. "Oh my God, it's regenerating." The essence of the dandelion entering its body seemed to wash away all impurities, bringing a cool and refreshing sensation. Something shot from the ground towards the sky. Boom, a loud noise erupted. Carrying immense destructive power, Hansen struggled to resist the impact of the explosion. "Oh my God, what is that door?" The pressure was too terrifying. He couldn't even stand steady. He lay weakly on the ground, motionless. Besides the terrifying pressure, there was also an extremely powerful life force. What exactly was that place? He turned his head to look over there again, observing with wide eyes, when he suddenly saw something. There's someone inside. As the aftershocks of the explosion dissipated, a spatial gate appeared in the sky, revealing a part of a mysterious true form. Soon the gate also opened, and a dark figure gradually emerged completely from within. Hansen trembled, propping himself up to sit. "It's out," he said, turning his gaze to the white rhino and asking, "Are you willing to follow me on the path of evolution?" As he spoke, he suddenly stopped, feeling a daring gaze fixed on him. He let out a cold HMPH from his throat, then turned his gaze to the audacious person, noticed by him. Hansen secretly gritted his teeth, mourning for himself in his heart. It's over. All those super god creatures bowed their heads, not daring to look, but I just had to go looking for trouble. What was I doing looking at it? His sword pointed directly at him, emitting terrifying black lightning. Feeling the danger, he looked up in panic, and then a beam of light shot directly towards the center of his forehead. It's over. What's happening? I can't move at all. I'm fine. I'm still alive, he kept asking and answering himself. He looked at him coldly and said, "You are mine now." Then he turned and went back into the mysterious gate, taking the rhino with him. The gate disappeared, leaving behind a mess. A huge pit appeared on the ground caused by the earlier explosion, accompanied by the flesh and blood left behind after the rhino's rebirth. Seeing himself still unharmed, Hansen couldn't help but touch his head in a panic, saying with an incredulous expression, "I'm okay, my head's still here, I really didn't die." He commanded the angel who had just recovered to charge forward. "Little angel, little fairy, whatever you can snatch is a gain. Charge, charge, all of you go." The little angel swept aside the strange creatures in front of her, smoothly clearing a path for him. He ran to the flesh and blood left by the rhino, quickly bending down to devour it. Ha 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 ha, sacred rhino blood. But as the aftertaste spread, he suddenly spat it out. The burning sensation on his tongue and in his stomach made him exclaim, so hot, drinking this blood is like drinking sulfuric acid. It almost burned through my internal organs." The monsters were still diligently gnawing on the rhino's corpse. Seeing this, Hansen was very confused. What's going on? Can only alien creatures eat this meat? From the messy aftermath, he saw something emitting a faint glow. Something round and hard. What's that? He pulled it out from the sticky pile. A heavy blue gem shimmered with enchanting light. This is the sacred rhino's tear. Obtaining this precious item, he couldn't help but be excited, happily saying, "Good stuff, this tear must be a treasure. It has absorbed so much of the sacred rhino's flesh and blood." This egg was already completely red, looking swollen. What would this egg eventually become? The bell was the same. After absorbing the sacred rhino's flesh and blood, many blood-red patterns had condensed on its surface. What's the meaning of these patterns? The next morning, while Wu Mei and the two little monsters were still asleep, footsteps suddenly approached from a distance. The little fox heard the movement first. It woke with a start, staring blankly at the approaching person. Hansen ran over to them cheerfully. He called out Little Silver, wanting to rush over and hug it, but the little fox seemed to smell something. It jumped up and snatched the large bag he was carrying on his shoulder. Hansen was startled, looking at it blankly. Wu Mei and Little Guozi were subsequently woken by their commotion. Everyone collectively turned their gaze to the bag he had brought back. Hansen took something out of the bag. "That white rhino is dead. I snatched back this flesh and blood." Wu Mei looked at him with affectionate eyes, coaxingly calling out, "Big brother, can you share some flesh and blood with me? I want some too." Hearing this, he didn't refuse, but instead took out a piece of paper. On it were two large characters. "IOU. You want to eat meat? Fine. Sign this first and you can eat as much as you want." Wu Mei picked up the paper, feeling frustrated. She sighed weakly, muttering to herself, not daring for him to hear. Stingy guy. After signing the paper, Hansen very generously handed her a large piece of meat. Wu Mei looked at it, drooling with desire. Big score, to be able to eat this meat for just a little money. It's a huge score, but when she took her first bite, she immediately spat it out. The taste was simply indescribable. "What kind of meat is this? How can it be so terrible? Are you tricking me?" Her reaction was also within his expectations. He calmly and indifferently pointed to Little Guozi, who was enthusiastically tasting it, and said, "If you don't believe me, just ask Little Guozi. If it wasn't white rhino meat, would it be eating with such relish?" Hearing his words infuriated her. "Little Guozi, go bite him." Little Guozi was gnawing on the meat enthusiastically. Hearing her call, it turned its head. But instead of obeying her command, it ran over and licked Hansen's face. He picked it up, teasing, "Good birds choose their trees to nest." Wu Mei watched this scene, her face flushed with anger. "Ah, traitor, Little Guozi, you're a true traitor. I'm a girl. I don't fight with boys, especially not with someone like you who's old enough and still wears rouge on his forehead. I, Joe Wu Mei, won't get angry with you." He touched his forehead, gloomily replying, "Boring. Who would put on rouge?" Hansen took out a mirror and looked at his face. The glaring red mark in the middle of his forehead made him clutch his head in shock, weakly crying out, "What the hell is this thing?" He wiped it with his hand, sweating profusely, his face flushed red as if on fire, roaring frantically, "Why won't it come off?" Wu Mei stood behind him, grinning and gleefully teasing, a dignified man with a red dot on his forehead. Hansen suddenly recalled the declaration, "You are mine now." He mused, guessing that the person's wings were not beast souls but humanoid wings. If I'm not mistaken, that should be an alien spirit from the third god sanctuary. And the sacred rhino has also reached the third god sanctuary. Hansen clutched his head, racking his brain. But why did he leave a mark on me? The third god sanctuary. What exactly is that place? He returned to the tent to rest, frowning as he held the Dongxuan Sutra. It seemed the Dongxuan Sutra couldn't absorb it either. Just then, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, a plan forming in his mind. How about using the sacred rhino's aura circulation? As soon as Hansen began, he saw a reaction. Green light suddenly erupted uncontrollably from his back. Looking at the Dongxuan Sutra, now steaming with spiritual energy in his hand, he finally relaxed. It was working. The speed and danger of the body's transformation made Hansen unable to believe his eyes. but he still relaxed completely, comfortably enjoying the spiritual energy that permeated around him, a satisfied smile on his lips. His body felt as if it had been reborn, truly worthy of being a precious treasure. Suddenly an even stronger spiritual energy surged, heading directly towards Han Sen's back. He wasn't prepared and was utterly confused, not understanding what was happening. As it gradually entered his body, he was overcome with surprise and delight, grinning from ear to ear. The Dongxuan Sutra's first gene lock had opened. This was truly an unexpected gain. Even eating that fruit might not have yielded such a result. Half a month later, after a long journey through the Black Desert, they finally saw the sanctuary. Seeing signs of life in this godforsaken place, Wu Mei's eyes lit up like car headlights, cheering happily. A sanctuary, there are people, finally there are people. I finally escaped the Black Desert. In a certain night sanctuary, Wu Mei felt liberated, brazenly sticking out her tongue at Han Sen. You bastard, you can't threaten me anymore? He ignored her childish behavior, waving a stack of papers in his hand, saying in a half-joking, half-serious tone, when you go out, remember to bring back money. Your IOU is all here, don't think about defaulting. Han Sen said no more, turned, packed his bags and set off. I should also return to the Alliance to investigate information about the Third God Sanctuary. At the Alliance base, Yanran personally handed Han Sen a pile of fruits. All of these were sent by the councilman, saying it was to thank Mr. Han Sen for helping their family rescue Wu Mei and free her from the Great Desert. He continuously accepted the gifts, still unable to resist a sneer. Isn't this just to save face for their Ji family? Han Sen suddenly gripped her hand seriously, asking bluntly, Yanran, I have a few questions I want to ask you about the Third God Sanctuary world. I've searched online for a long time, but there's no accurate information. What exactly is the situation inside? She didn't hide anything, generously revealing, there's someone who knows more about this than I do. Yanran took Han Sen to meet Annie in the Black Desert. Annie was well versed in the situation of the Third Sanctuary. Yanran urged her anxiously. Annie quickly explained the situation of the Third Sanctuary to Han Senator. Under Yanran's urging, she reluctantly explained, the true masters of the Third Sanctuary are alien spirits. It's a battlefield for alien spirit supremacy, and humans are merely at the lowest rung of existence in the Third Sanctuary. Han Sen was confused, immediately questioning, don't humans have about 1 million evolvers? How can it be so miserable? Annie patiently continued, the 1 million evolvers have been dispersed. There might not even be one human in 10 sanctuaries. When humans are teleported to the sanctuary world, they are all sent to different sanctuaries, and it goes without saying where most humans were sent. Only then did he suddenly see the light, his mind clearing, muttering repeatedly, alien spirit sanctuaries. This is simply walking into a trap. For humanity to survive with 1 million evolvers, they must truly be extraordinary individuals. Annie, thinking of it, was filled with rage, correcting through gritted teeth. It should be called humanity's disgrace. Humans entering the Third Sanctuary to survive have only 3 possibilities. First, being teleported to the lowest level alien spirit sanctuary, where there are only ordinary creatures and alien spirits. Only if they are lucky enough to escape can they survive. Second, being teleported to a human sanctuary, but human sanctuaries are rare and the probability of reaching one is no different from winning the lottery. Han Sen, dumbfounded and disheartened, interjected, what about the third possibility? Her expression darkened and her tone became hesitant. The third possibility for survival, this situation isn't much better. Annie helplessly lowered her head, signing a contract with an alien spirit and accepting its rule. However, not everyone has the ability and qualifications to be chosen by an alien spirit. They usually can only become slaves. After listening, he felt a headache coming on, pondering thoughtfully. Perhaps that alien spirit saw my potential, which is why it left a mark on me, waiting for me to reach the Third God Sanctuary. Yanran, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly spoke up, offering her opinion. However, signing a contract with an alien spirit is not without its benefits. Han Sen immediately asked, what benefits? Before she could answer, Annie replied succinctly, alien spirit genes. She spoke eloquently and knowledgeably. Alien spirits in the Third Sanctuary reward alien spirit genes to those humans and alien creatures who achieve accomplishments. Every 100 alien spirit gene points can unlock a gene lock. This useful information made him fall into contemplation. I wonder what level that alien spirit is. To be able to come to the Second Sanctuary's guiding temple, it certainly isn't an ordinary being. Just then the phone suddenly rang, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Yanran answered the phone without hesitation. Grandfather, Han Sen's aunt wants to see him. Understood. Han Sen was bewildered. He had never heard of having an aunt. She continued, leaving him no reason to refuse. She's already in the reception room. He left, feeling a bit lost and confused. Annie stood behind, watching and assessing the situation with her arms crossed. According to regulations, the base doesn't allow family visits. For you to be able to come here to find someone, you must not be an ordinary person. Han Sen walked into the Alliance base and saw a figure with her back to him. Luo Lily knew he had arrived. She coolly took off her sunglasses, turned around boldly and confirmed, "Are you Xiao Sen?" In the reception room, he politely spoke, "I am Han Sen and you are?" Luo Lily confirmed helplessly, "I'm your aunt." Han Sen doubted reality. He blurted out, "Aunt," his mind continuously analyzed the situation. "Mom didn't even let me cultivate the Luo family's martial arts. There must be a reason. I'd better not associate with anyone from the Luo family." His cold attitude hurt Luo Lily's fragile heart. She clutched her chest, as if about to cry. "Didn't Sister Lan ever tell you she had a younger sister? Even though I'm just an orphan adopted by grandfather, Auntie has always treated her like a true older sister. It's truly heartbreaking." He couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and walked away. "If you don't have anything else, I'll be leaving now." While Han Sen wasn't paying attention, Luo Lily seized the opportunity to rush up and ambush him. Her speed was too fast, making Han Sen's hair stand on end. He raised his guard. Such terrifying power. He nimbly dodged sideways, but unfortunately he still took a hit. A look of displeasure appeared on his face, openly displaying his disdain for the other person, not missing the excellent opportunity. Han Sen immediately counterattacked with a punch, but Luo Lily seemed unharmed. She remained composed, easily pushing Han Sen back a few steps, leaving him no time to react. Frozen in place, Luo Lily crossed her arms, asking thoughtfully, "Have you never cultivated the Fatian Sutra? If you had, you certainly wouldn't react like this." Han Sen clenched his bleeding hands, frowning in confusion. "Is the Fatian Sutra that supercore gene art of unknown origin that I received?" Hearing this, she felt a headache coming on, explaining unhappily, "The Fatian Sutra was left by your maternal grandmother. Auntie came this time to check your cultivation progress. I didn't expect. I hope you cultivate it soon." Han Sen was merciless, declaring unequivocally, "My mother doesn't want any connection with the Luo family. Since it's from the Luo family, I certainly won't practice it." His resolute attitude didn't discourage her. She still rambled on, muttering, "Do you know what you're missing out on? In this world there are no more than 5 supercore gene arts that can unlock 10 gene locks. The Fatian Sutra is one of them. If you don't cultivate the Fatian Sutra, you can't be considered a member of the Luo family. You also won't be qualified to inherit the Killing God relic." Han Sen had nothing to say to this eccentric aunt and flatly refused. "I'm sorry, my surname is Han. The Killing God relic has nothing to do with me. I won't inherit anything, and I don't think the Fatian Sutra is anything noteworthy." Luo Lily's patience finally ran out. She was furious, her face changing faster than flipping a book. She charged up aggressively, saying arrogantly, "It seems Auntie must teach you a good lesson." Even in a foreign place, Luo Lily showed no fear. She confidently unleashed her moves, each one aimed directly at her dear nephew. Han Sen was furious, his entire body burning with rage. He looked at her, wishing he could swallow her alive. Han Sen couldn't swallow this insult. He waved his hand in retaliation, shouting a warning. Where did she think this was? He easily shattered her attack with a single punch. This time, Han Sen effortlessly crushed his opponent. As simple as eating candy, Luo Lily's pride was wounded, her mouth agape, even using only one finger. Not at full strength, this kid managed to break the power of Fatian. She was furious with shame, burning with rage, and prepared to unleash a new move. "No, impossible. Only Luo Lan can defeat me." Her unyielding spirit boiled over. She fought with all her might. "I cannot lose to Luo Lan's son, and certainly not to someone who has never cultivated the Fatian Sutra." Han Sen also concentrated his chi, determined to fight to the death. "Many people can defeat me, but definitely not you." He gritted his teeth and charged, unleashing a punch with all his might. Han Sen delivered a fatal blow, immense spiritual energy condensing into a giant and dangerous ball of light. It shot straight towards Luo Lily, catching her off guard, leaving her standing there dumbfounded to endure it. A direct punch landed on her chest. She couldn't resist and flew out like a bird with broken wings. Luo Lily shrieked in pain, her body violently slamming into the wall, cracking an entire section. She was covered in blood, kneeling on the ground in disarray. "No, impossible. How could I lose?" Han Sen took off his jacket and threw it to Luo Lily, then coldly poured another bucket of cold water on her. "Is that all the power you have?" These hurtful words reminded her of what Su Lan had said before. Luo Lily trembled with rage. "Is that all the power I have?" The cruel truth disheartened Luo Lily. She continuously muttered to herself, "Impossible, impossible. He hasn't cultivated the Fatian Sutra. How can he have such power?" After dealing with her, Han Sen quickly slipped away. "I'm leaving. My mom doesn't want any connection with the Luo family, and neither do I." Luo Lily's body trembled, tears streaming down her face. Everything seemed to collapse, she cried hysterically. At the Alliance Base dormitory, Han Sen had just heard a shocking piece of news. He was startled, asking in a panicked voice, "What exactly is your relationship with that person?" Su Lan didn't want to hide it from her son. "That's right, after seeing Lily use the Fatian Sutra, weren't you tempted?" He smiled as if he had found a treasure, proudly showing off, "There's nothing to be tempted by. Auntie has cultivated the Fatian Sutra, but I still defeated her with one punch." She was somewhat relieved but still cautiously warned, "It seems you've gone further than Mom imagined, but you must not underestimate the Fatian Sutra. Although Lily works very hard, her body doesn't have the Luo family bloodline, so she can't truly master the Fatian Sutra." Upon hearing this, Han Sen's face immediately filled with curiosity. His curiosity was successfully piqued. So the true Fatian Sutra would be even stronger? Actually, Auntie is already one of the strongest evolvers I've ever seen. Sulan simply explained softly, responding to his expectant expression. Like heaven yet not heaven, that is an asura, she reminded him with concern. Remember, if you encounter someone who has truly mastered the Fatian Sutra, you must not defend. The only thing you can do is to kill them as quickly as possible. In night fortification, Hansen walked lost in thought. Like heaven yet not heaven, that is an asura. What exactly is Mom trying to say? Just then, a sensational piece of news arrived, stunning everyone. Bad news, alien spirits are attacking our fortification. This message successfully interrupted Hansen's thoughts. He was a little surprised. Alien spirits attacking fortifications. It's been a long time since I encountered something like this. Suddenly, someone's roar pulled his attention back. Hansen, he looked around in confusion, still unable to see the target clearly. A familiar figure gradually appeared, making him can't help but tease. Beifeng, have you also come to the second god sanctuary? Wait, don't be so excited. Beifeng awkwardly coughed, covering up. Brother, I'm really excited. Good things are hard to come by here, even with money. I've been so miserable. I finally met a brother like you. My information finally has a use. Quickly get me 2 godblood beast souls to calm my nerves. Hansen folded his arms, a look of disdain on his face. Do you think godblood beast souls are like cabbage in a market? You can just get 2 whenever you want. Beifeng's brother, who had been watching the show, interjected. Hey Beifeng, stop pretending. This kid has no godblood beast souls. My beast soul is that price, take it or leave it. Hearing him say that, Beifeng immediately roared in anger, saliva almost spraying onto the other person's face. Your beast soul is trash, I'm not buying it. What doesn't my brother have? Does he still need your rotten beast soul? He no longer argued. Put his arm around Hansen's shoulder and pulled him aside, saying earnestly, Brother, you don't know, I've been scammed a lot recently. High-level beast souls are already scarce here, and those people know I have money, so they keep colluding to cheat me. Although Beifeng was a bit dejected, he didn't take it too seriously. He still asked enthusiastically, where do we go to find beast souls? At the city gate, a fierce bombardment occurred. Alien spirit heads constantly flying. Beifeng was busy dealing with the alien spirits, looking imposing, valiant, and with his robes fluttering. Take this sword, die. He fought with all his might, making all his brothers exclaim in admiration. Who's that? Isn't that Beifeng? When did he become so powerful? Whose godblood beast soul sword is that he's holding? After a fruitless attack, the alien spirits had no choice but to turn and retreat. Running away as if they had seen a ghost, everyone cheered, complimenting Beifeng. The alien spirits have retreated. We won. Brother Lin is amazing. After their triumphant return, he happily ran to Hansen, profusely thanking him. Thank you, brother, for lending me the beast soul. I finally got my revenge. By the way, why didn't you participate in the battle? Hansen coldly waved his hand. Just an ugly, noble alien spirit. I'm not interested. As they walked and talked, he confided, I've wanted to leave this place for a long time. There's a royal fortification nearby, but everyone here wants to bleed me dry and no one is willing to help me. I don't dare go alone. Hansen replied thoughtfully, a royal fortification, it seems we have the same goal. Beifeng's eyes lit up with hope. Really? I can finally leave this hellhole. As soon as they finished speaking, they took action, immediately setting off into the forest, heading straight for the royal fortification. In the corner, the one-eyed subordinate was secretly observing Hansen and his brother through binoculars. He watched with wide eyes, quickly reporting the situation. Brother One-Eyed Dragon, that kid is the one who sold the godblood beast soul to Beifeng. Now he even wants to take this fat sheep to seize our turf. One-Eyed Dragon's eyes widened in anger and he asked, Do you want me to deal with them? The man quickly replied, Exactly, them. For some reason, One-Eyed Dragon suddenly became enraged. He was furious, swinging his hand, and the man sitting there was also hit and sent flying a long distance. Lu Jia looked bewildered. Brother One-Eyed Dragon, what do you mean? He radiated killing intent. He fiercely declared, I, One-Eyed Dragon, only do things for people. I don't sell my life. If you want me to sell my life, then I'll just take yours. His words made Lu Jia's face change drastically. He cursed sarcastically. One-Eyed Dragon is called One-Eyed Dragon because he only recognizes money, not people. As long as there's money, he'll kill anyone and do anything. This kid actually managed to make One-Eyed Dragon's eyes see again. What's his background? One-Eyed Dragon feared no one and acted decisively. That person is someone I, One-Eyed Dragon, must protect with my life. If you want to kill him, I will never let you off. He easily dealt with the 2 Lu family members. Beifeng looked at their bloody corpses lying at his feet, speechless. It's Lu Huan and Lu Jia. They're the bullies of the sanctuary. How could this be? Hansen subtly spoke to the senior first. Today we left the sanctuary, and there was already a group of people waiting on the only path. It's probably not a coincidence. Thank you for your help, brother. One-Eyed Dragon politely introduced himself. Just call me One-Eyed Dragon. Beifeng was confused. Your eyes are still bright. Why are you called One-Eyed Dragon? He pulled out a bag from his sleeve and threw it over, thoughtfully telling Hansen, practice this when you have time, it might help you. He quickly caught it, feeling somewhat bewildered. Do we know each other? One-Eyed Dragon turned and left. That's not important. What's important is that you should know one thing, don't join the Luo family. He looked puzzled. Is this a warning or advice? Hansen opened the bag, a blank expression on his face. It wasn't a supercore gene art, nor a chi cultivation technique. It was all psychological safety guides and anti-scam cases. Who exactly is One-Eyed Dragon? What's the use of giving me this? After a long journey, the royal fortification had appeared before them. Beifeng was as happy as if he had seen the dawn. Finally, we're here. The royal fortification. He hugged Han Sen tightly, patting him and using various ways to express his gratitude. Thank you, brother. I finally don't have to suffer the oppression of those people in night fortification anymore. He was helpless, trying to pull him away. Don't be too happy. What if Lu Huan has others behind him? Beifeng was immediately scared and trembled, asking weakly, Then what should we do? Han Sen could only comfort him. Don't worry too much. How about this? I'll help you contact the Special Security Action Team here and ask them to protect you for a while, but you'll have to pay for it yourself. He rubbed his aching head, pondering and asking in return. What about you? Han Sen replied frankly. I need to inquire about some things here, so I might have to stay for a few days. Beifeng immediately had an idea, smiling. Perfect. In a few days I'll give you something good. 1, to repay you, and 2, as payment for the beast soul you sold me. A few days later on a hill, Han Sen held a map, seriously calculating his plan. He gazed into the distance, somewhat concerned. There are extremely terrifying insect creatures here. No one can venture deep into the sea of flowers. The beautiful natural scenery ahead with lush plants and flying bees and butterflies is also fraught with danger. Insects reproduce very quickly. If there really is a super god creature, perhaps like the demon ant king underground, it lays countless eggs. Han Sen decisively walked into the hill. He observed everything unfamiliar to him. It seems these butterflies are not of a high level. They were scared away by Little Silver's aura. Suddenly a figure flashed past, startling him. He was wildly slashing and killing with his sword as if insane, making Han Sen wonder. Ji Wu, Han Sen thought to himself. Ji Wu is the most difficult opponent in the Central Military Academy's Monster Archer competition. He brandished his sword in a show of force, speaking first. I didn't expect to meet you here. Han Sen also politely responded. He really didn't expect Ji Wu to suddenly offer kind advice. About 100 miles west, there's an earthen mountain with many golden-winged bees. There might be a super god creature there. Han Sen didn't expect this move. He was very surprised, but on the surface he still tried to remain calm. Thank you. After Ji Wu walked away at this moment, Ji Wu clenched his fist, continuously muttering to himself, Go, the faster the better, so I'll have the motivation to chase, so this world will be more interesting. Ahead, a huge earthen mountain appeared, covered with thousands of ugly black holes. The bees slowly crawled out of them unhurriedly. Little Silver suddenly rushed up and stung them, but it was ineffective. They remained completely still. Han Sen stood outside observing, calmly assessing. I didn't expect them not to be scared away by Little Silver's aura. They're certainly not ordinary bees. He also noticed a flower growing on the hive, but those golden-winged bees didn't collect its nectar. There must be something strange about it. Han Sen concentrated his spiritual energy to use his ultimate move, the Dongxuan Aura Field. Is this a flower that nurtures alien creatures, or a treasure that can enhance one's physique? Flames burned fiercely, surrounding the flower, carrying immense power that could burn everything. The life aura is truly terrifying. If it's a treasure when it matures, a terrifying life will surely appear. The flower burned fiercely on the earthen mountain, emitting an aura. A few hours later it showed signs of blooming, exuding a rich fragrance that permeated the entire space. Han Sen smiled happily, tilting his head back and taking a deep breath. The scent is so sweet. All the bees eagerly crawled out of their hives. He shouted happily, The hive is stirring. At the critical moment, the bee king slowly crawled out. It flew directly to the flower and consumed the nectar. Han Sen racked his brain. It's a second-generation supergod creature, so its life gene essence is completely unusable. He waited for a long time, growing impatient, complaining, Why is this bee king taking so long to eat? I still haven't seen any other supergod creatures appear. Seizing the opportunity when the bee king flew back to its hive, Han Sen joyfully rushed forward. It's back. Now's the time to quickly seize the opportunity. He was running very fast, but then had to brake abruptly. Why is it out again? The bee king slowly crawled out, seemingly aimlessly. Han Sen hid behind a tree, quietly observing from afar. This bee king has gone back and forth many times. Is it not collecting nectar but rather storing it? He boldly speculated. Keeping such good stuff without eating it, there must be other second-generation supergod bees in the hive. After an intense internal struggle, Han Sen came to a conclusion. This is bad. It's a swarm of alien creatures. Little Silver and the Little Fairy are unreliable, and relying solely on the battle angel might not be enough. It's best to observe further. Just as he turned to leave, a strange cry suddenly came from behind him. Han Sen was startled, asking in confusion, What's that sound? A swarm of giant insects appeared from nowhere, flying directly towards them, making him scream in terror. Oh my god, so disgusting! Swarms of earth wasps and mosquitoes occupied both sides, eyeing each other aggressively. Then they immediately flew up and engaged in a chaotic battle. Han Sen secretly observed the situation from a corner, frowning, his face tense. He blurted out, Are these greenhead flies desperately fighting for bee pupae? Suddenly, in the midst of the chaotic battle between the two sides, a giant bee appeared, startling the flies into a panic. Han Sen also exclaimed in surprise, The bee king has appeared, but those flies still stubbornly charged, flying everywhere, disrupting the bee swarm. Han Sen observed and commented, These flies are really like locusts. No, flies are even more annoying than locusts. He suddenly glanced aside, secretly asking, What's that? Those flies were diligently eating bee pupae. Han Sen asked in astonished confusion, Bee pupae? These greenhead flies aren't here to steal honey. They're here to steal bee pupae. Seeing this, the Bee King immediately stomped furiously 4 times, making the flies drop the pupae. Many pupae swayed in the air and fell, embedding themselves in the ground, but most of the greenhead flies successfully stole pupae and flew away. Hansen decided he would follow them to see what they were doing with the pupae. In the sea of flowers, Hansen looked up at the sky, questioning, where are they taking the pupae? Those greenhead flies threw the pupae to a green spider. His voice was filled with shock. A spider? Why are these flies obeying the spider's commands? The spider grabbed the pupae. Hansen closed his eyes, using his power to see inside the giant spider, then determined that it was also a second-generation supergod creature. Lines of greenhead flies continuously threw pupae to the spider for absorption. He speculated that with the spider eating so diligently, it must also be reproducing. Thinking this, Hansen was suddenly startled when he saw a second, slightly smaller spider. He almost certainly blurted out, "A second generation, this must be the offspring of this spider, a second-generation supergod creature." Hansen immediately took out his weapon, summoned Little Angel, and then ordered, "Little Angel, eliminate that big spider." The Little Angel immediately charged towards the big spider with her sword, but before she could even reach it, she was completely entangled by the white webs they spat out, restricting her attack and movement abilities. The Little Angel furiously gritted her teeth, struggling to break free. Both spiders continuously shot out large amounts of white silk. Hansen clasped his hands, a green halo appearing on his forehead, intently observing them. He carefully calculated, first memorizing its chi circulation technique before making a move. Hansen rose into the air, continuously shooting several arrows at the 2 spiders, and loudly declared, "Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. You eat bee pupae, so I'll kill this little spider and eat it." Each arrow precisely hit the small spider, piercing its body and tearing it apart. He smiled triumphantly. It was a success. A system notification popped up. Successfully hunted supergod creature Ghost Eye Spider Larva obtained Beast Soul Ghost Eye Spider Flesh and Blood consumable, Life Gene Essence collectible. Using it can randomly grant 1 to 10 supergod gene points. Hansen excitedly said, "Ha ha ha, a second-generation supergod Ghost Eye Spider Beast Soul." The big spider became agitated because the small spider was killed, preparing to charge and attack him. But he excitedly shouted, "Bring it on!" Hansen clenched his fists, dark purple chi swirling around his body, his eyes flashing golden light, his aura suddenly becoming much stronger. He said, "I've encountered many supergod creatures stronger than you. Taste my great thunder fist." Suddenly, Hansen was startled, his expression grave, his body trembled slightly, his eyes wide as he looked at the big spider emitting dark chi, secretly thinking not good, his internal chi already out of control. Hansen gritted his teeth, roaring loudly, trying to regain control of his internal chi. Just then, the spider seized the opportunity to charge and attack him. But fortunately, Hansen dodged just in time, evading the spider's attack. The spider didn't stop, attacking continuously, forcing him to dodge frantically. Hansen concluded inwardly that this Ghost Eye Spider could control human brains through its eyes. The Little Angel also arrived in time, blocking the spider's fierce attacks with her sword. While dodging, Hansen thought, "Fortunately, my mental power mutated after the last StarClan ruins, otherwise I would definitely have been killed by it." He closed his eyes, adjusted his chi, and muttered to himself, "Don't look at it. As long as I don't look into the Ghost Eye Spider's eyes, I won't be controlled by it after that." Hansen raised his crossbow and shot 3 arrows consecutively at the spider, activating the Dongchuan aura field. 3 arrows flew towards the big spider with a whoosh, while the Little Angel swung her sword in the air, splitting the spider's body in 2, completely sending it to its demise. A system notification popped up. Successfully hunted supergod creature Ghost Eye Spider, no beast soul obtained, Life Gene Essence collectible, can randomly grant 0 to 10 supergod gene points. Hansen wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed, "Ah, that was dangerous. I almost capsized in the ditch. It's a pity I didn't get another beast soul this time." He picked up a green gem from the spider's corpse, comforting himself that at least he got a piece of life essence. A gray dog stealthily approached him from behind. System prompt, absorbed the Ghost Eye Spider's Life Gene Essence Supergod Gene 1. Just then, the gray dog pounced and swallowed the essence. After eating, it let out a loud bark. Hansen exclaimed, "Oh my god, I still wanted to use it to feed beast souls." After eating, the gray dog happily ran to the side to lick its fur. Hansen picked up another piece from the spider's corpse and analyzed that this giant Ghost Eye Spider was actually the same species as the small Ghost Eye Spider. "I will try to use the small spider's life chi circulation technique. I wonder if I can absorb life gene essence from this stone." He tightly gripped the green stone, applying the circulation technique, making the stone emit light. Green light gradually entered Hansen's body, and he happily said, "Great, the technique really works." System prompt, successfully absorbed the Ghost Eye Spider's Life Gene Essence Supergod Gene 1. He suddenly realized and said, "No wonder it's called the Ghost Eye Spider. Its enhancement ability lies in its eyes, ha ha ha. If I can eliminate all 9 snow turtles, I wonder how many more Supergod genes I can gain." After a while, Hansen became puzzled again. "How strange, I absorbed the entire piece of Life Gene Essence but only gained 2 Supergod gene points. Even if Life Gene Essence has resistance, the difference shouldn't be this great." Just then, the little fairy flew out of the shell in the sacred battle angel's hand. Hansen glanced at her, his expression dark, complaining inwardly, "This little thing is lazy all day, doing nothing but acting cute, truly disregarding me." Then he showed a meaningful smile, thinking, "It's a pity I can't defeat it. Aha, I have a plan. Han Sen put on a friendly expression. Reaching out his hand to let the little fairy land on it, he said, "Little darling, look at this." But he secretly chuckled inwardly, scheming. Hee hee, let's see how I deal with you. He immediately opened his eyes wide, used the ghost eye spider's skill, released poisonous gas, and then secretly asked himself, the ghost eye spider has the ability to control others. If I simulate its chi circulation technique, can't I control the little fairy? The poisonous gas seemed to have some effect on the little fairy, making her instantly freeze. Han Sen hadn't even had time to shout happily, it worked, but before it was truly successful, the little fairy quickly regained its senses and angrily spat snow at his face. Half of Han Sen's face was frozen. He sneezed, snot and saliva splattering immediately after. The little fairy quickly hid in its shell, sticking out its tongue at him. Han Sen cursed angrily. "You did well, little fairy, daring to mock me." He glared murderously at the little fairy hiding in the shell, thinking, it seems this move is useless against the little fairy. I wonder if the ghost eye spider's beast soul will have any effect. He put on his glasses and commented, "Right, let's see what its beast soul is, a mask-shaped beast soul. This mask seemed to have no defensive capabilities at all. What exactly is its use? Does it just change colors?" Han Sen suddenly turned to look at the gray dog. Little Silver, through the glasses, had another layer of red light around its body. He exclaimed, "Oh my god, how did Little Silver turn red? Is this mask like a biological heat scanner, only showing red when it scans a living creature?" He changed his target, looked up at the dense swarm of flies in the sky and said, "Sure enough, those flies also turned red. I probably already understand the use of the ghost eye mask. This thing can perceive the strength of life aura." Han Sen recalled the flies' upper bodies and legs, guessing that the ghost eye spider's beast soul and circulation technique might have a resonance effect. Then he looked at the shell and commanded, "Come out." The little fairy obeyed him and poked its head out. Han Sen asked himself in surprise, "Does it really work?" A few seconds later, the little fairy was suddenly startled, immediately closed its eyes and desperately shook its head. He mocked triumphantly, "That little fairy doesn't even dare to look at me now." To be able to instantly bewitch a super god creature like the little fairy, the effect can be considered quite good. That night at the earthen beehive, Han Sen and Little Silver sat on the grass. Han Sen unhappily said that he couldn't leave yet without eliminating the Bee King. He looked at the earthen beehive in the distance. He muttered to himself, "I want to see what that Bee King is doing." Watching the Bee King crawl on the earthen beehive, Han Sen guessed it had opened its mouth. What was it holding in its claws and in the hive? What was it doing putting honey there? Han Sen hid in the bushes, turned to look in another direction, thinking, it seems something is approaching. Countless questions flooded his mind. Why had all 7 golden-winged bees returned to the hive suddenly? A silkworm crawled to the flower with honey. Han Sen asked again, "A silkworm? Are the golden-winged bees afraid of this silkworm?" The silkworm walked forward and bit the pistol. He concluded that even the Bee King was so afraid of it. It must be something powerful. Han Sen held the spider mask, feeling sorry for the bees. These golden-winged bees really had it tough. First, they were threatened by the ghost eye spider, and now they had to pay tribute to this insect. He asked himself if he should check its blood chi intensity. Skill activated. The silkworm's entire body turned deep red. Han Sen assessed, "Is this guy really that strong? It lives a carefree life here while the Bee King and the golden-winged bee swarm don't dare to go out." The silkworm suddenly jumped up and the Bee King immediately flew next to it. Han Sen exclaimed, "Oh my god, those 2 insects are actually still talking." Then the Bee King carried a few more pieces of honey. This action made Han Sen exclaim that they took a few more pieces. The small silkworm lay on its back, happily holding the honey and eating heartily, leaving him puzzled. This insect's life aura wasn't much stronger than the Bee King's. So why was the Bee King so afraid of it? Did it have powerful parents behind it? Han Sen seriously considered that if this guy had kin, it would be best to eliminate the smaller ones first, and then defeat the larger ones. Using the same chi circulation technique, I could absorb the life gene essence of this entire insect family, spider. With the moon high in the sky, that insect spat out white silk towards the heavens. Watching its movements, Han Sen guessed, is this guy actually a larva about to evolve into an adult? As soon as it spat out enough silk, the insect began to wrap itself in silk. Han Sen quickly decided that since it already made the Bee Queen so wary, if it evolves into an adult, who knows how terrifying it will be. I must eliminate it now, but he was too late. The insect had successfully wrapped itself into a cocoon. Han Sen said in surprise, "Its aura has changed, I can't kill it now. If the chi circulation technique I just recorded is no longer effective, the loss will be great." A few hours later, Han Sen began to act. He created a green halo, simultaneously using the ghost eye mask, thinking 2 completely different chi circulation techniques actually appearing simultaneously on one super god creature. The insect was gradually emerging from its cocoon. The little angel was summoned, and Han Sen also entered combat readiness, thinking the opportunity has come. If I don't kill it now, it will be more troublesome when it reappears later. His arrow shot directly at the nose of the butterfly that had just poked its head out of the cocoon. At the same time, the little angel had approached it unnoticed, swinging her sword to strike it, making the butterfly tremble violently. Golden arrows and sword light rushed from all directions, blocking the butterfly's retreat, but the butterfly still didn't die, forcing Han Sen to shout, "This silver-winged immortal butterfly's vitality is terrifyingly tenacious. It won't die even after 3 slashes." Han Sen rushed forward like lightning while shouting, his hands clenched into fists. His fist carried a powerful blue chi flow. He punched the butterfly's cocoon. Combined with Han Sen's attack, a little angel swung her sword, severing half of the butterfly's head. However, despite being attacked by both of them simultaneously, the butterfly seemed completely unaffected, even emerging from its cocoon and transforming into a giant butterfly. Han Sen cursed in horror. "Damn it, still not dead, it's alive even without half its head." He remained calm. His eyes beginning to emit intertwined blue and yellow light, he decided it was time to use a new beast soul. Han Sen's eyes emitted emerald green light, causing the giant butterfly that was rushing to attack him to immediately stop. Han Sen commanded loudly, "Little angel, attack now." Listening to him, the little angel flew over and severed the giant butterfly's head with a single sword stroke. Han Sen threw an iron bell and shouted, "Death knell, don't waste its blood." System notification, hunt successful. Successfully eliminated super god creature, silver-winged immortal butterfly, no beast soul obtained, flesh and blood consumable, life gene essence collectible. Absorbing this essence can randomly grant a small amount of super god gene points. The death knell directly clamped onto the butterfly's freshly severed head, tightly adhering to its body. Han Sen commented, "It seems the death knell is about to evolve. The patterns on the bell body are becoming clearer and clearer." He sliced open the butterfly's body, took out a white gem, and then said, "The most important gene essence has also been found. Let's collect the corpse. Although humans can't eat it directly, and I currently don't have pets that can feed on it, I'll take it back for now." Just then, the bee king flew out of the hive. Han Sen suddenly turned to look. The bee king and its swarm all flew behind him one after another. Han Sen cursed angrily, "Damn it, that little insect scared you all like cowering turtles. Am I worse than it that you dare to bully me?" To his surprise, the bee king actually brought a few pieces of honey and placed them in front of him. Han Sen was puzzled. What's it doing?" After putting down the honey, the bee king flew up with its swarm circling him, doing nothing else. Han Sen guessed, "Is this a tribute? Is it paying me protection money?" Smiled at the swarm and said, "You're sensible. I was originally going to wipe out your hive too, but seeing how well behaved you are, I'll spare you. Anyway, it's only a first-generation super god creature. Killing it wouldn't yield much." He picked up the honey, turned and left, not forgetting to remind the bee king before leaving, "Next time I come, remember to offer honey essence on time, got it?" At the royal fortification, Beifeng walked over holding a box and shouted, "Han Sen, you're finally back." Han Sen asked, "What's up? What's in this box?" Beifeng opened the box, revealing a long piece of iron. He showed it off. "Look, good stuff," Han Sen exclaimed in surprise. Original stone steel in his mind. Such a large piece of original stone steel must be a treasure among treasures, much more valuable than those steel arrows of the royal family. Beifeng praised, "Good eye, keep it. Consider it my repayment for your favor and the money for the beast soul I bought from you, but remember not to say you got it from me." Han Sen refused. "This thing is too valuable. My beast soul isn't worth this much. Take it back." Beifeng waved his hand, not taking it back, and instead said, "Its origin is a bit problematic. I don't dare use it. You take it." Han Sen was puzzled. "What problem?" Beifeng looked left and right, then called out, "Han Sen, come here." He hooked Han Sen's shoulder and whispered stealthily, "I dug this up myself." Han Sen blurted out, Beifeng reminded him. "Find a reliable person to shape it. It's fine to use it yourself. Don't ask anymore, I won't say." Han Sen made a gesture of understanding. "All right," Beifeng stroked his chin, looking triumphant. "I haven't even teased him yet. If you feel bad, how about giving me 2 godblood beast souls, preferably humanoid transformation beast souls, and add a powerful possessive beast soul?" Han Sen immediately raised his middle finger, fiercely returning the gesture. "Stop dreaming. If I had such good beast souls, I'd keep them for myself." Then he added, "I'll try my best to find them for you." Han Sen held the box, thinking, if this piece of original stone steel were refined into a short knife or sword, its power would certainly be no less than a supergod weapon. These things can't be refined with ordinary techniques. I'll probably have to contact the royal family. In the Alliance base captain's room, Han Sen held Ji Yanran's hand and said, "Honey, I just learned a new superpower. Want to try it?" Ji Yanran asked. "What superpower?" Han Sen tempted her. "Look into my eyes." When Ji Yanran looked directly into his eyes, he used the ghost eye spider's skill, making her fall under its effect, her eyes becoming dull. Han Sen internally cheered. It worked. Music played as he made Ji Yanran perform a sexy dance just like the girl synchronized in the system's video. Han Sen grinned smugly, his face slightly flushed, almost drooling with delight. Excellent, the Ghost Eye Spider's ability is truly useful. In the Alliance base command room, Han Sen's eyes turned into hearts, drooling as he watched the sexy Ji Yanran slowly undress. Just as he was lost in the moment, Ji Yanran came to her senses. She furiously punched Han Sen's perverted face, shouting, "You pervert!" Han Sen was stunned by the blow. Screaming in pain, Ji Yanran fiercely pinched the flesh on his face, gritting her teeth and saying, "I knew you had ill intentions trying to hypnotize me, weren't you?" Han Sen cried pitifully, secretly complaining to himself, "The Ghost Eye Spider's ability isn't that useful after all, it's worse than nothing." To appease Ji Yanran's anger, he quickly grabbed her hand and kissed her lips. Ji Yanran, caught off guard, flushed beet red and cried out, "Let go of me, you pervert." After a while and some intimacy, the two lay in bed embracing. Ji Yanran praised him repeatedly, "Your hypnotism is very strong. Even someone from the Wang Fu family wouldn't be much better than you. It's just that I've undergone anti-hypnosis training and also reinforced my brain with a Star Clan crystal, so it doesn't affect me much." Han Sen asked doubtfully, "Which Wang Fu family?" Ji Yanran replied. "Which other Wang Fu family could it be? Of course it's the Wang Fu family of the Wu-Tang god of war. He recalled the image of the Wu-Tang god of war and asked, "Is the Wangfu family good at hypnotism? Don't they specialize in studying the Yi Tian Sutra?" Ji Yanren explained. "Their family has done a lot of research into psychological suggestion in similar fields. You could say they're among the best in the alliance." Conversely, the Yi Tian Sutra was never originally from the Wangfu family. Only 2 people cultivate the Yi Tian Sutra, and it has little to do with the Wangfu family. Han Sen suddenly suggested. "We can exchange experiences with senior sister Wangfu Ping sometime." No sooner had he said this than Ji Yanren, exasperated, fiercely pinched his ear and shouted, "You're forbidden to see Wangfu Ping again." Han Sen writhed in pain, trembling all over, and cried out loudly, "Ah, I won't, all right." The next day, at the 3 lakes of the second god sanctuary, Little Silver lay on Han Sen's shoulder and asked, "Lakes everywhere, which one is the Azure Water Lake?" He slowly put his hands in his pockets and continued, "Only by finding the Azure Water Lake can we find the terrifying alien creature rumored to be like a dinosaur." Han Sen suddenly stopped, asking suspiciously, "What's that commotion? Why is it so noisy up ahead?" A group of Gene Angels was ganging up on a person, and one of the Gene Angels shouted, "How dare you resist our Gene Angels, I'll skin you alive." Han Sen recalled his past encounters with Gene Angels and repeated doubtfully, "Gene Angels?" But inwardly he was certain that while the person might not be good, Gene Angels were definitely no good. He immediately transformed, donning his purple armor, and carefully calculated in his mind that in his current identity he couldn't directly confront the Gene Angels people. But Golden Coin had no connection to Gene Angels. Han Sen then put on his mask and shouted, charging towards the group. A Gene Angel subordinate saw him and loudly demanded, "Who are you? The Gene Angels are conducting business here." "Get lost." Han Sen said nothing, directly unleashing a great wheel elephant fist that sent the man flying, his nose bleeding. The man fell to the ground and his companions immediately shouted in angry accusation, "Golden Coin is Golden Coin, Golden Coin, our Gene Angels have no grudge against you. Why are you opposing us?" He disdained to answer, skillfully weaving past them. Han Sen rushed forward, helped the injured man up and asked, "Are you all right, friend?" The Gene Angels people excitedly chased after him, loudly threatening, "You can't take him. How dare you offend our Gene Angels, you'll suffer the consequences." Han Sen ignored them, comforting the man. "I'll take you away." He supported the injured man into the wood, saying, "It's safe here." The man couldn't support himself and fell face down to the ground. Han Sen called out, "Hey friend." A moment later, by a campfire, he had already bandaged the man. The man opened his eyes and repeatedly asked, "Are you really Golden Coin? Did you save me?" Han Sen replied, "Sort of." Man sat up, clutching his shoulder, and asked him, "Who do you want to kill?" Han Sen frowned and retorted, "What do you mean?" The man replied, "I owe you a life, but I only know how to kill people. I can't do anything else. Tell me who you want to kill and I'll kill them for you. A life for a life. Of course killing alien creatures is also fine." Han Sen inquired, "What's your name, and why are you fighting the Gene Angels people?" The man answered curtly, "Luo Yin, because I hate trouble." Han Sen heard this and teased him, "You hate trouble, yet you're being chased by the Gene Angels. It seems you're not very good at planning." Luo Yin also helplessly admitted, "I'm not a smart person to begin with, nor am I good at planning." Han Sen secretly evaluated his questions. He didn't reveal any information. This man named Luo Yin was interesting and not simple. He prepared to leave, but saw Luo Yin struggling to stand up and follow him, injuries and all. So he asked, "Are you planning to follow me?" Luo Yin said firmly, "I said I owe you a life. Only after repaying this life can I peacefully do other things," Han Sen arrogantly declared. "In this second sanctuary no one can threaten my life yet, so you probably can't repay this debt right now." Luo Yin suddenly asked, "You're very arrogant, aren't you?" He then brought his 2 fingers together and, fast as lightning, charged towards Han Senator. He used 2 fingers to stab at Han Sen, unleashing Fadian power. Han Sen was not to be outdone. He clenched his fists, activated Dragon Elephant Strike, and directly confronted Luo Yin. However, when Han Sen threw his punch, there was no power behind it. He thought in surprise, strange, did the energy disappear? At the same time, Luo Yin's power still struck towards him. Han Sen immediately let go, and Luo Yin's power directly hit the center of his armor, causing it to vibrate for a moment, but it remained intact without a single scratch. Luo Yin thought in astonishment. "I clearly grasped the trajectory of the Fatian power, yet I didn't hit it," he sincerely praised. "You are indeed worthy of your pride." Luo Yin took a step back, assumed a defensive stance, and continued, "I can't kill you, nor do I have the ability to repay your life." Golden Coin's face beneath the armor showed a serious expression. He frowned and said, "Come here, let me try one more slash." Luo Yin lowered his hands and explained, "Since you've heard of Fadian power, you should know that my power cannot be blocked by this slash. It cannot be deviated, no matter how many times it's attacked. It's a pity I can't break your armor. Even if I hit it, it's useless." Han Sen immediately denied, "I've never heard of this, nor do I believe it." Luo Yin said nothing, coldly brought his hands together and once again unleashed Fadian power to attack him. Han Sen raised his guard, secretly assessing that this man's Fadian power seemed different from Luo Lily's. When Luo Yin pointed at him, Han Sen quickly dodged sideways, but the Fadian power's attack still directly hit his armor, greatly surprising him. And he secretly asked himself, "But why can't I dodge this strike?" Luo Yin didn't stop, even using both hands, continuously striking Han Sen's armor with Fadian power from all directions. Han Sen could only raise his hands to shield his head, barely holding on. Although his armor wasn't damaged, he couldn't counterattack. After a while, Luo Yin knelt down exhausted. Supporting himself with his hands on the ground, breathing heavily, Han Sen's armor had also endured many attacks. He observed the armor in horror, secretly thinking, if it weren't for this magic Ant King armor I would have been torn to shreds by those 13 strikes long ago. Luo Yin finally conceded, gasping, "I can't kill you. Go, come find me when I need to repay you your life." Han Sen was still lost in his thoughts, remembering his mother's words that if he encountered someone who had truly cultivated the Fatian Sutra, he must never defend. Only by killing them could the problem be solved. He then turned and left. Luo Yin watched his receding figure and complained, "Sure enough, this matter is troublesome." In the Alliance-based dormitory, Han Sen was typing on his computer, pondering, what exactly is the power of the Fatian Sutra? Then he thought, I should still open the information Auntie sent me and take a look, although I don't plan to cultivate it. Maybe I can find a way to deal with it. Han Sen muttered, reading, like heaven yet not heaven, that is an Asura. But karma, retribution. This passage says that Fatian power, which is Asura power, is essentially a power of karma, a malicious power of retribution. He recalled the scene of confronting Luo Yin and mused, but karma is unavoidable. Once an action is taken, the outcome is already set. This is what Luo Yin meant by an unavoidable strike. The more he analyzed, the clearer it became. Han Sen seemed certain. However, the Fatian Sutra is cultivated by humans, so its karma is also governed by human power. It's not without a solution. He stood up and continued. As long as one can sense destiny and predict karma, the rest merely depends on whose cultivation is higher. Han Sen walked out analyzing. After the ice skin jade bone technique opens its first gene lock, it will reach its 8th form, which is precisely the counter to the Fatian Sutra. In the 3D holographic training simulator, Qin Zan, using the codename Shang Fei, was training. She commented, "Good power but too slow to react." She defeated her opponent with just one slash. Qin Zan complained dejectedly, "These opponents aren't worth fighting. When will I encounter that person again?" As if her wish came true, her friends from the battleship were already online. Qin Zan happily exclaimed, "He's online, he's finally back." Han Sen had already entered the 3D training simulator. His system notification showed a message from Shang Fei. "Instructor, are you free now?" He chose to accept the challenge. After accepting the invitation, Han Sen's holographic image immediately appeared before Qin Zan, the user named Shang Fei. He directly said, "Use all your power to fight me." Qin Zan replied, "All right, prepare to receive my moves." She continuously wielded her sword, attacking Han Sen, but all her attacks were easily blocked by him. Making Qin Zan think in surprise, "He seems to be able to predict all my attacks, blocking them accurately every time." Han Sen closed his eyes, blocking Qin Zan's sword with his bare hands. He secretly praised himself, "My senses are getting sharper, but to reach the 8th form there's still a long way to go." Qin Zan gritted her teeth, secretly thinking, if this continues I won't be able to break through his defense at all. Then I'll abandon defense and go all-out offense. No sooner said than done. Qin Zan immediately changed her attack style, her swordsmanship sharp and exquisite, continuously striking Han Senator. Even he praised, "Good swordsmanship." He dodged while sighing inwardly, "This is the strong opponent I need." But Han Sen merely touched Qin Zan's wrist and she immediately stopped. He asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Qin Zan immediately replied, "Instructor, this sword technique only attacks and doesn't defend. With me it's invincible, but it's too dangerous. I don't know if I should continue practicing it." Han Sen only asked, "What's the name of the sword technique?" Qin Zan answered, "Emperor Heart Overlord Blade." He then enlightened her. "The art of the Emperor Heart wins without fighting, and the art of the Overlord makes all under heaven submit. When you practice this sword technique to the realm of no fighting, that is true accomplishment. If there's no fighting, what danger can there be?" Hearing his words, Qin Zan immediately exclaimed in joyous surprise, "I understand, please teach me." In the arena, Instructor Shang Fei gripped her sword, a bewildered expression on her face. She asked again, "No fighting?" Han Sen nodded. He sincerely advised, "Yes, no fighting is the greatest manifestation of absolute authority. Think carefully. If you have a sword in your heart, then continue practicing. But if you still have reservations, give up now, otherwise practicing the Emperor Heart Overlord Blade will only lead to your demise." Shang Fei returned with doubts. In the holographic training machine, one sentence constantly echoed in her mind, "Is no fighting the greatest authority?" Back at the Qin family mansion, it was indeed a prestigious family, exuding dignity and nobility everywhere, with every plant and tree in the mansion meticulously pruned. Tai Zan leisurely sipped his tea, its fragrance wafting. "You doubt that no fighting is the greatest authority? I really want to know who told her those words." Tai Zan took a sip of tea. "He really wants to meet that person. Just a few words can make my daughter determined to practice the Emperor Heart Overlord Blade. If because of those words my little Xuanquan encounters danger in the future, I will definitely settle the score with him." Shang Fei frowned in protest. "Great-grandfather, that matter has nothing to do with the instructor." However, Tai Zan had clearly seen Han Sen's considerable influence on Shang Fei, so how could it be unrelated? If it weren't for his words, my daughter wouldn't have understood the way of the Emperor Heart, and naturally wouldn't have decided to practice the Overlord Blade. Remember to call me when you two schedule your next match in the virtual training camp. Some time later, Shang Fei met Han Sen again in the arena. She quickly walked up to him and stated her decision. "Instructor, I've decided to practice the Emperor Heart Overlord Blade." Han Sen, having just arrived, happily encouraged her. Excellent. He suddenly realized there were not just two people here. A distinguished guest was observing them from a private box. Han Sen asked in surprise, "Is that?" Shang Fei must have already received instructions from her great-grandfather. She was a little flustered, trying to find an excuse, but it looked very suspicious. "Ah, that he's my friend instructor. My friend wants to have a match with you." Han Sen didn't seem to mind. "All right." In the holographic training machine, he suddenly saw a somewhat long name appear on the screen. Master of 3 palaces, 6 courts, and 72 concubines. Han Sen genuinely tried not to comment. However, this name was indeed hard to understand. He frowned in some confusion. Peeved this nickname. A moment later, with permission granted, the master of 3 palaces, 6 courts, and 72 concubines entered the arena. He suddenly looked much younger here than outside. He greeted amicably, "Please enlighten me." Meanwhile, Shang Fei's system experienced an anomaly. She vaguely realized she was being forcibly teleported. "What's going on?" Shang Fei was kicked back to the 3D training equipment. She desperately tried to re-enter the arena. Great-grandfather's move. Granddaughter completely didn't expect. Shang Fei frantically kept clicking the screen. "Open the match." "Why isn't the match opening? What on earth is great-grandfather doing kicking me out of the room?" On the other two's side, the match had already begun, with second concubine launching the first attack. Han Sen gritted his teeth, tense, cold sweat streaming down. The aura was too dangerous. The person opposite him felt less like a person, and more like a terrifying beast from primeval times. He trembled, yet still had to step forward. Han Sen secretly thought, "I should feel lucky that I encountered this person in the Skynet virtual world and not as a real enemy. Otherwise, with such a disparity in strength, the consequences would truly be unimaginable." He initially assessed his opponent's current strength. This power made his body react this way. If he encountered it in the real world or a sanctuary, he definitely wouldn't have a chance to escape. Second concubine frowned, clearly displeased. He began to question the boy who had changed his granddaughter's mind. "Why did you advise Qin Zan to practice the Overlord Blade?" Han Sen's answer was too simple and perfunctory. "It was probably hard to accept because I thought she was very suitable for the Emperor Heart Overlord Blade." The second consort released an unimaginable, overwhelming aura, blue flames blazing fiercely as if even the air itself had been ignited. "Then let me see whether you are as suitable as you think," she said, stepping forward without hesitation and charging straight toward her target. Yet Han Sen found himself unable to move. He realized how dire and helpless his situation was. Unable to move, unable to dodge. Was he really going to be crushed just like that? But one thing was certain. Han Sen would not simply wait for death. Though trembling violently, he still fought back, a gentle green aura rising around him like a field of soft grass. Enduring that astonishing pressure, Han Sen understood the key to the problem. It wasn't that the opponent's power was too overwhelming for him to resist. Rather, the opponent's aura and realm far surpassed his own, creating that suffocating feeling. Therefore, he decided to use the Dongxuan Sutra to resist. As a result, Han Sen was able to move, narrowly dodging those fierce thrusts again and again. He evaluated the situation. If he retreated, his state of mind would collapse, but if he advanced, it would only be blind courage under immense pressure. Suddenly, his left arm turned pitch black and its movement speed no longer matched the rest of his body. The system emitted a cold, emotionless voice. In the blink of an eye, his health dropped by 95 points, turning from a gentle green to a glaring red alert. Han Sen's face darkened, a few beads of cold sweat seeping down his cheeks. Trembling, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay calm, murmuring to himself, "Too strong." The second consort withdrew her attack, inwardly praising Han Sen as well. This young man actually possessed such a firm heart. Even when facing a single strike from her, he was still able to choose the response that gave him the greatest chance of survival. Forced to his knees in pain, Han Sen realized that the previous attack had directly hit him, costing him an arm. It was so close, just a bit more and he would have been finished. Without a doubt, she was the strongest person he had ever encountered. Just then, the second consort frowned and demanded, "I am serious. Since you instigated Xuanxuan to practice the Emperor Heart Overlord Blade, you must take responsibility to the end." Han Sen looked up in surprise and retorted, "How, what responsibility?" He clearly didn't understand what he had done. The second consort intimidatingly stepped forward. Her reasoning was clear. An Overlord Blade without a sheath would only harm others and herself. Because you made that girl practice the Overlord Blade, you are destined to be the sheath for this blade. Han Sen was surprised. "If I can help Captain Qin, I will do my best. What should I do?" The second consort reined in her aura. The battle was over. She presented a seemingly simple request: spend time training with that girl and defeat her. He was stunned. Shang Fei Qin Zan was someone he highly valued, and something seemed off. What, defeat her? The second consort didn't want to say more. She coldly demanded. Although the power had been lifted, the pressure from the second consort seemed unchanged. "Young man, state your name." He still didn't understand the situation, but he obediently complied. Otherwise, the consequences would truly be unimaginable. My name is Han Sen. I used to serve under Captain Qin, and now I am a captain in the Blue Star Special Security Action Team for the Second Sanctuary. May I ask your esteemed name? The second consort revealed her identity. There was no point in hiding it from him anyway, and it might as well put a little more pressure on him. "I am Qin Taixuan." Han Sen was dumbfounded. He clearly knew about the Qin family's half-god expert. A moment later at the Qin family, Shang Fei Qin Zan was extremely worried after being kicked out of the room and couldn't even watch the match. She rushed to Qin Taishuan. "Great-grandfather, what exactly did you do to the instructor?" He maintained his leisurely and elegant posture, calmly sipping his tea before replying, "Nothing much. I was just testing if he was qualified to instruct my adorable Xuanxuan. It seems he's quite good." Han Sen's strength was considerable enough to make Tai Zan frown. Vigilantly he thought, "I hope he doesn't join the Luo family, otherwise it's hard to say whether it would be a blessing or a curse for the alliance." In the Hand of God holographic device, the blocks were being captured at an astonishing speed, as if there was more than one person inside. Han Sen was the one undertaking the challenge. His whole body moved like a machine, incredibly synchronized and coordinated, resulting in all the light blocks being cleared. Just as the 100 completion notification appeared, the system immediately granted him a huge achievement. "Congratulations, you have completed Hand of God Super Advanced Mode 100. Han Sen tiredly pulled off the virtual reality device, panting. Han Sen thought to himself, "In the past 2 months of training, my spiritual perception under the Dongxuan aura field has grown stronger and stronger, now on par with the 8th form of the ice skin jade bone technique." News of his achievement quickly spread with a system notification. Evolver player One, a girlfriend, has become the first to complete Super Advanced Mode after receiving the Hand of God title. People on the community page immediately grew excited. Really? I've been single for 50 years and now I have to fight for a girlfriend." Han Sen, on the other side, was somewhat confused, trying to deal with the constantly popping up small screens. It was as if the system was malfunctioning and he was very worried. "Oh God, these friend requests will surely crash the server." Suddenly an unusual message appeared in a corner. This was no ordinary friend request. Han Sen turned around. Who is this person? It seems to be a challenge, indeed. A provocative notification flashing with golden light displayed, "Hand of God Player 3 has sent you a match invitation. Do you accept?" He knew a little about this person. A professional Hand of God Evolver player who had won 4 consecutive Evolver competition championships in the past 5 years. An unusual individual had set their sights on him. This must have been attracted by the previous news. How thought-provoking. Han Sen chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with interest and anticipation. He had already completed the highest level AI mode. Continuing to battle the AI was meaningless. He might as well try the feeling of battling a real person. The challenge was accepted, and the system quickly arranged it. The rules were simple. The match mode was whoever touched 100 light points first won. One could click light points close to oneself or steal the opponent's light points. Whoever reached 100 points first won. The number of spectators continued to increase. Spectator Ironblood Tenderheart asserted, "No one has ever fully completed Super Advanced Mode in all these years. I've never even seen anyone touch half the light points. This person must have cheated." The first light point appeared, and Han Sen was a step faster, scoring the first point. Battle Dragon Rampage was bewildered. Hand of God Player 3 was clearly faster. How did One, a girlfriend, take his point? Quantum Mind couldn't believe it. One, a girlfriend actually stole Player 3's point. The current score was 1-0, but for One, a girlfriend, this result surely exceeded many players' expectations. The score gap gradually widened to 2-0, and Ironclad Warrior commented, "The legendary professional player is being crushed, not even scoring a single point." Spacetime Traveler exclaimed, "Impossible, it's already 3-0. IllusionNet stated, "This isn't cheating. Even an AI is only faster in speed and reaction. It's impossible to completely block the opponent's light points." Han Sen still completely dominated his opponent, the score gap already 47-0. Hand of God Player 3 was panicking. He had frozen. The match ended with an overwhelming advantage, 100-0, in favor of One, a girlfriend. Soul Link exclaimed, "It's like he can control destiny. This is the true Hand of God." This match later even appeared on TV in the Alliance Base cafeteria. Han Sen was leisurely listening to the news about himself. This match ushered Hand of God into a brand new era. No longer simply about speed-based scoring, it shifted to the realm of prediction and psychological warfare, studying how to steal points from opponents. Furthermore, he also received an invitation from a team. One, a girlfriend. "If you are watching this program, our team is willing to offer you a reward beyond your imagination." Han Sen seemed indifferent, continuing to eat. As he ate, he thought to himself, "Battling real people is too boring. It's far less interesting than battling the highest level AI. Unless I can challenge a higher level, battling humans is simply a waste of time." It seemed Han Sen was quite disappointed with his last match in the Sanctuary World. Han Sen had already prepared a secluded dwelling. The massive building was very sturdy, its tall gates tightly shut. As soon as he arrived, Little Silver pounced to greet him, licking him incessantly. Han Sen hugged it with a smile. "Ha, all right. It's been a long time since I returned to the Sanctuary World. Did you miss me?" Han Sen picked up Little Silver and examined it carefully, seemingly very happy. The life force within Little Silver was growing stronger and stronger, almost comparable to the little fairy, yet its body hadn't changed much, still seemingly not having entered its mature phase. As he spoke, he took out a spirit beast and carefully roasted it for Little Silver to eat. "Little Silver, I treat you better than my own son, giving you all the good things to eat. If you dare to be ungrateful in the future, I won't forgive you." As if responding to Han Sen's words, Little Silver jumped up, rubbed its head against his face, making soft and cute chirping sounds, and then went to eat the roasted spirit beast. Little Silver continuously wagged its tail, proving it was eating happily. Han Sen wondered, I wonder what changes Little Silver will undergo after eating the immortal butterfly. What will the silver-winged immortal butterfly become? Suddenly, Little Silver trembled incessantly, and he asked worriedly, Little Silver, what's wrong? It didn't answer, merely standing there, its small tail drooping. Then its aura suddenly erupted, green light radiating from the little fox's body. Little Silver's fur stood on end and gradually it curled up, forming a green circle that enveloped its entire body. Little Silver had thus shrunk and changed. Han Sen walked closer, observing very carefully, is Little Silver finally growing up? The transformation complete, the little fox had fully turned into a giant egg, continuously emitting faint currents. Han Sen carefully put it into his backpack, anticipating, I wonder how long Little Silver will need to break out of its cocoon. By Azure Water Lake many people were camping and grilling fish. It was just strange that they all seemed fully armed. They said to each other, there's someone over there, what did I tell you, his luck is terrible. Haha, old Wong lost this time. 3 skewers of grilled meat. Haha, the person they were talking about was clearly Han Sen. He was using his Dongxuan aura field to probe deep underwater. Han Sen frowned in confusion. He found no signs of super god creatures. Where exactly were the 2 legendary dinosaurs, large and small? So they pulled him forward, chatting amicably. Are you also here at Azure Water Lake to see the dinosaurs? Han Sen glanced back. He was the one. He introduced himself first. I am Lu Yunyi. Afterward, the 4 of them pulled Han Sen to join their team, and a moment later, 5 people were gathered around the campfire. You're a soldier too, what a coincidence. We're all comrades from the same unit. It's rare to be teleported to the same area, so we formed a small team. Han Sen, which unit do you belong to? He replied mysteriously. My unit is rather special and it's not convenient to disclose. Yunyi sat cutting roasted meat, smiling. Oh, a special unit? Any fresh news? Suddenly, water splashed everywhere and a loud crash broke the tranquil camping atmosphere by the lake. They were startled, hastily turning to see what had made such a huge sound. What was that sound? A long-necked creature surfaced, struggling violently, churning the lake. Yunyi's team was stunned. Dinosaurs, Captain, those are really dinosaurs. He signaled everyone to evacuate the lakeshore safely. Captain, the lake water is rising. Should we make a move? 2 dinosaurs, one large and one small, quickly charged toward the shore. They ferociously rushed over, intending to attack the minuscule humans. Yunyi decided to retreat, avoiding combat. Such huge monsters, even if we stabbed them with our weapons, it would be useless. With just one swing of their tails, they could kill our entire team. They all ran without looking back, except for Han Sen, who enhanced his body and charged directly towards the 2 dinosaurs. He shouted, Han Sen, don't go! Han Sen ran alone across the surface of Azure Water Lake, heading straight for the 2 incredibly enormous dinosaurs. He immediately summoned the powerful and beautiful sacred battle angel for assistance. Han Sen alone was clearly no match for these 2 monsters. Yunyi's team was in disbelieving shock, exclaiming, Oh God, where did this master come from? He's so powerful. Is that angel-like woman his beast soul companion? She's too magnificent, too strong. He activated the Dongxuan Sutra. He quickly assessed the overall situation of his opponents. Their life auras were indeed strong. They were a first-generation supergod creature and a second-generation supergod creature. Han Sen observed the huge differences between these 2 creatures. The massive creature was filled with chaos within its body, but the smaller creature had an unusual way its life aura circulated. Sacred Battle Angel, you go deal with the big one. He had decided on his tactic, taking out the blazing Tyrannosaurus. A powerful flame enveloping the sharp weapon. Han Sen thought to himself, my current physique is no weaker than that of an immature god creature, and with the blazing Tyrannosaurus's skill, killing this smaller creature shouldn't be a big problem. He had already approached the smaller dinosaur. It let out a powerful roar, its slanted, elongated eyes gleaming with fierce and formidable light. It exuded considerable pressure. Han Sen thrust with his fiery spear, but it didn't cause the slightest damage. He gritted his teeth, frowning in surprise. It blocked it. What incredible strength. I didn't expect the start to be so easy. Han Sen spun in the air to create distance, secretly assessing could this be a supergod creature that specifically evolves physical strength? The size difference between the 2 monsters was enormous. The one the angel was dealing with was 10 times larger than the one Han Sen was fighting. She swung her sword, fiercely striking the dinosaur's head. It paused slightly, but otherwise showed no particular reaction, because that attack only caused a tiny wound insignificant compared to its hard body. Han Sen's side seemed even more difficult. The dinosaur was roaring furiously and chasing after him. He secretly cursed, damn it, this beast is truly mad. What animal chases a human to bite? But thanks to its ferocious habit, Han Sen had other ways to deal with it. Since it was relentlessly pursuing, I would use this to lure it away, far from its mother. In the blink of an eye he had already lured it to the battleground, surely far enough from its mother. The dinosaur hadn't yet realized it had fallen into a trap. Han Sen looked at the foolish prey behind him, thinking, your end has come. In a blink he turned and gathered strength, thrusting another powerful strike. This time it was opening its mouth, so its hard scales were completely ineffective and powerful flames blazed fiercely. Han Sen roared, I must eliminate this prey. Die, the spear has destroyed its mouth. The dinosaur's throat was pierced, a spear directly exiting the hard shell at the back of its neck. The monster trembled in agony. Hansen knew that this alone was not enough to finish it. He didn't stop, continuing to thrust deeper, and the flames burned even more fiercely. Suddenly, it took a step back, Hansen's spear suspended in the air. The monster broke free of his control with incredible ease. He blurted out, "Ha!" Completely bewildered and confused, Hansen was extremely surprised, cursing aloud. Damn it, how can it still exert such powerful strength after such severe injuries? Back at Azure Water Lake, the angel was still battling the large dinosaur. But it suddenly looked towards the shore, seemingly realizing its child had been gone for a long time. The dinosaur then immediately ran to look for the smaller dinosaur. The angel still relentlessly pursued it, injuring it again. In the forest, the smaller dinosaur was desperately running back towards the lake. It crushed all the dry trees in its path. With a tremendous roar, Hansen still relentlessly pursued, his spear point plunging into its body again. Blood already flowing, he shouted, "You can't escape." The dinosaur spewed a mouthful of blood and collapsed, its lower body scorching from flames. Clearly he hadn't left his prey for a second. Hansen wanted to rush forward and deliver a fatal blow to its head. Die! The monster no longer had the strength to resist and fell powerlessly. However, he was obstructed midway. A giant black shadow rushed over, accompanied by a huge and violent crash. The dinosaur mother arrived just in time, stomping down heavily, kicking up dust. Fortunately, Hansen reacted in time and dodged. It almost hit him. It hastily lowered its head, looking at its struggling cub, its gaze still wary but filled with worry. The angel had caught up and continued to attack. This mother beast had more combat experience than her cub, easily dodging all attacks while also continuously striking at Hansen on the ground. He successfully escaped and tried to get closer to the cub. Got it. Hansen was extremely nervous, afraid of missing the opportunity, and quickly acted. The little beast was almost at its limit. He had to seize the chance to finish it. Another strange creature rushed over and intervened in the battle. It looked like a lion but had wings. He was astonished. What is that thing? This monster took advantage of the large dinosaur being busy fending off all attacks from the front, completely ignoring its back, and stealthily carried away the dying cub. Hansen gritted his teeth, his anxiety growing. Damn it, someone else is trying to reap benefits from my hard work again. The dinosaur mother had already realized her cub was missing, so now all three parties attacked the monster together, and he immediately gave chase, fighting fiercely. Before, I was the one reaping benefits from others. This beast actually dares to reap benefits from me. This is intolerable. The monster carried the small dinosaur deeper into the forest, and it groaned and struggled to escape but was powerless. Its mother was frantically chasing after her cub, flattening dry trees in her path. Cracking sounds echoed continuously. Hansen also grew anxious. His prey was right there, but it was snatched away. He was clearly tense, pursuing the thief so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. If this continued, he would surely lose track. Hansen found an emergency solution. That's right, I can use the light sun's aura circulation technique. He accelerated, determined to fight to the death. I'll run until I drop, but I'll catch that black-winged tiger. How dare it steal my things? In a flash, it had flown to the purple mountain range. Rugged and desolate place, with thick fog enveloping the mountain peaks. Hansen braked abruptly. The surrounding rocks were taller than adults. The sight before him left him stunned. What is this? Most surprisingly, in this complex terrain, someone had built an incredibly intricate structure. There was a fairy palace on the mountaintop. Hansen had already realized that what they were about to face was no ordinary foe and hastily recalled his beast soul. Stop chasing, little angel. She obeyed and flew behind him, awaiting new instructions. Hansen was certain that with a creature like the black-winged tiger in its alien spirit structure, it could not possibly be a royal fortress. The dinosaur mother had already climbed the steep cliff, her eyes never leaving her cub. Hansen curiously waited, wondering if this mother beast could catch up. The black tiger had already brought the cub to the Purple Star Palace. It descended, preparing to enter. The dinosaur was still struggling to escape, but to no avail. Just as the dinosaur mother peered over, the cub was dragged inside. She roared furiously. Too late, the door is already closed. The dinosaur mother incessantly rammed the large door, hoping to break it open. However, the structure was too tough. She accomplished nothing, instead hurting herself, feeling dizzy and bleeding profusely. Looking truly pathetic, Hansen watched the entire scene, frowning in thought. Such a powerful body, surpassing most super-god creatures, yet it still couldn't break open the fortress door. The dinosaur mother still didn't give up, continuing to ram the door with her bloodied head, filled with determination, never stopping. The target was unharmed, but blood already stained the door, and the dinosaur mother was facing considerable difficulty. Hansen decided to fly up and see what terrifying creatures were inside the fortress. He spread his wings and flew up, and upon reaching Liang City he was astonished. How can this be? Hansen was stunned. With my eyesight and perception, I actually can't see through this cloud of fog. These clouds are definitely suspicious. He continued to fly higher, deeper into the area, and the clouds grew denser, greatly obstructing his vision. Given the situation, Hansen cautiously took out an item. It was time to use the ghost eye mask. Bright spots clearly appeared in the dense clouds. He counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were at least 5 terrifying super-god creatures, and perhaps even more formidable ones I hadn't discovered. Hansen gritted his teeth, thinking, I finally caught a second-generation super-god creature. And now it's been snatched away again. Should I just let it go? He made up his mind and flew back to the dinosaur mother. No, I must rush in. Even if he couldn't get the prey back, he would turn this place upside down. This time it didn't immediately attack Han Senator. He stood next to it and declared, "Now we are allies." He took out his weapon, thinking once inside this giant beast can at least pin down one or two super god creatures. The temporary alliance was formed and the burning spear tip fiercely pierced the solid gate. He used all his strength to pry it open, shouting, "Open up." The flames burned even more intensely. After this attack, the gate still stood firm, not opening at all, only showing slight negligible scratches. Han Sen gritted his teeth in anger, frowning as he thought of a solution. Too hard, not even a single shard can be pried off. The large dinosaur continued to ram the gate, blood constantly splattering. If this continued, it would die before rescuing its cub. This was not what Han Sen wanted. He couldn't let this go on. Even if it eventually broke in, it would be half dead. Wouldn't it just be slaughtered by others? He found another way, flying into the air, thinking, why not just rush in directly? Open the door from the inside, wearing powerful super god armor. Han Sen rushed forward again, but it seemed something was amiss. Why did he have a bad premonition? The mask revealed a super god beast hiding in the clouds approaching them. He had to take immediate action. Han Sen didn't slow down, merely saying, "It's coming." The angel automatically understood and rushed out to block. He had already found the entrance, a strange black hole, definitely the one he was looking for. He shouted excitedly, "This is it!" The angel was still blocking the several super god beasts hidden in the clouds. Han Sen hastily gave instructions, "I must enter the fortress. Cover me." Then she followed closely behind him, ready to repel any obstacles on the way. He charged straight ahead with his long spear. The further he went, the more worried Han Sen became. Not good. A fortress wall is only about 100 meters high, but I've already rushed in at least several hundred meters and still haven't seen the ground below. Han Sen was lost in the dense clouds and he nervously looked around. Damn it, this cloud of fog is so vast, I can't get out no matter which direction I charge. Something seems to be approaching. It's Little Angel. She blocked another attack from a super god beast hidden in the clouds. Han Sen seemed unaware that the danger was so close. He gritted his teeth and continued to probe. It seems there's only one super god creature in the clouds. If the other super god creatures don't come, there should be a way to eliminate it. Indeed, only a red dot was approaching them. This super god beast was trying to move stealthily, not wanting to be discovered. Han Sen already had a plan. The little angel clearly couldn't see it, so he had to figure out a way himself. He took out an item, the peacock lotus spear. Han Sen loudly signaled to the angel, "Left." She successfully blocked the attack. He grew more anxious because of the dinosaur mother outside. I must hurry. If that monster died from ramming the gate, he would lose a powerful helper. Han Sen thought, it's observing us planning a sneak attack, so I must pretend not to see it. He secretly probed. Outside, he could still see the life aura of 4 other super god creatures, but now in the clouds he couldn't. Han Sen had already sensed it circling behind them and couldn't help but smile. Haha, it's still planning to ambush me? This super god beast suddenly accelerated, preparing to attack, but unfortunately it was seen through from the start. He frowned and said, "It's coming." The super god beast was easily blocked. Han Sen shouted excitedly, "Didn't expect that, did you?" Then he used the peacock continuous crossbow to shoot countless arrows. He declared, "Now it's my turn to attack you." But he couldn't control the super god beast for too long. It shook off Han Sen and then fled. He was startled by the sudden change and yelled, "Ah!" in irritation. The nearby angel immediately gave chase, successfully delivering a heavy blow to the super god beast. Han Sen hastily gave the next instructions, still keeping his eyes on the target. "It's injured, chase it." The super god beast tried to shake them off but failed. He was already very close to it. "Chase it." The angel also accelerated close enough to deliver a powerful slash. Han Sen praised, "Excellent, pin it down." He took out the peacock continuous crossbow and shot the remaining few original stone steel arrows. "All of them for you." Han Sen was triumphant, hearing the sound of 4 more arrows hitting. "Ha ha ha, it won't last much longer. Little angel, it's your turn." She rushed forward and unleashed a magnificent half-moon slash for the fatal blow, and he immediately praised, "Well done, little angel." The system immediately popped up a notification. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted super god creature mist beast. No beast soul obtained. Life gene essence collectible. Consuming flesh and blood can randomly grant 10 super god gene points. The clouds grew dense again, obscuring vision, only vaguely seeing 2 figures inside. After the super god beast died, the clouds gradually dissipated. Han Sen understood. It seemed this strange cloud was its creation, therefore he saw his landing spot directly below him. This was the purple immortal palace, and the super god beast they had just hunted was right next to it. Han Sen landed nearby, its body gradually dissipating, revealing a huge white translucent crystal. Is that the mist beast's life gene essence? After collecting it, he heard a booming crashing sound behind him, almost forgetting about opening the door. So Han Sen stepped forward, using all his strength to pull his temporary ally inside. He was about to open it. Coincidentally, as the door opened, it slammed into it again. So the dinosaur mother stumbled inside. The sight here dazzled it. With too many doors and secret rooms, Han Sen was a bit bewildered. He looked around wondering, such a large and luxurious fortress, yet I don't see any alien creatures or spirits. The dinosaur didn't think much, continuing to randomly choose another door to ram. He felt annoyed. Was this mother beast crazy? Hansen was about to go help it, but the loud crashing sound still echoed in the huge fortress. Suddenly the dinosaur stepped back. It was wary, as if sensing danger, not because of its wounds. A strange object walked out and he was astonished. Alien creature? No, that wasn't an alien creature in armor, but an empty suit of armor. It wielded a sword, and Hansen was still hesitating, wondering if this was an alien creature or an alien spirit. The dinosaur was wounded by the first strike. He realized the problem. The mother beast was too clumsy. Not only did it fail to step on the armored monster, but it was also slashed in the leg by its greatsword, causing injury. Delaying would surely lead to defeat. Hansen hastily rushed over. No, I can't let it die like this. I must go up and help it without my assistance. It won't be able to deal with these super-god creatures. Suddenly the black tiger that had snatched the cub appeared, blocking his path. Hansen tried to dodge it. He gritted his teeth, burning with rage. Finally it's here, however. Then a giant python and a large gorilla also appeared. It seemed they were blocked on all sides, surrounded. The black tiger let out a fierce roar. Hansen gave instructions. Little angel, charge. She accelerated with her sword, slashing directly at the target. This time the opponent was the black tiger. The giant gorilla leaped and pounced on Hansen. He was startled by its speed, which didn't match its size. Hansen dodged in time. This leap destroyed the hard ground, creating a huge crater, and dust flew everywhere. At the same time, the giant python also joined the battle, its long body winding and pursuing him. Hansen said excellent again, then seized the opportunity to attack the gorilla, startling it. So hard, the blazing Tyrannosaurus slash on the giant ape's arm only left a small wound. Then both super god beasts relentlessly pursued and he retreated. A one-on-one was already difficult, and now he had to deal with two. The gorilla threw a heavy punch. Hansen turned to block, and a huge roar echoed. He was punched flying, spitting a mouthful of blood, colliding with the hard wall behind him, causing it to crack. The gorilla and python seized the opportunity to rush forward, wanting to finish Hansen. He struggled to stand up, then leapt again, still tightly gripping his long spear. He was full of determination. I can't defeat you, but I have other ways. Hansen landed behind the dinosaur, simultaneously luring the two super god beasts in hot pursuit. Suddenly he charged at it with killing intent. I'll kill you! Flames blazed on his spear. Hansen accelerated, stabbing directly at the armored suit. Watch this! The gorilla tried to attack him, fiercely rushing over, but was blocked by the dinosaur. The battle situation changed slightly, the heavyweight fight becoming balanced. Two giant super god beasts bit and clawed at each other, one using its thick hands, the other its sharp teeth. Hansen calculated correctly. Although this monster struggled against the steel-armored monster, it displayed immense power against the giant ape, not falling behind at all. The armor cut a path, and this size was indeed clearer. He thought, this is much easier than dealing with that powerful gray ape. Clearly the right trade, but there's a forgotten super god beast. When it rushed over, Hansen cursed angrily. Damn it, there's still another one. It was the giant python, and he annoyedly dodged sideways. You damn thing, you're clinging like a leech. With no other choice, Hansen pulled out another powerful helper. It was placed in a giant shell. Little fairy, I've raised you for so long, now it's time for you to work. He threw it directly at that super god beast. The shell rolled a few times and a fairy appeared. From its appearance one could tell it was about to bring forth a wave of cold. In an instant the fairy flew around the giant python, freezing its entire body, its smooth skin covered in a thick layer of ice. Hansen was secretly delighted. This guy didn't disappoint me. Excellent. He stared directly at the armor in front of him. Now I can finally deal with you wholeheartedly. Hansen blocked the sword with his spear shaft again. But unlike the gorilla's punch, this weapon was strong enough to shatter the spear. Unexpectedly, a crack appeared from the sword light, so it seemed he couldn't directly counter the sword light. He used its clumsy body to circle around and launch a surprise attack. This armor was too hard to damage, and the gaps were too small for the blazing Tyrannosaurus slash to pierce. The angel and the black tiger dominated the sky, their battle incredibly fierce. The dinosaur and the gorilla also vied for dominance against each other. However, it seemed our side was taking more damage. After all, it had expended too much energy opening the damaged city gate. Once it fell, the balance of power would completely tip and I would have no chance left. Hansen desperately tried to salvage the situation. He had to find a way to heal it. All the wounds on the dinosaur's body had healed, and he felt a little relieved, finally stabilizing the battle for the moment. Hansen dodged the armor's attacks. As long as he stalled until the little fairy was free, she was still suppressing the giant python, the thick ice layer rendering it immobile. Now was the time to deliver a fatal blow. The giant python couldn't even spit blood. What it spat out was another massive chunk of ice. Seeing this, Hansen secretly praised, "Little fairy, well done." The first victory marked the full counterattack of Hansen's team. He used his Dongxuan aura field, carefully scrutinizing all the opponents before him. This armored monster was actually a second-generation supergod creature. Its life force circulation technique was perhaps the key to its green sword light. Just as his perception grew stronger, Hansen sensed another anomaly. At the very top, an extremely dangerous red aura was lurking. It remained motionless without any particular movement. However, an existence of this level was extremely worrying, enough to destroy all his previous efforts. It's over. There are other super creatures in this sanctuary area. That super beast radiating terrifying red aura was striding majestically towards the battlefield like an emperor. Hansen nervously searched for a solution. If this monster joined the battle, we would have almost no hope of winning. Should we retreat now? Suddenly, the sound of ice shattering rang out. The giant python was on its last breath. He hoped the little fairy's battle would end soon. Hansen's hope reignited. As long as he stalled long enough for the little fairy to eliminate that four-legged lizard, we still had a chance to fight. He temporarily retreated, waiting for an opportunity. The green-armored monster relentlessly pursued. Attacking and defending, the two ran along the wide fortifications. Hansen suddenly noticed movement high above and quickly looked up. He stopped on the steep stairs, shocked as he observed carefully. Was there someone up there? A woman in red appeared. She was the alien spirit emanating that unsettling, overwhelming aura. Hansen recognized her. He looked at her empty hands with sharp nails. Was the alien spirit of this fortification not the armored monster but this woman? Or was her weapon? Or was she so powerful that she didn't even need one? He gritted his teeth, nervously looking at the battle with the giant python. Just a little longer, and the little fairy would be free to fight. Pressed from both front and back, Hansen risked rushing towards the alien spirit. He charged forward with the armored monster still in close pursuit behind him. The alien spirit showed no particular reaction, seemingly testing this strange opponent. He was full of doubt, not daring to relax his guard in the slightest. Did she stop? The armored monster charged up from behind, swinging fiercely, but the strike missed and the ground below instantly shattered. Hansen guessed that the armored monster's attack had become more ferocious. Did my action of attacking the alien spirit provoke it? She raised her hand, and the air pressure grew even more intense. He knew she was about to launch an attack. The alien spirit clenched her fist and threw a punch so fast that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. As expected, she was the strongest. He was shocked to be hit. His abdomen felt as if it had exploded. Although he felt it, it was too late to dodge. Hansen was stunned. Everything was beyond his imagination, completely unclear. The attack sent Hansen flying down the steep stairs. Unable to resist, he violently crashed into the hard wall, shattering it once more. Debris scattered and a huge crack appeared on his abdomen. Hansen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her speed was fast enough, but her power was still lacking. Otherwise, this armor would have been pulverized by her. But clearly, he still suffered significant damage, and blood gushed out. If he only reacted when she attacked, it would be too late. Hansen thought he must rely on sensing her aura to react before she strikes. Suddenly, he snapped his head up. The armor also suddenly charged to attack. Hansen stared blankly and exclaimed, "Ha!" He jumped up and fled in time. Fortunately, his spiritual perception had improved rapidly during this period, helping him both dodge the armored monster's attacks and closely monitor the alien spirit's movements. She still stood on the towering stairs, looking down contemptuously. Hansen calculated that to dodge her attacks, he had to predict them before she struck. This was also an opportunity to test the results of his recent cultivation. The alien spirit continued to slowly raise her hand. Her powerful aura fluctuated slightly. He knew she was about to attack again. The alien spirit charged over with incredible speed, completely indiscernible, like teleportation. Hansen couldn't help but be surprised. This time she appeared directly in front of me again, however. He opened his eyes wide, ready to counterattack, but this time I saw it. In the nick of time, Hansen successfully dodged her fist. He looked at the alien spirit's fist, shouting excitedly, "I dodged it." The alien spirit was incredibly shocked that Hansen had broken her attack. She opened her blood-red, empty eyes in astonishment, filled with confusion. The alien spirit then withdrew her hand. Just then, Hansen launched an attack, aiming for her abdomen in retaliation. He smiled excitedly, triumphantly, thinking, the moment of revenge has arrived. But things were not that simple. The alien spirit vanished in a flash. Hansen was surprised, disappeared. He looked around in confusion, clenching his trembling hands, full of regret. A punch so close didn't hit. Just then, the armor ambushed him from behind again. Hansen was startled, almost forgetting about it. But fortunately, this armor was easier to deal with. He immediately moved to the back, ready to counterattack. Great, then the alien spirit appeared and Hansen was surrounded again. Here again, fortunately, the same trick wouldn't work on him twice. The powerful punch was easily dodged. Hansen secretly cursed. "It's like I'm being surrounded by two legendary powerhouses." "No, I'm being surrounded by two legendary powerhouses," he thought. With the Dongchuan aura field, he could truly see their movement trajectories. The attack paths were clear. Hansen used this to run directly, without suffering any substantial harm. He frowned, annoyed. Even if he could predict their movements, these two creatures were still too terrifying. One slight misstep would lead to utter disaster. Immediately after, the armor had already struck Hansen. He frowned in pain. Hansen struggled to resist the countless incoming attacks, secretly thinking, "Little fairy, hurry, I can't hold on much longer." The alien spirit attacked again. This time he had no time to react, whether he saw it clearly or not. The punch hit Hansen's left shoulder. He gritted his teeth, struggling to endure. She moved again and continued to attack. Hansen was helpless, too fast, completely impossible to dodge. The alien spirit threw an uppercut. His body was sent flying into the air in excruciating pain, and a large amount of blood was already flowing. Hansen gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait any longer, couldn't count on the little fairy's support. He was sent flying, about to directly crash onto the hard ground. Would this be Hansen's end? Clearly not. In the nick of time, he discovered something new. This clear sensation made everything much clearer than before. So this was what it felt like when the spiritual perception of the Dongchuan aura field reached its peak, comparable to the eighth sense. His golden eyes reopened, filled with hope. Han Sen continued to fight. It was too clear. All your actions are under my control. The alien spirit teleported again. He saw the movement very slowly, saw through it. Han Sen dodged her and charged directly at the armor, delivering a heavy blow. He couldn't help but smile, hee, secretly thinking, even if I can't clearly see the alien spirit's high-speed attacks, I can still easily dodge them. It's truly amazing. The plan was back to square one. As long as he tied up these two and the little fairy came to reinforce after killing that lizard, the situation would immediately change. However, the alien spirit paused slightly. She frowned in thought, seemingly having detected Han Sen's intention. The alien spirit issued a command to the armored figure beside her. It nodded. He was wary of what this alien spirit was going to do. Suddenly, the armor turned and ran, and the alien spirit fought Han Sen. He was clearly tied down, worried. Where was that armored monster going? Have they discovered my plan? Han Sen blocked the powerful punch, retreating slightly, running toward the stairs, then fleeing. He deliberately lured her to pursue. Chase me. The speed was truly astonishing. The alien spirit suddenly appeared in front of Han Senator, although he had clearly been running ahead. Han Sen confidently shouted, "You can't stop me at all. Quickly summon your subordinates to stop me." The alien spirit and Han Sen chased each other on the steep stairs. She pursued closely but couldn't catch him. Han Sen anxiously cursed, "Damn it, why doesn't it call that armored monster back?" Continued to run higher, but the alien spirit stopped. Han Sen wondered, why isn't she chasing? Strange symbols suddenly appeared in her blood-red eyes, chilling to the bone, and the pressure continuously increased as if about to explode. The red aura gradually transformed into black. Everything became increasingly unpredictable. He frowned, already sensing danger. Not good. This alien spirit had other tricks more powerful than before. Han Sen was already in a dilemma, having been targeted. The slightest movement would trigger an unimaginably terrifying attack. The alien spirit walked step by step like death itself. He thought even if he could predict. But if the opponent's speed was faster than his own reaction, prediction wouldn't help much. Han Sen clenched his fists, deciding to take a risk and block one of this alien spirit's attacks. As long as he could withstand one blow, he would still have a chance. She suddenly leapt up. The stairs were destroyed, leaving only blurry figures. He struggled to move himself. Han Sen stared with wide eyes, utterly surprised to find no trajectory. He no longer had enough time to care so much. No matter what, he had to take the initiative and throw a punch. Great Thunder Mystic Palm. Han Sen was like an electric pole, frantically unleashing unimaginably powerful blue-purple lightning. The alien spirit easily overcame everything. Her originally blood-red eyes had completely turned black. In a flash, the alien spirit was pressing close to Han Senator. He was shocked, too fast, and she threw a powerful punch. Han Sen spat blood in excruciating pain. He was sent flying far away. This punch was completely different from before, bringing much greater pressure. Fragments gradually fell, shattering with the dust behind him. Han Sen thought, the armor can't hold on much longer. No choice, he had to disengage the armor, then spat out a large mouthful of blood. Han Sen concluded, it's over. I only have this one super god-grade armor. He still stood steadily, his gaze resolute, unwilling to give up. My physique has not yet reached the level where I can contend with super god creatures. Without armor protection, the situation became even worse. While the alien spirit wasn't paying attention, Han Sen quickly slipped away. This battle couldn't continue. He ran down the stairs rapidly. After enduring such a terrifying attack, she certainly couldn't execute a second one. He could only use the Fadian technique, unleashing his inner strength to escape at maximum speed. The fairy was simultaneously fighting the giant python and the armor. She was truly resilient and powerful, but the battle situation was already beyond salvaging. Han Sen shouted, "Little fairy, run. If I lose her again, the loss will be too great." The alien spirit frowned in displeasure. She stared with wide eyes at the fleeing prey. He felt a chill, not daring to look back, continuing to run at his limit. Damn it, that terrifying sensation is back. The black aura grew dense again. She was preparing to continue her attack, a single blow that could pulverize super god armor. Han Sen was terrified. If he took another hit, even if he didn't die, he'd be half dead. She charged again, still with that bone-chilling pressure and power. He was blocked again, cursing in fear, filled with helplessness. Damn it, suddenly, the bag containing little silver which Han Sen was carrying moved. What was that sensation at his waist? A glimmer of hope reignited. Was little silver about to evolve? The alien spirit was abruptly startled. She widened her eyes, seemingly having sensed it too. From that bag a blue attack leaped out, heading straight for the alien spirit. She hastily retreated. Countless bolts of lightning shot out consecutively, attacking and illuminating the entire area. The alien spirit had no time to dodge and was violently struck. She let out a painful shriek. The adult little silver stared at the alien spirit, its fur bristling, full of killing intent. Han Sen was ecstatic. "Little silver, you've finally grown up. Kill her." It continued to attack even more fiercely. She trembled, completely suppressed. Little silver charged forward, clawing and biting. He praised, "Little silver, well done." The black armor was torn apart, and Han Sen, avenged, said with satisfaction, "Well done, now you get to taste what it's like to have your armor ripped apart." The pursuit was not over. Little silver charged again. It roared, continuously unleashing lightning. Its nimble body skillfully penetrated the alien spirit. She was being suppressed. The alien spirit struggled in pain. Hansen was surprised. Little Silver's complete form. Too strong. Could it really beat the alien spirit like this? She spat a mouthful of blood, trembling and unable to stand, completely defeated. Hansen was overjoyed, praising endlessly. Little Silver fought wonderfully. It floated in the air, looking back at him as if waiting. Hansen continued to command, "Go, kill her in one move." Little Silver, like a lightning storm, charged directly at the target and mauled it. The alien spirit had not an ounce of strength to resist. It flailed its sharp claws, attacking fiercely. She could no longer resist and could only endure all the damage. The alien spirit used its last bit of strength to escape. Her aura gradually dissipated. Her body was no longer whole. He looked around, confirming that the alien spirit had disappeared, and Hansen breathed a sigh of relief. "We won." The giant Little Silver suddenly transformed back into a cute little pup. It whimpered affectionately, then leapt back into his arms. Hansen said, "Fortunately, you can still shrink. If you stayed that big, my shoulder couldn't take it." He dotingly promised Little Silver, "You performed very well today. I'll reward you when we get home." It happily barked. "Woof," Hansen continued. "Let's go to the alien spirit temple." He hurried forward. He needed time for a soul stone to regenerate. We've used this time to snatch the soul stone. After a long while, Hansen finally reached his destination. The alien spirit temple's design was truly unique. He was out of breath. "Ah, it's too high. It's practically dizzying." Hansen walked, looking around, and couldn't help but exclaim, "The temple is so beautiful." He gradually went deeper, stopping after seeing his target. Here, Hansen wondered, is there a soul stone on the forehead of this statue? He frowned and thought, such a strange stone statue. I don't know what god it represents, but no matter what, the soul stone is still very important. The statue was indeed enormous. Hansen and Little Silver walked up together. "Little Silver, hold on tight." He had reached his destination. The small stone emitted a red light, exerting considerable pressure. Hansen excitedly reached out. After overcoming numerous difficulties, he smiled with satisfaction. Hee, I got the soul stone." Suddenly, it emitted a peculiar black and red light. This color was too familiar, exactly like the alien spirit from before. Hansen was startled. Did the alien spirit revive? Its aura grew thicker and thicker. They condensed before him, becoming giant and burning fiercely. The alien spirit from earlier reappeared, kneeling down, showing clear submission. Empress Shira is ready to offer her final loyalty, to follow her master forever. A powerful red energy surged towards him, and Little Silver on his shoulder trembled slightly. Hansen laughed with satisfaction. "Haha, Empress Shira, I've gained a super alien spirit." Suddenly, all four super creatures stopped, as if in fear. They screamed continuously, then retreated together, scattering in all directions. The dinosaur was bewildered. It roared, then charged straight towards the front gate to find its cub. Hansen gently stroked Little Silver on his shoulder, looking down with satisfaction. Did they sense that the Empress was now mine at that moment? Excellent, they've all fled. Now no super god creatures can hinder us. The fairy stood bewildered before him. Her body was stiff, trembling as if trying to express something. The fairy constantly gesticulated. Hansen understood what she meant. All right, I know you worked hard. Don't stand here showing off." He took out a large pill and handed it to her. The fairy smiled happily. Hee, Hansen said. "Come, this is a creation gene pill, your reward. Perform well and I'll definitely think of you for good things in the future." The dinosaur mother had successfully charged in, and he watched her in surprise. The dinosaur searched the palace and finally found its cub. Its injuries are too severe. It has lost a lot of blood. Although the cub is still alive, it's very weak. It tried to let out a cry to its mother. Hansen judged that its injuries were too severe and it hadn't received treatment for a long time, so its blood was almost drained. This little beast body was indeed very strong. If it were other weaker creatures, even second-generation supergod creatures, they would probably have died long ago. Suddenly, the dinosaur mother let out a painful roar as if it had gone mad. He was startled, seemingly feeling danger approaching him. Oh no! Then the dinosaur charged towards Hansen. The temporary alliance was over, after a difficult battle. His strength was exhausted, and he quickly pulled out his beast soul. "Don't tell me it's coming to get revenge on me. Little angel, quick, protect me." But before he could do anything, it knelt down. Hansen was flustered. It knelt down. He scratched his head in confusion, bewildered. Is it begging me? The dinosaur ignored its injuries and remained prostrate on the ground. The cub grew weaker and weaker, its low growls becoming fainter. Hansen understood. "You want me to save it?" he thought to himself. "Now I am fully capable of killing both of these supergod creatures, big and small, which would net me a lot of supergod genes." But there was another path he could take. Hansen asked, "If I save it, will you obey my commands?" The dinosaur mother cried sadly. It nodded weakly and let out a very faint growl, seemingly agreeing. He walked forward and responded, "We were once comrades in battle. Since you are willing to obey my commands, I have no reason not to save it." The dinosaur closed its eyes. As Hansen approached, he made a request. "From now on, you will stay here and guard this temple for me." He extended his hand, using his ability to heal the cub, and all its wounds quickly mended. Deep claw marks on its skin were enveloped by golden flames and vanished in the blink of an eye, its skin restored to its original state. After healing it, Hansen decided, "I should give you names. Let's call you Big Black and Little Black." The cub happily agreed. Back in the alien spirit temple he sat in the position of the highest authority. The powerful alien spirit frowned, clearly expressing defiance. Although I have submitted to you and am loyal to you, you and I are both emperor spirits. If you push too far I would rather self-destruct. Hansen was completely taken aback. He asked in surprise, HMPH, both emperor spirits? Hansen recalled. Evolution successful, reached evolver position, gained 100 years of lifespan, possessing the fan god body emperor spirit. He saw a profound line of text. An emperor rules the world and all spirits bow in awe. Hansen finally understood. This was the meaning of an emperor spirit. It seemed his supergod body was a type of emperor-level physique among alien spirits. He thought to himself, accepting her conditions isn't a bad thing. I'll stabilize her first, then slowly build a relationship later. Hansen chuckled softly, looking at the newly subdued alien spirit, wondering at her resolute gaze. He tried hard to find a solution, mainly because he had finally subdued a super-alien spirit, and certainly couldn't let her self-destruct. It would truly be a pity. In the alien spirit sanctuary, Empress Shira emitted a serious aura and said, although I can obey your commands and be loyal to you, you must also help me complete my evolution and give me a chance to return to the third sanctuary of God. Hansen immediately retorted, you mean you were once in the third sanctuary of God? The Empress did not hide it, saying, I was once promoted to the third sanctuary of God but was demoted for committing a great crime. He asked directly and without hesitation, what great crime? Hearing his question, she unconsciously clenched her hands, showing all her anger and grievance, even trembling. The Empress gritted her teeth and answered word by word. I killed the great Emperor's son. Hansen's expression barely changed. He responded, Great Emperor. What is a great emperor? Sounds very powerful. She immediately replied, among the alien spirits of the third sanctuary of God, whoever can defeat other emperor spirits and rule a territory will be honored as a great emperor. Hansen fell into contemplation after hearing this. He turned to look at her and said, you dared to kill the great emperor's son. You certainly have some guts. If that's the case, when you return to the third sanctuary, won't you be hunted by the great emperor? The Empress looked directly into Hansen's eyes and answered frankly, if you're afraid, you can give me my freedom, and I naturally won't implicate you. Hansen didn't answer, quickly walked a few steps to a high chair, turned to the Empress and said, we'll settle those matters later. Tell me, how can you be promoted to the third sanctuary of God again? The spirit beast behind him also roared, seemingly interested in this matter. He sat on the chair, exuding an air of superiority. Hansen thought, if my supergod emperor spirit physique is truly like that of an emperor spirit, then I too can be promoted to the third sanctuary of God like an emperor spirit without even needing to go through the evolution lake. The Empress stood below and answered, alien spirits can only upgrade by enhancing their emperor spirit genes. When their emperor spirit genes reach 100 points, they can be promoted to the third sanctuary of God. Hansen recalled the scene of the Empress slaying the monster with a single sword and thought, the way emperor spirits enhance their own genes is no different from how humans or otherworldly creatures absorb the life gene essence of otherworldly creatures or plants in the fortresses. Suddenly he noticed something and exclaimed, oh, but unlike highly adaptable humans, emperor spirits are limited by their innate attributes and can only absorb life gene essence with the same innate attributes. Thinking this, he couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Although I have an emperor spirit physique, I haven't reached the celestial rank, and my emperor spirit talent hasn't awakened, so I can still absorb various genes. But what happens when my emperor spirit talent awakens? I only have an emperor spirit physique, not a true emperor spirit. Will I also be restricted like them? Thinking this, he asked, what is your innate attribute? The Empress immediately replied concisely, space. Hearing this, a joyful expression appeared on Hansen's face. He said, good, from now on all space-type life gene essence belongs to you, but in exchange you must strictly obey my commands. Now we should go hunt. The Empress bowed respectfully. Hansen responded, good, I hope you will keep our promise. Happy cooperation. The scene shifted to Mount Dapong, where a giant blue bird was circling in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Hansen's voice echoed nearby. This is the creature you're looking for. A lightning-type super-god creature. The bird flew past rapidly, emitting electric currents. Hansen and the Empress stood nearby, watching for a few seconds. Then he shouted, Azure Lightning Eagle. Looking at the little fox beside him, he smiled gently, hinting, Little Silver, your snack is here. Then the beast let out a roar filled with anticipation and joy. Subsequently, it also charged towards the large bird at an extremely fast speed. Watching it charge, Hansen said, so impatient. He summoned the angel again, saying, Little angel, go help it. The two beasts quickly met, and to prove their strength they both roared loudly as if about to charge and attack immediately. The little fox quickly approached, biting the bird's neck, causing it immense pain. Seeing this, Hansen asked, it's so close to your fortress, why didn't you subdue it earlier? The Empress explained, I've only been here for a dozen years and I haven't subdued many super-god creatures, even fewer that can fly, so I haven't been able to take it down yet. As she spoke, her voice softened, and a hint of tenderness yet profound meaning appeared on her face. But the opponent we are about to face is not like this. Standing on the towering mountain, she pointed in a direction. Over there is a towering tree, the Empress said. In the northern part of this mountain range there is an empty green vine that has already borne fruit. It will ripen in a while. The giant tree intertwined in layers, weaving upwards like blankets. He continued, Ghost Blood Emperor will come with his 7 super god beasts to snatch the empty green fruit. In the valley, from a distance, the sound of impacts echoed through the mountains. Closer up, 2 swords were clashing. The owners of the 2 swords were the steel-armored monster which was battling a black skeleton. Both seemed evenly matched. The previous sound attracted Hansen and Empress Shira's attention. As they flew over, he said, "Huh, someone's fighting," looking down at the familiar monster below. Hansen said to the person beside him, "Look, isn't that a monster from your fortress? How did it get here?" She looked down at the 2 battling monsters and confirmed, "It is indeed. Since you subdued me, I can no longer control those super god creatures, nor their behavior, so its appearance here is not surprising." The steel-armored monster seemed to be at a disadvantage, trembling as it resisted. When it turned and saw the 2 behind it, it seemed to see an opportunity. It knew it couldn't defeat the opponent in front of it, so it immediately turned and ran towards Hansen without looking back, catching the black skeleton off guard. When it regained its footing, he had slowly flown down, landing and walking towards where the black skeleton was. The monster, enraged by its opponent's escape, vented its anger on nearby creatures. Its green eye sockets glowed and it let out a harsh roar, raising its sword and charging. Hansen was fearless. He calmly commanded the sacred battle angel, "HMPH, daring to attack me, little angel, teach it a lesson." The sacred battle angel received the order and entered combat, blocking the black skeleton's attack with a single sword. However, surprisingly, its attack was very powerful, even enough to push the sacred battle angel back a distance, making him secretly evaluate. "This guy is strong. Its power even surpasses little angel." The sacred battle angel did not lose heart, continuing to firmly grip her sword, which was enveloped in a layer of golden power, and swung it at the black skeleton. Hansen also quickly recognized its identity. "Oh, it's a descendant of a super god. A bit boring. The breathing techniques of super god descendants are all similar. Learning more is useless." He raised his hand and pressed it to his forehead, activating the Dongxuan aura field, and a green glowing light sphere appeared. After doing this, Hansen put his hands in his pockets and looked at the person behind him thoughtfully. "Things from the 3rd Sanctuary of God are truly terrifying. What a pity. Even if I could simulate Empress Shira's chi circulation technique, my body wouldn't be able to withstand it at all." After thinking, he ordered, "Empress, help little angel finish this quickly." She immediately charged forward with blood-red eyes. The obedient Empress Shira brandished 2 blood-red blades and swiftly charged. The black skeleton, busy fighting the sacred battle angel, quickly sensed her terrifying aura. Soon, realizing it was difficult to handle, it began to burrow into the ground, kicking up clouds of sand that obscured vision. How could the sacred battle angel let it escape? She immediately pursued it to the end. Little angel raised her sword, continuously smashing the ground as if trying to dig out the black skeleton, but this method seemed ineffective. Looking at the pit several feet deep that had been dug, Hansen stood by, asking himself, "I wonder if little angel can pull him out?" Finally, he waved his hand, signaling to the other side, "Alright, don't waste time, let's go check out that empty green vine first." From a distance it looked like a straight stick, completely without lush branches or leaves, but when they approached the empty green vine they were stunned by its size. "Is this a plant? It's too big." Looking closely, they found something on the trunk. Hansen exclaimed, "That is?" He put his hands on his hips, looked up and chuckled, "Oh, we meet our old friends again." Zooming in, he saw the 2 black figures of the steel-armored monster and the black skeleton climbing up the trunk. He thought, "So you're here." You ran fast. Hansen walked closer to the tree, looking at his hands and asking himself, "So many flowers, I wonder how many fruits there will be. Why bother fighting over them? How much effort would that save?" Empress Shira behind him immediately explained, "They won't bear fruit. These are just the roots of the empty green vine." Hansen could only scratch his head after hearing this. "Roots? Can roots also grow leaves and yellow flowers?" He ignored him and walked straight to the tree, urging, "These are indeed the roots of the empty green vine. Its fruits should be ripening soon. Let's hurry up." Hansen said no more. Immediately summoned the lion, rode on its back and held out his hand, saying, "It's tiring to climb up like this. Come on." Shira agreed without hesitation. "All right." He helped her sit behind him. Hansen asked, "I wonder if the Blood Emperor has arrived?" Shira replied, "He might have already arrived." In the clouds above, a piece of land supported by the empty green vine began to appear. Shira sat behind, silently calculating. "I'm afraid he has already taken a favorable position on Empty Green Island." Scene shift. Above the empty green vine, a scorching phoenix flew in the dark night sky. It roared, echoing throughout the heavens. The cry attracted Han's senator. He looked up at its gradually approaching figure. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes as he thought, "Isn't that the black flame phoenix from the Black Desert? Even it has come so far. It seems the number of super god creatures gathered this time is greater than expected." Suddenly a burst of laughter rang out. Hansen immediately turned to look behind him, asking in confusion, "Shira, what are you laughing at?" She frowned, replying unhappily, "I'm not laughing." Seeing her expression, he felt a little worried. "Oh, don't be angry." Hansen then opened his eyes wide and looked around, changing the subject, his face still bewildered, but he insisted, "I just heard a woman's laughter." Shira sat behind, playing dumb. "Where was there a woman's laughter?" Hansen angrily lifted the fox by its neck with one hand and shouted, "Little Silver, stop sleeping, didn't you hear anything?" It looked at him blankly, let out a soft bark, its eyes full of confusion. Hansen still looked around, frowning and gritting his teeth, feeling strange. Was I hallucinating then? Hansen held Little Silver and continued forward with everyone. Hansen gently told it, Never mind, let's keep going. Little Silver, you can continue sleeping in my arms. A while later on empty green island at the top of the empty green vine, it pierced through layers of clouds and fog with a phoenix flying there, creating a magnificent scene. Hansen looked around and exclaimed, "Oh my god, this island is huge." As soon as he spoke, Shira quickly stopped him. "Wait." He turned to look at her in confusion, asking, "What's wrong?" Shira softly replied, "Let me return to your soul sea first, lest we alert the Ghost Blood Emperor." She still didn't forget to remind him, "Remember, if we pass someone, don't stir up trouble, don't let the Ghost Blood Emperor notice us." Hansen didn't understand Shira's caution and asked curiously, "So careful, is the Ghost Blood Emperor really that strong?" Shira didn't say much more. As she entered his soul sea, she continued to instruct, "Remember what I said, you need to preserve your strength to have a chance to slip by unnoticed." Hansen softly replied, "Okay." Afterwards he walked with Little Silver. Hansen looked around, thinking the empty green vine should be growing in the center of the island. "Let's head that way." Suddenly, a scream for help came from a distance. "Help!" Hearing the sound, he paused, then couldn't help but look in that direction, saying, "Someone's there, I definitely didn't mishear it this time." The little fox also looked over. In the distance, a figure was sprinting forward, shouting in fear, "Buddha, Jade Emperor, Saint Mary, someone please save me!" Hansen put his hand to his ear, simultaneously turning his head toward the source of the sound, trying to hear more clearly. Why does that voice sound a little familiar? In the distance, a figure was rapidly rushing over, running and loudly calling for help. Hansen couldn't help but be curious when he saw this. "Who is it?" Looking closely, he widened his eyes and shouted in horror, "It's Wang Yuhang!" Hansen's heart was roaring nonstop at this moment. In a place filled with super god creatures, he absolutely did not want to be with this jinx. He turned and ran, letting Wang Yuhang shout for help behind him. "Big brother, Captain, save me!" Hansen ran, shouting loudly as if trying to scare him off. "Don't come near me." After running for a while, he stopped, panting, still complaining inwardly. "To be able to see from so far away, that kid's eyes are really sharp. I really can't run anymore." Wang Yuhang continued to wave and call for help behind him. As soon as he caught up, he grabbed Hansen's shoulder and cried emotionally, "Captain, I never thought you'd be so righteous, coming all this way to save me. I'm truly touched." Hansen was awkward and exhausted, only able to stammer, unsure how to respond appropriately. "Oh heavens," he's misunderstood. As the two spoke, something in the distance was running towards them, waddling on strong webbed feet with a wide-open beak filled with sharp teeth. It was a giant god-blood creature, a white goose. It seemed very angry, honking and thumping as it ran towards Hansen and Wang Yuhang. Seeing that it had already caught up, the two could only turn tail and run desperately, shouting nonstop, "Oh my god, run!" The white goose was already closing in, suddenly pecking Wang Yuhang's backside, making him turn pale with pain, clutching his rear and yelling, "Captain, save me!" Hansen took out the blazing Tyrannosaurus, secretly assessing as he turned back that this white goose's life force was very weak. It was just a god-blood creature, nothing more. After that, he counterattacked, striking directly on its back, causing it to cry out in pain and fall to the ground. A system notification then displayed, "Hunt successful. Successfully hunted god-blood creature white goose, obtained beast soul white goose, consuming its flesh and blood may grant god-blood gene points." Wang Yuhang ran over and hugged him, with tears welling in his eyes. "Captain, you're too good to me. I never thought you'd come all this way to save me." Hansen smiled wryly and explained, "I was just passing by." "First tell me, how did you end up here?" he cried, recounting. "I was captured, Captain, please save me." Approximately 10 minutes later, everyone sat around the roasted goose. After Wang Yuhang finished explaining the entire situation, he asked, "Captain, do you think they're going too far?" Hansen nodded repeatedly, replying, "Yes, too far. It's too dangerous here." With that, he sat down. As they were enjoying the delicious roasted meat, a somewhat familiar figure appeared behind them. It was the beak of another white goose still on the empty green vine. The white goose's eyes were bloodshot, filled with killing intent, and it honked angrily. Wang Yuhang turned back with a wry smile, trembling all over, holding up the roasted meat and saying, "Big brother, I haven't even eaten this roasted goose yet. How about I give it back to you?" But the white goose didn't care at all. It opened its beak and honked angrily at him. Wang Yuhang turned and ran, dodging its pecks. Lian Qing tried to persuade it. "Don't be angry, I already said I'd give it back to you. Captain, save me." Hansen immediately flew high into the sky, thinking inwardly, "I need to kill this white goose quickly. If it attracts other terrifying alien creatures, it'll be troublesome." Meanwhile, Wang Yuhang was still desperately trying to escape, and seeing this, he pleaded, "Captain, don't run, save me." Hansen immediately called down from above, "Nephew, weren't you kidnapped here? Run towards their side." Wang Yuhang heard this and immediately ran in that direction, asking, "Is that okay, big brother?" Hansen immediately encouraged him, "It's fine, go." The nephew, chased by the white goose, quickly ran over there and shouted, "All right, but if I really get into danger, you must save me." Hansen, looking down from above, replied, "Absolutely," but he also had a question in his heart. Who kidnapped Wang Yuhang and dared to come to a place like this? The scene switched to the human camp, where tents were interspersed among the hills. Everyone was working when they suddenly saw the white goose charging over, immediately screaming in fright, "What is that?" It continuously attacked them and their tents, sending them flying into the air, causing everyone to shriek, "What?" Hearing the commotion, a person emerged from a tent, pushing aside the flap. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why is it so noisy outside?" Immediately after, this person was also sent flying by a flap of the white goose's wings. Manager Ku stood on a high platform. Looking at the armed people before him, he ordered, "Don't confront it directly. Lure it to an open area." Han Sen, hiding to the side, observed, wondering who exactly are these people. They seem well-trained, able to calm down quickly even in this chaotic situation. But if that's true, why can't they even deal with a single super god creature? Meanwhile, a subordinate carried a box and reported, "Manager Ku, the items have arrived." Seeing the items were in hand, he immediately ordered, "Open it." As soon as the box was opened, each person immediately picked up a syringe. Seeing this scene, Han Sen was curious. What is that? What are they doing? At the same time, they quickly injected themselves with the mysterious syringe. As soon as the syringe was dropped, the person entered a blood Shira state. His body radiated killing intent, veins bulging, looking very terrifying. These people's bodies began to mutate, their nails growing longer, 2 horns sprouting from their heads, and their faces gradually becoming hideous and terrifying. Han Sen was astonished when he saw this. It's blood Shira, but that aura just now didn't threaten the goose. Instead, it made it even more furious, flapping its wings to attack. At the same time, they all shouted in unison, "Beast charge! Kill it!" One person rushed forward and threw a fierce punch. Die! Han Sen was dumbfounded at this moment, thinking, impossible. Only those at the celestial level can use special powers to project externally. This person's power is still far from that. How could this be? After taking a hit, the white goose turned and tried to escape. Everyone hastily shouted, stopping the others, "If it wants to leave, let it go, don't chase." It was at this moment that Wang Yuheng had already been captured and locked in a cage, but he was still loudly cursing, "Just you wait until Big Brother comes, he definitely won't let you off." But the man stood there laughing mockingly. "Out by me again, be quiet now." Han Sen secretly observed from a distance, assessing, "It seems they need Wang Yuheng for something. First, I need to find out their origins." He stealthily approached a tent and a voice came from inside. "This Wang Yuheng is truly a jinx. He's caused us so much trouble as soon as he arrived. If this continues, we might disband before that thing even appears." The scene switched to inside the tent. Han Sen vigilantly looked around, thinking this must be where their leader lives. He quietly hid behind a cargo box, listening to Manager Ku and the person opposite him speak. "Only by using Wang Yuheng to attract that alien beast can we get what we need." This person was Sun Chegong. He replied thoughtfully, "That thing will mature within 2 days, but members who use the Shira potion need at least a week to recover their stamina, so it seems they can't participate in this mission." Hearing this, Han Sen frowned and thought, "It seems that thing has significant side effects." What they were talking about was probably the empty green fruit, but for just a few people to try and snatch the empty green fruit was utterly delusional. The scene switched to 2 days later, still at the camp. Wang Yuheng was currently locked in a vehicle being transported somewhere. He sighed in the car, "Where are you taking me? Let me out, please. Pay attention to me, okay?" Nearby, Han Sen was startled, asking himself, "Have they retreated already?" He closed his eyes, using the Dongxuan aura field, thinking inwardly, "Now the entire empty green island is permeated with a terrifying aura. These people want to enter the central area to pick empty green fruit. They're simply walking into a trap." A while later, beneath the empty green vine, many fierce beasts were gathered. Wang Yuheng clutched the bars, his eyes somewhat panicked, secretly praying, "Captain, protect me. No, Captain, come save me quickly." After a long journey, Ku Han stood there and ordered, "Stop, we're here." Several subordinates stood there, looking up, asking in some surprise, "Is this the empty green vine?" The group stood under the tree, looking up and exclaiming, "It's so big. Where are the empty green fruits?" From the tree, pink fruits emitted spiritual energy of the same color, spreading eerily. This aura enveloped the entire area. Han Sen could also feel this from a distance. He closed his eyes, took a moment to sense it, and secretly sighed, "So fragrant. This is the smell of the fruit about to ripen." Suddenly, a giant owl flew over. With a deafening boom, the crowd below screamed in terror, "Manager Ku, look!" Ku Han waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to release Wang Yuheng, and simultaneously commanded, "Wang Yuheng, quickly go lure that monster away." Hearing this, Wang Yuheng struggled fearfully and shouted, "No, don't let me go, I don't want to die." 2 subordinates released him, roughly pushing him to the ground, and threw him a bow and arrows. Ku Han stood with folded arms, sternly ordering, "You go up." Wang Yuheng was so scared he couldn't believe his ears, turning his head to ask, "Just me?" "Fine." Han Sen hid behind a nearby rock, secretly observing, thinking, "To think they can scare off a super god creature with just a few beast soul arrows is pure delusion." Wang Yuheng laboriously climbed to the mountaintop, inadvertently noticing a ripple behind him, and a pair of beast soul wings appeared on his back. The owl was now rushing to attack, and Wang Yuheng turned around, drew his bow, and shot at it, shouting, "Strike first!" His action enraged it, and the owl accelerated its charge. As it approached, the system also displayed specific information about this creature. Alien beast information, super god creature owl. Detailed information unknown. After reading it, Wang Yuheng could imagine his fate, muttering to himself, "I'm finished." He then threw down his bow and arrows in terror, turned and fled, shouting to the people below, shoot arrows quickly." Only then did Ku Han order, "It's safe now, everyone go up. Whoever picks the empty green fruit first will receive a generous reward." The subordinates immediately rushed up, shouting in unison, "Charge!" Hearing about the reward, those subordinates enthusiastically jumped onto the mountain, shouting, "Hurry, go pick the fruit." Han Sen also made his move. As he moved, he thought, "I must quickly go save Wang Yuheng. I hope you're not all dead by the time I return. Otherwise, who will give me information about the Shira potion?" Wang Yuheng trembled fearfully. Watching the pair of legs with sharp claws rushing towards him, he screamed, "Captain, save me!" He squeezed his eyes shut, trembling all over, and extended a hand somewhat resignedly. "Am I going to die?" Just as Wang Yuhang was almost in despair, a sacred battle angel appeared, blocking the deadly strike from the fierce beast. He turned to look in that direction, exclaiming happily, "Is that Captain?" Han Sen replied, "It's me." Wang Yuhang cried, "Captain, you don't know what I've been through." Han Sen quickly raised his hand, shouting from a distance, "Don't come closer, keep attracting that owl's attention, I'll take care of it." Wang Yuhang immediately clenched his hands, resolutely agreeing, "Okay." He drew his bow and shot at the owl, supporting the sacred battle angel against the fierce beast. Wang Yuhang shouted, "Hey, come here, young Master Wang is right here, come eat me." Meanwhile, Han Sen suddenly looked down, somewhat confused. What's below? A group of mice appeared, charging up to attack, biting Wang Yuhang's backside, making him scream in pain. Han Sen looked at the group of murderous mice, sensing them. No life signs. These mice aren't alien creatures. Could they be the owl's summoned beasts? He used the blazing Tyrannosaurus to attack while shouting, "Interesting, let me use blazing flames to deal with you." Still on empty green island, Wang Yuhang was completely covered by the attacking mice, screaming in panic, "My hand, it's biting me, Captain, I can't hold on." At the same time, the sword in the sacred battle angel's hand glowed with dazzling light, ready to strike the owl beast. Han Sen reassured him, "Hold on a little longer, almost there." With that, he coordinated with the angel, slashing crisscrossing attacks all over the owl's body, making it almost immobile. Seeing signs that it wanted to leave, Han Sen stood there, raised his hand, unleashed a green spiritual aura, and mockingly laughed, "Don't even think about escaping, you can't get away." After controlling it, he fiercely slammed its head to the ground with energy, then shouted, "Die!" A system notification then popped up. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted supergod creature spirit owl, obtained beast soul spirit black cat, flesh and blood inedible, chance to obtain 0 to 10 supergod gene points. The owl lay there covered in blood, its soul scattered. At the same time, the mice were also incinerated. Wang Yuhang sat there, somewhat scared and confused. "They're gone." He stood up, looking at Han Sen and exclaiming, "Captain, you're getting stronger and stronger. You took down a supergod creature in just a few minutes." Han Sen clapped his hands and replied, "This is still too slow." He looked at the empty green vine, which had a mysterious green aura. He thought inwardly, "Has the battle already begun?" Han Sen turned to Wang Yuhang and said, "Nephew, quickly leave here. It's very dangerous and I need to go check over there." Wang Yuhang was somewhat confused. "Are there other supergod creatures there?" Han Sen replied coldly, "Not only are there, but there are many." Hearing this, Wang Yuhang turned and ran desperately, waving goodbye loudly. "Captain, be careful, I'll wait for your triumphant return." Han Sen was secretly pleased that the biggest trouble was gone. A while later, still on empty green island. "You've already started climbing the empty green vine too." Han Sen recognized several figures approaching him. It was Ku Han and his subordinates. Seeing him, Ku Han asked in some surprise. Han Sen smiled and replied, "I'm surprised you recognized me, but I don't know any of you. Isn't that a bit unfair?" Ku Han glanced behind him and said in a low voice, "Today you delivered yourself to us. Let him see our strength." His subordinates immediately transformed and Ku Han confidently declared, "Han Sen, summon your supergod beast. Today we'll show you that supergod beasts are nothing special. Kill him." Han Sen stood there, took out the blazing Tyrannosaurus and with flames erupting around him, smiled and replied, "To deal with you I don't need to use supergod beasts." Ku Han listened, still brimming with confidence, and said, "Big talk. Let's see what Han Sen's true capabilities are." Han Sen still stood calmly and said, "That's strong, looks like you want a quick fight." The mutated subordinates charged forward, yelling that they would tear him apart. Han Sen raised the blazing Tyrannosaurus and thrust it forward fiercely with immense power. He swung an arc that swept past all his enemies, secretly thinking, "This simulates the blue sword light of that armored monster. But my aura and physique aren't as strong as it, so the sword light is slightly weaker." Ku Han at this moment slashed down with his sword, the sound of weapons clashing sharp and ear-piercing. He looked at his broken sword in surprise and exclaimed, "Impossible, we have to use Shira Potion to forcibly unleash elemental power. How could you do it?" Han Sen retaliated while answering, "Unleashing external power is nothing special." His subordinates could only grit their teeth and hold on. One subordinate was stabbed in the abdomen by the blazing Tyrannosaurus. He screamed in pain, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Ku Han immediately ordered them, "Run. Disperse. Go back and report to the boss that Han Sen has absorbed life gene essence and broken through to the celestial realm." But somehow Han Sen had already appeared before him, his eyes flashing with blood-red killing intent. Ku Han immediately changed his attitude, knelt down and said, "All right, in that case, as long as they escape they can take the message to the boss." Behind Han Sen, Empress Shira and Battle Angel appeared one after another, exuding powerful pressure. Han Sen directly ordered them, "I only want 2 of them alive, kill the rest." Upon receiving the order, the 2 immediately charged towards Ku Han's subordinates. Ku Han was suddenly startled, gritting his teeth and said, "They're all supergod beasts and you actually have 2 of them." Han Sen tilted his head and continued, "You're wrong, I only have 1 supergod beast, the other is an emperor spirit." Hearing just the words, "Emperor Spirit," Ku Han's face turned pale. On empty green island, Han Sen pointed the blazing Tyrannosaurus at Ku Han and coldly asked, "I'm going to ask you a few questions. Answer them, and I'll let you go." He gritted his teeth and declared tremblingly, "Don't bother, you won't get any information from me." Suddenly his cheeks swelled, his hands and feet trembled, and he let out a painful groan. In an instant Ku Han's body exploded, spraying a pile of disgusting blackened liquid. He ran over to observe and couldn't help but think in surprise, it rotted so quickly. They must have had something done to them. Han Sen saw the 2 Emperor spirits flying over and quickly said, "It seems you both failed too." Empress Shira and Battle Angel pursed their lips, saying nothing. From Kuhan's decomposed body a few purple potions rolled out. He crouched down, picked them up and coldly ordered, "Take these back for the analyst to see what this so-called Shura potion actually is." Beneath the empty green vine the fiery spirit redbird flew high into the sky to evade. The ice mist elephant exhaled cold H2O, extinguishing the fiercely burning flames around the fiery spirit redbird, making it roar in pain. The fiery spirit redbird, trailing smoke, staggered and flew away. Hansen hid behind a tree, secretly observing, his mind constantly calculating. Ghostblood Emperor has 8 supergod beasts, plus the 9 supergod beasts that want to snatch the empty green fruit. It's best if they fight each other to the death first. The Ghostblood Emperor stood below, focusing intently on the empty green fruit. He calmly mused, this way the Ghostblood Emperor's strength will be greatly weakened, making him easier to deal with. Hansen looked up and eagerly asked, "Shura, how much longer until the fruit ripens?" The two looked at the branches of the empty green vine. Empress Shura pondered, "Those empty green fruits don't look quite right." She frowned, thinking calmly. Logically, there should only be one empty green fruit. The last time I saw it was over 100 years ago. In such a short time, this tree couldn't possibly grow 3 more fruits. He asked doubtfully, "You mean 3 of the empty green fruits are fake?" Suddenly, a strange laugh rang out. Hansen frowned, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. That laugh again. He looked up, searching for the owner of the laugh. Has someone been watching me all this time and I haven't noticed? If so, this person's strength is truly terrifying. Empress Shura pointed to the branch and said, "Those 4 fruits look like ripe empty green fruits, but there's a slight difference." The 4 fruits on the empty green vine emitted a mysterious glow, attracting attention. Hansen carefully calculated that while the life aura within the 4 fruits was powerful, it was too pure and intense, unlike the clear spiritual aura he had seen before. Ghostblood Emperor laughed triumphantly, holding an empty green vine fruit in his hand. Hansen hid behind a huge tree, secretly observing. "The fruit is ripe. I'll wait and see the situation." Ghostblood Emperor reached out and forcefully plucked the empty green fruit from the branch. The purple stem snapped and waves of ominous aura emanated from the fruit. Ghostblood Emperor lowered his head and took a deep bite of the empty green fruit, a fierce glint in his eyes. Hansen was surprised and delighted. He ate it. Ghostblood Emperor suddenly stood up, a purple ominous aura emanating from his entire body, a dangerous smile gracing his lips. Hansen found it hard to believe. Didn't they say the empty green fruit had problems? Why did he eat it without any abnormalities? Ghostblood Emperor excitedly reached for the next empty green fruit. Hansen annoyedly calculated, "Damn it, if I don't act now, he'll eat them all." Just as he was about to rush out from behind the tree, a mysterious voice spoke, "You cannot go." Hansen angrily turned his head, looking around. Who are you?" Empress Shura asked in confusion. "Who are you talking to?" Meanwhile, Ghostblood Emperor had already begun to enjoy the second empty green fruit. She quickly said, "Look." Ghostblood Emperor's body suddenly trembled, his breathing became rapid, he felt dizzy, and after just a few seconds he collapsed, his face hitting the ground directly. Hansen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He fell. Suddenly a black wolf flew in from nowhere, snatched the empty green fruit, and its body also began to sway. Hansen couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Will it also fall? He was shocked to realize that those empty green fruits indeed had a problem. Under the empty green vine, as soon as the black wolf fell, an eagle flew in from a distance. It ferociously bit the black wolf's neck. Hansen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Another one. The eagle held onto the black wolf's neck and they fell from the tree trunk. He widened his eyes and said in horror, "That black tiger is too injured, it can't even stand up, it seems to be dead." But in an instant the black wolf suddenly stood up, roaring and threatening the eagle. Hansen's heart tightened. No, there's a change. Mysterious purple vines appeared on its black body. He immediately put on the ghost eye mask, wanting to see what was on its body. Through specialized equipment, the black wolf was covered in purple vines. Hansen calmly speculated that those were vine-like lines. It erupted in anger, its body radiating immense energy. Hansen exclaimed in awe, "The life aura is terrifying, much stronger than before. Even other supergod beasts don't dare to approach it." The black wolf charged forward aggressively, delivering a fatal blow to the eagle with its claws. Hansen couldn't help but surprisingly judge, is this the effect of the empty green fruit? He frantically looked at Ghostblood Emperor, his face filled with doubt, but he still lay motionless on the ground, his hands clenched into fists. Hansen slowly speculated that Ghostblood Emperor seemed to be resisting something. Vine-like lines also appeared on Ghostblood Emperor's face, and everything became increasingly complex. He asked himself in confusion, if the empty green fruit is really good, why is Ghostblood Emperor resisting it? From high up, the black-winged demon flew in from a distance, circling once. Hansen gritted his teeth, worriedly saying, "The scramble among 3 supergod beasts has begun." It flew over and approached the empty green vine, and quickly snatched the last fruit and flew away. Hansen regretfully thought the last empty green fruit was also swallowed by the creature in the black flames. On another tree, Nightbone also quickly grabbed an empty green fruit. Hansen couldn't help but wait with curiosity. Is that black skeleton? It also got a fruit. Will they become stronger? Immediately after, they also swayed and fell from the tree trunk. Hansen couldn't help but exclaim, "They've all fallen." Suddenly, Ghostblood Emperor slowly sat up. He unconsciously stood up, suspicious power emanating from his arm. Hansen widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "He's standing up." Empress Shura reminded him in a low voice, "Be careful." In just a few seconds, Ghostblood Emperor violently clawed at his own chest with his hand. Hansen's mouth hung open in shock. What's he doing? He wants to dig out his own heart. Her eyes sparkled with disbelief. Is he crazy? After a self-mutilation, a fiery red object appeared. His body also gradually decomposed. Hansen couldn't help but exclaim loudly, his body is starting to disintegrate. Inside his torn chest, the fruit ghost blood Emperor had eaten earlier remained completely intact. Hansen couldn't help but wonder, empty spirit fruit, didn't he absorb it? Empress Shira lowered her eyes and calmly judged, it seems he committed suicide. Turning into a soul stone waiting for rebirth from his disintegrating body, a small tree suddenly grew. Hansen said in great surprise, that fruit actually sprouted inside him. Luckily I didn't rush over just now. Otherwise I would have been in trouble. A green Kirin curiously walked to the sprouting tree. Suddenly the tree grew huge, extending branches that wrapped around its feet. Hansen abruptly turned around, eagerly suggesting, let's go quickly, this place is too strange. The mysterious voice spoke again, you can go but you must leave it behind. Hansen frowned and loudly and coldly said, who are you? What do you want? He widened his eyes, looking surprisingly at where the voice came from. Hansen hastily lifted his feet and left. Fortunately he dodged the sprouting empty spirit fruit's foot-entangling attack. Hansen gritted his teeth, quickly unleashing blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust. He couldn't help but feel terrified. This is truly strange. On empty green island, tree roots suddenly emerged in large numbers from the ground. Hansen gritted his teeth, using his weapon to cut and burn them, urgently calculating. The bottom is all blocked, the only escape is up in the sky. The tree roots continuously grew upwards, wrapping around his feet. Hansen gritted his teeth, angrily cursing, damn it. He raised his fiery spear and responded, taste this move of mine. The burning spearhead slashed at the tree roots but made no progress. Hansen couldn't help but panic, I can't cut them. Is this still a plant? How can it be so hard? He gritted his teeth, trying to turn the situation around. Damn it. Can't get out at all. The mysterious voice spoke again. Leave it behind, Hansen impatiently said loudly. What exactly do you want me to leave behind? Speak clearly. Why resort to force? Suddenly the tree roots stopped attacking and gradually retracted underground. Hansen couldn't help but be surprised. It actually retreated? He looked around, surprised that it was so agreeable. What exactly is this woman's background? Where is she hiding? He landed on the ground and calmly asked, are you alright? Empress Shira calmly replied, I'm fine, it didn't attack me. On empty green island, those tree roots lifted the creatures that had just eaten the empty spirit fruit high up. Hansen hastily put on the ghost eye mask, feeling puzzled. What are those super creatures doing? It doesn't look right at all. He observed intently, oh my god, it's directly impaled on the mountaintop by vines and their life force is continuously flowing into the vines. Is this how the empty green vine perpetuates its offspring? Through specialized equipment, the exchange process performed by the empty green vine could be clearly seen. Hansen was very surprised. It's actually turning super creatures into living hosts like plants just to continuously provide nutrients for the empty green's new sprouts. He pursed his lips, displeased, for empty green fruits already have parasitic hosts. What does this empty green vine want me to stay for? What exactly does she want? What are you keeping me here for? Suddenly a unique green fruit appeared at the top of the empty green vine. Hansen looked up and guessed, is this? He widened his eyes, greatly surprised. Sure enough, Empress Shira was right. Those 4 fruits weren't empty green fruits. This one is the real empty green fruit. The empty green fruit seemed to be nurturing a newborn. Its umbilical cord, the vine that attacked super creatures. The branch presented the empty green fruit to Hansen. She coldly commanded, leave it behind and you can go. Hansen walked forward, widening his eyes in surprise. That thing looks like a child, its eyes are clearly not open, but why do I feel like it's looking at me? Hansen calmly said, are you talking to me? The empty spirit Fae and the empty green fruit coldly replied, if not me, then who? He asked in confusion. Are you the super creature of the empty green tree? She smiled and said in a low voice, alas, I was originally me, devouring the empty green sacred seed 10 million years ago, breaking through shackles and entering the third god's sanctuary. But now I don't know if I am still me. Hansen asked curiously, are you also like those super creatures 10 million years ago? What were you? The empty green fruit suddenly filled with power and she impatiently replied, 10 million years ago I was the empty spirit Fae, and now I am still the empty spirit Fae. I have answered your question, now can you give it to me? Hansen narrowed his eyes, wary. This Hansen calmly negotiated, speak clearly. What exactly do you want? He secretly comforted himself. It's best not to cause trouble. Something protruded from his chest, precisely what the empty spirit Fae was looking for. She calmly replied, I want the sacred spirit plant on your body. This sacred spirit plant for some reason has not yet fully matured. I want to help it grow, to truly be born. Hansen picked up the sacred spirit plant and asked curiously, did you cause all this trouble just to nurture it? What's its origin? The empty spirit Fae rolled over and crawled, looking at it infatuated, and replied, I don't know, I only feel that it is a pure sacred spirit plant and its origin is extraordinary, far surpassing mine. Hansen widened his eyes and said in a panic, if that's the case, why do you care about it? As soon as he finished speaking, the vine struck the ground with a bang, her eyes sharpened and her power soared. Hansen's mouth hung open in shock and fear. She's angry, this power makes my face sting. He carefully offered the sacred spirit plant forward. He gently appeased, if you're worried about it, look, I've always taken good care of it, treated it like my own with plenty to eat and drink, and even let it drink a lot of precious super creature blood. The empty spirit Fae immediately retracted her terrifying posture and calmly agreed, all right, I'm about to enter the third god's sanctuary, and I won't be able to continue caring for it then. So I'll leave its birth to you, but its innate foundation is flawed and it will be difficult for it to be born, even if it absorbs a lot of super creature blood. Wait a moment, after I'm born I will bestow upon it a drop of empty spirit essence blood to compensate for its innate deficiency. Hansen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, has she left? We finally saw off that old ancestor. The vine gradually sent the empty green fruit high into the sky. Hansen quickly made an excuse. Wait, the empty spirit Fae had already been sent to the treetop without hesitation for protection. This made him think, she's about to enter the third god's sanctuary, so wouldn't the empty green fruit's flesh be left outside? Perhaps it's like the sacred rhino's flesh and blood, a great tonic. 2 days later the sun gradually emerged from the clouds, illuminating the entire sky. Luo Yin lay under the tree, frowning, covering his eyes with his hand. The long-awaited sunlight felt wonderful. He slowly opened his eyes and the beautiful female form of the empty spirit Fae suddenly appeared before him. Hansen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Who is this? The empty spirit Fae coldly commanded. Bring out the sacred spirit. He widened his eyes, thinking in surprise. So it was her. Hansen took out the gourd to examine it, wondering what exactly does she want to do? Is she going to go back on her word? The empty spirit Fae flew closer. He pursed his lips and thought, if she dares to snatch it, it'll have to be a duel. She quickly cast a spell, pouring water onto the gourd. A puddle of water gradually gathered on the gourd and a strange light suddenly appeared. Hansen's eyes widened. He repented joyfully in his heart. At first he was worried the empty spirit Fae had some trick up her sleeve, but now it seemed she truly wanted to help this gourd. The light grew stronger and stronger and the gourd seemed to have gained new life. He happily exclaimed, it's reacting like it's come alive. Hansen couldn't help but wonder, what is the empty spirit Fae waiting for? She must have a purpose for needing this gourd. What was the empty spirit Fae hiding? Suddenly something appeared ahead. A strange portal tore through the clouds, gradually revealing itself. The portal gradually opened, and the strange power emanating from it generated a mysterious light. He propped himself up with his hands on the ground, gritting his teeth, supporting his body. That feeling again, the pressure is immense, the empty spirit Fae hastily urged. Quickly retrieve the sacred spirit. Hansen quickly tucked the gourd into his body and replied, done. He couldn't help but be surprised. This gourd is a sacred spirit. A mysterious figure appeared in front of the portal. She flew swiftly. He looked up, trembling all over, thinking, is this the creature from inside the portal? Wu Ling Zanji reached out to catch the empty spirit Fae and calmly said, are you willing to follow me on the path of evolution? She knelt, one hand on her chest, and respectfully replied, I am willing, she said with satisfaction. Good, then come with me. Suddenly, Wu Ling Zanji seemed to sense something unusual, exclaiming in surprise, what is this aura? The empty spirit Fae couldn't help but tremble in fear. She turned and looked down, slowly saying, the great Saint Brahma once descended here. How interesting, but if I ever encounter him, he naturally won't have a choice. At this moment, Hansen was trying to sit up but couldn't. His body trembled uncontrollably and he gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, I can't move. Wu Ling Zanji coldly stretched out her hand, shooting a spell at him. A powerful beam of light pierced through all obstacles, heading straight for its target. Hansen opened his mouth in terror, feeling a force penetrate his brow. What? The empty spirit Fae, sitting in her palm, sighed helplessly. Suddenly his hand moved. He couldn't help but be surprised. I seem to be able to move. That terrifying magic has disappeared. Wu Ling Zanji tilted her head and coldly declared, from now on you belong only to me. With that she entered the portal and left. The portal gradually closed, retracting its powerful oppressive energy. Hansen stood up, hastily wiping his forehead, clenching his fists and angrily cursing, damn it, these bastards, don't they have any other hobbies besides casually marking people? One day I'll spread my aura all over your bodies. At the empty green vine gradually lost its vitality, and its branches withered. Hansen hastily flew up to check. The empty green vine was withering. Oh no, the empty green fruit, the protective layer, also gradually decayed and small pieces of stone gradually fell to the ground. Inside appeared the small empty green fruit. He happily exclaimed, found it. Although there are no seeds, the flesh is still intact and the effect might still be there. Hansen hastily pulled open the tree body. Must pick it quickly. This island won't last much longer. He successfully obtained the empty green fruit, sighing continuously, too dangerous. I almost got buried inside. Just a few seconds later, the empty green vine had withered and fallen, and earth and stones from above crashed down, causing chaos. Hansen, flying high above, couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect the entire empty green island to collapse after the fruit ripened. On the island, the 4 creatures that had eaten the empty green fruit were still being protected, lifted high up. He guessed suspiciously, are those 4 super god creatures supporting that mountain? The tree roots gradually rose, trembling continuously. Hansen exclaimed in immense surprise, their roots are moving, they've deeply pierced the mountain, reviving. The sprouts on their heads have turned green. Are they absorbing nutrients from the mountain to replenish themselves? So will 4 more fruits grow here a few years later? With the empty spirit Fae gone, Little Silver's eyes widened, excitedly looking at the empty green fruit before it. Its eyes wide, it rushed forward. Hansen hastily reached out to stop it. He picked it up and coldly admonished, don't be naughty, you'll get your share later. The empty green fruit was cut into many pieces of various sizes. Little Silver held a piece and ate it with relish. Hansen held a small piece in his hand, curious to taste what this empty green fruit tasted like. After taking a bite, he hastily spat it all out, complaining incessantly, it's too disgusting. Perhaps like the sacred rhino's meat, it's harmful and useless for humans to eat. Hansen held 2 empty green fruits in his hand and said to Empress Shira with a smile, By the way, thanks to your help this time, this one is for you. She couldn't help but ask in surprise. Two, he replied with a happy smile. As long as you serve me wholeheartedly, I certainly won't treat you unfairly. Afterwards, Han Sen rode on the beast god transformed by Qin Zan, heading to the Shira Purple Immortal Palace Fortress. Suddenly, a chaotic noise came from inside. He stopped, saying in surprise, "What's that sound? Is someone fighting inside?" Her eyes lit up and she rushed inside. Han Sen couldn't help but wonder, who dares to cause trouble in my territory? In the temple plaza, the armored knight seized the opportunity to attack a monster with its sword. He gritted his teeth and angrily rushed in, roaring with rage. Does this guy think I died on empty Green Island, so he dares to seize my sanctuary? He couldn't help but be surprised. He turned and saw the armored knight hastily drop its sword, quickly climb over the stones and run out. Han Sen gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Trying to put on a show and then escape?" He commanded Empress Shira and the sacred battle angel. "Nothing's that easy, get him." The two emperor spirits flew swiftly, each decapitating him with a single sword stroke. The system immediately notified, "Hunt successful. Successfully hunted supergod creature, armored knight, obtained beast soul, armored knight king. Flesh and blood inedible but life gene essence collectible. Absorbing it can grant up to 10 supergod gene points." Han Sen's eyes widened in surprise. Inedible, this armored Night King might be a second-generation supergod, but why is its flesh and blood inedible? He slowly walked over, constantly thinking to himself. If it were a first-generation supergod, its body would directly decompose and disappear, but its body didn't decompose. Han Sen smiled as he picked up the armored knight's sword to examine it, feeling a surge of happiness. This greatsword is good, and it's even considered a specialized treasure. What a good item. Scene shifted to the Shira Fortress. System notification. Absorption successful. Successfully collected the Armored Night King's life gene essence, Supergod Gene 1. At this moment, Han Sen was sitting absorbing all the green spiritual energy from the Armored Night King's body. After completion, Han Sen's body also began to change, his muscles swelling abnormally. He closed his eyes, feeling the surrounding energy, then sighed. I didn't expect absorbing the Armored Night King's life gene essence to make my muscles even stronger. Han Sen suddenly stood up, his body gaining extra strength. He muttered to himself, I was still regretting not getting any Supergod genes on this trip. I didn't expect the Armored Night King to walk right into my trap. Now I have 63 Supergod gene points, one step closer to completion. What a thrill. He slowly walked towards the teleportation array. Han Sen had formulated a plan for himself. The most urgent matter now was to quickly investigate the Blood Shira. Scene shifted to the Alliance base. Yanran looked at the vial in her hand, puzzled. This medicine can significantly improve human physique and even help evolvers release external power. Han Sen sat on the sofa, leisurely crossing his legs and confirming, yes. So you witnessed it firsthand, if those guys are still considered human. She tightly gripped it, eagerly saying, this holds great significance for humanity. I must inform Father of this news as soon as possible. However, just as Yanran was about to leave, he reminded her. Let's research it first. She suddenly stopped, turned her head and pleaded. By the way, I have something to ask of you. A few days later, the Shira delegation will arrive at the Alliance. I hope you can attend their reception banquet. Han Sen was startled, asking doubtfully, the Shira delegation, what are they doing here? She walked to her desk, sat down and put the vial in the drawer, replying, perhaps it's for reconciliation talks. He hastily ran over. He slammed the table, questioning, reconciliation? The Shira and humans have been fighting for so many years, why suddenly reconciliation? Yanran explained with a joyful expression. We humans have developed too quickly. Now the masters among humans are no less than the Shira. It can be said that humanity has far surpassed the Shira in all aspects. Moreover, the Shira Emperor has just died and the royal family members are vying for the throne. So how could they have the mind to wage war against us humans? After hearing this, Han Sen felt somewhat relieved. He asked with a smile, peace talks are a big deal. What right do I have to interject? What's the point of going? She stood up and gently pinched Han Sen's cheeks. She coaxed, don't feel pressured. It's just about attending a few banquets with the Shira. He held her soft hands and teased, so it's just about eating and drinking? I'm very good at that. Yanran somewhat shyly interrupted him. I'm talking business, be serious. Suddenly, Han Sen wrapped his arms around her waist, pulled her close and said in a low voice, listen to me. Yanran's face grew even redder, her watery eyes wide open, only managing to utter one word. Huh? A second later, she regained her senses and spoke volubly. This Shira delegation has brought young royal family members. They will definitely look for opportunities to challenge us. But there are really not many young human masters who can contend with the young Shira royals. So he questioned with a grave expression. Aren't you finished yet? Yanran answered softly, bewildered. Finished. Han Sen quickly placed her on the table, his tone full of deeper meaning. Then let's get down to business. Yanran leaned back slightly, looking at him in confusion. The sky was clear, and in the banquet hall at the reception banquet for the Shira delegation, thousands of people had gathered. They were now casting their gaze towards the approaching crowd. Yanran's father said among the crowd, this Shira delegation has 2 royal family members. One of them is a level 4 Shira warrior, and also the leader of the delegation. The person we need to be wary of is named Yu Jielin. At this moment Jielin was striding forward menacingly, followed by 2 muscular subordinates. His words echoed in her ear. Only 22 years old, from the famous Yu branch of the Shira royal family. According to our intelligence, Yu Jielin's physique is approximately 260. This stunned Yanran. She quietly stood at a distance observing him. Han Sen frowned and said, "Does he want to challenge Yanran?" Her father turned and explained, "In the eyes of the Shira, the human head of state is equivalent to the Shira emperor. Yanran is the human princess. A Shira royal would naturally want to challenge the princess, so you need to duel him in the name of Yanran's fiancée." Meanwhile, Jielen revealed a sinister smile, his pupils glowing golden. He walked among the crowd, his voice filled with killing intent. "I wonder which of these people is Golden Coin." Yanran's eyes widened. Sweat began to trickle down. She didn't understand what was happening. He also suddenly muttered to himself, "He wants to find Golden Coin," he secretly thought. "Challenging Golden Coin, isn't that challenging me?" Everyone burst into laughter after hearing this, commenting, "What? He wants to challenge Golden Coin? How arrogant. Yeah, does he really dare?" Jielen still insisted on his idea, saying, "I heard he's the strongest young master among you humans. I want to duel him." A person stepped forward to refute his information. "I don't know where you heard this rumor, but it's clearly inaccurate," Jielen, displeased LY, retorted. "Is that so?" He turned around, extended his hand backwards, and introduced, "This Mr. Wang Fu is truly an outstanding figure among the younger generation of our alliance." He sneered disdainfully, asking in confusion, "How strange. I've only heard that Golden Coin obtained the title of one of the 10 divine sons of the second god sanctuary, but I've never heard of Wang Fu." Wang Fu placed his hand on his chest and affirmed unswervingly, "Your Excellency is correct. Golden Coin is indeed very strong, but to deal with you, I alone am sufficient," he said dismissively. "Then I'll defeat you first and then duel Golden Coin," he retorted bluntly. "I believe you won't think that way later." Over here, Yanran was reaching out to pull him. Softly calling Han Senator, Han Sen held her hand and comforted her. "He didn't choose to challenge you, so you can rest assured." Yanran placed her hands on her chest and said worriedly, "Challenge me? I'm not afraid at all. I'm only afraid you'll take risks for me." He didn't answer, but instead turned his head to Wang Fu, asking, "What is your level, Mr. Wang Fu?" Her father immediately explained. Wang Fu is an evolver, although he just ascended to the third god sanctuary recently. His physique already exceeds 300. He can certainly easily suppress Yu Jielen. In the plaza in front of the palace, shouts rose and fell. Wang Fu and Yu Jielen, both with physiques around 300. A showdown between masters was about to begin. "Go Wang Fu, let those stinky Shira brats know what pain is. Foolish humans, soon you'll know the immense gap between humans and Shira in hand-to-hand combat." The old Shira royal placed his sword on the ground and guaranteed, "Please rest assured, this is just a friendly match. If anything unexpected happens, I will intervene." Only after hearing this did they sigh in relief and reply, "Your words put our minds at ease considerably." On the field, Jielen leisurely provoked, "You make the first move." "Go on. If I make the first move, I'm afraid you won't have time to react." Wang Fu lowered his head and replied in a cold tone, "Respect is less important than obedience. I hope you won't regret it." Han Sen and Yanran observed from the stands after hearing this. He couldn't help but scoff. "This Yu Jielen fellow is truly rude." Just then, Lin Feng and Tang Zhenlu walked over. Zhenlu spoke up, "Hey Han Sen, want to make a bet?" The two turned to look. He also found it somewhat interesting, so he asked, "It's you two, what are we betting on?" He slowly took a few steps. Zhenlu looked at the arena and revealed, "Betting on who wins this match." Before Han Sen could even choose, he hooked Han Sen's shoulder and made his own decision. "I bet Wang Fu wins." Han Sen's face turned ashen and he complained, "I haven't even chosen yet. Is this a bet? This should be called coercion." The crowd outside began to cheer. "The match has begun. Go Wang Fu." Wang Fu's entire body erupted with golden energy, then he charged forward. He scoffed, "I hope you can still be so confident after taking this punch from me." Jielen remained in place, watching the fist heading towards him. He laughed arrogantly, admiring the momentum. "Excellent. You've witnessed Wang Fu Ping's power. You must admit his strength is truly profound." Zhenlu frowned and added, "Although the Wang Fu family's Golden Buddha art isn't renowned, it's absolutely no less formidable than an alloy King Kong body." At the same time, Jielen stomped his foot hard and swung his fist to counter Wang Fu Ping's. Zhenlu continued to explain, "Not only does it make the body incredibly strong, but it also possesses terrifying destructive power, and furthermore, Wang Fu Ping is calm and collected. Among newly promoted evolvers, few can surpass him." Thus the two exchanged punches and kicks, but neither could gain an advantage over the other. Jielen said disdainfully, "It seems your punches aren't that hard to block." Thumping sounds continuously echoed in the air, and the battle began to turn brutal. Zhenlu felt something was amiss and blurted out, "Damn it seems our intelligence was wrong. Yu Jialen's physique is much stronger than expected, certainly over 300 points at this moment." Wang Fu Ping clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and attacking with all his might. Han Sen muttered to himself, "Because Wang Fu Ping cultivated the Golden Buddha art, his body is stronger than that of ordinary evolvers." Jielen, meanwhile, waved his hand backward, emanating his scorching purple energy. The two once again engaged in a fierce battle. Han Sen compared the two on a scale. "This Yu Jielen doesn't seem to have cultivated any martial arts specifically for strengthening the body, yet his physical strength can rival Wang Fu Ping's." Ji Yanran had a big question mark in her heart. "Can Wang Fu Ping win?" Zhenlu rubbed his chin, saying hesitantly, "Theoretically, Wang Fu Ping's Golden Buddha body possesses extremely strong defense and endurance." But Lin Feng, standing by, added seriously, "This time Wang Fu Ping might be at a disadvantage." In the arena, Jielen was swinging his arm at Wang Fu Ping. He scoffed, "Your physique is quite good, considered top tier among humans, but compared to our Shira it's still far inferior." Feeling humiliated, Wang Fuping shouted, "Don't brag, I haven't seen you prove you're any stronger than me." Jalin's entire body suddenly erupted with scorching energy, making Wang Fuping involuntarily tremble and retreat. Jielin smiled sinisterly, his voice full of profound meaning. "Oh really? Then let me show you where the Shira are strong." The crowd, looking at Jalin's spiritual energy, couldn't help but cry out in fear. "What is that?" Han Sen and Ji Yanran's eyes widened, both breaking out in nervous cold sweat. Zhenlu's face also turned pale, equally panicked. He immediately recognized the move. Shira transformation. Han Sen, feeling puzzled, turned to ask, "What is Shira transformation?" He recalled Little Angel's past form and muttered to himself. Little Angel's form could switch between human and Shira, and while they looked somewhat different, there seemed to be some similarities. Zhenlu, now with a grim expression, explained, "Shira transformation is a super gene technique of the Shira. Using Shira transformation can greatly enhance their physique." He gritted his teeth, worried about his teammate below. "I originally thought Yu Jielin had already used Shira transformation in the fight, but now I realize he's only been fighting with his physique until now." Wang Fuping is in trouble. In the arena, sharp claws stomped heavily on the ground, a show of force. Wang Fuping still tried to assume a defensive stance, preparing for battle. "Come, let me see your true power," Jielin laughed provocatively. "I certainly won't disappoint you." He waved his hand forward while Wang Fuping blocked with his arms crossed in an X shape. Jalin's punch was so strong that it shattered Wang Fuping's guard over here. The elder Shira royal chuckled dryly, defending his compatriot. "This child's strikes are a bit heavy. Please don't mind it." The guards behind cried out in panic. "Lost? Wang Fuping lost?" Ji Yanran's father, still composed, said, "Sir, the battle is not over yet. It's too soon to talk about winning or losing." Below, Jielin still aggressively questioned, "How about it? Do you know now where I am stronger than you?" Just one subsequent attack forced Wang Fuping back, his feet gripping the ground to maintain balance. Wang Fuping continued to raise his hand, summoning spiritual power, and responded defiantly. "You haven't defeated me yet." Jielin also didn't back down. Seeing Wang Fuping's new move, Jielin charged forward frantically. He swung his hand, aiming to strike Wang Fuping, but Wang Fuping dodged it, leaving Jielin puzzled. Immediately after, Wang Fuping punched Jalin's side abdomen, and the abundant spiritual energy made Jalin's entire body tremble instantly. Zhenlu, dumbfounded in the stands, praised, "As expected of Wang Fuping, he condenses the Golden Emperor Qi within, relaxing his entire body and fully extending his muscles. Truly an elite of our alliance, combining hardness and softness, flexible and adaptable, a true talent." Jielin continued to forcefully throw a punch forward, but Wang Fuping was agile, simply leaning back to avoid the strike. Han Sen watched the scene, muttering with pursed lips. Wang Fuping is indeed exceptional. Both his ability and temperament are first-rate. He is neither arrogant nor impatient, knows how to size up the situation, sees opportunities, and accurately judges both friend and foe. But at the same time, Zhenlu had already rushed forward, cheering loudly, "Well done, Wang Fuping." However, Han Sen uttered words that felt like a bucket of cold water. Wang Fuping is about to lose. Zhenlu gritted his teeth, growling, "How is that possible?" Below, Jielin took a few steps back and frowned. "Do you only know how to dodge?" Wang Fuping retorted fearlessly. "That's tactics and skill." Suddenly, Jielin clenched his fists. He hunched over, and sharp claws extended from his entire body. Jalin's eyes shimmered with purple light as he declared, "Then I'll let you know that in the face of absolute power, those petty tricks are worthless. They are merely the self-comfort of the weak." Seeing that terrifying power surging towards him, Wang Fuping turned to flee. But before he had run far, he saw Jalin's energy already appearing before him. Fear was clearly etched in Wang Fuping's eyes. He watched in horror as Jalin's giant palm pointed at him, then remained frozen in place, thinking, "How is he so fast? My speed can't keep up at all." Wang Fuping was pushed to the brink. He could only face it, raising his fist high. "If I cannot dodge, then I shall meet it head-on." At this moment, his counterattack was rushing towards his opponent's solid chest. Han Sen sighed. As expected of Wang Fuping, this punch didn't aim for Yu Jalin's palm but directly for his chest. He asked himself in confusion. Is he really choosing to trade his life for his opponent's, to fight Yu Jielin to the death? Han Sen analyzed the situation in his mind. Wang Fuping's speed and strength clearly cannot compare to Yu Jielin in his fully erupted state. If he chose to defend, he would surely lose without even a chance to counterattack. However, Wang Fuping's punch seemed insignificant. Jielin simply needed to grab Wang Fuping's head and violently throw him. A second later, Wang Fuping was flung backward, his entire body trembling incessantly. Seeing his opponent hit the ground with a thud, continuously spitting blood, Jielin finally stopped and scoffed. "Sorry, it seems I hit a bit too hard." Seeing this scene, everyone quickly rushed forward to protect and treat him. "Sir, you are truly formidable. We lost." "Wang Fuping, how are you?" Lin Feng also couldn't remain calm. He was filled with hatred. "This Yu Jielin is despicable. If I encounter him on the battlefield next time, I will definitely kill him." Han Sen glanced at Lin Feng and muttered, "I've never seen you get angry, and now you're even showing killing intent." Zhenlu's entire body blazed with fury, and he said harshly, "That bastard cheated." Lin Feng, walking, ordered, "Come on, let's go see how Wang Fuping is." In the hospital corridor, Han Sen listened blankly as Zhenlu said, "The Shira have a secret technique called Blood Curse. It temporarily enhances one's strength by injecting the blood of high-ranking Shira. We've seen this technique many times on the battlefield, and that guy Yu Jielin definitely used it." Han Sen muttered to himself. Shira, Zhenlu was anxious behind him. Thoughts of hatred were evident in Zhenlu's words. I wonder how Wang Fuping is doing now. Damn it, I'll definitely kill that Shira. As soon as the door opened, Han Sen blurted out, They're out. The people behind immediately turned around and Zhenlu called out, Dr. Chen. Lin Feng anxiously asked, Dr. Chen, how is he? The doctor took off his mask and announced, His skull is shattered and his brain has suffered severe damage. Even if he survives the critical period, his future life will be greatly affected. At worst, he'll be completely paralyzed. At best, he'll have some mobility impairments. Zhenlu stared at him, assessing. Even in the best-case scenario, his combat ability is completely destroyed. In the sanctuary area, he's virtually worthless now. Dr. Chen had no choice but to confirm this. Yes, that's correct. The scene switched to the square in front of the palace where several dark figures were gradually approaching the Shira. Jielin, unaware that Han Sen's group had appeared behind him, still said disdainfully, I'll trouble you to uphold your promise and call Golden Coin out to fight me. Zhenlu gritted his teeth and cursed. This guy is despicable. If I become an evolver, I'll definitely hit him first. Jielin, meanwhile, was still grinning provocatively. Let me see how strong your human younger generation's top master is. Seeing Jielin, Han Sen's fire of revenge burned fiercely. He adjusted his collar, a thought burning in his mind. You want to fight Golden Coin? Fine, as you wish. Just as he was about to step forward, a soft hand suddenly grabbed Han Sen's arm. Ji Yanran asked worriedly, Han Sen, what are you trying to do? Zhenlu also stopped him. Old Han, don't get excited. Han Sen gently stroked her cheek, coaxing, It's just a Shira Royal. Stay here and watch me deal with that bastard. Seeing her beloved so determined, Ji Yanran could only place her hands on her chest and softly call out. Han Senator, hearing this, Lin Feng also advised, Let him go, since he's made up his mind he must be prepared. Ji Yanran was still uneasy, stammering, but Han Sen interrupted her. Trust him. Taking the cue, Han Sen flew forward and said, You Jielin, is it? You want to fight Golden Coin? You can, but you must defeat me first. Jielin was somewhat surprised and blurted out, Huh? He turned his head and looked at Han Sen disdainfully. Who are you? Do you humans only know how to fight in relays with superior numbers? Defeat one and another comes. How long am I supposed to fight? Han Sen extended a finger, provocatively saying, I once lost to Golden Coin, defeated in just 1.5 moves by him. As long as you defeat me, I'll immediately summon Golden Coin. How about it? Jielin turned again, pointing a finger at his opponent, questioning the people in front of him. Is what he says credible? They stammered, unable to speak. This moment, Ji Yunren loudly declared, Of course it's credible. He is my fiancé. What he says is what I mean. Jielin finally felt satisfied and agreed to the challenge. Since Commander Ji's daughter has said so, I'll trust you humans one more time. Han Sen extended his palm, arrogantly accepting the challenge. It's rude not to reciprocate. Last time you let me make the first move, this time I'll let you. Before Han Sen could even speak, Jalin's entire body erupted with terrifying energy. Jielin walked forward imposingly and asked, You could withstand 1.5 moves from Golden Coin, now let's see if you can withstand 1 move from me. Han Sen shouted, Come and try it. With an intimidating aura, he clenched his fists and angrily roared 2 words, Die. The two, one large and one small, simultaneously threw punches, unsure who would strike the other. Ji Yanran's father's forehead dripped with sweat as he worriedly thought. What realm has this guy named Luo reached? Is he also like Luo Haitang of yesteryear, fighting the world alone? The elder Shira Royal beside him, however, sneered, belittling Han Sen's ability. Great Thunder Fist. I've seen it on the battlefield. This punch is far inferior to Yu Jalin's and much slower. Before he can even land a hit on Yu Jielin, his chest will probably already be shattered. Jalin's eyes were now filled with purple light. He suddenly stopped short. At that moment, Han Sen still had his fist raised, but his head was already in front of Jalin's fist. Ji Yanran immediately clasped her hands, softly calling out, Han Sen. Zhenlu, seeing he couldn't move, wondered. Yu Jielin seems to have frozen. A gleam also flashed in Han Sen's pupils. Han Sen stood before the fist, looking at Jielin seriously, thinking, You noticed, did you? Too late? He quickly dodged aside and extended his strong arm towards Jielin. Jielin, only now, hastily shouted, Stop! Saliva splattered. Those who witnessed this couldn't help but be surprised. Han Sen jumped up and punched Jielin in the face, making him scream in pain. The elder Shira Royal, seeing his compatriot in such a pathetic state, couldn't help but roar in anger. You Jielin? Hearing this, Han Sen glanced back, raising his guard. Han Sen quickly grabbed the long, pointed horns growing from Jalin's head while Jielin was currently unconscious. The elder Royal couldn't help but rush forward, intending to attack Han Sen. But Han Sen immediately pulled Jalin's massive body over as a shield. The elder Royal was about to strike, but seeing his own person blocking the way, he blurted out in panic, What? Han Sen remained composed in that position, thinking, Come on, I'll let you hit me once. Just as the fist was about to touch Jalin's chest, he immediately adjusted his energy, his entire body trembling. The elder Royal, due to his immense pressure and being consumed by rage, knelt down. Covering his mouth, he coughed up blood and shouted, How dare you use Yu Jielin as a human shield? Ji Yandan also trembled with worry, covering her mouth with her hands, softly calling, Han Sen? Zhenlu, seeing this, blurted out, I can't believe he not only sent Yu Jielin flying but was also so agile. Lin Feng with folded arms agreed, Exactly. Using Yu Jielin as a shield, making that old man dare not strike and infuriating him to the point of coughing blood. Truly a brilliant move. Han Sen unceremoniously threw Jielen to the ground and cursed, "Worthless trash, and you dare challenge Golden Coin." He put his hands on his hips and scoffed, "Shira, turns out you're nothing special." The elder royal quickly ran to Jalen's side and shouted, "You Jielen?" He bared his sharp teeth and loudly declared, "I will kill you." The elder royal charged frantically behind Han Sen, but suddenly 4 people rushed forward and stopped him. The elder royal stopped, roaring loudly, "I must kill you." They extended their hands advising him, "Sir, please compose yourself." The elder royal pointed forward, his voice filled with killing intent. "You dare kill a royal representative of the Shira delegation? I will not let this matter go." At this moment, Ji Yanran's father appeared behind them and said, "Sir, don't forget, you came to the alliance yourselves seeking peace. Our alliance never said we wouldn't fight." Stung by the truth, the elder royal lowered his head and stammered, "This." Ji Yanran's father stepped forward, placed a hand on Han Sen's shoulder and invited, "Han Sen, come back with me to continue the celebration banquet." A person with hands behind his back was observing their reflection on a large screen. He grinned, praising, "Not bad, this kid is indeed impressive, even stronger than Luo Haitang back in the day. Without cultivating the Luo family's Fadian Sutra, he actually defeated Yu Jielen with just one great thunder fist." Chu Donglai chuckled, sighing, "I'm just curious what Luo Haitang's expression is right now. He must be watching this match too." Seeing that the Luo family members weren't cultivating the Fatian Sutra was truly excellent, simply marvelous. Chu Donglai turned his head and made his request. "I want to meet this child." His subordinate asked doubtfully, "You want to bring Han Sen here?" He lowered his head, glanced over and retorted, "No, don't let him know my identity. I will go see him personally." The guard questioned back, "Is that appropriate? He is, after all, a member of the Luo family." Chu Donglai revealed a cunning smile and continued, "Wouldn't that be more interesting? Ah, Donglai taking a Luo family member as a disciple, just thinking about it is appealing." Soon after, in Ji Yanran's study, Han Sen and she were sitting quietly on the sofa. Ji Yanran looked at him and said, "My ascension to the position of head of state, of course, wasn't solely due to the Ji family's efforts. The pressures from all sides aren't something I can simply resolve with a single word. This battle has shown everyone that your true physique definitely exceeds 200. An ordinary evolver couldn't reach this level unless they absorbed life gene essence." Han Sen listened to these words of praise, could only sigh, and said 2 words. "All right," she suggested. "Now all forces are trying to find out the secret of absorbing life gene essence from you. Tell me what you can." He turned and explained, "Actually, there's nothing I can't say. As long as you find unhatched supergod creature eggs or embryos, eating them directly will grant you supergod genes." Ji Yanran glanced at him, affirming, "This is a significant discovery, highly meaningful for humanity's future." She reassured Han Sen, "Rest assured, this matter will be handled by the Ji family. The benefits brought by this discovery will definitely not disappoint you." The scene shifted to the second sanctuary world. Mountains stacked majestic and magnificent, blue sky, white clouds, and warm sunlight cascaded upon the earth. Han Sen and Little Silver walked shoulder to shoulder. He turned back and muttered to himself, "I still need 30-something supergod gene points, waiting for second-generation supergod creatures to complete them." He looked up, smacked his lips, and complained, "It's so hot. Where have all those second-generation supergod creatures hidden? Why are they so hard to find?" Suddenly, Han Sen was startled by the sight before him, letting out a soft hum. He propped himself up with a hand on a rock, his gaze fixed on the lush forest, somewhat puzzled. Just then, the little fox leaped dramatically from Han Sen's shoulder and dashed out. He was startled, shouting, "Little Silver!" Han Sen followed behind it, fumbling and asking softly, "What are you looking at? Just some primitive creatures. The strongest are only mutant grade. Don't they fear Little Silver?" he thought, rubbing his temples, then suddenly exclaimed, his voice thunderous, "Or are they plants?" Han Sen's gaze focused on the grazing sheep and he muttered to himself, "Typically, alien creatures rarely eat plants. Only those about to reproduce do so, but this phenomenon only occurs with supergod creatures." Then he glanced at the fox, hesitating, "But what exactly has Little Silver discovered?" 6 hours later, Han Sen managed to sit down beside it, arms crossed and frowning as he watched Little Silver. The evening sun had already set. He stretched, yawned, and said, "Little Silver, stop looking, let's go." Suddenly, one of the sheep in the flock bleated. The little fox heard the commotion and immediately dashed off, leaving Han Sen behind, bewildered. He chased after it, panting, not forgetting to shout, "Wait, Little Silver, don't leave me behind." The little fox kept chasing the flock, which ran into a small path surrounded by large rocks. Soon after, in the valley, Little Silver moved cautiously, sniffing the air as it went. The sheep continued to move deeper in a flock. He still didn't understand, so he just went with the flow. "Are they here too? Is there treasure in this valley? Never mind, I won't think about it, let's keep going." So, man and beast entered the depths of the valley. The little fox sniffed a few more times, then suddenly began frantically digging at the turf with its paws. Han Sen blurted out, bewildered, "What's going on?" when it saw a wisp of faint smoke rising from beneath the soil and rocks it had just dug up. The little fox didn't stop. It dug deeper and deeper. He suspected it was planning to dig its way in. Soon after, Little Silver burrowed inside. Han Sen muttered to himself, "It's gone in. I wonder if there's danger inside. Should I go in and see?" He bent down and pressed his face to the small opening, reassuring himself, "Little Silver went in, so it should be fine, right?" So Han Sen continued to explore. He couldn't help but marvel at the magnificent scenery before him. Han Sen, following Little Silver, whispered, "I didn't expect it to be so spacious inside." Suddenly, they stopped before a lake. At the bottom of the lake was a fish of somewhat strange shape. He fell into contemplation while Little Silver silently observed everything. This is a first-generation super-god creature. If it wanted to kill that small fish, it could just charge straight in. Why is it still hesitating? The little fox, hearing this, turned its head and snarled a few times at Hansen. He was startled, raising his hands and trembling as he backed away, dryly chuckling. "All right, I won't make a move, you won't move, and I won't move either." He glanced behind him and saw another sheep approaching. Hansen helplessly muttered to himself, "These guys really aren't afraid of people." It silently walked to the water's edge, bent down and drank a few gulps to quench its thirst. After drinking, the sheep left, but it was notable that its flesh was sizzling and burning. He widened his eyes, sweat streaming down, and shouted, "What?" Its flesh gradually vanished, revealing a massive skeleton. In an instant the sheep collapsed to the ground, leaving only a pile of bones. White smoke billowed. Just when he thought the sheep had passed on, it suddenly trembled strangely and stood up. Bearing a shriveled skeleton and a pair of blood-red eyes, it slowly walked forward. Hansen was very surprised to see this scene, muttering to himself, "It's already decomposed to just a skeleton, yet it can still walk out alive?" He glanced at the fish swimming in the lake, thinking, "No wonder Little Silver didn't want me to get close. This water must be problematic, yet that small fish can survive in it. Truly a miracle." Hansen knelt on one knee, reminding the little fox, "Little Silver, if you keep waiting like this, that small fish won't come ashore by itself. Why don't you figure out a way to pull it up?" He extended a finger, suggesting a method. "Can't you just electrocute it in the lake and then fish it out?" Little Silver suddenly became displeased, turning its head away haughtily. Hansen asked, frowning, "What kind of look are you giving me?" In an instant, dazzling blue electricity erupted from the little fox's entire body. Little Silver's lightning instantly shot towards the lake. He frowned, watching worriedly as the lightning gradually dissipated on the water's surface. "What on earth is this water? Even Little Silver's lightning can't penetrate it." Hansen no longer hesitated, standing up and summoning the peacock crossbow. He shouted, "The lightning was absorbed, but I don't believe it can absorb this too, Little Silver." Seeing the peacock crossbow, its eyes lit up and it let out a soft woo. Holding the peacock crossbow, he drew the bowstring, ready to shoot with force, not forgetting to say arrogantly, "Little Silver, look how amazing I am." In an instant, Hansen's arrow shot straight towards the water's surface, but to his utter amusement and disbelief, the fish easily dodged it. He was astonished, leaning back and saying, "Did I miss?" The lake water seems to have a greater refractive angle than ordinary water, causing a slight discrepancy between the transparent small fish's actual position and my judged position. Hansen absolutely wouldn't give up. He regrouped, aimed again, and said with firm resolve, "This time I definitely won't miss." Indeed, it was the protagonist's halo. With that, the unlucky fish was finally pierced by his arrow. A few seconds later it floated up, belly exposed. Hansen's eyes gleamed as he muttered to himself, "It's dead." Holding the peacock crossbow in one hand and clenching his fist in the other, he laughed scornfully at the fish. It died too easily, without any struggle. Before he could even celebrate, Hansen suddenly stopped, thinking, no, if it were truly dead, there should have been a hunt successful notification. He stood by the shore, staring blankly as it drifted with the current, and proposed a hypothesis. Is it playing dead? With such a penetrating wound, if it could still play dead, then this transparent fish's vitality was truly too powerful. Hansen quickly took out his second weapon, the blazing Tyrannosaurus. He showed no mercy, directly plunging the spearhead into the water. But it was corroded by the water there, emitting white smoke. Hansen quickly retracted the spear, discovering that its tip had been corroded and worn down. He opened his mouth and complained, "Such a good beast soul weapon almost destroyed." The fish, still with the arrow in it, floated quietly nearby. He stroked his chin in contemplation. The blazing Tyrannosaurus shouldn't be inferior to the original stone or arrow. But why was the original stone or arrow unaffected, yet the blazing Tyrannosaurus melted upon contact? Does this water have a special restraining effect on beast souls? Hansen had an idea. He immediately tied a rope to the arrow, muttering to himself, "Now it's good. After hitting that fish, I can just pull the rope to bring it up. Even if the rope breaks, I can shake it down." With that, he took out the peacock crossbow again and aimed at his prey. In an instant, Hansen's arrow shot towards the water's surface again, but for some reason it didn't hit the fish like the first time. He was startled, thinking in a panic, "Damn it. It really was playing dead." Hansen quickly ran to the water's edge, watching the fish swim towards him, and shouted, "Is it coming?" As expected, it leaped up, shook off the arrow, then surfaced and vigorously flicked its tail. He frowned in irritation, immediately turning his back to the water splashing over his head, and cursed, "Damn it, how dangerous. I don't believe I can't deal with you." The fish seemed to vent its previous anger, swimming merrily in the water as if mocking Hansen. He thought irritably, "Swimming so cheerfully, is it provoking me?" Hansen pondered, rubbing his temples. What method could he use to pull it out? Suddenly, something fell out of his jacket. It wriggled a few times as if signaling something. He quickly cast his gaze downwards, asking doubtfully, "Is the little fairy coming out?" The little fairy emerged without Hansen's permission. He looked at it, asking doubtfully, "Little fairy, do you have a way to deal with this fish?" The little fairy said nothing, simply raising its hands to its mouth and blowing a breath. Its ice spirit power instantly surged into the water's surface. Soon after, the entire area was frozen. The little fairy quickly flew down, violently smashing its fist onto the ice, which began to shatter into small pieces in an instant. It delivered the block of ice with the fish in it right before him. Han Sen immediately took it. He praised, "Well done, I haven't spoiled you for nothing." Little Silver let out an "oh-woo" beside him. Han Sen turned to look at it and asked, "Do you want this?" He handed it to the little fox without hesitation, his tone extremely doting, open wide. After swallowing it, dazzling light emanated from Little Silver's entire body. Han Sen was stunned by the sight, asking doubtfully, "Just a small transparent fish, yet it can cause such a big change in Little Silver?" He held the little fox, looking directly into its eyes, thinking, Little Silver is an alien creature. If it wants to enter the third sanctuary, it can only rely on itself to break through. So can we enter the same sanctuary? Han Sen gently held it, contemplating. "I hope we won't be too far apart then." The scene shifted to the second sanctuary world. He and Little Silver slowly walked towards the city gate when suddenly someone blocked Han Sen, questioning, "Are you Han Sen?" He fell into contemplation, recalling the scene of fighting with this person before him. Han Sen was somewhat puzzled. "Has Luo Yin recognized me?" "Impossible. Last time I saw him I was in my golden coin identity. He shouldn't recognize me." "That's right." Luo Yin knew golden coin, but Han Sen didn't know Luo Yin. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke. "I am. What do you need me for?" Luo Yin didn't wait for his answer, shouting, "I've been looking for you for a long time." Then he raised his fists and charged towards Han. Senator Luo Yin swung his fist straight ahead, while he leaned back slightly, summoning powerful energy in his right arm in an instant. Han Sen also raised his fist, majestically blocking his opponent. He was very surprised to see his fist blocked. Luo Yin gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down, and asked doubtfully, "I clearly used the Fadian Sutra, so why was the Fadian power blocked so easily?" He still refused to give up, shouting, "Impossible. I don't believe you can block all of it." Swinging his arms wildly, he showed no weakness. Han Sen quickly diffused all these attacks with ease. Luo Yin felt a bad premonition. He took a step back, shouting in disbelief. "This is impossible." Luo Yin pondered with a troubled expression. Fadian power was renowned as the most lethal technique in the world, a guaranteed hit, yet he couldn't even touch Han Sen's clothes. He, however, remained composed, one hand in his pocket, and asked, "Did the Luo family send you?" He sneered, "So you admit it." "The Luo family wants me to ask you something. You're from the Luo family, so why don't you cultivate the Fadian Sutra?" Han Sen ignored him, brushing past Luo Yin, and simultaneously denied, "Go back, I'm not a Luo family member." The scene shifted to the Luo family. Luo Yin, head bowed and frowning, reported, "I failed." A person picked up a cup of hot tea, drank it, and ordered, "Describe in detail your fight with him." He stared at Luo Haitang's back and asked, "Tell me how he blocked the Fadian power." Meanwhile, Han Sen was still walking alone on the street. Suddenly his phone rang. He stopped. He took out his phone. As soon as he answered, Wang Fuping's clear voice came through. "Little brother, you're a big hero now, famous throughout the world. It's truly hard to get an audience with you." Han Sen jokingly replied, "Indeed, in the future, if you want to see me, older sister, you might have to make an appointment in advance." She suddenly suggested, "Interested in a pet battle?" He thought for a moment, asking doubtfully, "What's a pet battle?" Soon after, in the Alliance-based dormitory, Han Sen looked at the system panel, recalling Wang Fuping's words. "I won't harm you. Recently, the Donglin group held a pet battle competition within the Alliance. There's something you need among the prizes. Help me win it back." "Name your price," he analyzed, arms crossed. "The beast soul Wang Fuping wants is the championship prize. This prize is too tempting. Donglin's prohibited and restricted drugs are not easy to obtain, even with money." Han Sen raised a hand to stroke his chin and thought, knowing he had the sacred battle angel, wasn't this just a benefit being delivered right to his doorstep? Donglin group. Could this be a new trick Qi Shuwen is playing after failing to deal with me last time? The scene shifted to the Ji family. He eagerly asked, "Yanran, do you think this competition might be a trap?" Yanran sat on the sofa, asking curiously. "I don't know, but this competition is being held in the Central Star System, not Donglin's territory. What tricks can the Qi family pull?" Yanran's father spoke from beside them. "Perhaps the Qi family wants to reconcile with you." Han Sen stood with hands on his hips, glanced behind him, and asked doubtfully, "Now the entire alliance knows my identity. Even without considering the head of state's son-in-law, Donglin wouldn't dare to go against the Luo family, right?" She heard this and judged. "Are you planning to go?" He clenched his hands excitedly, admitting, "Of course I'll go. Such a big benefit, why wouldn't I? Besides, the competition is being held in the Central Star System, not Donglin's territory." "What's there to be afraid of?" Suddenly, Ji Rujun suggested. "Ji Qing wants to see you. Also, since this is your first time in the Central Star System, let her show you around." Han Sen was startled, asking doubtfully, "Ji Qing, is she the Ji Qing who slays super god creatures?" Sitting opposite him, he softly reminded, "But that girl is quite arrogant. If she offends you in any way, please give me some face and overlook it." Han Sen replied with a wry smile, "Father-in-law, you jest. How could I bother to argue with a little girl?" Not long after, their flight arrived at the second construction world. A long-legged woman, her hair swept to one side, walked over to greet him. "Han Sen, I'm Ji Qing." Han Sen was instantly surprised and retorted, "You're Ji Qing?" Seeing him, Ji Qing's beautiful face stiffened for a moment. The next second, as Han Sen stepped down, she clung close to him and urged, "Brother-in-law, let's go." Han Sen responded with a hint of worry. "All right." He glanced back, a bead of sweat on his forehead, musing to himself. "They said little girl, but now we're sitting together in a private spacecraft and Ji Qing is driving while asking me where I want to go." Han Sen fastened his seatbelt and said, "This is my first time here, you decide." She turned her face and without consulting him decided, "Andi told me to treat you well." How about this? I'll take you somewhere interesting. Han Sen pursed his lips and sighed lightly. It seems this sister-in-law won't be easy to handle. Time passed, and in a blink they arrived at the spacecraft docking area. It was only then that Ji Jing woke Han Sen. We're here, wake up. He only woke up after hearing her letting out a yawn. Then the two of them exited the spacecraft together. Han Sen looked around, asking doubtfully, "Where's this place?" She turned to look at him and asked, "How is it? Doesn't this place look pretty good?" The sign that met his eyes read Wuzhong Hall. Ji Qing's voice was full of suggestion. "I'm taking you to play a hand-guessing game." The two entered Wuzhong Hall together. Several people greeted them upon seeing them. "Sister Qing, it's been a while. Has Ji Qing got a new boyfriend again?" Ji Qing walked ahead, smiling dismissively. "Go play somewhere else." Han Sen silently followed behind, observing the cheering crowd, thinking to himself, "This place is really lively." She chose an empty table and sat down, asking softly, "Brother-in-law, I know you're a big hero. Playing a hand-guessing game shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" Han Sen replied as requested, "It's nothing, just haven't played in a long time." Suddenly he glanced at the crowd and asked doubtfully, "What's all that commotion over there?" Ji Qing turned sideways, abruptly stood up, walked over and shouted, "It's Yi Dongmu." Han Sen remained seated, musing. "That guy's here too, and he seems very popular." The crowd kept cheering, looking at his back. Yi Dongmu, she was no exception, her eyes filled with admiration for that person. Merging into the crowd and calling out Yi Dongmu's name, Ji Qing was so excited that she even raised her hands, clapping enthusiastically. Han Sen yawned, walked behind her and whispered, "Xiao Qing, what's so interesting to look at?" Tu Bin, standing nearby, quickly answered for her. Yi Dongmu is the god of this Wuzhong Hall. He's swept through the central star system, never meeting an opponent in our circle. Yi Dongmu has never lost, and when it comes to hand-guessing games, even the great hero Han probably isn't Yi Dongmu's match. Ji Qing was somewhat displeased, crossed her arms and retorted with a glance, "Tu Bin, I don't like hearing that. My brother-in-law can even defeat Yu Jielin of the Shira royal family, so how could he not win against Yi Dongmu? How could Tu Bin admit defeat?" He gesticulated provocatively. "Don't just talk big. If you're so capable, then go challenge the god Yi Dongmu to a match." She put her hands on her hips, spit, and immediately agreed, "A match? Bring it on." Who's afraid of whom? The two of them left together like that, without waiting for him to make a decision. Seeing this, Han Sen just hastily reached out his hand and said two words, "Wait a second." Tu Bin immediately grabbed the microphone and announced, "Everyone, our young mistress Ji Qing just said that her brother-in-law Han Sen, the great hero who defeated Yu Jielin of the Shira royal family, can beat the god Yi Dongmu in a hand-guessing game." The crowd fell silent for a few seconds, their expressions bewildered. Tu Bin stood on the grandstand, crossed his arms, raised his head and asked, "Great hero Han, do you dare to challenge our god Yi Dongmu to a match?" Others also started to join in the teasing, targeting him. "Dare you, great hero Han, dare you?" Han Sen wasn't in a hurry to answer. He just raised a hand to cover his mouth, chuckled softly, thinking these young people are quite amusing. Ji Qing, however, found his action somewhat strange. She glanced at him and softly called, "Brother-in-law." Tu Bin cleared his throat and commanded, "Silence, Yi Dongmu is here." The person behind him walked over calmly, her hands clasped together, her cheeks flushed, utterly adoring. "Is Yi Dongmu going to challenge brother-in-law? Oh my god, Yi Dongmu rarely challenges anyone proactively." So Yi Dongmu stood on the grandstand, staring intently at Han Sen, who bravely met his gaze. Yi Dongmu spoke coldly, "Got time?" Han Sen narrowed his eyes and answered directly, "Yes." Yi Dongmu walked down, passed by, and then suggested, "Come to my place. I've been practicing some things recently. Help me see if there are any problems." Hearing this, Han Sen turned and instructed, "Ji Qing, you stay here and have fun. I have something to do and need to leave first." Her mind filled with question marks, she repeated his meaning. Yi Dongmu said he wanted to seek guidance from brother-in-law, so there's no reason for Ji Qing to stay here. She quickly chased after him, shouting, "Brother-in-law, wait for me. I'll go with you." Not long after, the four of them were already seated inside Yi Dongmu's private spacecraft. Ji Qing sat in the back thinking, following brother-in-law, won't I also get to go to Yi Dongmu's home? Tu Bin, meanwhile, grimaced in greeting, "Brother Han, sorry. I didn't know you were Yi Dongmu's friend too." Han Sen also replied with a wry smile, not dwelling on it, "It's fine." She hooked her head towards her idol and asked, "Where are we going?" Yi Dongmu caused Tu Bin to shout in panic, "Slow down." Yi Dongmu glanced behind and coldly tossed out a remark, "To my private martial arts hall." In the private martial arts hall, Han Sen and Yi Dongmu engaged in battle. Ji Qing sat with her chin in her hands, pondering. Yi Dongmu practices assassination techniques, yet Han Sen can actually contend with him, not falling into a disadvantage. Yi Dongmu continued to explain on the field, "Attack now, you must be faster, you must learn to predict." Han Sen clenched his hands, realizing, so that's how it is? Seeing this scene, Tu Bin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Yi Dongmu actually respects your brother-in-law even more than his own coach." She proudly smoothed her hair, replying, "Of course. Don't you know whose brother-in-law this is?" But inwardly she wondered, is my brother-in-law really that amazing? The scene shifted to the Central Star System's teleportation array. At this moment, Ji Qing stood in front of Han Sen, firmly suggesting, "What else do you need to prepare for? You have a super god pet. This pet battle, won't it be an easy win? If you have time, why not give me some pointers instead?" Han Sen brushed past her, explaining seriously as he walked, "The Donglan Chi family surely isn't just trying to curry favor with you. Something is definitely going to happen. It's better if I prepare in advance." She glanced at his retreating figure and snorted. Early the next morning in the second construction world, Han Sen had already ridden his divine beast into the forest for reconnaissance. At this moment he thought to himself, According to Skynet eyewitness reports, there should be a super god creature nearby. Just as he thought this, a light flashed in his eyes and he shouted, "Over there!" In the distance, a white divine deer ran carefree through the forest. Shayna and Angel immediately appeared behind Han's senator. He waved forward, giving the command, "Shayna, block it." She quickly rushed in front of the white deer. The white deer saw her and froze blankly. Seizing the opportunity, Angel directly slashed the white deer's back with a sword, drawing blood. It offered no resistance. At this moment, Han Sen walked over, holding his blazing Tyrannosaurus. Seeing it lying on the ground, barely alive from excessive blood loss, he asked smugly, "Where else do you think you can run off to?" His heart sank suddenly. The white deer's tearful eyes made him hesitate. That look, Han Sen raised his blazing Tyrannosaurus, his eyes still fixed on the creature at his feet, muttering to himself, "How can it offer no resistance at all? Is this really a super god creature?" Unexpectedly, he changed his mind and the incredibly sharp weapon plunged into the hard ground beside it. Han Sen gritted his teeth, struggling internally. "Damn it, I can't bring myself to kill it with that pleading look." The situation was awkward, so he immediately looked at Shayna, seeking her opinion. "Shayna, do you say kill or not kill?" She slowly offered her suggestion. "If possible, I hope you can spare it and let it stay in my sanctuary." Han Sen suddenly turned his head again, curious about Shayna's answer. "Why can't you bring yourself to do it either?" She bent down, gently stroking the weak white deer, and explained, "If I'm not mistaken, this white deer carries a power of luck. It doesn't seem to do anything visibly, but wherever it is, or if you're near it, you'll have good luck." Hearing this, Han Sen immediately rushed over, scooped it into his arms, his face showing excitement. "There's such a good thing, why didn't you say so earlier?" He immediately stood between the white deer and himself, channeling healing energy to it, muttering, "Heal quickly." He thought to himself, "The pet battle is about to begin. I hope you can bring me good luck." The scene shifted to the Central Star System pet battle arena, early morning. Inside, Qi Shuwen was already waiting there early, dressed in a sharp suit, and she loudly welcomed, "Welcome to the pet battle grand finals, a showdown of the strong." Han Sen stood waiting in a long line. Seeing Qi Shuwen's face appear on the projection screen, he solemnly speculated, "The Qi family actually let this kid Qi Shuwen host. With his abilities, he can't threaten me at all. It seems the Qi family really wants to curry favor with me. Do they really have something they need from me?" Not long after, in the pet battle arena, Han Sen's Angel completely dominated the other pets. At this moment, she was rushing down with her sword, heading straight for the dying opponent. As Angel raised her weapon, preparing for the fatal blow, Han Sen's voice came from afar again. "Stop!" Then he raised his hands high and loudly called out, "Come back!" She quickly left the arena, returning to his palm. Just then the spectators in the stands all gaped. An uncle shouted in surprise, "That fast?" 1 second later the stands erupted. All the spectators chanted the name Sacred Battle Angel. As Han Sen left the arena, a big brother walked over, gave a thumbs up and praised, "You won, old Han, your pet is really amazing." He humbly replied, "It was just luck." Soon, spectators rushed over from all directions surrounding Han Sen. They asked in turns, "Can my pet fight your Sacred Battle Angel?" "Old Han, where did you find this pet?" The young woman also praised, "Sacred Battle Angel is so cool." Seeing the excitement of the surrounding crowd, he was a little flustered and said, "Wait, one at a time." Everyone immediately cheered. "I want to be Little Angel's next opponent. My turn next." Han Sen thought helplessly at this moment. "Little Angel is an idol now," someone suddenly shouted. "Look, a ferocious armor beast has appeared." Everyone in the stands turned their gaze towards the direction of the sound. Soon the people who had just surrounded Han Sen hurriedly left. "Hurry, hurry, go see," he sighed in relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, "Finally I can catch my breath." Once it quieted down, he looked up at the arena, muttering, "Ferocious armor beast." Directly above, a drooling, restless, four-legged creature was crawling. Han Sen immediately judged, "Its life aura is so strong it's clearly not a godblood creature in a rampage, but its life aura is stronger than most godblood creatures in a rampage." Suddenly an expression of extreme worry appeared on his face, and a possibility came to his mind. Could it be due to the gene evolution pill? Donglin originally built its foundation on gene pharmaceuticals. Have they perhaps developed a potion that can make beast souls stronger, even cultivating such a pet? The Qi family is truly far-sighted. It seems the purpose of holding this competition was for this very thing. The scene shifted to the Qi family study, where Qi Shuwen was sitting at a desk looking at documents. Just then his phone rang with a harsh sound. Someone was calling. He looked at the phone screen and immediately recognized the number as Han Sen's. After answering, Shuwen quickly asked, "Director Han, what brings you to think of me today?" On the other end of the line, Han Sen scoffed disdainfully, "Donglin holding this competition, isn't it just to use my Sacred Battle Angel to advertise your new product? Your godblood beast souls cultivated with potions just need to hold out for a while against my super god pet. And as long as they don't lose too badly, everyone will surely scramble to buy this pet elixir." Shuwen laughed heartily after hearing this, still smugly stating his scheme. "Director Han, you jest. While helping us promote, Donglin has also provided generous rewards. This is merely a normal business transaction." These few words infuriated Han Sen, who immediately warned sternly, "If Donglin wants to use my pet for advertising, you should at least ask how much my pet's advertising fee is worth. Now I'm giving you a chance to pay the advertising fee. If you don't pay now, don't blame me for being ruthless later." With that, he hung up the phone, not giving the other party a chance to speak. Shuwen picked up his phone, cupped his chin, and with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth said, "As long as you participate in the competition, our promotional goal has already been achieved. Now this matter is no longer up to you." The scene shifted to the central star system, where images of the ferocious armor beast and the gene evolution pill in front of it had already appeared on all screens. At this moment, Han Sen also strode out. In the arena, the ferocious armor beast aggressively dominated its opponent. Beside it was the host's commentary. "Is your pet tired, drowsy, or too weak to fight? Then give it a Donglin Pet Elixir, 1 pill for alertness, 2 for endless energy, 3 for eternal life. For your pet's health, come to Donglin and buy today." Watching everything on the screen, Han Sen couldn't help but laugh, then said disdainfully, "Donglin's Pet Elixir is truly a good product." The scene switched back to the pet arena. In the stands, a boy commented, "I heard Donglin invited Han Sen to participate in the competition just to promote this elixir, and even refused to pay advertising fees." An uncle beside him sighed, "This PR tactic is simply too perfect. Now everyone knows Donglin has developed another incredibly powerful pet elixir. It's too unfair. If I were Han Sen, I would have withdrawn from the competition long ago." A big brother below immediately objected, "Don't say that. I still want to see the actual effects. If it really works, then hunting super god creatures won't be a dream anymore." In the arena, Shuwen was intently watching the pet contestant's position. An uncle couldn't help but ask the person next to him in rapid-fire succession, "Will Han Sen really withdraw from the competition? If so, wouldn't Donglin benefit too much?" At this moment in the contestant area, Han Sen's figure still hadn't appeared. The audience grew impatient and immediately shouted at the organizing committee, "Is Han Sen participating in the finals today? I've already bought my ticket." In a dimly lit corridor, Han Sen walked side by side with the armored Night King, thinking with determination, "If Donglin wants to use me as a stepping stone and climb over my sacred battle angel, then don't blame me for being ruthless." The angel had already appeared behind him. He mused inwardly, "The beast soul armored Night King. Only humanoid beast souls can use this possessed beast soul." Just then the angel stood opposite the armored Night King, her eyes tightly closed, her entire body beginning to absorb the armored Night King. At that time, Han Sen silently thought, "Once I get it, I'll use Black Star to evolve it into a super god berserk beast soul." After completing the absorption, she suddenly opened her eyes, energy beams shooting from her eye sockets. Han Sen stepped forward with the energy-surging angel, secretly certain. "The white deer really does always bring good luck, and the Chi family's luck is just too bad. It's perfect timing that I completed my evolution yesterday." With the power of the armored Night King, all of Little Angel's attributes have soared. In the arena, the ferocious armor beast paced back and forth at the edge, then suddenly turned its head. From the opposite side, Han Sen and the angel walked up majestically. The surrounding audience couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Han Sen is here. He hasn't withdrawn from the competition." The sacred battle angel leapt into the arena, radiating an imposing aura, facing the roaring ferocious armor beast. Qi Shuwen immediately announced the pet battle finals officially begin. The sacred battle angel versus the ferocious armor beast. In the pet arena, the angel opened with a powerful slash. The ferocious armor beast began to open its drooling mouth, its claws scraping on the arena floor. Qi Shuwen watched the scene before him, secretly pleased. "Go on, slash it. The era of our Qi family is about to begin." When the angel's sword tip was just a step away from the ferocious armor beast, it opened its mouth wide, seemingly trying to swallow the attack. However, before it could do anything, the sword in the angel's hand had already delivered hundreds of slices in an instant, and its flesh flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious armor beast lay dead on the field. Its entire body was paralyzed, and its spiritual energy began to dissipate from within. Qi Shuwen, having lost his composure from what just happened, trembled all over and asked in horror, "What? How is that possible?" In the stands, the audience collectively jumped up, booing scornfully. "Didn't they say the pet elixir was amazing? How did a supergod creature get sliced away with just one sword strike? As expected of the only supergod creature, it's too cool. I initially had some expectations for this ferocious armor beast, but now it seems I was terribly wrong." While Qi Shuwen was still stunned, a guard stepped forward and whispered in his ear, "Young master, it's time to present the awards." Seeing Qi Shuwen unsteady on his feet, the guard immediately supported him, calling out worriedly, "Young master," he stammered, "I'm fine, proceed with the awards as usual." In the arena, despite his immense anger, Qi Shuwen still had to pick up the microphone and announce, "Please give a warm round of applause to congratulate Mr. Han Sen on winning the championship of this pet battle competition." He raised the gene evolution pill high, not forgetting to say, "Thank you, everyone." The scene shifted to a private room at the Queen's restaurant. At this moment, Senior Sister's gaze fell on the gene evolution pill in her hand, and the two praised, "Little brother, well done." Then she chuckled. Couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh. "It's truly hilarious. The market price of the pet elixir will be far lower than anticipated. The Qi family really brought this upon themselves. If they had simply asked you to promote it from the beginning, they wouldn't have lost so badly." Han Sen picked up his water glass, took a sip, and replied with a smile, "I'm usually easy to talk to, but they didn't want to negotiate with me, so what could I do?" Senior Sister tightly gripped the pill, seriously suggesting, "The gene evolution pill is mine. As for the other prizes, you can name your price for handling them." The scene shifted to Shayna's sanctuary, a sturdy stone city surrounded by mountains. Han Sen stepped forward, his eyes darting around, asking himself, why is it so quiet? Where has everyone gone? What about alien creatures? After walking for a while, he suddenly heard a sound from over there, so he stopped. Han Sen quickly ran towards the source of the sound, wondering what are they gathered here for. Not far away, the Beast Seal Princess, the Angel, Shayna, and Little Silver were intently looking at something glowing on the snowy ground. He walked up and asked curiously, hey, what are you doing? Shayna suddenly turned around and quickly replied, a small sapling has grown here. Her words made Han Sen even more confused. It's just a small sapling, what's so strange about it that you're all gathered around to look? But when he looked at the small sapling, even he couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim, what? On the cold snowy ground a pointed green sapling teemed with life. A few shimmering small yellow fruits grew on its leaves. Han Sen stared intently at the plant, asking seriously, where did this tree grow from? After asking, he slowly knelt before the small sapling. Shayna looked at his actions and replied, I saw it here this morning when I came out. I don't know when it grew. Suddenly remembering something, she pointed at the white deer in the distance and said, oh, by the way, when we found this small sapling, Little White was right next to it. Han Sen immediately rushed over and kissed the white deer several times, a clear look of disgust appearing on the white deer's face. He kept flattering, Little White, you're amazing, truly a fortune-bringing pet. I love you to death. While he was kissing the white deer, Little Silver suddenly leaped onto Han Sen's head, frantically pulling his hair, and he cried out in a panic, Little Silver, what are you doing? Don't be jealous. Then Han Sen tightly hugged the out-of-control fox. His gaze fell on the distant plant, inwardly confirming, this is a living plant, I can feel its life aura. He knelt on one knee before the small sapling, began to cast the Dongxuan aura field, altering the direction of the magnetic field emitted by those small fruits, then half believing, half doubting, he wondered if these small yellow fruits could be eaten, or if they could be opened like treasures. At this moment Shayna also mused inwardly, if these small yellow fruits ripen, they will surely be extraordinary treasures, just like the empty green vine, and will definitely attract countless powerful super god creatures to covet them, but whether we can protect it is another big problem. Hearing this, Han Sen immediately hugged the precious tree tightly, eagerly declaring, this tree grew in our sanctuary, so it belongs to the Han family and no one can take it from us. The next moment he suddenly stood up and solemnly announced a piece of news, I have a plan to deal with it. The scene shifted to Shayna's fortress. Han Sen was now sitting in a chair, contemplating for quite some time. After some thought, he decisively formulated a strategy for the current situation. I've decided this tree must be protected. Our biggest enemy is the Ghost Blood Emperor. If we only focus on defense, we definitely can't hold it, so it's better to take the initiative. First, weaken the Ghost Blood Emperor's strength and seize the advantage. Shayna turned around, initially expressing agreement, thinking it was a good idea, but then hesitated, remembering something. But how will you lure those supergod creatures away from the Ghost Blood Fortress? Han Sen's mind replayed the scene of him frantically fleeing from those supergod creatures. Just thinking about it, a triumphant smile appeared on his lips. It's not hard to lure them out, I just need to run fast. Not long after, in a certain fortress, Han Sen's soft call echoed. Little Uncle Wang Yuheng leaned against a pillar and snorted. He looked him up and down, then asked, how did you end up like this? Wang Yuheng, still stroking his chin in thought, heard him speak and curiously looked up. What's wrong? Han Sen cleared his throat and went straight to the point. It's nothing big, just came to ask if you still want to hunt supergod creatures. After hearing this question, energy suddenly surged through Wang Yuheng's body, and he raised his fist menacingly, announcing with a wide grin, what's so great about supergod creatures? Bring one, I'll kill one, bring two, I'll kill two. His actions made Han Sen pause, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, Little Uncle, when did you become so domineering? He rubbed his wrist, his lips still curved in a triumphant smile, and replied, you'll see in a bit. Not long after, in a small shop, 2 bottles of angel gene fluid were now on the table. Han Sen and Wang Yuheng sat together at the table. He pointed to the 2 liquids and explained, advanced angel gene fluid can directly help humans release external power. He immediately asked curiously, where did you get it? He replied loudly, I bought it with money, of course. Just then Han Sen's gaze sharpened, a serious expression showing in every word. The Zhao family actually put this thing up for sale? Wang Yuheng began to explain the origin of this fluid to him. The Zhao family used angel gene fluid to hunt a supergod creature, but the Qi family suffered the most severe losses. First their promotion failed, and then the angel gene fluid was openly revealed. Now that there was a potion that could instantly boost power, who would spend a lot of time and money cultivating those seemingly useless pets? In just a few words he pointed out the correct direction. Angel gene fluid required the blood of Shira royalty to produce, and its output was extremely limited. For a short period, the Zhao family also couldn't solve its side effects, although the effects hadn't manifested yet. Once people recognized its true value, the price would definitely skyrocket. Now was the best time to hoard. Seeing Han Sen lost in thought, Wang Yuheng clapped him on the shoulder with one hand, gave a thumbs up with the other, and with a brilliant smile suggested, Han Sen, tell me where that place is, let's go. Little Uncle will take you to fight monsters. The setting sun had gradually sunk behind the clouds. Their figures walked through the city. Han Sen said happily, then it's all up to Little Uncle. he responded excitedly. All right. A moment later the two had arrived at the Ghost Blood Fortress, which was shrouded in thick black clouds and the surrounding air was incredibly cold. Wang Yuhang, without thinking, pulled out an angel gene fluid and prepared to inject it into his arm. He said arrogantly, I thought you were talking about some terrifying place, turns out it's here. A small matter, watch me, I alone can level this place. Suddenly, Han Sen grabbed his arm, seriously suggesting, little uncle, wait, let's observe first and go in and kill them later, okay? He didn't ask further but quickly put away the potion and quickened his pace, saying, all right, for your sake, let those minor minions live 2 more minutes. Before long an eagle appeared high in the sky. It suddenly folded its wings, its gaze fixed downwards. Directly below, the sinister city of the Ghost Blood Fortress was clearly visible, and the eagle's silhouette was reflected on the city. Meanwhile, Wang Yuhang was hiding behind Han Sen, his face ashen, his entire body trembling with fear. He seized the opportunity to say, I'm not teasing you anymore, little uncle. The time is ripe. Do you want to rush in and kill them all? He suddenly dodged to the side, his fear gone, replaced by an angry tone tinged with accusation. Damn it, so many terrifying alien creatures, are you trying to drag me to my death? Han Sen leisurely retorted. Don't you have advanced angel gene fluid? What are you afraid of? Wang Yuhang tightly hugged his arms, explaining haughtily, I spent all my family's fortune to buy that. It's for killing super god creatures, not for sacrificing my life. Just then he stepped forward, placed both hands on Wang Yuhang's shoulders, a hint of a cunning smile on his face, and suggested, little uncle, how about this? You go lure those super god creatures out. If we get life gene essence after killing them, you take 60% and I take 40%. If a beast soul drops, you take it first. Wang Yuhang hesitated. Really? Han Sen looked him directly in the eyes and unequivocally stated, when have I ever lied to you? Wang Yuhang raised 3 fingers, cautiously modifying the agreement. I'll take 70% of the life gene essence, and I'll still take the beast soul first. He didn't hesitate, tightly clasped Wang Yuhang's hand and briefly replied with one word, good. Then came his true thoughts. They're all first-generation supergods anyway, so it doesn't matter if he takes all their first-generation life gene essence. After the agreement was made, Han Sen thoughtfully reminded him a few times, little uncle, just shoot an arrow from a distance and run. Don't actually rush in. He stood in front, observing the situation from behind a dead tree with Wang Yuhang's hands taut on his bowstring behind him. He drew his bow, aimed and confidently said, don't worry, I have more experience in this area than you. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow flew past Han Sen's shoulder. Both Han Sen and Little Silver were startled simultaneously. When he turned to look, Wang Yuhang had already swiftly fled. He helplessly complained inwardly. He ran. Then he realized, his face turning pale. Wait, something's wrong. Han Sen nervously scratched his head, continuously shouting for Wang Yuhang to come back. Little uncle, don't run. You haven't even hit anything. Why are you running? In Ghostblood's hiding place, the arrow he shot whistled through the air, heading straight for the centaur guard. The centaur, a half-human, half-horse monster, angrily raised its spear, emitting terrifying roars from its mouth. Suddenly a huge rock fell from the sky in front of where it stood. The rock gradually swelled and a burly giant appeared before them, its eyes glinting red, a sinister smile on its lips. At this moment the centaur and the stone giant rushed together towards where Wang Yuhang was frantically fleeing. Help! The eagle from earlier also descended, closely following the 2 supergod creatures. In a corner both Han Sen and Little Silver had ashen faces. He couldn't believe it, exclaiming, amazing, this arrow missed the South Pole, yet it still managed to lure 3 god-grade supergod creatures to chase it. Inwardly he asked himself, as this talent, at this moment the eagle flew high into the sky, beginning to release explosive energy. Wang Yuhang, running desperately, pleaded miserably, Captain, save me quickly. He kept running, the stone giant in relentless pursuit, and the eagle continuously attacking, making his escape even harder. Not only that, but the centaur behind was also furious, clutching its spear tightly with both hands, swinging it forward with raging flames, sparks flying everywhere. The situation became increasingly critical as Wang Yuhang alone became the prey of 3 supergod creatures being chased from afar. Han Sen was nervously observing the situation before him. No, if I act now, will immediately alert the other god-grade supergod creatures in the hiding place. In that case, all our previous efforts would be in vain. Meanwhile, tears streamed down Wang Yuhang's face. The centaur's flames had already scorched his clothes. He cried out in despair, Captain, if you don't save me, I'll be torn to shreds. The situation had reached a critical juncture, and Han Sen immediately shouted, what are you hesitating for at this point? Quickly use the angel gene fluid. Wang Yuhang, clutching his open wound, retorted breathlessly, damn it, Han Sen, are you trying to harm me? Suddenly Yuhang's pupils turned scarlet, and energy began to cover the whites of his eyes. A second later, Yuhang's eyes were completely red, his whole body blazing with a destructive aura. He rushed out with abundant power, roaring, now it's all up to you. Angel gene fluid. At this moment a red triangular horn also grew on his forehead. With the help of the angel gene fluid, Yuhang pulled some distance away from the 3 supergod creatures. Han Sen observed the situation along the path, secretly thinking, if only he'd used it sooner, wouldn't he have suffered less? But I have to admit, the angel gene fluid's effect was indeed excellent, immediately creating distance. Soon after, the chase entered the mountain forest. The distance between Yuhang and the 3 supergod creatures shortened again. and the situation didn't improve much. He cried out in panic, "Han-sen, if you don't come out soon." His voice suddenly stopped, a flicker of light in his eyes, the whites of his eyes gradually regaining their color, and the horn on his forehead shrinking. Yu Hang still ran desperately, painfully shouting every word, "I'm really going to be killed." The centaur, still in fierce pursuit, suddenly stood on its hind legs, raising its spear high. Then it launched itself forward, its spear pointing directly towards the human. A fireball was shot out. At this moment, Han-sen rushed up with the blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust, blocking the centaur's spear. Yu Hang cried out in panic, "Han-sen, you bastard, just finish it already, you bastard, I'm coming to save you." Meanwhile, Empress Shayna also quickly rushed towards the stone giant. She leaped around it, landing a blow with each strike. The sacred battle angel leapt high into the air, raising her greatsword and fiercely slashed down at the fleeing eagle. With the terrifying destructive power of the greatsword in her hand, the angel quickly pierced the eagle's body. Its feathers fell one after another. Although Han-sen was fully focused on blocking the centaur's spear, he still kept an eye on everything around him. Suddenly realizing, not good, this bird seems to be sending a distress signal to the Ghost Blood Fortress. He immediately pointed the fiery blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust at the centaur, shouting that they must resolve this quickly. Suddenly the little fox on Han-sen's shoulder leaped forward, emitting lightning. He cried out worriedly, Little Silver leapt high, opened its mouth downwards and shot out an extremely fierce lightning ball. In an instant the lightning spread the centaur's entire body. It couldn't maintain balance, its entire body convulsing violently. Seizing this rare opportunity, Han-sen fiercely thrust out the blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust, then roared, "Die!" At this moment 3 white souls gradually flew high into the sky. As Han-sen ended the centaur's life, he simultaneously shouted to Yu Hang, "Little uncle, you go first. Meet up at Black Ridge Mountain." Hearing this, he ran away desperately, happily replying with a good. Seeing this scene, Han-sen secretly remarked, "That guy runs really fast." Meanwhile, the eagle had been sliced in half by the angel's sword. A system notification popped up stating, "Hunt successful. Successfully hunted God-grade super-god creature Wind Spirit Eagle. No beast soul obtained. Flesh and blood inedible. Life gene essence collectible. Absorbing it may randomly grant X to Y super-god gene points." As soon as the centaur's head separated from its neck, another notification appeared. "Hunt successful. Successfully hunted God-grade super-god creature Flaming Centaur. No beast soul obtained. Flesh and blood inedible. Life gene essence collectible. Absorbing it may randomly grant X to Y supergod gene points." Just then, within the Ghost Blood Fortress base, 4 supergod creatures had already leapt into the mountain forest, stealthily heading towards the source of the signal, making the situation increasingly urgent. Han-sen abruptly turned his head to look at them. He repeatedly said, "No, we must leave here immediately. If we don't go now, it might be too late." While running, he gave the order to Shayna, who was confronting the stone giant, "Empress, retreat." In just an instant, a super-god creature radiating a formidable aura appeared beside the eagle's corpse. Nearby, another creature was shocked by the centaur's death. They looked at each other, simultaneously opening their mouths and letting out earth-shattering roars. Han-sen and Yu Hang had already fled rapidly into the depths of Black Ridge Mountain. He hid behind a small tree, and as soon as he saw Han-sen rushing over, he nervously asked, "How did it go? Did you get a beast soul?" Han-sen walked forward, took out 2 glistening life gene essences and said, "There are only 2 life gene essences, you can have them both." Yu Hang took the life gene essences with trembling hands. Seeing his troubled expression, Han-sen immediately comforted him. "Little uncle, don't be sad. Once you recover, we'll go hunting again, and next time we'll definitely get a beast soul," he replied with a worried look, trying hard to remain calm. "After the angel gene fluid's effects wear off, I can't even stand steadily. It'll be at least 5 or 6 days before I can continue." Seeing Yu Hang painfully clutching his arm, Han-sen created a stream of healing energy. He tilted his head and asked, "Little uncle, you're injured, let me help you." No sooner had he spoken than Little Silver on his shoulder suddenly opened its mouth and shot a stream of electricity at Yu Hang. Yu Hang was startled by the attack, his whole body paralyzed, screaming in pain. The electricity was gradually healing Yu Hang. Han-sen didn't notice at first that Yu Hang was convulsing. "But Little Silver, what are you doing? Let go of little uncle, let go of him." A few seconds later, he suddenly realized, no, Little Silver wasn't attacking. He was still screaming, his body convulsing more and more violently as if struck by lightning. At this moment, Han-sen pondered, confirming that Little Uncle's injuries were healing. Then he remembered the small fish he had once fed Little Silver. He seriously speculated that the tenacious transparent fish seemed to have healing abilities. Little Silver originally had healing abilities. I used to rely on it licking my wounds to recover. Could Little Silver's recovery ability have been enhanced after eating that fish? After a series of convulsions, Yu Hang collapsed to the ground, his whole body trembling. Han-sen looked at him worriedly, sighing inwardly, but this healing method is too terrifying. After regaining some strength, he jumped in front of Little Silver, radiating a blazing aura. With red light flashing in his eyes, he spoke venomously, "You little beast, I'll fight you to the death." Han Sen stammered. Wait, it's not to be trifled with. Little Silver immediately let out an angry roar, then shot out an even fiercer current. Yu Hang was hit again, his body convulsing terribly. In an instant, Yu Hang was burnt to a crisp. He knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, his hands trembling. Little Silver again sent a healing current towards him. Seeing the tragic sight, Han Sen quickly admonished, Little Silver, go easy. Soon after, his electrocuted and blackened skin gradually cracked. Smoke billowed from his mouth, his eyes rolled upwards. Everything was too terrifying. Yu Hang knelt before Little Silver, sincerely pleading with it. Little Fox, I was wrong, please spare me. Han Sen noticed this detail and stated his observation. Little uncle, you look very healthy. He raised a hand to touch his disheveled face, recalling with some surprise, yeah, after being electrocuted by it, I feel full of vitality. My whole body is energized and I can continue fighting tomorrow. The next day, the two again cautiously approached the Ghost Blood Fortress. Yu Hang, hiding behind a bush, took out a bottle of Angel Gene Fluid and said, I only have 1 dose of Angel Gene Fluid left. After completing this mission, I won't be able to use this method anymore. Han Sen put on the ghost eye mask, concentrating on using his skill to observe the situation, and began to formulate a plan. This time we must be more careful, lure out 1 or 2 advanced god-grade creatures and then eliminate them. Through the ghost eye mask, he clearly saw a creature waiting on a high cliff. He seriously looked at its position, then asked, Little uncle, is there a way to lure it out? Yu Hang hesitated at the previous words. Why choose it? Can't the stone giant outside work? On the high cliff, the ape-like creature sat waiting, its body muscular, with a six-pack. Han Sen then stated his speculation. I feel like it's more likely to drop a beast soul. He turned to look, curiously asking, Can you tell too? After confirming the target, he patted Yu Hang's shoulder, cautiously reminding him, It's up to you, little uncle. He decisively raised his fist, confidently replying, Don't worry. Han Sen quickly moved away from the Ghost Blood Fortress, secretly hiding behind a large rock to observe the situation. In front, Yu Hang unhesitatingly extended his middle finger. He aggressively provoked, Hey you damn monkey, look over here, your granddaddy Wong is here to deal with you. Hearing the sound, the ape abruptly turned its head to look, but it didn't take any action. This made Yu Hang worried, and he quickly reported to Han Sen, no reaction. Han Sen could barely believe it after hearing this. No way. No sooner had their conversation ended than the ape suddenly opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its reaction startled Yu Hang. He stared with wide, panicked eyes. Oh my god, I've gone too far this time. A second later, the stone giant ape, the centaur and the eagle were already chasing Yu Hang together. He ran desperately, shouting, Help! Seeing him being chased by that group of super god creatures, Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim, Damn it, so many of them, and they're as consistent as ever. At this moment, Yu Hang quickly opened the lid of the Angel Gene Fluid and injected it into his body. He tried to remain calm, comforting himself. Stay calm, a captain must be thinking of a way. Shouting now will only distract him. The chase instantly went deeper into the mountain forest. Han Sen still followed the path, feeling uneasy as he walked. Never mind killing them, even escaping was a big problem. He was running desperately when he suddenly froze, remembering something. Wait, since so many super god creatures have appeared, isn't this the most vulnerable time for Ghost Blood's hiding place? Han Sen immediately summoned Empress Shayna and then instructed her. You follow little uncle and let him lure those monsters away. If there's danger, you intervene and help. She asked in surprise, You want to go to the Ghost Blood Fortress? He abruptly turned around and walked towards the Ghost Blood Fortress, answering Shayna, How can I not take such a good opportunity? If I can get the Ghost Blood Emperor's Soul Stone, little uncle's crisis can also be resolved. Seeing his decisiveness, she could only offer a few reminders. Be careful, there are at least 5 super god creatures inside. Soon after, as Han Sen leapt into the Ghost Blood Fortress's stronghold, a strand of red hair shot directly towards his foot. Its speed startled Han Sen for a few seconds, but fortunately he nimbly moved his foot, dodging the hair's attack and instantly escaping danger. Before he could feel safe for long, 2 more strands of hair violently struck down from behind him. Behind Han Sen, a red-maned brown lion was in hot pursuit. It chased with low growls, simultaneously attacking with its mane. Each of its attacks was extremely swift and fierce, forcing Han Sen to continuously use the Fatian technique to dodge. Feeling confused at this moment, are these strands of hair its mane? He ran desperately, only to find himself in a dead end, a stone wall. However, one of his hands had already begun to emit flames, and he roared, Don't even think about it. He leaped with all his might, using the blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust to break through the towering stone wall before him. After only a few more steps, sweat streamed down Han Sen's face as he again faced a dead end. He shouted exasperatedly, Damn it, another wall. By this time, the lion's mane had already covered a large area of the stone. Han Sen again broke through the hard wall with the blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust. After overcoming the obstacle, he didn't feel relieved. Instead, he felt uneasy looking at everything before him. Not good. Han Sen's feet were now standing within a stone giant's encirclement. It opened its drooling mouth, preparing to enjoy a meal. Han Sen calmly inserted the fiery blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust into its tongue, saying with composure, Come on, here's a treat for you. The stone giant closed its mouth, but its 2 jaws were blocked by Han Sen's blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust. He seized the opportunity to jump outside. No sooner had he dealt with one than the red-maned lion suddenly rushed over again. Han Sen was slightly surprised. Does it still dare to rush up? He immediately retracted the blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust and leapt into the air. The stone giant slammed its two jaws shut, and he landed beside the charging red-maned lion. An invisible force suddenly descended from the sky, rushing towards Han Senator. He gripped his weapon tightly with one hand, raising it high. At this moment, two massive invisible claws grabbed the blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust. For a moment he couldn't grasp it. Directly above, the bat was tightly gripping the weapon with its sharp feet, glaring fiercely at Han Sen. Han Sen remarked at this moment, "This bat is really big." Meanwhile, in the mountain forest, Yu Hang was still running desperately. With a string of super god creatures close behind him, a signal came from the shoulder where he had just injected the fluid, and a sense of unease immediately welled up in his heart. The angel gene fluid's effect is about to completely wear off. He gasped for breath, stammering, "It's over. Am I really going to be killed by this kid Han Sen?" At this critical moment he tightly closed his eyes, roaring in despair, "Oh heavens, just let me die quickly and painlessly." A cold wind suddenly blew across Yu Hang's face, carrying away the sweat. This made him wonder, is the feeling of death really this cold? Just then a slender hand suddenly grabbed his collar from behind. That person was none other than Shayna. As soon as he saw her, he excitedly asked, "You bastard beauty, who are you? Am I saved?" She didn't answer his previous question, only slowly asked him to continue luring them away. Yu Hang immediately turned around aggressively and began to loudly say to the group of super god creatures behind him, "You little turtles, if you dare come at me, your daddy is waiting for you." Meanwhile, within the Ghost Blood Fortress, Han Sen was still struggling fiercely against the giant bat. It suddenly released its feet, and Han Sen, along with the blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust, fell together into the gaping mouth of the stone giant below. Han Sen thought agonizingly, "This is bad." Just as he was about to touch that drooling maw, he nimbly spun 180 degrees, smugly muttering to himself, "Want to swallow me? Not so easy." After landing on the stone giant's tongue, Han Sen quickly leaped up, making it miss again. The large bat immediately gave chase. Han Sen leaped around like a small bird to dodge attacks, secretly thinking, "I can't linger in battle. I must first go to the temple to get the soul stone." Under the relentless pursuit of the red-maned lion and the large bat, he still ran without hesitation, quickly reaching the temple. The opportunity was getting closer, but a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The person above, with bat wings and a cold expression, was none other than the cruel banshee. She held two sharp scythes in her hands, crossed her arms, spun the scythes, and then chopped downwards. The scythes flew towards Han Sen as fast as lightning. He hastily equipped the king demon sword armor, exclaiming inwardly, "Too fast." When the sharp weapon was right before him, he stared at it in astonishment, secretly thinking, "Truly dangerous." Han Sen abruptly turned sideways and the scythes grazed past his waist. He raised his blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust, a feeling of unease rising within him. Unbeknownst to him, its speed had become so fast that even the king demon sword armor couldn't block it. Then he leapt high into the air, and at some point pairs of eyes were already intently watching him from behind. Han Sen slowly turned to look behind him, mentally contacting Shayna. "Empress, how are things on your side?" In the forest, Shayna and Yu Hang were throwing stones at the stone giants that were lifting their feet and leaving. After a round of throwing, Yu Hang triumphantly raised his fist and shouted loudly, "Come back, you cowards! Are you afraid of your grandpa Wong? I told you to come back." "Did you hear me?" Shayna, connected to Han Sen, quickly replied, "We can't hold them anymore. They've received the Ghost Blood Emperor's forced recall order and are on their way back to the stronghold." The scene switched back to the Ghost Blood stronghold. He held his bleeding wound with one hand, fiercely stating his plan. "I understand. I must rush into the alien spirit temple within an hour before they return." With that, Han Sen unhesitatingly sped forward, thinking, "I can still control the situation with my Dongxuan aura field. Their every attack, every movement, even every frown and foot lift is under my control." He didn't stop for a moment, his slender body darting past powerful supergod creatures that tried to block him. Green energy began to appear around Han Senator. He gritted his teeth and asserted, "This is the first time I've fully unleashed my Dongxuan aura field after its mastery. Combined with the Fadian technique, this feeling is like being able to toy with their destiny." As he sped past, the cruel banshee and the red-maned lion charged from both sides. Unexpectedly, the cruel banshee was tightly entangled by the red-maned lion's mane. At this moment, the giant bat landed on the stone giant. Those supergod creatures attacked each other, creating an opportunity for him to escape the intense pursuit. At this moment, Little Angel and Little Silver had already appeared behind Han Sen, each emitting a strong lightning bolt from their sides. He still sped forward, shouting loudly. Now, everyone was getting closer to the Ghost Blood stronghold, and Little Silver had already begun to attack, a lightning ball forming in the air. The lightning ball then shot directly at the cruel banshee. She immediately convulsed from the electric current. At this moment, Little Angel had also charged forward, gritting her teeth. The cruel banshee lost strength in the air, seizing the opportunity. Han Sen loudly commanded, "Go, Little Angel, it's all up to you," as Little Angel's sword thrust fiercely at her. A defense suddenly appeared on her body, completely deflecting the attack. Sweat broke out on Han Sen's face. He worriedly speculated, "Damn it, she still has a trump card." In the nearby dark stone cave, a golden beetle-shaped creature was slowly crawling out. It crawled to the entrance and began to create a dazzling shield in front of it. As soon as he saw the beetle, Han Sen had a question. "You're the one behind this, aren't you?" In the air, Little Silver still emitted fierce electric currents, having no effect on those super god creatures. This scene made him worryingly think, another light shield. He gritted his teeth, anxious about the predicament before him. How unlucky to encounter such a super god creature. The situation was extremely urgent, and Han Sen decided to focus on attacking their stronghold, comforting himself. If I can't kill it, so be it. Obtaining the soul stone is the most important thing. After running for a while, something suddenly spun and rushed towards Han Senator. He quickly stopped, and at this moment a sword light swept across Han Sen's neck. He reached out to touch the wound on his neck, a look of fear appearing on his face. If he hadn't reacted in time, his head would probably have been severed from his neck at this moment. The attacker landed on the ground, confronting the injured Han Sen. This person was none other than the Ghost Blood Emperor. He looked at Han Sen with blood-red eyes and shouted, "How dare you invade my stronghold? You've got guts." Han Sen ignored him and walked straight to the temple, retorting, "My guts have never been small." The Ghost Blood Emperor naturally wouldn't let him go, instantly moving behind him and coldly asking, "Do you think you can escape?" Han Sen still rushed forward recklessly, but the Ghost Blood Emperor transformed his body into streaks of demonic power to pursue. In just an instant, his demonic power struck the ground beneath Han Sen's feet. He leapt violently, couldn't help but ask himself, how is that possible? A slash tore through the hard armor on his back. He turned back in confusion, his heart filled with worry. The armor was cut. Green energy began to shine all over Han Sen's body, and he started to seriously ponder, how did he get close to me? Why were there no traces of his movement in the Dongchuan aura field? He seemed to teleport behind me in the blink of an eye. Green energy began to radiate around Han Sen, and deadly demonic power rushed towards him from all directions. He gripped the blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust tightly in his hand, cautiously looking at the sinisterly smiling Ghost Blood Emperor before him, comforting himself. Impossible. Even if Empress Shayna were stronger, she couldn't teleport at will. The Ghost Blood Emperor absolutely cannot be stronger than Empress Shayna. Suddenly Han Sen fell to his knees, his entire body trembling, his strength gradually depleting. He reached out to touch the wound on his back, stammering, "My body is starting to go numb." When he saw his trembling hands stained with blood, his inner panic intensified. Just then, the Ghost Blood Emperor extended his sharp claws, arrogantly explaining, "You've been poisoned by my ghost blood. Within a quarter of an hour, the blood in your body will solidify into stone. It will be your death, but if you are willing to lead those super god creatures to submit to me, I can spare your life." Han Sen struggled to stand up, his weak body barely holding him, his eyes fixed on the Ghost Blood Emperor, and softly asked, "I can live if I submit to you." The Ghost Blood Emperor's entire body exuded monstrous demonic power. He raised his weapon and cleanly replied, "Of course." He immediately knelt before the Ghost Blood Emperor, pleading mournfully, "I am willing to submit to you. Quickly cure me of this ghost blood poison." The gem at the tip of the Ghost Blood Emperor's weapon was already closer, and beside it were the terms of the deal. "As long as you accept my soul brand, I will immediately cure your poison." He didn't hesitate, quickly agreeing, "All right, I accept the soul brand. Quickly cure my poison." Just as the gem approached him, Han Sen's eyes suddenly sharpened, staring intently at it. Seizing the moment when the Ghost Blood Emperor was unprepared, he extended his left arm and a surge of power rushed forth. The situation was completely different from a few minutes ago. Han Sen was determined to counterattack, slamming a palm fiercely at the Ghost Blood Emperor. However, luck was not on his side. The Ghost Blood Emperor blocked the punch with just one hand and arrogantly said, "Overestimating yourself, stop struggling." He transformed his palm into demonic power and continued to threaten, "You've been poisoned by my ghost blood. How can your blood circulation escape my control? Trying to assassinate this emperor is truly seeking death." Although sweat covered his cheeks, Han Sen calmly replied, "Is that so? It's still too early to say." Just as the Ghost Blood Emperor's sharp claws tightly gripped his armor, the little fairy rushed over with ice power in both palms. She quickly flew before the Ghost Blood Emperor, releasing a chilling aura that instantly froze his hair, spreading throughout his body. He roared in anger, "How dare you!" Little Angel, carrying a powerful holy sword, also rushed in from behind. Han Sen urged from the side, "Little Angel, hurry!" In just a blink of an eye, her sword blade severed the Ghost Blood Emperor's frozen neck. His head immediately separated from his body. Watching his body gradually lose balance and spiritual energy began to pour from his neck, Han Sen breathed a sigh of relief. "It's over. Everything is over." He placed his fist on his chest, clearly feeling the changes within his body. With the Ghost Blood Emperor dead, the ghost blood power dissipated within him, and he only needed holy light to heal. Just as his internal energy gradually recovered, the Banshee recklessly swooped down from high in the sky. Han Sen slowly put on the ghost eye mask, and instantly, swirls of power whirled in his pupils. Sensing the imminent danger, the Banshee visibly slowed down, cautiously calculating her next move. At this moment, Han Sen unleashed his ultimate skill, the great Thunder Mystic Palm, striking fiercely at the solid shield that had just been raised before her, shouting loudly, "Charge!" Now the shield was completely ineffective against Han Sen's ferocious punch. A huge crack appeared where Han Sen's lightning punch shattered the shield, penetrating half of the Banshee's body. He rushed forward like the wind, roaring with thunder, "Go to hell!" At this moment, she fell suspended tragically, but the matter was not yet over. In the distance, Little Angel's familiar figure appeared again. Another earth-shattering holy sword was swung, completely cleaving the Banshee in half. Blood erupted like a volcano, leaving long bloodstains on her face. A hunt successful notification popped up. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted cruel banshee. No god blood beast soul obtained. Life gene essence collectible. Absorbing it may randomly grant super god gene points. After dealing with all obstacles, Han Sen confidently walked into their stronghold. His tone also became relaxed. Finally, I can go in. He walked forward calmly, while behind him everyone was battling super god creatures. After walking for a while, Han Sen stopped before the alien spirit temple. He carefully observed the statue, secretly speculating, is this statue a Shira? That soul stone doesn't look quite right. I'll take it down and see. With that thought, he quickly jumped onto the statue's head and grabbed the soul stone in the center of the crown. With just a glance, Han Sen crushed the soul stone, asserting, as expected, it's not. Looking at the shattered stone fragments in his hand, he could only guess. There's no life in the soul stone, nor is a soul forming. It seems to be just a dead object. Thinking this, Han Sen turned and walked out. It was only at this point that he suddenly realized his mistake. Damn it, this isn't the real alien spirit temple at all. He walked around the Ghostblood stronghold, taking every step carefully, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings, secretly speculating. Those super god creatures will probably be back soon. I have at most another quarter of an hour. Outside, Little Silver continued to unleash lightning to suppress the red-maned lion. In another corner, Little Angel was continuously swinging her sword, fighting the giant bat with all her might. The little fairy was trying to freeze the stone giant. These scenes led Han Sen to a conclusion. Little Angel and the others hadn't won yet. It seemed the sacred light beetle was constantly providing light shields to the super god creatures. He looked around the battling battlefield, and then a thought occurred to him. The Ghostblood Emperor's design was so intricate that he must have hidden the true alien spirit temple extremely well. It would be difficult for me to find it. Instead of wasting the last bit of time, I might as well take the opportunity to kill a few more super god creatures. With that thought, he summoned the death spawn, and a clear plan formed in his mind. First, let the spawn suck the banshee's blood, and then I'll deal with the sacred light beetle. That way, killing the other super god creatures will be much easier. Here in the Ghostblood stronghold, Han Sen was chasing the sacred light beetle with his crimson spear. The sacred light beetle, sensing an attack, was startled and immediately jumped up to escape. It ran, and Han Sen chased, shouting, "Running are we?" He secretly thought, this sacred light beetle has been constantly creating light shields for other super god creatures, but it never participates in battle itself. Is its true strength very weak? Looking at the sacred light beetle's extremely fast movement speed, Han Sen couldn't help but secretly lament, as expected of a super god creature, although not skilled in combat. Its speed is astonishing. Here, the sacred light beetle kept looking back as it ran, a mocking expression on its face. Seeing this, Han Sen was furious, exclaiming, "I'll be damned." He angrily charged while shouting, "You dare mock me? Don't run. If you've got guts, don't run." With that, Han Sen sped up to chase the damned beetle. The sacred light beetle looked back and saw that he was almost catching up, so it broke out in a cold sweat. Han Sen's eyes blazed with light, and he shouted, "Let me teach you what?" He stopped mid-sentence, stomped his foot, and leapt onto the sacred light beetle's head, spiritual energy surging throughout his body, preparing to attack downwards. He completely defeated it with one punch, a decisive blow, the great thunder mystic palm. The sacred light beetle took the hit and was torn into pieces. After finishing, Han Sen took off his helmet and sighed, looking at his damp hands. Didn't get a beast soul again. What bad luck today. He suddenly remembered, could it be? He suddenly recalled what Yu Hang had said earlier. Life gene essence, I'll take 70%, and if a beast soul drops, I'll take it first. Han Sen held his head, shaking it helplessly. "Oh, little uncle, it's not that I'm untrustworthy. With your bad luck, it'd be a miracle if a beast soul dropped." Suddenly, the surrounding ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The surrounding rocks were gradually falling. He quickly fled, realizing the danger, muttering to himself, "Damn it." Han Sen went to the cruel banshee, holding a magic stone in his hand, contemplating the life gene essence. The Ghostblood Emperor's aura was growing stronger and stronger. He couldn't delay any longer. Thinking this, he abruptly turned his head and ordered his companions, "Little Silver, Little Angel, Little Fairy, retreat." Soon, the two immediately followed Han Sen, helping the army evacuate the area. In the forest, Yu Han was severely wounded, resting under a tree, while Shayna observed the situation from across. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes, barely managed to stand, and looked up to see Han Sen standing before him. Yu Hang weakly greeted, "Han Sen, you're back?" He painfully gritted his teeth, struggling to utter each word. "Did you kill those super god creatures? Did you get a beast soul?" Han Sen, with arms crossed, looked at him and replied, "Killed two, didn't get any." Hearing this, Yu Hang lowered his head and said, "Looks like there's no chance again. And I don't have money to buy advanced angel gene fluid either." He bent down, facing Yu Hang, and handed him 2 shimmering life gene essences, saying, "How about this? I'll trade my share for your advanced angel gene fluid. These 2 life gene essences are mine. Little uncle, one of these 2 life gene essences is yours." Yu Hang was immediately moved to tears and quickly said, "Really? No problem. You're the best to your little uncle." So touching. Hearing this, Han Sen gave the command to Little Silver. "It's settled, Little Silver, begin." It immediately injected powerful healing energy into Yu Hang's body. Yu Hang's entire body trembled as if electrocuted, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, "So painful, so painful." After some time, the healing energy still hadn't dissipated. Han Sen's face turned pale as he thought, "After a while, I swear I'll never let Little Silver heal wounds again." Suddenly Yu Hang shouted, "Dead, truly dead." Finally that power dissipated and his body completely recovered, muscles taut and full of vitality. Yu Hang raised his hands full of vigor and shouted, "Captain, I'm ready, full health, let's go." Seeing this, Han Sen reluctantly agreed. "All right," he secretly muttered. Was he electrocuted into idiocy? In Shayna's stronghold, Yu Hang curiously asked, "Why don't we continue attacking the Ghost Blood stronghold?" Han Sen and Little Silver walked ahead. He pondered for a few seconds. After a while he glanced at Wang Yuhang and replied, "We have a more important mission now, we must protect the base." The two stopped before a small glowing tree, its leaves bearing some yellow fruits. Wang Yuhang pointed at it and asked, "Are you saying the Ghost Blood Emperor will come to seize this thing?" Han Sen answered, "Little uncle, you saw the situation at the empty green vine. This jade dew golden branch is no less remarkable." Looking at the glowing yellow fruits he said, drooling, "This jade dew golden branch is truly extraordinary. I really want to know what will grow inside these yellow fruits." He looked down and explained, "They'll mature in about 2 months. Then we'll know." Wang Yuhang sat down, frowning slightly, and said, "That's the problem. We don't know how many super god creatures it will attract. The Ghost Blood Emperor's group alone is hard enough to deal with." Han Sen nodded after hearing this, saying, "Exactly, this is simply a magnet for trouble, nowhere to escape." In the purple immortal mountain amidst the continuous mountain ranges, a colossal castle appeared at the summit. The two arrived beside a fiery red waterfall cascading down the mountain. Looking at them, Han Sen's face grew solemn as he lamented, "The smell of blood is too strong." Wang Yuhang, scratching his head beside him, said, "Captain, blood is gushing like a spring. This is not a good sign." Without another word, Han Sen immediately used his Dongchuan aura field to survey everything. Soon he had grasped the situation. There were a total of 7 streams, and whether in the blood springs or on the mountain walls, there were no signs of life. The blood water still cascaded like a waterfall, and a thin mist permeated the surroundings. The two reached the mountaintop, standing on the fortifications of the castle, staring at the mountain being struck by violent lightning. Wang Yuhang frowned slightly and asked, "Captain, don't these lightning strikes seem strange?" On that mountain where the lightning struck, the surrounding trees were burnt, the land barren, with only a few burning trees remaining. Han Sen's face remained solemn as he continued, "Precisely, lightning flashes, burning the air with a scorched smell, but only this purple peak remains completely unharmed." Suddenly, a drop of red water landed on his cheek. Han Sen was startled, asking himself, "Is it raining?" The two looked up at the cascading fiery red rain accompanied by deafening thunder and lightning. Wang Yuhang stretched out his hands, his mouth wide open in astonishment, exclaiming, "Damn it, it's blood! Is it raining blood from the sky?" Shayna walked over from behind, drawing their attention. "The blood springs stopped flowing yesterday," Wang Yuhang drawled. "Yesterday, so that means," he counted on his fingers, muttering, 1, 2, 3, 7 days, Shayna concluded. 7 streams flowed for a full 7 days. Han Sen touched his chin, asking curiously, "How could it be such a coincidence?" Wang Yuhang, bending slightly beside him, worriedly said, "Unusual phenomena in the heavens always mean unusual things will appear. Is it related to the jade dew golden branch? Is some strange creature being nurtured within those yellow fruits?" The fiery red blood rain caused the glowing sapling with yellow fruits to grow rapidly. Soon it had grown tenfold its original size, emitting an even stronger light than before. The huge yellow fruits looked almost ripe. Han Sen looked at the tree, also exclaiming in surprise, "I didn't expect this blood rain to make the jade dew golden branch grow so quickly." With that, he turned to Shayna and asked, "Shayna, what exactly is going on with this jade dew golden branch?" She replied, "This fortress landed here not by my will. Even if this mountain is strange, it's not something I can see through. Do you suspect I'm hiding something?" Han Sen remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. She didn't seem to be lying, but such an extraordinary spiritual object probably wouldn't grow here for no reason. Moreover, she had no reason to hide anything from him. Thinking this, he said, "No, why would I suspect you? I just thought you might know more." Suddenly, Wang Yuhang frantically grabbed Han Sen's arm. He turned to him in confusion, shouting, "Little uncle!" Wang Yuhang was trembling all over, asking fearfully, "Did you hear that?" Han Sen fell silent, listening carefully to the strange sound, a heavy blood rain and the continuous thunder. Wang Yuhang huddled behind Han Sen, trembling, saying, "Yes, I did." Seeing this, he put an arm around Wang Yuhang's shoulder, gently comforting him. "So many strange things have been happening recently. Maybe little uncle is a bit too stressed. How about you go back to the Alliance for a break? By the time you return, these strange things might all be gone." Wang Yuhang gritted his teeth, stuttering in fright, "There's a ghost, all right, I'm going back first." Inside Shayna's fortress, Wang Yuhang stood on the teleportation gate, huddled as he said goodbye. "Captain, be careful, I'm leaving first." Han Sen waved at him, replying, "It's all right, don't worry." After Wang Yuhang left, Shayna rushed over to report another anomaly. A pair of flickering fiery red phantom antlers appeared, making Han Sen on this side cry out in horror. "Ha, this is," Shayna ran over, and the white deer beside her also said, "Little White, a spiritual beast with noble destiny, for such an anomaly to appear is definitely not a good sign." The scene shifted to the purple immortal palace, where the bloody rain continued to pour, with thunder and lightning flashing overhead. Han Sen looked into the distance, commenting silently, The strange creatures that originally lived here have all vanished without a trace, and there's no sign of life within hundreds of miles. He propped himself against a rock, then continued. This situation is simply too bizarre. It's best to leave here first and then make plans. Behind him was a massive horde of spirit beasts. Suddenly, the small gourd in Han Sen's hand trembled slightly, startling him. In the blink of an eye, the gourd expanded to the size of Han Sen's 2 hands. He looked at it curiously, asking himself, is something about to emerge from the small gourd? After speaking, Han Sen put the gourd into his bag, thinking, for the gourd to react just as this anomaly occurs, it's truly unpredictable whether it's good or bad fortune. With that thought, he turned and announced to the spirit beast horde behind him, let's go, let's head back first. Approximately half a month later, the blood rain finally stopped. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing the dazzling sun. Han Sen shielded his head, looking into the distance, marveling at the long-awaited sunlight. Shayna walked to his side, softly asking, looking at this phenomenon, the fruits seem to be ripening soon. Should we go back and check? He turned to her, his gaze lingering on her for a moment, as if wanting to say something but didn't. Suddenly, a loud noise startled both of them, and they looked up. It turned out to be a flying spirit beast. It was flying towards the glowing object below. Seeing this, Han Sen gritted his teeth, exclaiming in shock, damn it, these opportunistic bastards came so quickly. He hurriedly ran toward the high tree, simultaneously answering Shayna's previous question. Of course we're going. If there's nothing worthwhile, we'll retreat, but if there's really treasure, how can we let those scoundrels snatch it? After a while, the two arrived at Purple Immortal Mountain, where a rich aroma emanating from above made Han Sen ask himself, what's that smell? It's so fragrant. Han Sen vigilantly scanned his surroundings, saying, I wonder how many super creatures have arrived this time. Terrifying auras are emanating from all directions, Shayna explained from behind. No one dares to be the first to climb Purple Mountain. Everyone is watching. After speaking, the two noticed the green, red, and purple lights flying in the sky. Han Sen immediately recognized that it was the Ghost Blood Emperor. The Ghost Blood Emperor's retinue charged forward aggressively, aiming for the shining target before them. Suddenly, the Ghost Blood Emperor stopped at the foot of the mountain, raising his hand and with a cold snort commanded his subordinates to halt. Han Sen immediately unleashed his Dongxuan aura field and then discovered that around him, 1, 2, 3, there are already over 20 enemies and probably more are on their way. Suddenly, a melodious music sounded, startling Shayna. She muttered, music, is it calling me? Even Han Sen was mesmerized by the melodious music, saying, it's too beautiful. This sound is too beautiful. Thus, the two were enchanted by the melodious music, numbly climbing towards the mountaintop. Han Sen walked ahead, still muttering, it's calling me, it's beckoning to me. The music from above also mesmerized the surrounding spirit beasts. They all walked dazed towards the mountaintop. Just at the critical moment, Han Sen was pulled by a force, jolting him awake, and he cried out, wait! Sensing something was wrong, he stretched out his hand and shouted, Shayna, stop quickly. But she continued to walk straight ahead, muttering, it's calling me. Helpless, Han Sen used his mind to summon Shayna, pulling her into the Red Soul Sea in his hand. The Ghost Blood Emperor also woke from his trance, covering his face and shouting angrily, what the hell is this? Even I was controlled? Then he roared, waking all his teammates, shouting, come back without my command. No one is allowed to leave, no one is allowed to approach. Do you understand? Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from above, startling the Ghost Emperor. He turned around and saw that the mountaintop before them had burst into dazzling, blinding light, signaling the imminent arrival of something. Han Sen on this side looked solemn, vigilantly saying, the fruits are ripe. In Purple Immortal Palace, this wild ox was provoked by the tree above, breathing smoke poised to charge up. It suddenly accelerated, rushing straight towards the high mountain, agilely pursuing the light. On this side, Shayna and Han Sen ran after it, and seeing this, she couldn't help but exclaim, this surging vitality, abundant essence, is truly like a rare treasure born at the dawn of creation. He continued seriously, let's go check it out too. The yellow fruits on the jade dew golden branch shot a dazzling pillar of light into the sky, attracting all creatures in the world to compete for them. The two finally arrived at the summit of Shayna's fortress. Han Sen looked up at the dazzling yellow fruits above. He looked at it for a while, then commented silently, before, the 6 yellow fruits were all identical, but now each fruit's shape and size are different. Just then, a crane from above had already flown in, preparing to snatch the treasure. It landed on the small yellow fruit, preparing to take it. Seeing it, Han Sen immediately recognized the crane. Just as the crane flew high into the sky, carrying the small yellow fruit, countless other monsters rushed up to compete for it, making Han Sen below ask himself in surprise, has another super god creature made a move? Soon, the top of the jade dew golden branch erupted with intense light from countless monsters fighting over it. Smoke and dust filled the air, making Shayna ask uneasily, should we rush out to seize the yellow fruits? He stood beside her, hastily reaching out to stop her. Wait. Han Sen stood still, watching the Ghost Blood Emperor's group climbing the tree. He already had 2 yellow fruits hanging from his waist. The Ghost Blood Emperor continued to reach for the shining fruits above. Han Sen gritted his teeth below, pondering, the Ghost Blood Emperor has already obtained 2 yellow fruits. Last time I fought him, I hadn't fully understood his abilities. This is a good opportunity to observe carefully. As soon as he got the yellow fruit, he immediately vanished from the jade dew golden branch. It was then that Han Sen realized he had teleported, saying happily, so that's how it is. Back at the tree, the Silver Blood Emperor ape rushed ahead, with the Ghost Blood Emperor close behind. He passed through various parts of the tree from a space portal, with the yellow fruit still at his waist. Han Sen quickly understood that the Ghost Blood Emperor did not have the ability to teleport, but could travel through shadows. As long as he stood in a shadow, he could merge with it and move freely between different shadows, making him unassailable and difficult to detect. Thinking this, he touched his chin and continued to observe the Ghost Blood Emperor's movements. Han Sen's gaze was fixed on the Emperor Ape following the Ghost Blood Emperor, and he calculated silently, "I'll kill it first, so the Ghost Blood Emperor will lose a capable subordinate." No sooner said than done. Han Sen immediately shouted loudly, "Little angel, kill that silver monkey!" The sacred battle angel, hearing the command, immediately appeared from another dimension. She charged with her holy sword to launch a surprise attack, but the Emperor Ape blocked it with its hand in time. The sacred battle angel was repelled by it, and she and the Emperor Ape confronted each other. Every time the sacred battle angel swung her sword, the Emperor Ape would cover its ears with its hands. Han Sen observed from the side and immediately understood. The silver monkey always covered its ears, so that must be its fatal weakness. Suddenly, a newly appearing figure made the Emperor Ape's ears twitch violently. Han Sen loudly commanded, "Aim for its ear, one hit, one kill." Shayna immediately teleported, then used her Empress Shura ability to directly punch the Emperor Ape's ear, causing it to let out an earth-shattering roar of pain. Struck at its weak point, the Emperor Ape's eyes were tightly shut, unable to react to what had happened. Seizing this opportunity, Han Sen charged forward with his blazing spear, shouting, "Die!" He leaped up, went straight for the Emperor Ape's other ear, and pierced it with one thrust, killing it on the spot. Just then, the system panel displayed a notification. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted supergod creature Silverblood Emperor Ape obtained Beast Soul Silverblood Emperor Leopard. Flesh and blood edible life gene essence collectible. Collecting it adds 10 supergod gene points. Losing his main arm, the Ghostblood Emperor roared in fury, commanding his remaining subordinates to charge and attack. Kill him, kill them all! Soon the monsters blocked out the light, completely surrounding Han Sen, who was suspended in midair. He gritted his teeth, immediately realizing, "I'm surrounded by darkness." The Ghostblood Emperor, holding sharp claws, charged from behind Han Sen to attack, but he noticed in time and turned his head. He quickly teleported behind the Ghostblood Emperor, raising the blazing spear in his hand, preparing to strike down, and shouted, "This old trick, do you think it still works on me?" The Ghostblood Emperor suddenly turned around, aimed at Han Sen, released dark energy, and charged with his palm, shouting, "Die, thief!" He also swung his spear to attack the Ghostblood Emperor, but didn't notice something charging towards them. Strange Dragon charged, interposing itself between the two, heading straight for the Ghostblood Emperor, forcing him back and making him roar in confusion. "What are you doing?" Two strange dragons surrounded him. The Ghostblood Emperor tightly gripped the 3 yellow fruits, disdainfully saying, "Do you beast dare to steal my treasures?" While the Ghostblood Emperor was distracted, Han Sen emerged from the shadows thinking, "I must stay away from all shadows to prevent him from using them." The Ghostblood Emperor suddenly remembered him, turned his head and shouted, "Han Sen!" The strange dragon, seeing it couldn't win, fled, and the Ghostblood Emperor also returned to the shadows, holding the yellow fruits, gradually disappearing into space. A triumphant smile played on his lips. Sensing the Ghostblood Emperor's intention, Han Sen infused spiritual energy into his hand, thinking, "Since I know the Ghostblood Emperor uses darkness to conceal his movements, it shouldn't be difficult to use the Dongchuan aura field to predict and sense his appearance." With that thought, he raised his hands and a dazzling ball of light appeared, releasing thousands of powerful lightning bolts. The lightning's glow dispelled the Ghostblood Emperor's darkness, forcing him out, and the Ghostblood Emperor fled, complaining in confusion, "What? He can force me out of the darkness?" Seizing the moment when the Ghostblood Emperor was distracted, Shayna appeared and delivered a painful blow, slamming him hard to the ground, causing a huge explosion. She successfully snatched the 3 yellow fruits from his hands. Immediately, the surrounding monsters' targets shifted to Shayna and they all charged to attack her. Seeing this, Han Sen hastily reminded, "Shayna, go, don't worry about the other supergod creatures." But instead of obeying him, she curled her lips, giving a proud cold snort. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling surged into Han Sen's heart. He cried out in surprise, "Shayna!" On this side, she directly threw the yellow fruits to the ground, causing them to crack open. The contents of the fruits shot a beam of light straight up into the sky. This made Han Sen even more surprised, his eyes wide in thought. In the previous melee, the yellow fruits that none of the creatures could open were actually opened so easily. It was only then that he understood everything. Empress Shayna must have known the origin of the Jade Dew Golden Branch, but deliberately concealed it. She always acted too well, making me let my guard down. 3 divine objects emerged from the yellow fruits, and Shayna used her power to collect them all into her hands. Just then, a wild ox aggressively charged at her. Shayna immediately picked up a hammer-shaped divine artifact. Wielding the radiant and powerful artifact, she effortlessly repelled the fierce wild ox. Blood immediately flowed from where the artifact struck, and the wild ox trembled in pain, letting out a massive roar. In an instant, it vomited blood all over, as if it had 1,000 wounds. The wild ox quickly retreated, then died on the spot from excessive blood loss. Seeing this, the other creatures became wary of Shayna, retreating one after another. Lying below, the Ghostblood Emperor witnessed the scene and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What? Han Sen was also greatly surprised, thinking to himself that was a super god creature and a super god descendant at that, yet it was killed on the spot with one hammer blow. Shayna's eyes turned blood red, and she continued to wield the divine artifact in her hand, attacking the creatures in her path. She flew high into the sky, brutally slicing the monstrous centipede in the air to pieces. Seeing this, Han Sen screamed in terror, "Shayna, I am your master, I order you to return." Shayna used a divine shield to block the filthy corpses of the monsters. She turned around and scornfully said to him, "Master." He looked ahead with cold sweat streaming down his face, saying, "The power of the contract seems to be blocked by that small shield. I can't control her anymore. What on earth is happening?" Seeing that he was no match, Han Sen sped away from the scene, continuously asking himself, "The alien spirit has submitted, how can it still resist the power of the contract?" Suddenly the Ghost Blood Emperor rushed forward and added, "I've never heard of such a thing, it's never happened before, not even in a demigod sanctuary." Hearing this, he was startled and asked, "Isn't that the Ghost Blood Emperor?" "You ran too," he retorted. "Nonsense. If I didn't run, should I be chopped to death like those supergod creatures?" Reaching the mountain forest, both of them spread their wings and flew away. With lightning speed, Han Sen quickly left the bloody battlefield. He looked back, thinking to himself, "The sounds in the forest are the screams of those supergod creatures. Fortunately, I ran fast enough." After a while, the surrounding space fell silent, making Han Sen wonder to himself. "It's quiet?" He stopped, puzzled. "Did she finish killing them all? Is she not chasing me? Speak of the devil," and he appears. Suddenly, Shayna appeared before him, startling Han Sen, who cried out, "Holy crap!" She stood with her arms crossed, looking at him with sharp eyes and a cunning smile playing on her lips. "Running pretty fast, aren't you?" Han Sen immediately bowed with clasped hands, respectfully and fawningly saying to Shayna, "Empress Shayna, congratulations on obtaining 6 treasures, truly delightful." After speaking, he fearfully peeked with one eye, thinking, "She's so close, yet I can't feel any aura at all." Shayna was extremely pleased to see Han Sen being so tactful. She scoffed, "You must have felt very comfortable recently, ordering me around, eh?" Hearing this, he could only scratch his head and awkwardly admit that it was true. Of the 36 stratagems, the best is to run. So Han Sen immediately turned and fled, lest Shayna settle scores with him. But she was a step faster, immediately reaching out and grabbing his collar, pulling him back. Shayna looked down at Han Sen, frowning and shouting, "Stop running!" Pulled back. He fearfully cowered, lamenting inwardly, "Too fast, there's nothing I can do." Han Sen had no choice but to summon other reinforcements. Little Silver, hearing the command, it immediately charged out from him to attack Shayna. Little Silver roared furiously as it attacked. Surrounded by lightning, seeing this, Shayna said with disgust, "This damned fox." She directly grabbed its fluffy tail and subdued it. Little Silver struggled to break free but failed. Han Sen thought to himself, "It's over, even Little Silver's lightning can't penetrate that purple immortal energy." So he decided to go all out. Han Sen gritted his teeth and slammed his hand towards Shayna's chest. Seeing his master counterattack, Little Silver also released lightning to support him, but both were unable to penetrate her purple barrier. A smile played on Shayna's lips as she warned, "Do you have any moves I don't know about? Don't waste my time here. It will only make you die faster. I don't want to kill you so early, and don't challenge my patience." A moment later, both of them were violently thrown against a tree trunk by her. Seeing his pet roaring furiously ready to attack, Han Sen quickly pulled it back, appeasing it. "Calm down, Little Silver." He leaned close to Little Silver's ear and whispered, "Don't provoke her, we are no match for her right now. As long as she hasn't made a move, we still have a glimmer of hope." Hearing this, it immediately calmed down, but seeing Shayna's unhurried demeanor, Han Sen couldn't help but feel strange, asking himself, why did she suddenly stop moving? Just as he thought this, she suddenly turned her head, making him cry out in alarm. Shayna braced herself and reminded, "You don't need to be afraid." She approached and pinched Han Sen's cheek, appeasing him. "I won't kill you. How could I let you die so easily after you dared to force me into a contract?" Han Sen abruptly turned around, vigilantly pressing, "Don't be so agitated. You already have several treasures on you now, so the contract must be useless, right? I'm truly astonished that such a powerful divine object could be born from the Jade Dew Golden Branch. Empress, where did you find it?" Shayna frowned and explained, "What a fool. This is not a divine object, but a gene seed I brought from the third god's sanctuary." Hearing this, he strangely asked himself, "A gene seed?" She shrugged and added, "Did you really think such powerful creatures could exist in the second construction world?" The two remained silent for a long time, the atmosphere tense. Suddenly, a stone beside Han Sen jumped due to the ground shaking. He had to steady himself with one hand on the ground, wondering, "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" A smile played on Shayna's lips as she explained, "It's not an earthquake. The life force of the Jade Dew Golden Branch has exceeded the second construction world's tolerance limit. Despite being protected by a lucky beast, it still grew and bore fruit. But this tremor is a sign that it is about to shatter space and enter the third god's sanctuary." Here, the tall mountain had been split in two, dust filled the air, and the sky above the Jade Dew Golden Branch cracked open, revealing a fantastical space behind it. Shayna quickly walked forward, looking up at the constantly spreading crack in the sky. A smile played on her lips and she said with immense joy, "I finally waited for this day, those scoundrels. Just you wait. I, Shayna, am back." Han Sen supported himself with one hand on the ground, barely standing up amidst the tremors, thinking to himself, "I haven't ascended to transcender status yet. Even if she doesn't kill me, if I enter the third god's sanctuary with a body like this, wouldn't I be dead for sure?" Suddenly, the small gourd in his pocket trembled slightly. Han Sen touched his chest, asking himself, what's wrong? This gourd seems very excited. He pulled open his clothes to check. Is it about to be born? It's so unlucky to be born at this time. Black mist permeates and the space in my chest feels twisted. Seeing Han Sen distracted, Shayna vigilantly turned her head and asked, what are you doing? He immediately chuckled dryly. Nothing, secretly pondering. If a treasure really appears, wouldn't Empress Shayna snatch it? But the small gourd in his pocket wouldn't behave, erupting in dazzling light. The light was immediately sucked into the small gourd along with the black mist. Seeing this, Shayna was startled and said, Jade Dew Golden Branch, the life aura of the Jade Dew Golden Branch is disappearing. Sensing danger, she immediately drew her divine sword and rushed over to attack, shouting, You're asking for death? Han Sen immediately aimed the mouth of the small gourd at Shayna and shouted, The small gourd is watching you. Shayna's divine sword suddenly flew out of her hand, startling her into a cry. What? It was immediately pulled by the black mist suction and rushed directly into the gourd. Shayna was incredibly surprised, asking in disbelief, What is that thing? It can actually absorb one of the treasures from the Jade Dew Golden Branch? The chance to counterattack has come. Han Sen suddenly stood up, aiming the gourd's mouth at her, and loudly ordered, My precious gourd, suck her in. A black mist immediately rushed towards Shayna, catching her off guard. The black mist tightly entangled Shayna's entire body. She struggled hard but to no avail, saying, I can't move. The small gourd took the opportunity to absorb Shayna's remaining 2 treasures. Han Sen was overjoyed, laughing. Originally I thought this trip would be perilous and unpredictable, but I never expected such an unexpected turn of events. Under the powerful suction of the small gourd, Shayna's wings on her shoulders were torn off and flew away. All her equipment was also completely sucked away. Shayna slumped to the ground, saying blankly, How is this possible? How could such a terrifying thing exist in the second construction world? Han Sen walked forward gleefully, a smile playing on his lips, and asked, Little Shayna, what did you just say? She asked with great vigilance. What are you planning to do? He showed no mercy, gripping Shayna's neck tightly and pressing her head to the ground. Han Sen raised his hand high and struck Shayna's ample chest. He shouted proudly, That's for tricking me, that's for bullying little Silver. Humiliated like this, she cried out in anger, gritting her teeth and roaring, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Hearing this, Han Sen forcefully slapped Shayna's backside, making her arch her back and scream in pain. He casually grabbed Shayna's fiery red hair. Han Sen pulled her towards him and said triumphantly, Want to self-destruct? You've already lost the treasures of the Jade Dew Golden Branch and cannot resist the power of the contract. If I don't let you die, you don't even have the right to die. Hearing this, Shayna cried out in anger, letting out a cold snort. Suddenly the surrounding ground trembled violently again. The small gourd in Han Sen's hand continued to emit black mist enveloping the tree trunk. It was only then that he suddenly realized the Jade Dew Golden Branch had withered. Purple Mountain and the sanctuary were sinking. No sooner had he finished speaking than the towering mountaintop erupted in a massive explosion, making a deafening sound, and surrounding stones flew everywhere. At this moment the black mist in the gourd had thinned considerably. Han Sen was surprised to find himself muttering, That terrifying suction has disappeared. Is the small gourd returning to normal? He affectionately kissed the gourd, sweetly saying, My precious gourd, you truly saved my life. You just swallowed 6 treasures. Spit them out for me to play with. But the small gourd in Han Sen's hand remained motionless, its form completely restored to its original state. He asked dejectedly, Why is there no reaction at all? Then he turned to Shayna, who was sitting beside him, and asked, Little Shayna, do you know the origin of this gourd? She didn't answer, trembling all over with grievance, gritting her teeth, unwilling to speak. Seeing this, Han Sen's eyes sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, It seems the previous lesson wasn't harsh enough. He stretched out his hand and shouted, Come here. The red energy from his hand flew towards Shayna, enveloping her trembling body. It controlled her, forcing her to speak. This thing definitely doesn't belong to the second construction world. Han Sen looked at the object in his hand and asked again, What is it? Shayna obediently replied, I've never seen it before and it's difficult for me to discern. It might be a high-level gene seed. He held the small gourd in his hand, brought it before him, and said, She might be right. If she knew the gourd's origin, she wouldn't be in such a sorry state. With that, Han Sen and Little Silver walked shoulder to shoulder towards the sun, continuously muttering, It seems I'll only be able to successfully cultivate this gourd once I reach the third god's sanctuary. The scene shifted to the Alliance's modern city, where Ji Yanran and Han Sen walked side by side. She reached out and asked, Has the gene seed information provided by the Alliance helped you? He immediately shook his head and replied, No, not yet. Ji Yanran stared at him, recounting the gene seed matter, saying that humanity currently possessed very little information. Han Sen confidently reassured her, It's all right. Once we reach the third god's sanctuary, I will personally solve this mystery. Suddenly she remembered something and said, Oh right, there's another very important matter. The Alliance has organized a crystal race cultural training class, and all members of the Goddess of Eternal Sorrow, including us, must attend here at the training base. In the bustling hall of the modern training base, people came and went. Han Sen stood upright in the crowd, dressed neatly, thinking to himself, So many people. It seems we're not the only ones who received the training notification. Suddenly a surprised voice asked, Are you Han Sen? He immediately turned around, smiling handsomely, and replied, "Yes, that's me. Want an autograph?" The crowd before him, hearing this, immediately rushed over excitedly, startling him. They cheered, "It really is you. We finally get to see you in person today. Your fiancée is Ji Yanran, the Alliance's first princess. Right? We all love her." Just then, a petite girl held up a notebook to Han Sen and said casually, "Could you please sign this for me? Sign it with Ji Yanran's fiancé's name, please." He signed it reluctantly, muttering unhappily to himself, "My goodness, how tactless must you be to ask for an autograph like that? You're clearly just looking for trouble." After taking the notebook, she shouted excitedly, "I got Ji Yanran's fiancé's autograph." Suddenly, another voice called out Han Sen. He turned abruptly, uttering a hum. It was Wang Mengming. She covered her mouth, chuckling, and came over to tease, "Brother, as the Alliance's first princess's fiancé, do you feel a lot of pressure?" Seeing her, he immediately said happily, "Mengming, before today I actually thought I was more famous than her." The two walked side by side, chatting as they went. Han Sen spoke first, asking, "I remember you were from the Royal Armor Squad. Why are you also participating in the Crystal Race cultural training?" Mengming smiled and replied, "A portion of our Royal Armor Squad received orders to participate. I guess there will soon be an alliance operation related to the Crystal Race." The two chatted lively, walking together into the depths of the base. In an office, a man watched the two chatting on the surveillance screen. A well-dressed person walked over and asked, "Teacher, do you need to summon Han Sen?" The middle-aged man shook his head, refusing. "No, don't let him know my identity. I will go see him personally." Here at the training center, Luo Sanxin scratched his head, puzzled, looking at his notebook. "Which page is this content on? I don't remember it at all." Li Jin smiled and replied, "You must have dozed off during class again, didn't you? Han Sen is ahead." Soon, the three gathered at a table in the cafeteria. Li Jin suddenly stood up, proudly waving his arm as he recounted, "That monster charged straight over. In the nick of time I threw an uppercut." Sanxin, sitting opposite, praised repeatedly, "Class monitor is truly amazing." He sat down, happily put his arm around Han Sen's shoulder, then poured some wine and asked, "Little Han, you're experienced, tell us about it." He excitedly replied, "All right, let me start from when I met that woman Shayna." With that, Han Sen launched into a lengthy explanation. After listening to the story, Sanxin and Li Jin were both astonished. "That's incredible, truly dangerous." Li Jin patted Han Sen's shoulder and loudly said, "Come drink." He happily continued, "Come drink." Just then, a stranger walked over and interrupted their conversation. "Lately everyone's been quite the braggart, moving mountains, piercing the void, and even planting treasures. Do they think this is the third sanctuary?" Hearing this, Li Jin flew into a rage, abruptly stood up and pointed at the speaker, scolding, "Hey, we're having a conversation and we haven't provoked you." Luo Sanxin quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Squad leader, they're from the Royal Steel Armor team. I saw them during training." After hearing him, he smiled and said perfunctorily, "Since you're comrades who trained together, I'll let it slide, but I hope you'll mind your words." The man Li Chengxian smugly declared, "Our Royal Steel Armor team has no comrades who only brag. If you're not convinced, fine. Then Hero Han, why don't you have a match with me? You easily handle alien creatures, so surely you're not afraid of someone like me who just ascended from the third sanctuary." Hearing this, Li Jin could no longer hold back. He slammed the table and loudly said, "Have you no shame? Someone who has already transcended is challenging a mere evolver to a duel." Han Sen here stroked his chin, his eyes filled with a murderous intent, thinking, he knows full well he's deliberately looking for trouble. With that thought, he immediately walked up to Chengxian and his group and challenged, "Is the duel barehanded or with a battle armor?" The person next to him snorted disdainfully, "We are the Alliance's elite team, all battle armor control experts from various legions." Chengxian burst out laughing, turned around and asked, "You want to duel someone from the Royal Steel Armor team using battle armor?" His subordinate then added, "You're not even a battle armor soldier. You're too arrogant." Han Sen, far from being angered by their words, retorted, "I've also heard of the Royal Steel Armor team. There are many formidable battle armor masters, but all the truly formidable ones are female soldiers. The male soldiers I hear are just average." Hearing this, Chengxian and his group flew into a rage, their entire bodies burning with anger, gritting their teeth and scolding, "What did you say?" He stepped forward. Facing Han Sen, he accepted the challenge. "Good, then a battle armor duel." Immediately after, he walked to the virtual reality equipment. Han Sen sat into the machine and casually pressed a button to issue a command. Everyone in the restaurant cheered for the two challengers. A man stood in the center of the large screen ordering a soldier, "Open the combat channel." "All right, that's it." He turned his head, smugly looking at Han Sen and the equipment, taunting, "All you little kids, open your eyes and see how someone's bragging gets smacked down." As soon as Chengxian logged into the machine, the system displayed information on the Royal Paladin. The people below looked at the big screen and discussed in surprise. "Isn't the Royal Paladin the 7th-ranked expert on the Evolver Battle Armor leaderboard? That's Li Chengxian from the Royal Steel Armor team, and he's already a transcender, truly impressive. But who is his opponent?" Soon, Han Sen appeared as Player X. Seeing this, the crowd below stirred, exclaiming, "Are you kidding? What is this, a guest account?" They scoffed disdainfully. "A trial account actually challenging the Royal Paladin, it's unbelievable. Forget it, don't watch, it's just another slaughter." Meanwhile, on the virtual combat platform, Han Sen hesitated among countless choices before him, muttering, "So many battle armors. I haven't touched battle armor in ages. These models are really unfamiliar." Finally, he decided to choose the silver killer armor, saying, "Forget it, I'll just use the model I'm most familiar with." Seeing this, Changxian opposite him curled his lip in disdain, saying, "The silver killer is just a civilian battle armor, not only outdated but also weak, and its weapon system is ordinary stuff. Truly a battle armor novice." With that, he deployed the king armor to fight Han Sen's silver killer armor. The king armor immediately activated its engines, and blazing beams of light erupted from its circular openings. It charged forward to attack, forming a series of continuous light pillars with powerful destructive force. A passerby saw it and said, "So powerful, controlling 13 weapons at once. The Royal Steel Armor team truly lives up to its reputation." Another passerby commented, "This opponent is definitely done for. The silver killer will be blown to smithereens before it even gets close." But in the face of such an attack, Han Sen was not only unafraid but also snorted disdainfully. In the virtual combat arena, the silver killer's figure flashed by. From where the explosion occurred, bullets rained down, splashing rocks and dust. Changxian's and Han Sen's characters stood face to face, and bullet highlights continued to appear on the royal paladin. He continued to attack, thinking to himself, "He dodged it, but it was just luck. Let's see if you can dodge my next move." Changxian confidently and arrogantly shouted, "Die!" Then bullets rained down, followed by continuous explosions. The scene shifted to the restaurant where the members present were observing the fierce battle. He Ching stood with his arms crossed, exclaiming, "Great backwards dash, my goodness!" Luo Sanqin stood there at this moment, confused. Who is controlling the silver killer? This control technique is too top-notch. Han Sen was controlling the silver killer, dodging artillery fire in the virtual combat arena. He appeared very confident, smiling as he affirmed, "Although the silver killer is an old model, it's not without its merits." In the cockpit of the king armor, Changxian gritted his teeth, completely baffled. What? He dodged again. Han Sen glanced over, thinking, although the king armor has powerful engines and abundant weapons, it's inevitably a bit clumsy. The silver killer, however, is much lighter and more flexible. Outside in the instant works, a member stroked his chin and commented, "This must be a pre-arranged show, right? The king armor's firepower wasn't obstructed at all, yet it specifically failed to hit the silver killer. Too fake." One person stood there laughing loudly. "What a clumsy performance. The silver killer has already left and he's still shooting there," another praised. "But I have to admit the silver killer's operation is too impressive. Such a difficult technique as the great backwards dash is being used continuously with almost no rest." Someone else asked in confusion, "Who exactly is controlling the silver killer?" The officer stepped forward, observing intently, and said to them, "What performance? This is a real fight. It's Li Changxian and Han Sen battling it out with battle armors." He Ching abruptly turned his head and asked, "Huh, really?" He immediately replied, "Why would I lie to you? Many people just saw it." Li Jin turned around and smiled, confirming, "Our Shao Han is the original pilot of the silver killer, you know." Everyone exclaimed in admiration, "That powerful, no wonder the control is so excellent." In the virtual combat arena, Changxian's expression was somewhat stiff. He frowned, thinking, unable to lock onto the target. No matter what tactic I try, he seems to anticipate it, always reacting a step ahead of me. Han Sen's wicked face suddenly appeared before Changxian's eyes, making him even more terrified. It turned out the silver killer had already approached and was continuously attacking the king armor. Changxian found himself completely suppressed, continuously receiving attacks without being able to retaliate. Meanwhile, Han Sen seemed very happy. Great, the sound of hot weapons clashing against metal. This is a man's destined symphony. Here in the restaurant, everyone was discussing, filled with doubts. Why does it still look so fake? Why isn't the king armor retaliating? Another person explained, "It's not that the king armor doesn't want to retaliate, it's that it can't." A girl asked confusedly, "What do you mean? Why can't the king armor retaliate?" The teacher, sitting and drinking tea, thought, "This isn't a Luo family move. He's never cultivated the Fatian Sutra." A member of the Luo family who has never cultivated the Fatian Sutra has reached this level at this age. It's truly fascinating. Returning to the virtual combat arena, Changxian's king armor kept sounding alarms as it was attacked. Han Sen delivered a powerful energy attack to its abdomen, causing the king armor to fall, simultaneously shouting, "It's over." Watching the fragments of the king armor fall before Han Sen, everyone discussed. Did the silver killer win? The king armor was ultimately shattered too. This was truly a cruel torment. The teacher stood up and pondered, wouldn't it be more interesting for Zhou Donglai to take a member of the Luo family as a disciple? After a while he walked past Han Sen, who had food in his hand. Zhou Donglai glanced over, secretly evaluating what a promising talent. He felt a gaze and spirit energy fluctuation shooting from the teacher towards him, and looked over in confusion. A mysterious light flashed in Zhou Donglai's eyes, then shot directly at Han Sen, forming an invisible connection. He was somewhat worried, and a voice echoed in his mind, "Boy, accept my limitless mind realm test. If you can pass, you will be worthy of being my disciple." Zhou Donglai. In reality, Han Sen's face was now somewhat dazed and blank. Zhou Donglai stepped forward, held his hand, and murmured with a smile, "Boy, endure some hardship. When you come out, let's see if you still dare not to bow before this old man." Han Sen swallowed at this moment, then directly spit on the teacher in front of him. He had already regained his senses, looking at the person in front of him in confusion while wiping his mouth with his hand. Han Sen quickly bowed and apologized. Zhou Donglai also quickly turned around thinking, he actually broke my limitless mind realm, then waved his hand and replied, it's fine. In the public transportation area, the aircraft clung tightly to the light beam, shooting straight into the sky like an arrow. Shidian, with a solemn expression, rubbed his forehead and sighed. Training is finally over. I miss my goddess of eternal sorrow so much. He Ching calmly asked Han Sen, Xiao Han, any plans after returning? Han Sen calmly replied, plans, I still have some unfinished business in the sanctuary, so this return is just in time. He sat by the window, thoughtfully imagining the Ghost Blood Emperor's face. The last time the Ghost Blood Emperor suffered heavy losses, none of the super god creatures he brought probably made it back alive, which is a good opportunity to press the advantage. After a while in the Instant Works Plaza, Han Sen stood with his hands on his hips, loudly summoning the Bell of Death. The system immediately displayed an information panel. Super God Pet, Bell of Death, Super God Beast. Details, this mysterious bell can absorb super god creatures. The Bell of Death, hearing its master's summons, immediately appeared, roaring and displaying its power. He smiled with satisfaction, saying, this form, this aura, the Ghost Blood Emperor will surely be scared into crawling away when he sees it. Another super god creature appeared before them. Han Sen loudly summoned the spirit cat eagle. A black cat appeared behind the energy flow, its purple eyes shining, its wings raised high, exuding a cold, killing intent. Yu Heng excitedly asked, Captain, how many surprises are there that I don't know about? He saw Han Sen raise a finger and couldn't help but be surprised. There really is more. Han Sen walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets, mysteriously smiling as he replied, you'll see soon enough. Let's head to the Ghost Blood Fortress. In the Ghost Blood Fortress, the spirit cat eagle served as the vanguard, observing the terrain. Its eyes shone as it summoned a swarm of rats to explore the situation. Yu Heng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, I didn't expect the spirit cat eagle to be able to summon such a massive swarm of rats. A swarm of over 100,000 rats poured in, and Han Sen calmly said, these rats all possess power close to god blood level. Let them go into the stronghold first to find enemies and scout the terrain. The two stood on a distant large rock observing, and he kept praising, excellent. He frowned in confusion, asking, excellent, what does that mean? Han Sen stood with his arms crossed, his eyes lowered, mysteriously smiling as he replied, as expected, there are only 6 super god creatures left in the fortress. As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt up. Han Sen was aggressive, a smile on his face announcing, get ready for the great slaughter to begin. He calmly entered the stronghold to investigate, seemingly discovering something unusual. Han Sen sharply glanced at the all-black super god creature with red glowing eyes. It roared and charged, and he quickly used fusion. Han Sen, after fusion, was like a giant gorilla, wielding a long spear and roaring as he attacked the super god creature, defeating it in just a few seconds. Yu Heng stepped forward, his eyes wide in surprise. Captain, fused with the Silverblood Ape's beast soul, is this the ultimate trump card? He returned to his normal form, smiling as he said, how was it? Not bad, right? The system immediately displayed alien creature information. Silverblood Ape, Soul Beast Fusion Transformation, Super God Beast. Details, rare transformation, Soul Beast can fully fuse with its master. Meanwhile, behind Han Sen, a mysterious creature was emerging from underground. It charged aggressively to ambush. But luckily, he quickly sensed it, and his hand immediately assumed a defensive posture. Trying to ambush me? Han Sen turned and struck the Ghost Blood Emperor with the great Thunder Mystic Palm, coldly declaring, no way. He copied the move, light illuminating the entire sky, arrogantly affirming, as long as there are no shadows, you absolutely cannot escape. He looked solemn, angrily cursing, damn it, you deserve to die. Han Sen gritted his teeth, smiling disdainfully, and swiftly delivered a fierce punch to the Ghost Blood Emperor's face, provoking, then let's see who dies first. He was sent flying by this powerful attack, crashing into the rock behind him. Han Sen's eyes glowed, his body filled with power, and he said disdainfully, looks like you'll die first. Yu Heng's eyes widened, exclaiming, monster, truly a monster. You said you were luring god-grade creatures, but you're clearly chasing them down and killing them. The Ghost Blood Emperor's soul fragments swirled in the air. Han Sen pursed his lips in thought. The Ghost Blood Emperor has been eliminated. Now the most urgent task is to find his alien spirit temple. He quickly ordered, Spirit Cat Eagle, follow the Ghost Blood Emperor's soul fragments to find the alien spirit temple. The Spirit Cat Eagle immediately roared, ordering the rat swarm to scatter and search. In the underground palace, Han Sen and Yu Heng slowly descended the steps, and he walked to the soul stone, happily saying, after all this hard work I finally got it. Suddenly the soul stone emitted a dazzling light. Han Sen frowned in confusion. So dazzling, what does it want to do? After just a few seconds, the stone shattered into pieces. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, it actually failed. Han Sen was shocked by what had just happened. This is my first time failing to subdue an alien spirit. In the Ghost Blood Fortress, the two slowly walked out. He looked up and calmly said, although we've captured an Emperor-grade sanctuary, there's no one around here and there are many high-level alien creatures, so it's not suitable for ordinary humans to live in. It's completely wasted effort. Yu Heng quickly consoled him. Now with the angel gene fluid, humanity's strength has indeed greatly increased. As long as a little protection is provided with this sanctuary's location and the surrounding alien creature resources, it will surely sell for a good price. Han Sen frowned, coldly refusing, no, I can't stay here. I still need to go to the Blue Star Fortress to find my mother. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he clapped his hands happily, realizing, that's right, aren't there Big Black and Little Black? They're the strongest at home. Then the scene switched to the Skynet Forum in the Alliance Base dormitory, wherein the trending post-Emperor-grade sanctuary for rent, absolutely safe, guarded by God-grade creatures, continuously attracted everyone. Netizen Wong commented, "Really, are we humans now capable of capturing Emperor-grade sanctuaries?" Netizen Lin commented, "I'm eager to go see it, open my eyes." Netizen Chen added, "There are many high-level alien creatures in that area." "That's a great deal," Netizen Joe replied. "How could it be captured? Isn't that a scam?" Netizen Cheng wondered. "How could someone who rents an Emperor-grade sanctuary be an ordinary person? Are we supposed to worry about them being scammed?" Han Sen sat on a chair, smiling contentedly as he answered the phone. "Haven't you already conducted a field inspection? I don't need money for rent. I want the Donglan Group's pet elixirs. Future annual rent will also be paid with pet elixirs." He held the phone away, a mysterious smile on his face, and said, "Little Silver, I've earned you a lifetime supply of pet elixirs. You must be thrilled." He slowly touched the delete button on the screen and Han Sen excitedly blurted out, "Now I can delete the post sometime later." In the second sanctuary world, he and Little Silver rode a lion slowly into the forest. Han Sen slowly began, "I heard the Shira have crowned a new empress, Empress Jade Shira," he continued coldly. "Angel gene fluid proves that human and Shira genes can merge. I heard that Empress Jade Shira is also researching how to combine genes to help the Shira survive in the sanctuary, absorb genes and use beast souls." The young girl kept yawning, listening to Han Sen's endless chatter. If it really came to that, it would be a huge problem. He tilted his head and asked Han Sen with concern, "Are you tired? It's getting late. Why don't we rest here for the night?" So the two stopped in the night ghost forest. Han Sen diligently set up the tent. Ling Lan sat by the barbecue pit warming herself, and he sat on a log smiling easily as he commanded, "Shayna, come massage my shoulders." Empress Shayna appeared behind him, pursing her lips and saying proudly, "Don't be too excessive." Han Sen slyly reminded her, "Don't forget, you can't defy my orders now." Ling Lan carefully handed him a skewer of meat. Being cared for and fed by a beauty made Han Sen continuously praise happily. "Ah, that's really comfortable." He widened his eyes, opening his mouth in surprise and praising, "What did you add? The taste is so unique. Wait." Han Sen hastily stood up, looking at the several flowers high above, guessing, "Is that fragrance coming from those flowers? The fruit I saw during the day." A few fireflies flew and landed on the stamens. The young girl stood up, looking up to admire the scenery. "So beautiful." He kept praising with a smiling face. It was indeed beautiful. In the night ghost forest, a firefly flew and landed on Little Silver's nose. It angrily gritted its teeth, stood on two legs, and continuously waved its claws to attack. Han Sen squinted, teasing, "Little Silver, these fireflies aren't afraid of people." He seriously felt the Dongchuan aura field with his forehead and couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. These fireflies all have life auras, meaning they are real alien creatures, not illusions. Han Sen watched Ling Lan reach out, happily waiting for fireflies to land on her hand, calmly guessing, but they don't seem aggressive and they're not very interested in humans. A swarm of fireflies flew together in one direction. He looked up and couldn't help but ask, "Where do these fireflies come from? We didn't see any insect nests along the way." "Where do they hide during the day?" the young girl slowly judged. "Maybe they hide in the flowers." Han Sen walked over, patted Ling Lan's shoulder and smilingly denied, "How is that possible? How could fireflies hide in flowers? Let's wait until dawn and see where these fireflies actually go." The young girl looked up with wide, curious eyes. In the night ghost forest, the sun was gradually rising, warming all creatures. Ling Lan rested against a tree trunk. Suddenly he shouted, "Ling Lan!" The young girl suddenly woke up and hastily stood up to follow. "Come quickly and look." Han Sen stood in front, tilting his head and smiling. "You guessed right." The two looked up at the branches and he couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "These fireflies really do hide in those flowers." Suddenly the petals moved and Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, "The petals are starting to shrink." A round black flower fell down. He reached out to catch it, opened it and looked inside to see what it was. Han Sen decisively cut it in half with a dagger. An unpleasant smell emanated from inside the flower. Ling Lan wrinkled her face, covering her nose in disgust. "It stinks too much," the two observed carefully. There was only a strange liquid inside the flower. The young girl couldn't help but wonder, where did it go? After a while the two rode their lion and left. He pursed his lips and thought, could that thick liquid be the fireflies from the night? If they originally grew in the flowers, why did they go to collect nectar at night? Suddenly, Ling Lan looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. Ahead was a row of tall and majestic trees emitting a strange aura. Han Sen stammered in confusion. "Is that a mountain or—" The scene ahead gradually became clear and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Trees?" The two slowly walked to the tree trunks to observe. Branches grew thorny black fruits. Han Sen opened his mouth wide and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, these fruits are too big. If they fell, they would definitely crush a few unlucky people." He looked up carefully. This shouldn't be some kind of rare treasure, right? How could a rare treasure grow so many fruits? Han Sen couldn't help but curiously walk closer. Suddenly a strange voice sounded, "Don't come any closer." He tilted his head, looking at the unfamiliar woman, and asked in confusion, "Who is that?" Lu Fang kept waving her hand, reminding, "Don't come near, you'll die." Then Lu Fang stood in front and said coldly, "Follow me." They gradually walked to the camp. That might be her and her teammates' gathering place. Lu Fang led them in, saying kindly, "It's safe here, everyone can set up camp here." Han Sen placed his hands on his hips, asking in confusion, "What exactly is going on?" He and Ling Lan walked to the dining area to join the rest of the team. She calmly explained, "No one has ever left the Night Ghost Forest alive before." Han Sen widened his eyes, asking in surprise, "Can't get out? Can't even fly out? No matter how confusing the forest is, it can't stop people who can fly." Jiangang lowered his eyes and said with a mysterious smile, "It seems you really don't know the situation here. It's a pity that you two young people have strayed into the Night Ghost Forest." Han Sen closed his eyes, stood up coldly and turned to leave. The men in the team couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Where are you going?" He walked to the lion, reached into the bag hanging on its back and pulled out a pile of items. Han Sen held drinks and food, happily saying in his heart, "Here, I have some food, everyone gets a share." He took out a pack of cigarettes and sincerely distributed them to everyone. Not only food but also cigarettes, they happily blurted out, "Food, there's food, give me some." Han Sen sincerely said, "I've come from afar. I don't know where this is, so please tell me about it." After a while, Jiangang, smoking a cigarette, revealed, "What's dangerous here isn't the night ghost insects but the night ghost trees themselves." Lu Fang sat on a folding chair, lowered her eyes, and said, "I research plants. I suspect these trees are a mutated species and the night ghost insects are just a part of their bodies. When I first arrived, I didn't feel anything, but if you stay in the forest for a long time, your body will gradually weaken, and you'll wither and die here in less than 3 months." Han Sen asked in surprise, "Is that true?" She sadly recalled painful memories. Tears kept falling as she answered with difficulty, "2 good friends who came with me just because they stayed under the night ghost tree for an extra hour, aged like 200-year-olds, and died there not long after." He patted her shoulder with concern, comforting her. "Thank you for warning me. Can't we fly out?" Jin Gang waved his hand and calmly replied, "You can't fly out. This night ghost forest seems endless. Whether you walk in the forest or fly in the sky, you can't escape. There's no exit at all." Han Sen urgently asked, "Has anyone tried cutting down these night ghost trees?" He frowned and replied dejectedly, "If you cut them, they emit a strange poison gas that rapidly weakens the body. And even if you dig up the roots, they'll grow back as before in a few days." He clutched his hair, saying fearfully, "Everyone has been trapped here for so long, the longest for decades, yet still haven't found a single clue. Is there really no way?" Jin Gang stroked his chin and calmly replied, "Not entirely, no." Han Sen grasped at hope, quickly asking, "What way?" He stood up and pointed ahead, answering, "The night ghost insect swarm will carry the collected nectar to the night ghost tree king to nourish the monster inside. That's the place where you and Ling Lan stopped to admire for a long time." Jin Gang calmly continued, "We've observed for a long time that those monsters seem capable of controlling the trees and night ghost insects. Perhaps if we can kill them, we can escape this forest." Lu Fang looked up and said sadly, "But we can't even get close to the Night Ghost Tree King, let alone kill the monster, so this method is also useless." Han Sen crossed his arms and calmly announced, "What kind of monsters are they? Tell me everything you know. I'll go see them myself." Sometime later, as night fell, fireflies gradually flew towards the flowers. He and Ling Lan went deeper into the forest, feeling puzzled in his heart. "Strange, I've been careful to maintain my vitality, but I haven't felt weakened or depleted as everyone described." Han Sen examined his hands, wondering, could I go a bit deeper? He turned and seriously instructed, "Ahead is within 1,000 meters of the Night Ghost Tree King. Ling Lan, stay here." Han Sen saw the young girl still following him and couldn't help but sigh with concern, reminding her, "Be careful." With his keen intuition, he quickly realized something strange was happening. Han Sen hastily grabbed Ling Lan's shoulder, reporting, "Life force is draining away." He grabbed the young girl's hand, running with all his might. "It's draining so fast." Run deep in the Night Ghost Forest. Late at night, Han Sen ran through the forest holding Ling Lan's hand. He placed his hand on a tree trunk, breathing heavily. "With my strength, I can't even control my own life force. This Night Ghost Tree King is truly sinister." Suddenly, the young girl slowly moved. Han Sen turned his face, stopping her in a panic. "Ling Lan, what are you doing? Don't go over there." Seeing Ling Lan still calmly walking towards the Night Ghost Tree King, he couldn't help but shout in terror, "Ling Lan!" Han Sen's face was pale, his eyes wide, surprised to find that Ling Lan was not affected. The young girl's body slowly absorbed the strange power. Ling Lan was surrounded by powerful energy, her eyes shining with fire. He kept praising, "Ling Lan's life force is burning like a blazing fire, showing no signs of dissipating." The Night Ghost Tree King was releasing powerful energy, preventing outsiders from approaching. Its fruits were secreting a mysterious red liquid. Han Sen gritted his teeth, thinking worriedly. According to Lu Fang, the Night Ghost Tree King was different from ordinary night ghost trees. Its fruits didn't grow night ghost insects, but rather a strange bat-like creature. When the fireflies gradually approached, sleeping bats suddenly appeared inside the fruits. He exclaimed in surprise, "Each fruit has a bat inside. It seems they come out at night to eat the nectar brought by the night ghost insects." Suddenly those bats opened their eyes, emitting terrifying sounds. Han Sen exclaimed worriedly, "Oh no, they've spotted Ling Lan." A swarm of powerful bats immediately left their hiding places and flew down to attack Ling Lan. He was terrified. "They're too fast, I can barely see their movements. They're flying straight towards the young girl." Han Sen widened his eyes, shouting worriedly. Ling Lan, Ling Lan, Ling Lan still stood motionless, calmly meeting the attack of the 7 bats. The young girl's body was full of power, her eyes bright, and she coldly grabbed a bat's wing. Ling Lan gritted her teeth, directly tearing the bat in half. He witnessed this scene, couldn't help but open his mouth wide in astonishment. Ling Lan fighting in her full Shira state is truly terrifying. The young girl easily dealt with the swarm of bats in just a few minutes, her body burning fiercely, her aura slowly approaching the tree trunk. Ling Lan stood at the base of the tree, opening her arms to concentrate her power. Her eyes were bright and filled with determination. Han Sen hid behind the bushes, squinting in confusion. What does Ling Lan want to do? Ling Lan took a step forward and punched the tree trunk fiercely. The young girl opened her mouth, roaring, her hands continuously attacking the tree trunk. After a while, a hole appeared in the tree trunk. He gritted his teeth, stammering in surprise. The tree trunk is hollow. Ling Lan immediately stepped into the hole she had just created. Han Sen ran over worriedly to stop her. Ling Lan, don't go in. Before he could even get close, his body was controlled, trembling continuously. No, I can't get close at all. My life force is draining rapidly. Han Sen gritted his teeth, looking at the Dongchuan aura field in front of him, and worriedly instructed, Ling Lan, please come back safely. Suddenly there was a violent tremor and leaves kept falling. Jian Gang ran over worriedly, asking, what's that sound? Lu Fang urgently asked. What happened? The two couldn't help but look up in surprise. The flowers, all the petals are gone. Deep in the night ghost forest, another piercing scream echoed, sending shivers down their spines. The three were drawn by the sound, turning their heads simultaneously to investigate. Lu Fang said nervously, is it the camp? Jin Gang made his own judgment. It seems something happened at the camp. Han Sen also wanted to know what happened, so he replied, let's go back and see. As they were making their way through the forest, two young people suddenly appeared from somewhere, rushing towards them in a panic, talking about ghosts. The two seemed scared out of their wits, their faces pale. Jin Gang hastily supported one of them, comforting him. Calm down, what happened? But the man again lowered his head and rushed forward, terrified. There's a ghost, run. He didn't know what was happening, so he called out to him. Driven by this suspicious situation, the three ran to the camp, filled with curiosity. The scene was in disarray, dilapidated. It seemed to have just undergone a fierce battle. An eerie coffin lay brazenly in the center, surrounded by numerous cold bodies. Han Sen witnessed this chilling sight and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Is this a coffin? This unimaginable sight made Lu Fang tremble and blurt out, humans stopped using such things a long time ago, and I've never heard of alien creatures or spirits using them. Jin Gang was also startled and said, how unlucky. We've been sleeping on a coffin lid all these years. His mind began to race. This area has no night ghost trees, which must be related to this coffin. Could someone have buried a coffin here? After thinking for a while, Han Sen made a decision. Okay, first I'll check the bodies for clues. These bodies died in a very strange way, with no external wounds. He carefully observed the bodies before him. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices as if they had been drained of blood. Suddenly the coffin, which had been motionless, began to shake violently. Jin Gang cautiously said, there's something in the coffin. Fear enveloped Lu Fang, turning her face pale. Oh no, it's coming out. In this situation, Han Sen immediately took out the ghost eye mask. The coffin lid shook more and more violently. Whatever was inside seemed to be trying every means to escape. Soil and stones flew everywhere due to the impact. In an instant the coffin opened and a bony hand with sharp claws reached out. Han Sen was terrified to see this. A hand from inside the coffin. Is it human? Lu Fang saw this and hastily fled. Jin Gang turned and shouted, it's out, brothers, run. That arm tightly clutched the edge of the coffin, emitting a terrifying power. Han Sen's face immediately changed, and he happily said, there's a clear life aura. It's obviously a living creature. There are no ghosts in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, the thing in the coffin completely broke free. It was a very strange-looking man. He also had blood-red tattoos on his back, which surprised Han Senator. What is this? Han Sen also recognized the thing in a panic. Blood cat fatal. He recalled memories in his mind and realized Ling Lan also had the same tattoo on her back. Han Sen stared intently at this strange thing, thinking, is this person related to Ling Lan? The man in the coffin also looked at him and let out a strange laugh. Han Sen immediately became somewhat timid. That laugh was truly bone-chilling. The strange man walked out of the coffin. With every step he exuded a terrifying gloom. The blood from the corpses on the ground flowed towards his feet. Han Sen watched the thick blood flowing across the ground, his heart filled with fear. Was he drinking blood? After the blood was absorbed by him, it gradually flowed backward, then continued along his meridians throughout his entire body. He looked at the man enveloped in evil spiritual energy and asked, who exactly are you? He revealed an evil smile and replied, I am not human, so why do you ask who I am? With that, the strange creature with sharp claws rushed towards Han Sen. He's a Bloodlife sect disciple, and you dare not recognize the Son of Destiny? How shameless. Han Sen retreated with a look of shock. You're from the Bloodlife sect? At this moment he looked like a fierce evil spirit rushing towards Han Sen with a bloodthirsty expression. Very well. Seeing your vigorous vitality, I shall offer it to the Holy Sun. Under this fierce attack, the strange monster's claws finally successfully approached Han Senator. His agile movement sliced through Han Sen's blurry figure in an instant. Turned his head, looked at Han Sen with cold, stern eyes and enunciated each word, shifting heaven art. The creature's voice became hurried. Where did you learn your shifting heaven art? Han Sen answered his question with another question. I am not a Bloodlife sect disciple, nor do I have any connection to you. You're from the Bloodlife sect, so why were you in that coffin? Hearing these words, the Bloodlife sect disciple seemed enraged and rushed over frantically. You carry the scent of the Bloodlife sect. Live as a Bloodlife sect member, die as a Bloodlife sect ghost. To betray the Bloodlife sect you must pay the price in blood and bones. Facing this maddened opponent, Han Sen was no fool. He wouldn't stand there idly waiting for death. He pulled out the blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust, preparing for battle. Flames blazed from the tip of the blazing thrust. Han Sen gripped the weapon in his hand with effort, thinking, this son of destiny's power is no less than that of a supergod creature. Seeing this scene, he showed clear vigilance. Has someone already hunted supergod creatures and obtained supergod genes and beast souls? A second later he became incredibly excited. That's even better. Your blood will be even more delicious. The blood life sect disciple, as if high on drugs, surged with murderous intent and rushed over without hesitation. The two engaged in battle for 800 rounds. He attacked. Han Sen defended. Han Sen attacked. He defended. Han Sen was already starting to feel tired, but his opponent remained full of energy. This guy's life aura is chaotic, with no fixed direction of flow. All his life aura and powers seemed to erupt from his blood. The blood life sect disciple fought with increasing ferocity. To be able to withstand so many attacks from me, the Holy Sun, it seems your blood must be very delicious. His attacks didn't diminish at all. Instead, they grew fiercer. Han Sen exerted all his might but still missed a strike. What was meant to happen always does. He was stabbed in the neck, thinking even the Dongxuan aura field cannot defend against this kind of life aura. Having absorbed a little of Han Sen's blood, he was even more excited than if he had taken drugs. The blood life sect disciple licked his fingers, saying happily, delicious, truly delicious. He rushed over with increasing excitement. More, give me more. Faced with this sudden attack, Han Sen was momentarily stunned and had no time to react, but he quickly retreated, pointing his long spear at his opponent. Why do you keep thinking I'm from the blood life sect? He replied with a chuckle. You carry the scent of the blood life sect. It cannot be washed away, not even for eternity. With that, the madman charged over. Therefore it is your honor to be sacrificed to me, the Holy Sun. Faced with the current disadvantaged situation, Han Sen fumbled for something in his pocket. Then he pulled out a necklace and asked, is the scent you're talking about coming from this? Unsure what it was, but the light it emitted stunned his opponent, who was filled with shock. This is, in less than an instant he became incredibly excited. A sacred object. It's really a sacred object. A hint of shock also flashed through Han Sen. The sacred object mentioned in the Blood Life Sutra is actually the 9 life blood cat pendant I've been wearing all along. He seemed to fall into mixed thoughts. Why would great-grandfather possess a Blood Life sect sacred object? The blood life sect disciple immediately roared, the blood god blesses me, the Holy Sun, to have found the sacred object. He excitedly reached out his sharp claws to Han Sen. Give me back the sacred object. Han Sen swiftly used the Dongxuan movement technique to evade the attack. What is this sacred object for, and why are you here? The guy, as if pumped with adrenaline, grew even more frantic. Sacred object. He clawed at Han Sen, but his opponent was too fast for him to dodge. He once again absorbed Han Sen's blood. The blood life sect disciple began to enter a blood-drinking frenzy. Delicious. Just as he was floating in ecstasy, Han Sen suddenly shouted, jolting him awake. Answer my question. The guy rushed towards Han Sen again at an incredibly fast speed. Your destiny is to be sacrificed to me. You don't need to know anything else. That kind of answer successfully enraged Han Sen. The reason I'm still bothering you is to get the answers I want. Han Sen's body erupted with astonishing lightning spiritual energy, and flashes of lightning streaked across. Because you don't want to answer. Is messing around not fun? He was already very angry, and there was no need to waste time when counterattacking. The great thunder sound fist struck out instantly. Having only just absorbed blood, the blood life sect disciple was now even more excited by the electricity. Han Sen looked at his opponent, thinking, he's slowed down. I'll seize his weak moment now, and add another Beast King transformation move. Han Sen's hand tightly clutched the blood life sect disciple's head. With the power of the silver blood ape, he easily lifted his opponent completely into the air. Then Han Sen made him kiss the ground several times, asking if he would speak. Seeing that this method wasn't very effective, he raised both hands, preparing to beat him severely, to see whose mouth was tougher, his or his fists. What was meant to happen always does. The guy was beaten to a pulp. But this wasn't enough. Han Sen grabbed him by the collar, like carrying a bundle of vegetables to the market, then casually threw his opponent far away. The blood life sect disciple was given a free flight, crashing through several large trees along the way, finally stopping beside a rock, his body battered and broken, painstakingly saying, this is impossible. How could a human from the second sanctuary possess such power? Han Sen also withdrew his skill, slowly walked over and looked down at his opponent, asking, can you answer my questions properly now, son of destiny? Is there someone named Han Jingzi in your blood life sect? The blood life sect disciple couldn't believe the facts before him and kept denying it. No, this is impossible. The blood life sect disciple's body trembled continuously, making Han Sen wonder, what exactly is he looking at? A figure slowly appeared in the forest, radiating a violent aura. Han Sen looked at the face before him, exclaiming in surprise, it's Ling Lan. Ling Lan slowly walked over, holding a sharp bone knife in her hand. The blood life sect disciple unwillingly let out a piercing howl. No, this is impossible. Han Sen, finding him too noisy, turned and shouted, shut up. Before Han Sen could finish speaking, a murderous light flashed before his eyes. In that instant, Ling Lan, he didn't know how, was already standing beside the blood life sect disciple and had stabbed him. As the knife pierced him, red liquid flowed from his 7 orifices and he screamed in pain continuously. Han Sen looked at the bloody scene before him, wondering why kill him. Facing his question, Ling Lan calmly replied, he is dying. Seeing that she didn't understand his meaning, Han Sen quickly rephrased, I mean, why do you have to kill him? But Ling Lan remained silent, not saying another word. Knowing he wouldn't get an answer, he changed the question, then where did this knife come from? Only then did Ling Lan explain, The tree hole. Han Sen couldn't help but fall into thought. This knife is very strange. After being stabbed in the heart, that son became a dried corpse. He walked to her side and continued to ask, "How did you know that bone knife was in that tree?" Ling Lan replied concisely. "It called to me." Han Sen cautiously made a request. "Then can I see it?" Unexpectedly, she replied. "No, you cannot touch it." A wave of curiosity arose in his heart. "Why can't I touch it?" She also stated unequivocally. "You will die." Hearing this, Han Sen fell into thought. "In that case, never mind. Ling Lan shouldn't lie to me. How about I go look at that dried corpse now?" He moved the Blood Life sect disciple's body, saying, "Maybe I can find some useful clues." Suddenly, Han Sen felt something was wrong. He was surprised to find that the 9 life blood cat tattoo on his back was gone. Han Sen immediately turned around and asked Ling Lan, "Do you know who he is?" She shook her head in response. He could only give up. Let's go back and see how they are doing." Just like that, a night passed and the sun gradually rose, revealing a clear and gentle blue sky. In the Night Ghost Forest camp, Jian Gang saw the familiar figure walking towards him and called out, "Han, Senator Ling Lan," and he walked down from the lion's back together and began to ask about the situation. "Is everyone all right? Did you encounter any danger?" Jian Gang and Lu Fang quickly replied, "No, just some minor scratches." Hearing this, Han Sen and she jumped back onto the lion's back. "That's great, let's go, let's leave this place." Hearing this, Jian Gang and Lu Fang both showed surprised expressions. "Where are we going?" he replied firmly. "The life force here is no longer draining, everything seems to have returned to normal. Perhaps we can leave this place now, let's part ways here." Hearing this, Lu Fang couldn't help but become emotional, her eyes beginning to well up. She and the others couldn't help but rejoice. "That's great, we're finally rid of this cursed place. Goodbye, thank you for saving us." Han Sen also waved to them, wishing them a safe journey. He secretly thought, the barrier has indeed disappeared, it's time to head to Blue Star Fortress. In a blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the human fortress. Han Sen and Ling Lan stopped at a small restaurant to fill their stomachs. This place seemed to suit Ling Lan's taste. She continuously brought chicken legs to her mouth, eating with relish. Han Sen began to think, since the 9 life blood cat pendant is a sacred object of the Blood Life sect, couldn't I cultivate the Blood Life sect's divine techniques? He carefully considered the situation. Currently, I'm only 2 points away from perfectly completing the tempering of my super god genes. Soon after, I'll be able to go to the 3rd god sanctuary. With the aid of the Blood Life sect's cultivation methods, I'll be able to make a name for myself there as well. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice pulled him back to reality. "Mr. Han." Huo Bin carefully walked in and said, "I'm the manager of the Angel Gene Zone. We'd like to invite you to help us eliminate a super god creature. The price is negotiable." He looked at the scene before him, cold sweat streaming down, thinking, did this little girl eat all these empty plates? Han Sen leisurely drank his water and replied, "You Zhao family members sure have thick skin. First you hired people to kill me and now you come asking for my help. What super god creature do you want to kill? What price are you offering?" Huo Bin pulled out a chair and quickly explained, "Mr. Han, that was just a misunderstanding before. The super god creature we want to kill is a thunder ox from nearby Jalei Mountain." He handed over a document and said, "The price will surely satisfy Mr. Han." Han Sen just extended one finger and replied, "Price is negotiable, then 100 doses of advanced angel gene fluid." Hearing this condition, Huo Bin's brows slightly furrowed. "Mr. Han, as you know, advanced angel gene fluid requires Shira royal blood as its raw material. Our relationship with the Shira currently is very tense, and Shira royal blood is extremely difficult to obtain. 100 doses is really too much." Seeing that the other party couldn't meet his condition, Han Sen decisively stood up. "If you can't afford it, then please find someone else." As soon as he heard this, he quickly tried to dissuade him. "Please wait a moment, I will return to the Alliance to ask my superiors. This number is really too large for me to decide." Han Sen said softly, "Then make it quick, I'll be leaving this sanctuary in an hour." Huo Bin was a bit flustered at this moment, stammering, "I'll be back soon, please wait Mr. Han." Time passed and now it was an hour later. Han Sen finally breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. "An hour is up, just as I expected. Zhao family was scared off by my price." He placed the teacup in his hand on the table. Han Sen and Ling Lan left together, not forgetting to plan their next move, Jalei Mountain, a lightning-type supergod creature. Just what little Silver needs for a nutritional boost. Suddenly, a voice called Mr. Han from behind. Huo Bin said breathlessly, "Mr. Han, the company has agreed to your price. I've brought enough angel gene fluid." He prepared paper and pen and handed them to Han Sen. "Can we sign the contract now?" Han Sen agreed. Seeing the good conditions, Huo Bin watched him sign the contract, thinking, "You'd better really be able to kill the Thunder Ox. If you can't and instead get seriously injured, that would be even better." But on the surface he remained enthusiastic. "Mr. Han, have a safe trip." Ling Lan, seeing this guy constantly gesticulating, was annoyed. "So noisy." Han Sen also noticed his suspicious behavior. "The Angel Gene people actually dared to honestly trade with me. If you dare to play tricks, I won't have any psychological burden when I take action." Night gradually fell. Darkness enveloped the sky and thunder rumbled. On Jalei Mountain, a heavy rain poured down, signaling the arrival of another restless night. Han Sen and Ling Lan rode the lion at the front of the team. Huo Bin, seeing there was nothing to do, asked, "Mr. Han, are we going to hunt a super god creature?" "Are you really taking this beautiful young lady with you?" he replied commandingly. "It's just killing a super god creature, it's fine." Ling Lan held the sleeping fox when it suddenly awoke as if sensing something and let out a cry. Ahead of the team was a towering mountain with constant lightning striking down. He pointed into the distance and said, "Mr. Han, that's Jalei Mountain. The Thunder Ox lives there." Hearing this, Han Sen ordered without hesitation. "Advance!" Amidst the continuous lightning strikes, Huo Bin shouted, "Everyone be careful. Once we step onto Jalei Mountain, the Thunder Ox could appear at any moment. Don't let your guard down." Han Sen looked up in surprise at the lightning before him. He rode on Qinzan, dodging the falling lightning, and exclaimed, "Damn it, I almost died." Han Sen looked back and asked, "Manager Zhao, we've come so far and still haven't seen the Thunder Ox. Has it left?" Huo Bin replied, "Before, it would rush down the mountain as soon as we got close to the foot, but today there's no movement at all. It's indeed unusual." Suddenly, someone behind was struck by lightning, crying out in pain. The person immediately let out a groan and then fell off his horse. The people around quickly drew their weapons, looking at the person who had fallen to the ground and shouting, "Feng Lin." Han Sen looked at the fox in his hand and whispered, "Little Silver, can you direct the lightning towards them?" It narrowed its eyes and smiled, letting out a cry in response. Immediately after, Lu Gui was struck by lightning again. Falling off his horse in pain, Huo Bin raised his hand to shield himself, crying out in surprise, "Lu Gui!" Lightning continued to strike, and everyone ran away in panic, shouting for help. Lu Gui fell to the ground, pointing at Han Sen and questioning, "I felt something was off for a long time. Why isn't there a single bolt of lightning around you?" Han Sen asked with a smile. "Me," Han Sen calmly replied. "Perhaps it's because I've never done anything that would invite divine retribution," those people angrily accused. "You're definitely behind this. Do you have some kind of lightning-resistant beast soul on you?" Huo Bin also raised his hand, exerting pressure, and urged, "Mr. Han, if you have a way to resist the lightning, please tell us. That way we won't be struck by lightning and can complete the mission quickly, which benefits both us and you." Han Sen, seated on Qinzan's back, loudly declared. "Is that so? Then watch closely." Immediately after, another bolt of lightning struck down violently from above. Golden light immediately shone in Han Sen's eyes. He raised his hand, deploying the great thunder sound fist to meet it. A mav of boom erupted with Han Sen at its center, and lightning flashed incessantly. The accompanying personnel were immediately knocked to the ground, exclaiming in shock, "This power is too terrifying. Is he really human?" Han Sen raised his fist high, turned around, and asked them, "Do you want to know why lightning doesn't dare strike me?" Huo Bin looked at him, answering hesitantly. Han Sen's confident voice rang out, retorting, "Do they dare strike me?" Lu Gui, standing nearby, looked at him and said in surprise, "How can the great thunder sound fist have such terrifying power? Even a newly promoted transcender probably can't compare to him." Huo Bin listened and continued, "Han Sen's ability to defeat Yu Jielin of the Shira royal family truly wasn't by luck. This great thunder sound fist technique is terrifyingly overbearing." Lu Gui hurriedly said, "This kind of power is far beyond what we can achieve even with angel gene fluid." He asked worriedly, "Are we still going to continue up the mountain?" Huo Bin gritted his teeth and reluctantly gave up. "We don't have his divine power. It's better to go down the mountain and wait." Following that, Han Sen and Ling Lan went up the mountain, and a blue light struck the mountaintop. He looked up at it, muttering in confusion, "What's up there?" On the mountaintop, a lightning flower was blooming, guarded by two alien creatures. Han Sen's fox on his shoulder saw it and was surprised to find that there were actually two god-grade super creatures nearby. He also said excitedly, "This time we really hit the jackpot. Not only are there two second-generation lightning-type super god creatures, but there's also a lightning spiritual object." The fox's eyes were solely fixed on the flower. It couldn't help but let out a cry, then rushed forward. Han Sen immediately jumped up, tightly grabbing the fox's tail, and shouted loudly, "Fool, rushing in like that will only make those two super god creatures attack together." He smiled, picked it up, and comforted it. "Don't rush. That lightning flower isn't fully mature yet. Otherwise that Thunder Ox and the three-tailed electric tiger would have already started fighting. Let's observe a bit longer." On Jalei Mountain, lightning continuously struck the lightning flower. Han Sen looked at the yellow light in the flower, contemplating, what exactly is being nurtured inside this fruit? He muttered with a frown, "The contract with Angel Gene only requires me to deal with that Thunder Ox. They don't know about the existence of the second super god beast." The three-tailed electric fox. Han Sen sat on the ground, summoned his divine beasts, and loudly commanded, "All of you go, deal with that snow ox." One after another, the divine beasts rushed towards the Thunder Ox. Han Sen raised his fist, gathering golden lightning, and roared through gritted teeth, "Die!" Just as he punched, the sacred battle angel also fiercely stabbed the Thunder Ox with her sword. It immediately cried out in pain. Han Sen struck with the blazing Tyrannosaurus thrust, loudly praising, "Well done, little angel." A blue light fiercely struck the trembling Thunder Ox. The system screen displayed, "Hunt successful. Successfully hunted super god creature. Thunder Ox. No god blood beast soul obtained. Flesh and blood edible. Life gene essence collectible. Absorbing it may randomly grant 1 to 10 super god gene points." The blue light enveloped the entire Thunder Ox. The electric fox let out a wary cry, looking at Han Sen. The sacred battle angel charged towards it with her sword. Han Sen's voice rang out, cautioning, "Little angel, don't rush to kill it. Drive it towards the Angel Gene people, at the foot of Jalei Mountain." Huo Bin looked up and said, "Indeed, the Thunder Ox is at the mountaintop." The person next to him immediately added, "It would be best if Han Sen and the Thunder Ox both suffered heavy losses. We can then take the opportunity to kill him." Those people still didn't know the electric fox was rushing down, and were still laughing and shouting, Han Sen wants to fight us, he's still too green, Huo Bin suddenly shouted. Something's coming. Is it the Thunder Ox? No, it's not the Thunder Ox. Retreat. He turned and ran, struck by lightning, crying out in pain. It hurts, run. Those people were entangled by the electric fox's tail, moaning continuously. Help, save me. Huo Bin felt its tail approach, screaming, don't come closer. He turned and saw Han Sen blocking it with his spear, shouting in surprise, Mr. Han. He immediately struck down the electric fox, then ordered, Little angel, go. Severely injured by Han Sen, it immediately turned and fled, wailing. Huo Bin quickly pleaded from behind, Mr. Han, kill it. He turned to Huo Bin and coldly replied, what you saw was the Thunder Ox, and what you wanted to kill was also the Thunder Ox, but there was no Thunder Ox recorded in the contract on the mountain. As for this three-tailed electric fox, it's my prey and it has nothing to do with you. Han Sen turned and went directly up the mountain, asking Manager Zhao, don't you want to follow the contract? At the peak of Jalei Mountain the fox was sitting, stroking its face with its paws. The electric fox stopped before it, moaning in pain. Han Sen and the sacred battle angel chased after them, calling out anxiously, Little Silver, hurry! He saw the fox sitting on the electric fox's head, asking in surprise, what are you doing, Little Silver? A blue light emanated from the fox, enveloping the electric fox and beginning to heal it. The electric fox's injuries rapidly recovered. Han Sen saw this and roared in anger, you little rascal, what do you think you're doing? The electric fox immediately knelt and wailed. He thought in horror, this is a gesture of submission. Damn it, you ate all those Thunder Oxen, not even leaving me any life gene essence, and now you want to take a subordinate. Han Sen saw the fox rush over and lick his face and reluctantly agreed, forget it, I was going to give it to you anyway. On Jalei Mountain, Han Sen rode the electric fox down. When those people saw this, they grabbed Huo Bin's hand and ran. Manager Huo, it's coming again, run. He immediately raised his hand to stop them. Wait, don't rush off. Huo Bin saw him riding the electric fox down and exclaimed in surprise, isn't that Han Sen? How is he with that super god creature? He quickly approached, loudly questioning, Han Sen, what's going on? Why are you with it? He replied with a calm expression, you mean it? This is my new divine pet. Han Sen then said with a smile, I didn't see any Thunder Ox on the mountain, but I've tamed a three-tailed electric fox. With the lightning power of this three-tailed electric fox protecting us, I can take you up the mountain to see if there are any Thunder Oxen. Manager Zhao, would you like to go? Huo Bin coughed and refused. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Han. At the peak of Jalei Mountain, everyone approached and saw the lightning flower continuously emitting yellow lightning. Han Sen looked around, pretending to ask in confusion, Manager Zhao, where is the Thunder Ox you mentioned? Huo Bin saw the lightning flower and exclaimed in surprise. That flower is. He pushed Feng Lin forward with his hand and said, Feng Lin, you go. Feng Lin turned and asked, me? Feng Lin approached the lightning flower step by step, inwardly cursing that coward for not daring to go himself but sending him to his death. Who told me I'm on Zhao family peril? He reached out to touch the flower and lightning immediately shot towards Feng Lin. He cried out in pain, help! Huo Bin saw Feng Lin burn to a crisp and thought in surprise, what kind of power is this? It turned into ashes in just the blink of an eye. He feigned a smile, turned to Han Sen and tentatively asked, Mr. Han, the three-tailed electric fox you tamed can control lightning power. I wonder if you could ask it to help us pick that lightning flower. He immediately raised his hand to refuse. Manager Zhao, our agreement was to kill the Thunder Ox. I won't interfere with anything else. Little Silver, let's go. Huo Bin saw Han Sen jump onto the electric fox and called out, Mr. Han? He had no choice but to lead the others away. Hurry, hurry, without that three-tailed electric fox will be struck by lightning. A few days later, Han Sen looked up at the peak of Jalei Mountain. He watched in surprise as the fox rushed towards it. Han Sen immediately chased after it, shouting, Little Silver, where are you going? Into the sky. Lightning began to gather and strike down. The fox silently watched the lightning strike the lightning flower, approaching the flower step by step. Han Sen called out breathlessly from below, Little Silver, wait for me. The fox opened its mouth, trying to eat the yellow lightning fruit. Lightning immediately struck it. The fox cried out in pain. Han Sen raised his hand to stop it. Wait, you're running to where it got burnt. With that, its whole body was struck black. Han Sen used his Dongchuan aura field to sense the fox's aura and found that its vitality not only hadn't weakened but had become even stronger. Golden light flashed in its eyes. He looked at the fox, radiating golden light all over, and encouraged it. Come on, Little Silver, work hard and get through this. At the peak of Jalei Mountain, Han Sen quietly stood guard. Suddenly he was startled and exclaimed, What's that? A thick black and yellow lightning bolt struck directly at the fox. Huge cracks appeared on its back and it moaned in pain. He watched bolts of different colored lightning strike down, shouting worriedly, Little Silver! The fox's body rapidly decomposed, crying out in pain. Han Sen reached out to block the dazzling light, calling out, Little Silver! The fox was reduced to a skeleton, radiating golden light. It let out a powerful cry, its fragments vanished and its body rapidly reassembled. Han Sen lowered his hand, exclaiming in surprise, Little Silver is regenerating flesh and blood. Three-tailed, you saw it nudge itself, wondering, does it want to take me? The fox urged. Ling, get on quickly, let's go. Han Sen rode it swiftly down the mountain. He looked back and said, the mountain is collapsing. Han Sen looked at Jalei Mountain from afar, seeing only a beam of light shooting straight down. He stroked the fox's head and said, Little Silver, you can do it, it cried out, shooting a lightning bolt into the sky. Han Sen saw this and thought, the sky was torn open by Little Silver's silver lightning, creating a rift. He was pressed to the ground by the pressure, uncomfortably thinking, this familiar pressure again. Han Sen looked through the rift at another world, contemplating. That's the entrance to the third god sanctuary. The fox flew through the rift towards the third god sanctuary. It looked at Han Sen and cried out, and he trembled all over, lowering his head and gritting his teeth. He denied, "No, you can't. But little Silver has already evolved. If it continues to stay in the second god sanctuary, its body will inevitably be corrupted, and the outcome will be very tragic." Han Sen looked up and shouted there, "Little Silver, go, I'll find you soon, very soon." The fox looked at him and cried out in response. Han Sen looked up and shouted, "Little Silver." It looked at him, cried out, and tried hard to stay in place. Han Sen suddenly realized Little Silver was forcefully trying to stay. He shouted forcefully, "You'll be completely annihilated, go." A lightning bolt quickly flashed by and the fox's figure disappeared with it. The lightning also vanished quickly. Han Sen looked there, crying and muttering, "Little Silver." He looked down at the ground. Han Sen collapsed to the ground thinking, "Little Silver, ever since you were born, you've almost always been by my side. Now that you're suddenly gone and the third god sanctuary is vast and boundless, who knows when we'll meet again." He sat up unwillingly, slammed his fist into the ground and roared, "Damn it, I'm going to cause havoc in the third god sanctuary. Even if Little Silver is at the ends of the earth, I'll find you." Han Sen stood up and roared with all his might, "Little Silver, wait for me. I'll raise you to the very end." Blue Star Construction 3 months later. He rode Chinzan back. Su Lan stood at the door waving and calling out, "Over here, Han Sen." He immediately rushed over and hugged her, shouting loudly, "Mom?" Han Sen looked at Su Lan and asked with concern, "Mom, why are you waiting for me here?" "Don't you need to go out hunting alien creatures?" she replied with a smile. "Last time you said you were almost here, so of course I'd wait for you in the construction base." At Luo Feng's residence, Su Lan looked at him and said, "You look a little different than before." Han Sen heard this and replied with a smile, "Of course I'm different. My super god genes have reached perfection," he added inwardly, "and I've never stopped cultivating the Blood Life Sutra along the way. I'm not far from the first level either." She stared at him and asked, "So you're about to ascend to the third god sanctuary?" Han Sen said, "Besides giving Mom beast souls, I came here because I wanted to take Mom to my momentary construction base. There are several very obedient super god creatures there that Mom can control." Su Lan held his hand and cautioned, "You underestimate your mom too much. Go about your business without worry. I'll go to the momentary construction base myself. But since you're ascending to the third god sanctuary, whatever you do, don't let the spirits know you're related to the Luo family." Han Sen heard this and was startled, asking why. She calmly recounted the past. "Your grandfather was too brutal in his slaughter in the third god sanctuary, making him a common enemy of the spirits. If you don't want to be besieged by the spirits, it's best not to let them know about your connection to the Luo family." Su Lan picked up her water glass, smiled and added, "But since you haven't cultivated the Fatian Sutra, it should be fine." Han Sen reached out to stroke his chin, smiling as he replied, "I understand." He began to scheme again. "The Luo family views me as a thorn in their side. Once I enter the third god sanctuary, those people will definitely reveal my identity." The momentary construction base stood firm. A group of people saw Han Sen coming and excitedly gathered around. "Director Chu, long time no see. Brother Han Sen is getting more handsome. Brother, when are you going to take us to hunt super god creatures?" He looked at those people and asked with concern, "How has hunting been recently?" "Don't worry, your share won't be reduced. Everyone has worked hard." In Han Sen's room, he collapsed onto the bed and sighed. "Dealing with people is really tiring." Han Sen picked up a gourd and pondered, "It still shows no signs of hatching. Should I leave it in the second construction world?" "What?" He looked at the little fairy biting him and mumbled with a smile, "The three-tailed electric fox, Big Black, Little Black and Little White are all very obedient. Even if I'm not here, they'll listen to my mom. As for you," he tightly grabbed its wings. Han Sen held it up and whispered, "Leaving you here will only cause trouble. Why don't I help you ascend to the third god sanctuary with me?" Underwater, a submarine quickly approached. The little fairy raised its fist and shouted, and he replied with crossed arms, "Understood." Han Sen said in the submarine, "Go." He walked out with his weapon, looked at the huge white creature before him, and said to the little fairy, "Little fairy, go towards it." The little fairy immediately froze it with ice crystals. Han Sen couldn't help but praise, "Well done," in the crystal palace. After dealing with the octopus, he immediately returned to the submarine. Han Sen stroked his chin, watching the little fairy lie down and rub its belly, and said, "I've fed you so many water-type super god creatures, it's time to ascend." He looked up at the dazzling light before him and said, "We've arrived. That spirit will definitely come to pick you up." A spirit opened the door and stood there waiting. Han Sen saw the fairy and immediately smiled, preparing to rush over, shouting angrily, "Hey, I've raised you for so long, don't you have any lingering affection?" The fairy made a face at him. Han Sen's eyes blazed with fire and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Still making faces? When I also reach the third god sanctuary, I'll definitely give you a good beating." The scene shifted to the deep sea, where a painful scream suddenly came from a strange crack in the seabed. Han Sen stood on the ship enduring the cold and sighed, "So heartless." With that he plopped down on the ground, sighed and muttered to himself, "Let's go, lest we cause trouble by staying here." As if sensing something, Han Sen suddenly looked up, his face showing a look of horror. At the same time, in the Soul Sea, the water dragon, confined by countless iron chains, twisted and struggled, letting out continuous painful roars. By the time Han Sen appeared, the water dragon had completely disappeared. Looking at the pile of iron chains left on the seabed, he couldn't help but wonder, has water dragon turned out like this again? He had 1,000 words he wanted to say, but Han Sen eventually just let out a helpless sigh. Well, at least it escaped. Meanwhile, at the Ning family, Ning Yu stood blankly, trying to shield her eyes from the dazzling light. At the same time, in the Soul Sea, Han Sen couldn't help but sigh. Ning Yu has suffered for Water Dragon all these years, yet she hasn't given me any useful information. Such a mindset is rare in this world. Footsteps echoed on the stone stairs, soft yet imposing. As soon as he stepped out, he was welcomed by guards on both sides who bowed respectfully and shouted, "Welcome, young master. This house hidden in the forest is the Alliance base." At the solemn retirement ceremony, the commander stood before the troops and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your 4 years of dedication." He then emphasized that military life ends here, but life's journey has just begun. The officers below, including Han Sen, applauded in approval. After the retirement ceremony, they were raising their glasses in celebration. "I said I'd marry my girlfriend after retirement. After marriage, we'll open a restaurant together. Old Zhang is going back to inherit his hundreds of millions of family assets. Han Sen, what about you?" He clinked glasses, smiling foolishly as he replied, "I want to go home and spend more time with my mom and sister." Amidst his teammates' enthusiasm, Han Sen, however, looked down at the cup in his hand, worried in his heart. The third god's sanctuary. Although the probability of survival is high, if I'm unlucky enough to be teleported to a place with high-level spirits that dislike me, then it's fate and nothing can be done. The scene switched again to Shayna's workshop, the evolution pool. Deep underground, the pool water swirled like an ancient eye, emitting a strange green light. Han Sen, robust in physique, wore a jade gourd necklace around his neck. Han Sen walked into the bottom of the pool, feeling a moment of hesitation. Although I don't know if the evolution pool will have any effect on the gourd, with that thought, Han Sen quickly walked deeper into the evolution pool. Until the deepest part, he reached out and firmly gripped the gourd, thinking, but there's no harm in trying. The next second, Han Sen's figure completely disappeared into the deep green pool water. After a while, he surfaced, eagerly calling out, "System notification." The system screen immediately popped up. Obtained 100 years of lifespan, Super God Body evolved, Super Emperor Spirit evolution successful, reached Transcender level. Han Sen, Super God Body, Super Emperor Spirit Transcender level, lifespan 400, next evolution requires 100 gene points. Current genes. Han Sen let out a sigh of relief, wiped the water from his face. His eyes became sharper and clearer. Just then, the gourd in his hand suddenly emitted a strange black mist. Watching the spiraling black mist seemingly release a powerful and mysterious energy, Han Sen muttered with trembling hands, "Could the thing inside be about to come out?" Streams of black mist poured out of the gourd, making him exclaim in surprise, "This evolution pool really works." As soon as he finished speaking, the black mist rushed towards the sky, surprising Han Sen. "This pressure is too strong. Could it be?" Before he could finish his sentence, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. Han Sen screamed in horror, watching as a black circle sucked him into the air. As soon as half his body was sucked in, he quickly shouted, "This is a spatial rift." Under the pressure of the vortex, Han Sen couldn't help but frown and groan. "My head hurts so much." As soon as he finished speaking, space was suddenly torn apart, frightening him into wide-eyed panic, unable to utter a sound. Subsequently, under the pressure of the spatial rift, Han Sen's entire body seemed to twist and he screamed in agony. A moment later, the spatial rift suddenly opened an entrance in the seabed. Han Sen's figure also fell through. He was naked and covered in wounds, shouting in alarm as he realized he was free-falling through the air. The next second, Han Sen crashed heavily onto the ground, the intense pain shooting straight to his head, making him gasp for air. The pain of being torn by space prevented Han Sen from standing up. He gripped the grass beneath him tightly, groaning in agony. "Oh God, all my bones are broken." Enduring the intense pain throughout his body, Han Sen gritted his teeth and circulated the Dongchuan Sutra. Subsequently, a green light immediately appeared, enveloping his entire body. A moment later, Han Sen lay on his back, gritting his teeth and muttering, "The Holy Rhino's holy light cannot circulate at all. It's over, it's really over. Am I, Han Sen, going to die like this?" Han Sen struggled to look up at the gourd, cursing with a trembling voice, "Gourd, oh Gourd, you've really killed me." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the ground, his body trembling from the excruciating pain. Even so, Han Sen still wondered to himself, "It's strange, even though I'm bleeding in multiple places, the blood only gathers at the wounds, not flowing out or congealing." He gritted his teeth, trying to feel his internal organs. Although his meridians and blood vessels were blocked, the blood in his injured organs was still circulating, seemingly not needing to rely on the heart or vascular system. Before he could finish, Han Sen suddenly remembered something important and he whispered excitedly, "Blood Vein Life Sutra." Han Sen tried hard to circulate his spiritual energy, and a black mist quickly enveloped his body. "It must work. It will definitely work." With such persistence, the Blood Vein Life Sutra was slowly healing his body. A black mist suddenly surged from the cracks in his wound. Seeing this, Han Sen smiled happily. "It's working." He quickly exhaled and tried to move his hand, and seeing his fingertips respond, he shouted happily, "I can move as expected. It lives up to its name as the Blood Life Sect's divine art, truly extraordinary." Han Sen took a deep, comfortable breath and sighed. "The air is so fresh. I must have reached the third god's sanctuary, right? Otherwise, with my transcender body, the air in the second god's sanctuary would feel incredibly polluted. Absolutely not this fresh." the scene shifted to the third god's sanctuary, where a colossal tree canopy appeared, with several cold gleams vaguely flickering among its branches. Han Sen suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "What is this?" Looking at the pile of swords hanging above his head, he complained in boredom. "Who's so bored as to hang so many swords on a tree?" Halfway through his sentence, Han Sen suddenly realized, "Doesn't this prove that someone has been here recently? Wait, what if they're spirits?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up and carefully observed the pile of sharp swords hanging on the tree. Those swords didn't look right. Han Sen narrowed his eyes, vigilantly watching the sword hilts tightly integrated with the branches. These swords weren't hung, they grew from the tree. "This is a tree grown from gene seeds." He seemed to sense something strange, muttering nervously. "Oh no, spirits, alien creatures and humans can all plant gene seeds. What if the owner of this gene tree is a ferocious alien creature? I can't even move right now. I can only become its food. Demon King armor, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scenery immediately changed, startling Han Sen into a state of alarm and vigilance. How could this be? At this moment he had entered the Soul Sea. Han Sen looked at the black hole continuously absorbing vital energy before him with some confusion. What is this damn thing? It can actually actively absorb vital energy. He looked around at the vital energy and judged thoughtfully, where is the vital energy it's absorbing coming from? Relying solely on the vital energy in the air, it's impossible to have such a large amount. Han Sen narrowed his eyes, trying hard to trace its path. When he saw the vital energy continuously surging from the sword, he exclaimed in surprise, "This black crystal is absorbing. It's actually the vital energy of this sword." Upon learning the source of the vital energy, Han Sen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not interested in humans. It wants to absorb plants grown from gene seeds. What if it just thinks my vital energy is too weak and plans to fatten me up before absorbing me? As soon as he finished speaking, a tender green leaf silently fell beside his head. The next second, the sword hanging on the tree suddenly cut through the air with power as if to cleave the entire world. Fortunately, the sword only grazed his head, but even so, it scared Han Sen pale, and he shouted, "Little angel, come protect me." At this moment, the scene switched back to the Soul Sea. As soon as he saw the sacred battle angel, he happily shouted, "Little angel, you're preparing to evolve. That's strange. I didn't feed it anything. How did it evolve on its own?" Just then, the black hole appeared behind Han Sen again, making him frown in confusion. "What is that?" Han Sen narrowed his eyes, trying hard to observe the black hole continuously absorbing vital energy at its center. He muttered in shock, "The liquid suspended around this black crystal is too rich in vital energy." Looking at the pile of liquid filled with countless vital energies, Han Sen's doubts reached their peak. Could this liquid be a treasure produced by the black crystal after absorbing vital energy? The scene shifted to the mountain. The previously lush green giant tree had now turned into a withered trunk, its yellowing leaves rustling down. Under the thick fallen leaves, Han Sen looked around in confusion, muttering, "What's wrong? Oh no, has someone come?" In the distance, Chu Ming walked along, waving and telling a story. "My 3-year-old black jade sword tree is finally almost mature. Lan Shi, I'm here. There are a total of 34 black jade swords. They'll definitely sell for a good price," Lan Shi happily replied. We should be able to exchange them for the flesh and blood of primordial alien creatures, which should help us increase a lot of primordial genes." Meanwhile, in the Soul Sea, looking at the enveloped sacred battle angel, he blurted out in shock, "Little angel, are you going to evolve? That's strange. I clearly didn't feed her anything. How did she evolve on her own, back in reality?" Han Sen lay on the ground gritting his teeth and muttering to himself, "Amitabha, I hope they don't get too angry when they see this sword." Chu Ming and Lan Shi were both stunned to see the withered black jade sword tree before them. A moment later he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Damn it, how could this happen?" Chu Ming rushed to the tree in a panic, digging frantically. During this time he kept asking himself, how could this happen? Just then, Lan Shi suddenly discovered Han Sen buried in the pile of fallen leaves. She cried out in alarm, "There's someone here." Hearing this, Chu Ming stopped and looked in confusion. He quickly rushed over, grabbed Han Sen, shook him and questioned, "Did you destroy our black jade sword tree? Was it you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Han Sen suddenly groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Lan Shi quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Are you crazy? Can't you see he's seriously injured? Do you want to kill him?" Chu Ming was pushed aside, pointing and cursing unwillingly. "Lan Shi, this person is of unknown origin, appearing in our orchard. The black jade sword was also destroyed by him. This matter must be related to him." While helping Han Sen lie down, she advised, "Don't be anxious, let's figure it out first." Lan Shi used her spiritual energy to heal him, then turned and reminded, "He's human, one of us. I don't think he intentionally harmed us." At this point, Chu Ming's anger had gradually subsided, but he still spoke unwillingly. However, she quickly interrupted Chu Ming, "Enough, let's save him first." With that, Lan Shi summoned a giant turtle. Without a word, the two of them carried Han Sen onto the turtle's back. A moment later in the wooden house, Lan Shi looked at him lying unconscious on the bed and slowly said, "He's seriously injured, we must find someone to treat him." Chu Ming, standing nearby, heard this and resisted the cold to retort, "Treat him? This person might be the one who destroyed our black jade swords and we're supposed to treat him," he emphasized angrily. "All our hard work for 3 years went into the black jade swords. We thought we could exchange them for some profit, but now it's all gone. Where would we get the money to treat him?" At this moment, Han Sen also woke up and weakly said, "Thank you, no need. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Seeing this, Chu Ming immediately rushed to the bedside and roared, "All right, you're finally willing to speak. Quick, tell me, did you destroy the black jade sword? What exactly are your intentions?" Lan Shi quickly stopped him. "Don't hurt him anymore." Han Sen didn't mind weakly fabricating an identity. "My name is Sen Mu. I was attacked by an alien creature and ran for a long time before arriving here. That sword was also broken by the alien creature. It's all my fault. I am willing to compensate you for your losses," Chu Ming asked doubtfully. "Compensation?" With that, he began to calculate. "All right, we won't pursue it further. At market price, 1 black jade sword for 1 primordial alien creature, a total of 34 black jade swords. You give us 34 primordial alien creatures." Han Sen closed his eyes and replied wearily, "Once I've recovered, I'll compensate you as soon as possible." Then slowly probed, "Are there any strongholds nearby? Can I teleport back to the Alliance? If I receive treatment in the Alliance?" Before he could finish, Chu Ming snorted coldly and interrupted him. "Stop dreaming. How could spirits let us teleport out?" Lan Shi was silent for a moment, then turned to ask, "San Mu, which stronghold did you come from? Where did you encounter the alien creature?" Chu Ming, without waiting for an answer, frowned and confidently stated, "Where else could it be? It must be the thicket forest." Just as Han Sen was about to answer, a violent cough suddenly seized him and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He said weakly, "I just entered the third god sanctuary not long ago. I'm not familiar with this place yet." Seeing this, Chu Ming's face turned pale. He rushed over in a panic. "Please don't die, or who will compensate us for our black jade swords?" Halfway through his sentence, Chu Ming suddenly stopped and probed, "Hey wait, you just entered the third sanctuary not long ago. Where would you get primordial flesh and blood to compensate us?" Lan Shi, unable to bear it any longer, had to push him out. "Being anxious is useless. Let's go out first and let him rest well." Chu Ming turned unwillingly and shouted angrily, "Liar, don't think you can renege on your debt," she advised helplessly. "Even if you kill him now, it's useless. Let him work off his debt slowly after he recovers." The scene switched back to the Soul Sea. Lan Shi and Han Sen, each carrying a bucket of water, were hurrying towards the black jade sword tree. She poured the water from her hand onto the tree roots while gently telling a story. "Those who are new to the third god's sanctuary are even inferior to common alien creatures, capable only of performing menial tasks under spirits. Chu Ming and I are the only ones from Azure Underworld Sanctuary assigned to plant gene seeds. Each year, we must present offerings to the Azure Underworld Knight to avoid punishment." After hearing this, Han Sen lowered his head in remorse and softly apologized. After watering, the two returned to the wooden house. He asked suspiciously, "Did you build this wooden house?" Lan Shi replied without concealment, "It was left by a spirit. This garden used to be under his management. It was entrusted to me after he fell in battle." Han Sen sat on the enormous tree root, observing and musing that although the tree was incredibly fragile, it still harbored a trace of vitality. This vitality didn't seem to belong to an object. He gently touched the trunk, a dejected expression on his face, and softly asked, "Could this ancient tree also have been grown from a gene seed?" Lan Shi looked up at the treetop after hearing him, then slowly replied, "This is a dragon blood ancient tree, said to have grown from a mutated gene seed. The dragon blood ancient tree must be watered with the blood of blood-eating scales. Unfortunately, Azure Underworld Sanctuary doesn't have such a thing. That old spirit once risked his life to enter the thicket forest to hunt for blood-eating scales, ultimately dying there. The dragon blood ancient tree, a vivid image of a snake severed in two whose flowing blood was precisely the required nourishment, suddenly appeared in his mind. After hearing everything, he pondered with a solemn expression. This mutated gene tree, he seemed to instantly see Lan Shi standing beneath the golden canopy, which was laden with bright red dragon blood fruits. She gave a sad smile and lamented. If planted successfully, it would bear dragon blood fruits, and mutated blood-eating dragon spirit beasts would hatch from them. Any one of those could fetch an astronomical price. Han Sen was speechless, only able to sigh and comfort her. "That's truly a pity." Lan Shi merely shrugged and replied, "What's there to pity? Even if someone sold the blood of blood-eating scales, we wouldn't have the money to buy it. There's no way we could grow it." Just then, a pearl enveloped in countless auras suddenly appeared in the Soul Sea. He couldn't help but ask himself in surprise, "What's wrong with the Soul Sea?" Looking at the green light that suddenly emerged above him, Han Sen's eyes widened, thinking, "What is this?" The light beam landed directly beside the withered tree root, making him squint in confusion. The vitality was slowly growing stronger. As soon as it touched the tree root, it rapidly emitted a circle of light filled with aura. In an instant, the entire colossal tree trunk was enveloped in countless intense auras. Seeing this scene, Han Sen's eyes widened as he asked himself in surprise, could those few drops of water make a withered tree sprout? The next day, while he was still asleep, a shout suddenly came from outside. "Sister Lan Shi, the dragon blood tree has sprouted." Lan Shi, called by name, quickly walked out and scolded loudly, "What on earth are you doing so early in the morning?" Awakened by their conversation, Han Sen frowned and muttered softly, "So annoying." Outside the wooden house, the formerly withered dragon blood tree now sported a tender green sprout. Chu Ming stepped forward and softly called out, "Sister Lan Shi, look." Looking at the string of tender sprouts emerging, she couldn't help but ask, "Is it true, the dragon blood tree has really sprouted?" At this moment, Han Sen rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the house to observe the two of them. He walked up and raised his hand to touch the dragon blood tree, secretly assessing this vitality is still too weak. Sensing the tree's condition, Han Sen frowned and calculated. The dragon blood ancient tree had indeed revived, but the drop of water within it was completely exhausted, insufficient for it to bear fruit. After her initial joy, Lan Shi then murmured worriedly, even if I don't know why it revived, without the blood of blood-eating scales to water it, it will eventually wither again. Chu Ming, after hearing this, turned around and stammered in reply, that old spirit was, after all, a night-level spirit, and he still perished in the thicket forest. If we were to go in and hunt for blood-eating scales, it would be a dead end. Han Sen, having heard this, turned around and said, I know some methods for nurturing trees. I could give it a try. Upon hearing him, he dismissively waved his hand, refusing. Forget it. You're just a kid who just arrived in the third god sanctuary. Don't make things worse. Lan Shi showed no signs of refusal, only seriously retorted, Han Sen, do you really have a way? Han Sen scratched his face, asking somewhat awkwardly, if I can really make the dragon blood ancient tree grow, can the debt for the black jade sword tree be completely wiped out? She agreed without hesitation. If you can truly make it grow, forget about any debt. You'll even get a share if it sells for a good price. Chu Ming, standing nearby, hastily tried to dissuade her. Sister Lan Shi, do you really believe him? He's clearly a liar. Having gained her agreement, Han Sen immediately stood up and said, all right, I'll do my best to try. I hope it has some effect. The scene shifted back to the river. Han Sen observed the riverbed, musing, although I still have 2 drops of water, they are entirely insufficient to make the dragon blood ancient tree grow to full size. Looking at the river stretching to the horizon, he recalled amidst the cold, Lan Shi once said that this jade-scale river originates from the thicket forest, and occasionally some gene seeds are washed ashore and take root there on their own. Han Sen, riding on the spirit cat eagle's back, kept calculating in his mind, if I can find those wild gene seeds and let the black crystal absorb their life essence, perhaps new water drops can be produced. After walking a distance, he suddenly stopped because there was a tree growing by the roadside. Han Sen quickly dismounted and assessed, this is, judging by its vitality, it's definitely just an ordinary gene plant. He tightly grasped the green tree, then closed his eyes, softly praying, O black crystal, display your divine power once more. Whether I'll eat well and dress well this time depends entirely on you. Immediately after, Han Sen instantly saw the tree's soul see, where a green light emanated, and then an emerald-green pearl flew high into the sky. Looking at the rapidly wilting tree in his hand, he couldn't help but exclaim softly in delight. It really worked, it really absorbed it. Han Sen then turned his head and called the spirit cat eagle. Spirit cat eagle, let's go, we need to head back. It leaped up happily in response. Just then, several dark branches suddenly emerged from beneath the emerald-green river water. The spirit cat eagle, in mid-leap, seemed to sense something. It immediately stopped and watched warily. Han Sen, seeing it stop, dismounted and asked confusedly, What's wrong, Spirit Cat Eagle, we should go. No sooner had he spoken than the Spirit Cat Eagle, which had been on guard, suddenly bristled its fur and snarled, baring its teeth. Seeing its unusual movements, his face instantly darkened, and he turned to look in the direction the Spirit Cat Eagle was roaring. He saw it arching its back, snarling warily at the wooden vines floating on the water's surface. Han Sen narrowed his eyes, musing, the Spirit Cat Eagle is warning me that those wooden vines are problematic. Only then did he look around, carefully observing the wooden vines that were emitting a dense aura. Han Sen pondered worriedly. The vitality is truly terrifying. He then raised his hand to deploy the Dongxuan aura field, and countless auras suddenly emanated from Han Sen's forehead. With the Dongxuan aura field, he quickly saw a toad hidden beneath those wooden vines. Han Sen narrowed his eyes, calculating, it's stronger than any god-grade super creature I've seen in the second god sanctuary. After estimating its strength, he could only grit his teeth and curse under his breath. Damn toad, once I recover, I'll definitely come back and roast you for dinner, Han Sen reluctantly ordered. Spirit Cat Eagle, let's go, we'll head back first. After speaking, he leaped onto the Spirit Cat Eagle's back. It quickly ran out of the forest and returned to the wooden house. Hearing movement from a distance, Chu Ming turned around suspiciously. He's back? Not far away. Han Sen and the Spirit Cat Eagle were slowly walking back, carrying a bucket of water. As soon as he saw him, he crossed his arms and asked, I didn't expect you to have a beast soul as a pet. What grade is it? Han Sen replied indifferently. God blood from the first construction. As he spoke, he poured the entire bucket of water onto the roots of the dragon blood tree. Chu Ming, upon hearing this, mocked, What's the point of bringing a god blood pet from the first construction? You'd run faster on your own than riding it. He completely ignored his sarcasm. Han Sen explained while inspecting the tree. I'm injured right now, so riding it is perfect. He secretly calculated in his mind, all I need to do is drip the life water drops into the tree roots. As his thoughts drifted, the circle of vitality beneath the tree roots gradually spread to the trunk. Seeing Han Sen turn to leave, Chu Ming hastily jumped out and asked, Is that all? He glanced at him disdainfully, then slowly said, What else? Chu Ming then raised a hand to rub his forehead and spoke sarcastically. As expected, I shouldn't have held any expectations for him. What good is just pouring some water? Han Sen detected the barb in his words. Didn't retort, merely chuckling softly. Perhaps maybe it might work. Infuriated by Han Sen's dismissive attitude, Chu Ming's face turned green. He then clicked his tongue and muttered under his breath, I'd be crazy to believe you. However, the next day, the dragon blood ancient tree, withered for many years, truly grew new leaves again, and a dense wall of vitality permeated the surroundings. Chu Ming, seeing this scene, his eyes lit up and he shouted in surprise and delight. The next morning outside the wooden house, the dragon blood ancient tree had visibly grown much larger, strikingly different from its original withered state. It was now vibrant with vitality, its crown lush and covering a wide area. Chu Ming, Lan Shi and Han Sen all stared with wide eyes, unable to believe the miracle before them. She immediately asked, "San Mu, what did you do? How did the dragon blood ancient tree grow so fast?" "I didn't do anything," Han Sen merely replied calmly. "I just went to the river, scooped a bucket of water and poured it on the dragon blood ancient tree." Ah! Upon hearing this, Chu Ming hastily grabbed a wooden bucket, turned, and ran off. The two looked back at him in confusion, and he asked, "Where are you going?" He replied gleefully, "I'm going to the river to scoop more water and pour it on the dragon blood ancient tree to make it grow faster." Han Sen crossed his arms, sighed helplessly, then analyzed. Nurturing a tree is not like fighting a fire. More water isn't necessarily better. If you water it too much, you might actually destroy the dragon blood ancient tree. Chu Ming suddenly stopped, his face full of bewilderment. He asked confusedly, "Brother, tell me what to do. I'll listen to everything you say." A moment later, Han Sen sat by the river, lost in thought, holding a small flower. The flower emitted a dreamy purple-red light, surrounded by spiritual energy as if containing wondrous vitality. However, in just an instant the light gradually dissipated, and the flower withered, its petals curling, leaving behind a desolate and somber scene. He mused to himself, "The flower that bloomed from the gene seed has already withered." Immediately after, a drop from the soul sea appeared in the void, emitting a somber green and shining with dazzling light. Han Sen quietly assessed, "The water drop is too small." At that moment he suddenly had an epiphany, his expression unusually radiant, as if he had touched upon a profound secret. It seems the water drops produced by the black crystal are related to the origin's growth process, and their life essences are equally potent. Doesn't this mean I can utilize this ability of the black crystal? As Han Sen drew his conclusions, he watched the lion and the spirit cat eagle playing happily on the grass, absorbing the life essence of ordinary plants, then using it to accelerate the growth process of mutated gene plants that would otherwise take hundreds or thousands of years to mature. Upon returning to the wooden house, Han Sen gave the spirit cat eagle a bucket of water, which it drank with relish. In an instant, a majestic power erupted from the spirit cat eagle's entire body. He stood silently observing, as if foreseeing the outcome, thinking, after drinking the life water drop, the spirit cat eagle's life essence also seems to be growing stronger. Not long after, the spiritual energy around it gradually returned to normal, leaving him confused. Was I mistaken? Why did the spirit cat eagle's life essence return to normal? Han Sen looked left and right, thinking, perhaps the experimental amount was too small, so I didn't see any obvious changes for a while. But it's my pet that has followed me for many years. I can't gamble with the spirit cat eagle's life. Thinking this, he gathered his courage and dipped a finger into the bucket of water from earlier. Han Sen was startled, his eyes wide with terror, his face pale and covered in sweat as he looked at his wrinkled finger. Han Sen trembled, gritting his teeth, his heart churning. My finger is wrinkled. I'm getting old, aren't I? He fell back onto the ground in panic, clumsily scrambling backward, shaking his hand and shouting uncontrollably, "Get away from me, old man!" The scene shifted to the riverside, where wooden sprouts emerged from the water, swaying slowly and creating ripples. Beneath the river water, several golden orbs of light floated on the wooden vines. Shimmering mysteriously in the dim space, a strange toad lay on the wooden vines, its green eyes like sparkling jade. Han Sen stood perfectly straight, hands tightly clenched, his gaze fixed on the water, firmly thinking to himself, "My body is almost fully recovered. It's time to send you on your way." He twisted his shoulders and stretched, an expression of weariness on his face, thinking, "It's been a while since I've fought. My bones feel rusty." Han Sen began to unleash his power. Lightning erupted, electric arcs enveloped his entire body, thunder and lightning boomed, and his aura was boundless and mighty. From his fingertip, a beam of electricity, imbued with terrifying pressure, shot straight towards the jade-scale river. The water surface churned simultaneously. The toad slowly surfaced, and in an instant the wooden vines shattered into hundreds of pieces, revealing two terrifying pupils glowing with green light. It immediately opened its huge mouth, and deep within its throat a strange object shimmered. The next second, a copper coin violently shot out from its mouth, decisively rushing forward. Lightning suddenly burst forth from its cold eyes. Han Sen's expression was solemn as he mused. A copper coin. Lightning erupted with his every step. He directly swung his fist and charged, shouting, "Die!" His powerful fist struck the copper coin head-on, shattering it into fragments. By the river, witnessing this scene, the toad became furious, gnashing its teeth and roaring incessantly. With several angry roars, it leapt out of the water. Han Sen was extremely nervous, countless questions flooding his mind. This guy actually dared to activate its second gene lock. That silver toad, its life essence has really intensified. Its entire body gleamed with silver light, bright as metal. Simultaneously, a silver coin shot out from the toad's mouth, heading straight for him. Han Sen's eyes widened as he watched the silver coin charge like lightning, thinking, there's no other way, I'll have to meet it head-on. Thinking this, he decisively leapt up, gathering lightning attribute spiritual energy in his palm, and unleashed the great thunder sound fist. Han Sen roared ferociously, come on! Then without hesitation he threw a punch, and a bolt of lightning collided head-on with the silver coin. The instant of impact saw blood splatter, and the silver coin directly shattered Han Sen's ultimate lightning. The powerful impact knocked him back to the ground, his feet gripping tightly. Han Sen gritted his teeth, holding on, and thought in surprise, what? This silver coin actually shattered my lightning and hit my fist directly. He clenched his fist in anger, blood streaming, his palm trembling uncontrollably. Han Sen covered his wound with his left hand, his face frowning, his eyes cold incredulously, thinking to himself, I can't believe the first alien creature I encountered in the third god sanctuary has already activated its second gene lock. He quickly adjusted his stance, calmly musing, although I haven't activated my second gene lock yet, my physique is even stronger than most of those who have. Killing this toad shouldn't be difficult. The toad had now successfully activated its gene lock, breaking through to a new realm. It leapt up, its body turning golden yellow, and the dazzling light shone on Han Sen's face. He was both angry and displeased, continuously cursing under his breath. Damn it, a third gene lock? How am I supposed to fight that? Flickering light emanated from the toad's golden yellow skin. It charged forward with youthful vigor, launching a frontal attack. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Sen immediately retracted the blade of defense and quickly jumped onto the Spirit Cat Eagle's back to escape. Spirit Cat Eagle, retreat quickly. At the same time, a copper coin tore through the air, flying out from the money toad's mouth, carrying an oppressive force. The copper coin instantly caught up to Han Senator. He glanced back, and his body immediately radiated blue spiritual energy. Han Sen was surprised, secretly exclaiming, damn, that fast! He irritably shouted. If I can't beat it, can I at least hide? He had a flash of inspiration and used the Dongxuan movement technique to dodge sideways. The copper coin immediately bypassed him, then landed directly on the ground ahead, producing a deafening explosion. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the copper coin spun in the air, circling like a living creature. This terrified him. Its power was completely beyond imagination. Damn it, it can even turn! Smoke billowed, and the copper coin aggressively sped past, heading straight for Han Sen in an assassination attempt. His first reaction was to hastily wave his electricity-infused fist in front of him, staring nervously at the copper coin rushing like a meteor, blurting out, it's too late to dodge, looks like I'll have to take this hit head-on. When the two were only a hair's breadth apart, he immediately poured all his lightning power into his right hand, unleashing the great thunder sound fist. A second later, Han Sen stared blankly again as the copper coin landed in his hand, not understanding what had happened. He stood there dumbfounded, muttering to himself in surprise. It stopped. Before he could even rejoice, a huge force erupted from the copper coin, causing Han Sen to panic. What is this? His body lost balance, falling amidst the scorching gale. The surrounding ground continuously collapsed, with cracks spreading in all directions. His body lay prone, completely pinned by the intense vibrations as plumes of smoke rose. When everything gradually settled, Han Sen, covered in wounds and trembling all over, struggled to sit up but failed. Secretly thinking, I can't stand up, he gritted his teeth, his face solemn, and murmured, it's over. This toad's power is too bizarre. By the river, the aftershocks had not fully dissipated. Han Sen struggled to lift his numb body and stand up. With the last bit of strength, he staggered to his feet. Then he helplessly mused that his body was so heavy that even walking was difficult, and at this speed escape was impossible. Meanwhile, the money toad roared loudly, its entire body blazing with flames and spiritual light, soaring to the sky as if to incinerate heaven and earth. Its mouth was still open, and Han Sen watched the copper coin charge again, feeling annoyed. With an unpleasant expression, he complained in his heart, here it comes again. However, Han Sen suddenly realized, damn it, I can't move at all. At this moment his heart was incredibly flustered. Danger was imminent. Han Sen gritted his teeth and made up his mind, since that's the case, I won't dodge. With that thought, he immediately gathered his true chi in his palm. The Iron Knight Han Sen decisively waved his hand, and gloomy spiritual power surged forth, but it was still no match for the money toad's attack. He cursed unwillingly. It can even break my saber energy. Han Sen was startled by what had just happened, his whole body trembling, and he couldn't help but fall to one knee. Damn it! The copper coin emitted a heavy pressure, smashing directly towards his head like a meteor, as if to crush his soul. Han Sen gritted his teeth, enduring. But the muscular man, struggling to resist the immense pressure beyond normal human strength, exclaimed, too heavy. The money toad let out a piercing cry, unleashing its old trick again. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at the approaching copper coin, and an unconscious voice blurted out as if foretelling fate, it's over. A deafening explosion sounded, shaking all directions, and the entire ground and Han Sen were crushed by a terrifying power like divine wrath. The earth cracked into huge fissures, suppressed by fierce spiritual light from above, and crushed by dirt and rubble from below, causing him to cry out in agony, his face contorted in pain. The money toad did not let up at this moment, launching continuous fierce attacks, the copper coins shooting out at what seemed like a new level of speed. Countless copper coins rushed straight towards Han Sen's body, launching a fierce assault. Although their power was not great, their impact was extremely terrifying, leaving him unable to resist. He muttered to himself, even if the copper coins can't kill me instantly, if I'm hit by a few more, this terrifying pressure will crush me. A triumphant smile appeared at its mouth. believing it had achieved a glorious victory. At the critical moment of life and death, a huge pillar of spiritual light shot straight into the sky. Shaking heaven and earth, smoke and dust filled the air, spreading in all directions. In an instant, Han Sen's figure suddenly changed, as if transforming in the void. His long white hair fluttered in the wind, and his black armor was mighty. He was utterly bewildered, unconsciously asking himself, "What is going on?" Han Sen first noticed his hair had changed. He glanced at it and dumbfoundedly cried out, "This is my hair." Immediately after, Han Sen quickly extended his hand from the pit, his palm covered with a faint spiritual light. He radiated an overwhelming aura, standing majestically, his hands tightly clenched as golden copper coins scattered on the ground with a clattering sound. Han Sen gritted his teeth and provoked, "Come on, let's have a proper fight this time." The money toad was instantly terrified, its fat body trembling with fear, its bulging eyes quivering as it looked at his fury. It didn't dare to think further, quickly turning and fleeing. Han Sen ferociously roared, trying to run. His figure flickered in the air, each step seemingly tearing through space, chasing at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, Han Sen easily overtook his opponent, blocking its path, his whole body radiating brilliant light. He furiously roared, "Go on, run again!" Then he decisively threw a punch, power gathering in his fist. Seeing this, the money toad, attempting its old trick, frantically spat out a copper coin. Han Sen fiercely shouted, "Die!" In a brief instant the two collided, and spiritual energy erupted in the air. He frowned deeply, his face filled with tension, decisively pouring all his strength into the attack. Han Sen snorted coldly, immediately defeating his opponent. The money toad was flattened to the ground by his punch, blood gushing out. At this moment the tide of battle turned, a mocking smile playing on Han Sen's lips. The system notification sounded, "Hunt successful. Successfully hunted primordial creature money toad. No beast soul obtained. Edible flesh and blood may randomly grant 10 primordial gene points." He laughed heartily, the laugh of a victor. By the river at this moment, Han Sen's power was slowly dissipating. He stared blankly as everything gradually vanished, unable to do anything, unable to believe his eyes. Han Sen hesitantly asked himself, "Is my power draining?" Just then an unexpected voice sounded. System notification, super god body overloaded, unable to maintain Emperor Spirit superstate. The voice kept repeating. Han Sen immediately became vigilant, constantly looking around. Who was speaking? Was it a warning sound? As if confirming his thoughts, he relaxed at this moment and chuckled again. So this is the super god Emperor Spirit state. To be able to eliminate a money toad with 3 gene locks with one punch is indeed incredibly powerful. As he said this, the image of himself as a 3-second king flashed through his mind again, making him smile wryly. But to only last 3 seconds is too fast. Soon after, back in the wooden house, Han Sen was cooking when Lan Shi and Chu Ming returned. As soon as they reached the door, they shouted, "We're back!" Chu Ming took a deep breath and then exclaimed, "It smells so good." "San Mu, are you making dinner for us?" Han Sen quickly responded, "Yes, I hunted an alien creature today and made a pot of soup." Then he placed a pot full of soup on the table and under their glistening gazes said, "Have a taste." Chu Ming looked at the contents of the pot and asked in confusion, "What is this? Why does it look like a toad?" Before Han Sen could answer, he stood up and pointed at a piece of antelope meat saying, "Toad, what toad? Look closely. This is genuine primordial grade blood antelope meat. We were lucky today, and exchanged for this at a cheap price." Lan Shi also nodded in agreement. "That's right, San Mu, come and eat this." Han Sen's meat was quickly thrust into his hand. He hesitated. "What about my soup?" Chu Ming immediately suggested, "Forget it, save it for tomorrow. We need to improve our meals today." Han Sen was instantly speechless but eventually agreed. All right. After a while, a sumptuous dinner was laid out. Chu Ming spoke. "San Mu, your injuries are almost healed. Why don't you go to the beast zone to find some work? Otherwise it'll be troublesome if you can't hand in your offerings." Lan Zai's expression also became serious after hearing this. She said, "If our black jade swords hadn't been destroyed, we could have helped you, but now this dragon blood ancient tree will probably take at least 10 years to bear fruit. We can't rely on it now." Seeing the atmosphere turn somewhat heavy, Han Sen quickly comforted them. "Don't worry, I'll go to the beast zone tomorrow to check it out." Despite saying this, he was secretly calculating that he needed to quickly understand the situation in Azure Underworld Sanctuary and Thicket Forest, and also find a way to teleport back to the Alliance to inform his mother and Yanran that he was safe. After dinner, Han Sen leaned tiredly on the table to rest, but his mind was still racing. He figured that everyone should continue to take care of the dragon blood ancient tree, and if it ever bore fruit, they would certainly benefit. Suddenly some unfamiliar voices came from outside. Han Sen quickly noticed. Someone is talking. He then uncomprehendingly asked himself, who would come here? He hastily went out, pushed open the door and observed outside Lan Shi and Chu Ming were bowing their heads and speaking to a tall burly man and his guards. "Yes, Lord Azure Underworld." Azure Underworld struck a fierce pose and warned the two of them, "If the tree dies, the Lord will definitely not spare you." Lan Shi and Chu Ming were trembling with fear at this moment, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Seeing this scene, Han Sen's gaze immediately became colder. He secretly thought, so he is the Azure Underworld Knight. Azure Underworld eventually left, not forgetting to leave a final warning. "In short, do as I say, otherwise neither of you will have a moment's peace. Let's go, everyone." The two immediately responded, "Understood, Lord Azure Underworld." Han Sen stood aside observing and couldn't help but click his tongue. Just a night-level alien spirit. Chu Ming, however, burst into tears at this moment. He said aggrievedly, So unlucky, the Azure Underworld Knight still found out about the Dragonblood Ancient Tree. Now all our hard work is for nothing. If anything happens to the Dragonblood Ancient Tree, we'll suffer too. Han Sen walked forward and softly comforted him. Anyway, the Dragonblood Ancient Tree will take another 10 years to bear fruit, so don't you two worry. I'll reheat this pot of toad soup, you two eat something. But Chu Ming had already left, only leaving behind a remark, I'm full of anger, I'm not eating. Back at the tree garden, Lan Shi ran and turned back to Han Sen saying, you just arrived not long ago, you probably haven't gained any genes, right? My basic genes are already full, so take this and eat it. Absorb some genes and work will be easier. After a while in the tree garden, Han Sen stood there observing the Dragonblood Ancient Tree. He smiled slightly, thinking to himself, the timing of the Dragonblood Ancient Tree's full maturity is in my hands. Don't even think about snatching it. At the bottom of the Samadhi River, the copper coin fruits emitted a mysterious yellow light. Floating in the cold river water, like treasures waiting to be unearthed, Han Sen gently extended his hand into the water, picking up each fruit. He picked up a fruit and examined it closely, quite surprised to blurt out, it matured so quickly, not in vain did I water you with a drop of water. He began to study it, and after a long time concluded that it was quite heavy and didn't look edible, and he didn't know what its use was. After thinking for a while, Han Sen decided that fruits from primordial gene plants must be good things, so he would keep them for later research. Soon after, inside the Azure Underworld stronghold, a bustling market gathered various alien creatures. Buyers and sellers made a clamor, forming a desirable scene of prosperity. Han Sen observed this noisy scene, secretly thinking in surprise, do the alien creatures in the third construction also know how to trade like humans? Suddenly a furry hand reached out from behind him, gripping his sleeve tightly. He was startled, turned around, his eyes confused, not understanding what was happening. Han Sen frowned slightly, pulled his hand back and asked seriously, why are you pulling me? The ape then pointed at something in his pocket. Han Sen slowly took out the copper coin fruit from his pocket, tilting his head and tentatively asking, do you want this? He then secretly thought to himself, does this guy know how to use these fruits? The ape immediately cheered excitedly. It waved its hand pointing at its gene seed stall. Han Sen asked confusedly, do you want to exchange them with me? It immediately grinned, chuckling in agreement. But Han Sen quickly retracted the copper coin fruit, coldly refusing, no, these few things aren't enough for an exchange. Immediately after, the ape quickly turned and ran towards the stall. A moment later it returned with a brilliant smile, extending both hands with a pile of colorful gene seeds shining brightly, causing Han Sen to blurt out, ha! Then he straightforwardly made a suggestion. He offered the copper coin fruit for exchange. How about one of these fruits for all your gene seeds? It let out a cry, indicating a deal. Immediately after, the ape jumped up excitedly like a child who had received candy. Seeing it like this, Han Sen felt a bit regretful. He secretly thought, so happy, looks like I exchanged too little. A second later, it quickly put the gene fruit into its mouth. Han Sen was immediately startled. It just swallowed it directly. He stared blankly as it crunched on the rare treasure like candy, then helplessly sighed, looks like that's how it's eaten. But then it spat out all the fruits again. Then it continued to pull Han Sen's sleeve. It pointed at his pocket, seemingly wanting to continue trading. He decisively shook his head. Stop pulling me, I'm not exchanging anymore. The ape wouldn't give up, suddenly attacking his pocket, startling him. He shouted, what are you trying to do, rob me? Han Sen immediately gathered spiritual power and quickly channeled it into a gold coin. Before the ape could react, he had already placed the gold coin on its forehead. The animal stared blankly at the faint glow on its head, not understanding what it was, but then it was pressed to its knees by an invisible force. The attack was so powerful that even the surrounding ground trembled as expected. The next second, it fell down. Han Sen straightened his clothes, frowned and said, I told you I wasn't exchanging. After a while in Azure Underworld Sanctuary, Han Sen walked along complaining that the damned monkey even tried to force a trade, making him act. Suddenly a figure unexpectedly appeared before him. Han Sen was slightly surprised but quickly regained his composure, guessing it's an alien spirit. Did the monkey's master come to cause trouble? Yu Yan spoke first. What is your name, sir? He immediately replied. My name is San Mu. What can I do for you? Yu Yan, seeing his attitude, quickly explained. Sir, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just saw you discipline that red-haired monkey, and the power you used seemed to have a suppressing ability. I want to tame a gale beast. That beast is too ferocious and won't submit to me. Your power would be very helpful. I'll repay you with alien spirit genes. What do you think? Han Sen quickly had a business idea. He seriously asked, what rank of alien spirit are you, sir? How many alien spirit genes can you give me? Yu Yan quickly conjured a ball of fire in his hand and then began to introduce himself. My name is Yu Yan. I am a night-level fire attribute alien spirit, and I can give you 10 fire attribute genes. Han Sen thought it was acceptable, so he instructed. Let me be clear, if you can't tame it, that's got nothing to do with me and I'll still collect my payment. Yu Yan replied magnanimously. Of course I can pay you in advance. With that, he transferred 10 fire attribute genes to Han Senator instantly. Han Sen was enveloped in a scorching flame. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Fire attribute night level gene 1. After the transaction, the two headed towards a manor. Looking at the scene before him, Han Sen immediately guessed, to own such a large manor, this alien spirit's identity must be extraordinary. Soon they arrived at their destination. Yu Yan pointed at the enormous green creature and said, "This is the Gale Beast." No sooner had he spoken than the Gale Beast roared, its power and presence not to be underestimated. Han Sen calmly shot a copper coin which attached itself to the Gale Beast. The Gale Beast immediately sensed something amiss. It twisted its body frantically trying to shake off the foreign object. The Gale Beast showed no fear, roaring fiercely at Han Sen as he reached out to retrieve the copper coin. Han Sen thought to himself, "I didn't expect it to not be suppressed." Han Sen's gaze became even more determined and he muttered. A single copper coin had no effect on it. Immediately after, he consecutively pinned 7 copper coins onto the Gale Beast. The Gale Beast immediately trembled. Despite succeeding, Han Sen wasn't particularly happy. He thought, "To suppress a primordial creature, I didn't expect to use 7 copper coins. Simulating the power of copper coins with the first level of the Dongchuan Sutra is far less effective than using real copper coins." Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel a little regret. If it were the money toad, 2 coins would probably have been enough at this moment. Yu Yan also couldn't keep his composure. Holding his fire whip, he gritted his teeth and said to the Gale Beast, "Even after all this, you still refuse to accept my brand?" Then he began to curse. "You damned beast!" Accompanied by the curses, the fire whip lashed fiercely at the Gale Beast, causing it immense pain. The Gale Beast bled from the lashing but remained ferocious. Yu Yan said with a grim expression, "As expected of an alien creature from the thicket forest, this Gale Beast is truly too wild. There's probably no chance of it ever submitting." Han Sen glanced at the Gale Beast and asked, "It's from the thicket forest?" Yu Yan then explained, "We found it at the edge of the thicket forest, a primordial creature capable of opening 4 gene locks. Truly too rare. I paid a huge price to capture it alive, but it's proven difficult to tame." He sighed. "It seems I'll have to butcher it for its meat. What a pity." However, Han Sen took out a copper coin fruit and spoke, "Are you selling this Gale Beast? What do you think of this price?" Yu Yan was immediately surprised. "This is a copper coin fruit. This thing grows deep in the thicket forest. It's hard to find outside." "Where did you get it?" Han Sen replied. "I picked it from a wild vine by the Jade Scale River. Want to trade?" Yu Yan quickly took the copper coin fruit, overjoyed, saying, "This thing is worth more than just 1 copper coin fruit, but since it can't be tamed, selling it for its flesh and blood wouldn't even be worth 1 copper coin fruit." "You can take it." Looking at the Gale Beast before him, Han Sen pondered, "Since this guy came from the thicket forest, it must be very familiar with it. As long as I can tame it, I can have it lead me inside to hunt." After some time in the wooden house, Lan Shi and Chu Ming were eating. Chu Ming hastily drank a spoonful of hot soup but couldn't help saying, "Sister Lan Shi, this meat is a little strange." Lan Shi, however, found nothing unusual, and she asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Meanwhile, Han Sen and his pets were gradually approaching the wooden house. Sensing movement, Lan Shi and Chu Ming quickly went outside. Chu Ming shouted, "Sen Mu!" Lan Shi quickly ran over, excitedly boasting, "Sen Mu, where did you get that money toad? We gained 3 primordial genes after eating it." Chu Ming stared intently at the colossal green creature on the lion's back, exclaiming, "Oh my god, it's a Gale Beast." Lan Shi only then noticed the Gale Beast and asked, "San Mu, where did you get this Gale Beast?" While helping the Gale Beast down, Han Sen began to answer the questions one by one. "I told you last time the money toad was something I hunted by the Jade Scale River, and this Gale Beast was exchanged for a copper coin fruit from Knight Yu Yan." After settling the enormous Gale Beast on the ground, he continued, "When I encountered that money toad, it was injured, and beside it was a strange water vine with 3 ripe fruits. I took them to the market to sell, and that's when I learned they were copper coin fruits." Chu Ming hastily exclaimed, "Oh my god, your luck is truly unbelievable." Han Sen directly stated his intention. "I want to try to tame this Gale Beast." Chu Ming immediately interjected, "How is that possible? Even Knight Yu Yan couldn't tame it." Lan Shi meanwhile pondered silently, hunting the money toad, picking copper coin fruits, and even the dragon blood ancient tree only revived after San Mu arrived. Is all of this just a coincidence? Han Sen ignored their words, reaching out to touch the constantly roaring Gale Beast. Seeing this, Chu Ming asked again, "Do you really want to tame this Gale Beast?" Han Sen, while gathering his strength, thought to himself, "This guy is from the thicket forest. If I can tame it, we can follow it into the thicket forest to hunt. It's worth a try." The next second, the power in his hand gradually began to heal the Gale Beast. Just as he thought everything would settle, the fierce Gale Beast suddenly opened its eyes and stared intently at Han. Senator Lan Shi and Chu Ming cried out in alarm simultaneously, "Watch out!" The Gale Beast then opened its mouth and charged at Han Sen, completely devouring that energy. Han Sen also retreated in time, avoiding the danger. But the matter was not over. The Gale Beast suddenly roared and a surging power erupted from its mouth. Han Sen leapt, spiritual energy already condensed in his hand, and said with a stern face, "Still daring to be arrogant?" Immediately after, he shot a copper coin towards the Gale Beast, saying, "It seems the lesson from the coins wasn't enough, was it?" The Gale Beast immediately let out a painful roar and then collapsed to the ground. Lan Shi rushed over to ask, "Are you hurt?" Chu Ming, with a disgruntled look, said, "This beast is truly ungrateful. You healed it and it still tried to bite you." Unlike their urgency, Han Sen calmly replied, "It's nothing, this matter can't be rushed." A month later, the Gale Beast continued to attack Han Sen. He easily dodged all of the Gale Beast's moves but finally lost his patience. Han Sen once again shot a copper coin at it, angrily scolding, "You really don't learn from experience." Attacked by 4 copper coins consecutively, it couldn't dodge or resist. Soon the Gale Beast lay sprawled on the ground. Han Sen walked over to it and said, "What a stubborn creature, neither soft nor hard. How am I supposed to tame it?" He was stroking the gale beast's head when he suddenly had an idea and smiled slyly. I've got it, by the river. Han Sen rode the gale beast at full speed, crossing a green field under a clear sky. Chu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. San Mu really tamed the gale beast. Lan Shi was also stunned and replied, yes. Suddenly the gale beast stopped, turned to look at the two and let out a threatening roar. Han Sen with quick hands covered the gale beast's mouth to prevent it from harming anyone. The gale beast roared angrily even though Han Sen held its mouth tightly at both corners. He frowned and loudly warned, be careful, this guy has a really bad temper. She asked curiously, alright, we'll be careful in the future, but San Mu, how exactly did you tame it? Chu Ming, wiping his face, echoed, yeah, San Mu. Han Sen scratched his head and replied with a triumphant smile. It was just luck, he kept gloating to himself. In this world only I can probably tame this gale beast, he pondered, recalling how he had used the Dongchuan Sutra to simulate the gale beast's life aura when he first encountered it. Making his own aura similar to its, the gale beast thought he was one of its kind, which allowed him to approach. That night the group entered the thicket forest together. Han Sen cautiously looked around. Chu Ming spoke. Hey San Mu? Lan Shi asked in confusion. What's wrong? He calmly suggested. For the first time, let me scout ahead. After I confirm a safe area, we can go together next time. She lowered her eyes and added worriedly, but wouldn't that mean you're risking it alone? What right do we have to enjoy the benefits without contributing? Chu Ming clenched his fist and agreed with a smile. Yeah, let's go together. Lan Shi turned her head and coldly refused. I'll stay behind to take care of the tree garden, that's our foundation. In case we find nothing in the thicket forest, at least we'll have a fallback, otherwise if we can't even pay our offerings, that'll be big trouble. Chu Ming pouted and replied dejectedly. Alright, she stepped forward and confidently assured, even though I've only opened one gene lock, I won't hold you back. My ability will be useful to you. Han Sen couldn't help but ask curiously. Sister Lan Shi, what's your ability? Lan Shi calmly revealed, scent. I can mask our scent so creatures with keen sense of smell won't discover us, nor will they be able to track us by scent. She can perceive the scent of every monster. Whether it's a rat spirit or a pair of monsters, she can distinguish them. Moreover, I can also see lingering scents in the air to discern if any creatures have been nearby. The two quickly climbed onto the gale beast's back, delving deeper into the thicket forest to search for offerings. Of course, the gale beast stopped before a clump of thorns, its eyes gleaming, and it continuously let out roars. Han Sen leaned down, stroking his mount's face, and asked, Little Gale, do you sense danger? Lan Shi quickly used her silver eyes to observe and soon concluded, there are scent traces from within the last 8 hours nearby. At least 2 different alien creatures have been present. The gale beast became increasingly ferocious, and a series of strange sounds echoed. Han Sen hastily ordered, an alien creature is approaching, quick, hide. A mysterious creature appeared ahead and rustling sounds echoed through the forest. An ancient wild boar fiercely bit through thorns and emerged. Han Sen couldn't help but worry. We just entered and already encountered a primordial creature. I wonder how many gene locks it has opened. The two hid behind a tree and observed. Lan Shi calmly suggested, I'll use my scent masking ability. Unless the alien creatures see or hear us, they won't detect us. The wild boar was frantically digging the soil, searching for food. Han Sen touched his forehead, activating his Dongchuan aura field, secretly guessing this alien creature's life aura is no weaker than Little Gale's. The wild boar suddenly roared fiercely, looking at the mushrooms before it. Han Sen quickly stood up, raised his hand and instructed, wait here, we'll go eliminate it. Lan Zai's eyes widened and she reminded in surprise, alright, be careful. The wild boar was completely unaware that it was being observed from behind by Han Sen and the gale beast. Han Sen pursed his lips and flicked his hand, throwing a gold coin forward. The coin quickly landed on the wild boar's nose, and the boar's eyes immediately radiated killing intent. Roaring fiercely, it turned around and fiercely shot a sharp spine at its enemy. Han Sen's eyes widened as he watched the approaching spine, exclaiming in fear, so fast. In the thicket forest, Han Sen hastily activated his Dongchuan movement technique. He gritted his teeth and dodged to the left. The wild boar's spine was heading straight for his true body. Fortunately, it struck a tree trunk. Han Sen looked at the large hole in the trunk and couldn't help but think in surprise. The strength of plants in the third sanctuary is indeed incomparable to those in the second sanctuary. It was easily pierced. This spine is truly powerful. The wild boar still wouldn't give up, quickly pursuing. Han Sen frowned, deftly jumping over obstacles to escape, continuously cursing, damn it again. It gritted its teeth and leaped with all its might, tightly chasing its prey. The wild boar had just crossed a thorny barrier when it was immediately tripped by a trap on the ground, slowing its steps. It turned out the gale beast had laid an ambush from a distance, attacking with its moves, causing the boar to fall to the ground in pain. As if this wasn't enough, the gale beast opened its mouth and charged up. The wild boar quickly stood up, facing the new enemy, roaring with its mouth wide open. Han Sen's eyes widened and he muttered worriedly, not good. The spines on its body gradually filled with flames. The wild boar opened its mouth, roaring and shooting spines at its enemy. The gale beast reared its head, gathering power, preparing to strike. Han Sen hastily ran over, holding 2 flaming copper coins in his hand, and shouted loudly, Little Gale, I'm coming to help you. He quickly threw all the copper coins at the wild boar. Han Sen loudly commanded, Little Gale, now's your chance. The gale beast immediately launched its move at the wild boar while it was still roaring and looking at Han Sen. The wild boar was hit and knocked down completely unprepared. Han Sen quickly leapt up and praised, well done, Little Gale. Dense lightning emanated from the gale beast's entire body. He excitedly jumped next to the wild boar. Han Sen leaned down and punched the wild boar in the face, roaring loudly, Die! The system immediately displayed a notification. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted primordial creature flame wild boar. Obtained beast soul flame wild boar consuming flesh and blood may grant up to 10 primordial gene points. He stared wide-eyed, smiling at his achievement. Hansen rubbed his arm, pondering. Flame wild boar and arrow-type beast soul, that's great. I'm skilled with bows and arrows. I didn't expect the first beast soul I encountered in the third sanctuary to be an arrow type. It's just a pity I don't have a good bow right now. At this moment, Lan Shi ran from a distance, asking Hansen worriedly, San Mu, are you alright? Hansen calmly replied, I'm fine, Sister Lan Shi, look at this. She quickly walked to the wild boar's side and excitedly suggested, this is a primordial-grade alien creature, let's take it back? Hansen sat down, used a knife to cut open the wild boar and calmly explained, it's too big and there's only one, so taking it back won't add many primordial genes for everyone, let's just take a little back to taste. After a while, the Gale Beast walked over, enjoying the wild boar meat to its heart's content. Hansen stood up, hands in his pockets, and casually spoke, let little Gale take care of it, we'll go deeper inside. Lan Shi reluctantly replied, all right. Behind them, the Gale Beast couldn't help but rub its belly contentedly. Hansen touched his head, then suddenly realized something and blurted out dumbfounded, oh right. Hansen raised an eyebrow, smiled, and suggested, Sister Lan Shi, please clean up the bloody scent here so we don't attract other alien creatures. She turned her head, sighing impatiently. San Mu, don't worry, it's already clean. After a while, the two rode their mounts back to Chu Ming. The Gale Beast suddenly stopped and Hansen frowned in confusion. Why isn't little Gale moving? Is there danger ahead? The Gale Beast's eyes lit up and it continuously let out roars. Lan Shi quickly sensed it and stopped them. Wait, the scent here is very chaotic. Lan Shi then looked ahead and said, inside there are 14 ordinary iron beetles, 7 primordial creatures and more than 10 primordial-grade tree crabs. At this moment, colorful smoke permeated the area in front of them, looking very mysterious. Hansen asked curiously, you can distinguish this too? Hearing this, Lan Shi replied, I can only distinguish creatures I've seen. At this point, Hansen controlled the Gale Beast to move forward. Lan Shi reminded, be careful. Hansen replied, all right, just stay quiet. Ahead, a crab was climbing a tree, seemingly trying to pick the golden fruits. After the crab picked the fruits, it directly swallowed them. Lan Shi saw the crab and said, that's a tree crab, its whole body is covered in a hard shell and only its mouth is its weakness. Hansen unhesitatingly took out a flaming arrow and replied, excellent, no bow needed, just shoot it directly. HMPH, just right to test the power of this flaming arrow. The arrow broke through the air at extreme speed unhindered. The arrow aimed precisely at the crab and swiftly flew towards it. When the arrow approached the crab, it suddenly noticed but still managed to raise its pincers in time to try and clamp it. Seeing this, Hansen controlled the arrow to avoid its pincers, then precisely shot it into the crab's mouth. Lan Shi found this unbelievable. San Mu, is such power really from someone who just ascended to Transcender? Soon the system notification sounded, hunt successful. Successfully hunted primordial creature tree crab, no primordial beast soul obtained. Eating flesh and blood may randomly grant 0 to 10 primordial gene points. Hansen held the crab and smiled happily. Haha, just good luck. My physique is indeed a bit stronger than average. Next, he fired another flaming arrow to continue hunting crabs. Haha, another hit. Lan Shi just picked up the crabs and put them in a bag. 6, 7, 8, we've already hunted 8 tree crabs. After a while, Hansen observed, thinking to himself, we haven't seen any wild gene trees along the way. Have all the wild gene trees been eaten by other creatures? Just as he thought this, Lan Shi immediately warned, watch out. He looked at Lan Shi, puzzled, and she continued, I smell many residual iron beetle scents, but we haven't encountered a single one along the way. Hansen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one discovered my secret of absorbing wild gene trees. He then asked with a smile, when did those iron beetles pass through here? Lan Shi pondered. Yesterday, there must be something strange going on. Just then, a huge rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. The Gale Beast let out a cautious roar of warning. Hansen immediately appeased it. Little Gale, don't be so nervous, but it continued to growl cautiously a few times. The two then dismounted the Gale Beast and walked forward. Are those iron beetles? Hansen walked forward fearlessly. We'll know if we go take a look. Parting the leaves, they saw a group of black insects moving in neat formation, linked head to tail in a long chain. Hansen wondered, what are these iron beetles doing? Lan Shi saw this scene, her body trembling, and whispered, I only know that there are many iron beetles in the thicket forest and they live in groups, but I've never heard of them behaving so strangely. The two quietly observed the group of iron beetles for a long time. After a while, Hansen said, let's go, Sister Lan Shi, let's follow them and see. Secretly calculated that if alien creatures were acting strangely, it was likely for some treasure. He'd see if he could get some benefits from it. The iron beetle swarm had now reached Gourd Valley. Hansen and Lan Shi still followed slowly behind. Suddenly, Hansen jumped down and she cried out worriedly, San Mu, he immediately instructed, Sister Little Gale, wait here. I'll climb up that side of the valley to check things out. All right, be careful. Hansen then secretly observed along the valley. What are these insects up to? Has some high-level gene matured in the valley? It was easier to observe from high up, and what Hansen saw surprised him somewhat. Below, the iron beetle swarm was surrounding a vine plant with a flower in the middle of the vine that looked like a rose. Hansen guessed, are all the iron beetles attracted by this plant? Are all these iron beetle corpses? Below, the iron beetle swarm jumped into the pit, their green blood gushing out. What level of gene plant is this? It actually has such a strong attraction, making iron beetles sacrifice themselves one after another. Looking closely, there was a figure inside the flower. Someone. Who is that? What are they doing? Suddenly he remembered something and smirked to himself. Hee hee, so that's it. The surrounding vines seemed to be burning with green flames. Han Sen guessed that what was attracting the iron beetles to their deaths wasn't the rose bush at all, but the few incense bamboos. And the fissures that caused countless iron beetles to die were half natural, half artificial. The green gases flew out, spreading, attracting the iron beetles. If the person in the rose bush was using incense bamboo to lure iron beetles to their deaths, they would surely come out to replace it once the incense bamboo burned out. Several hours later, Han Sen was already fighting to keep his eyelids open. So sleepy. Below, the swarm was leaving the valley. The incense bamboo had long burned out and the iron beetles were almost all gone. It seems he won't come out. Just as he thought he would have to keep waiting, he suddenly gasped. A naked girl walked out from the rose flower. Seeing this, he thought to himself, wow, this is simply a perfect body that humans couldn't possess. The girl had ample breasts, long pointed ears like an elf, and a green gem embedded in her forehead. Han Sen, seeing her, couldn't help but get a nosebleed and blush. Beautiful soul gem. This is an alien spirit. Red gas surrounded the pure white alien spirit girl, making her appear very alluring. Soon she put on clothes, a set of spiked iron armor that looked difficult to approach. Then she lit flames again. Han Sen thought to himself, so those things that looked like incense bamboo were originally rose vines. Green flames burned fiercely, lighting up the surroundings. She stood perfectly straight, looking ahead indifferently. Han Sen still hid and peeked. Is she attracting iron beetles again? Suddenly hearing a sound, she immediately turned her head. Ahead was the valley, and swarms of insects continued to arrive. Just then a green light shot rapidly into the valley. Han Sen was startled. Here it comes, so that light is the iron beetle. This alien spirit has been toiling for a long time. It seems it was all for that iron beetle. Such a good opportunity. Why isn't she making a move? The insect was now standing before the alien spirit. Is that vine poisonous? Is she waiting for the poison to take effect? Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from outside the valley. Something else is here. Entering was a giant red centipede with sharp fangs. It crawled through the narrow gap. Below, countless iron beetle corpses. Two insects walked up to the alien spirit girl and began to gnaw on the vines. Han Sen waited for a long time. Still no move. What is she waiting for? The alien spirit still stood there, the flames at her feet burning fiercely. After a long time, many insects had now swarmed in. Han Sen was puzzled. How did so many insects come over? I thought she could only attract iron beetles. Suddenly seeing a scene that made him curious, he realized that below, the centipede and iron beetles were tearing at each other, blood splattering. The power of lightning and flames erupted, making Han Sen feel afraid. The power unleashed by these insects is truly terrifying. At least they're all mutated grade. They were all extremely excited. Are those vines stimulants? So many mutated insects were actually being manipulated by that alien spirit girl at will. Suddenly the alien spirit took something out of her palm. At this moment, on the ground, the iron beetles had won. The other insects were all eliminated by it, and the power it emitted was very strong. Could it be that iron beetles gained the power of other insects after devouring them? Soon the iron beetle's back cracked open, emitting dazzling light. It turned out it had just completed its metamorphosis. Now it had turned silver white. The alien spirit girl sighed. Who would have thought that in this forest the weakest insect would survive to the end? As she spoke, she released an insect from the basket in her hand. The insect landed on the ground and crawled away. She commanded, "Devour this aggressive iron beetle." The blue star insect should have a chance to evolve into a god-blood creature. Han Sen had already seen through her intention. That alien spirit did all this just to make a mutated insect evolve into a god-blood creature. At this moment, that insect was already confronting the iron beetle. The alien spirit girl thought to herself, this is already the 10th one. Whether it can transform depends on its own fortune. But the result was different from her expectation. That insect was actually bitten to death by the iron beetle. She gritted her teeth in anger. My blue star seed. Unable to bear it any longer, she immediately wielded the thorny vine, intending to strike it down. How dare you? The vine struck swiftly, and a rumbling sound came from the iron beetle's body. Damn it, it actually wants to evolve into a god-blood creature. The alien spirit girl frantically and continuously whipped the iron beetle's back with the vine. Soon the iron beetle's back also cracked open and dazzling light emanated from within. Han Sen watched in horror. Oh no, is it going to evolve again? Soon it transformed and flew out, radiating a green aura, successfully evolving into a god-blood creature. The alien spirit girl still didn't stop, whipping the iron beetle like a madwoman. The cracking sounds of impact were incessant. Han Sen thought to himself, it seems she wants to severely injure this insect while it's just transformed. After a while of whipping, the vine was burned by the green flames emitted by the insect. The alien spirit girl was incredulous. What? Her eyes blazed with fury. This damned beast. Then she controlled the vine, plunging its sharp thorns into her own hand, drawing blood. The vine, full of blood, grew long again, and vivid roses bloomed on it. Han Sen immediately understood. It seems that rose flower is the killing move, and the iron beetle is now attracted, wrapped around the vine. The insect has been controlled by the alien spirit girl. Soon the alien spirit girl summoned a knife. It's over, you fool. She didn't hesitate to stab it in the head, blood splattering. The knife remained stuck in the insect's mouth. It was sent flying but still radiated powerful energy. Han Sen was sweating all over. This blazing green flame is too strong. Has everything around it been burned into liquid? While the insect was sent flying, the alien spirit girl continued to control the vine to rush over and attack. But those vines that approached it were all burned away, and the dagger stuck in the insect's mouth still hadn't been pulled out. Han Sen continued to observe. All attacks are being bounced off. A godblood creature has become so strong after transformation. Moreover, this isn't the result of natural transformation. One could say it's premature. At this moment, the iron beetle also counterattacked and charged. The alien spirit girl immediately took out a shield to block it. But with just one blow, the shield instantly shattered, and she was sent flying, crashing heavily against the rock wall with a clear thud. The insect was fierce, but the wound from the dagger still bled continuously. Han Sen was greatly surprised. That blazing green flame actually couldn't burn the blood-red short sword. It's definitely no ordinary object. Soon, the insect and the alien spirit girl were once again entangled in battle. Han Sen took the opportunity to use his Dongxuan aura field to observe. Although the iron beetle is powerful, it's also severely wounded, and its life aura is rapidly diminishing. That's a godblood creature. If I can seize this opportunity, it will be perfect. Below, the alien spirit girl was once again sent flying against the rock wall, dust filling the air. The iron beetle, still carrying the sword in its mouth, charged aggressively to retaliate. The alien spirit girl was terrified, unable to stand up in time. Han Sen seized this opportunity, switched to Super Emperor spirit state, rushed towards the iron beetle, and then delivered a fierce punch to its head. Die! With one punch he slammed it heavily to the ground, dust filling the air. Before it could react, he snatched the knife with lightning speed, pulled it out, blood splattered, and then delivered a few more blows. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The system notification immediately popped up. Hunt successful. Successfully hunted godblood creature Iron Beetle King. Obtained beast soul Iron Beetle. Eating flesh and blood may randomly grant 1 to 10 supergod gene points. After dealing with the insect's corpse, Han Sen quickly grabbed its body. Without a word he sped away, completely ignoring the alien spirit. She was stunned. Before she could react, Han Sen not only stole the insect but also took the alien spirit girl's dagger. Let's go quickly. This is alien spirit territory, I can't confront her here. After running a distance outside the valley, the Super Emperor spirit state also happened to wear off. His body was tired and trembling. The Super Emperor spirit state still can't be maintained for a long time. Fortunately, my identity shouldn't have been exposed yet. Fortunately, I owe it to this dagger. By myself, even in Super Emperor spirit state, it would have been difficult to kill it. The scene switched to thicket forest where Lan Shi was waiting. She now saw Han Sen running back. Lan Shi called out happily, "San Mu, you're finally back?" But he ran over, immediately grabbed her hand and left. "Let's go quickly, it's not safe to stay here." "How are we going?" Han Sen ran, worried that guy hadn't caught up yet. The alien spirit girl stood on the high mountain, furious. Who exactly was that alien spirit? Soon the two returned to the wooden house. Lan Shi looked at the messy scene. How could this happen? She worried. "Where's Chu Ming?" Han Sen suggested. "Let's split up and look for him." In the orchard, Han Sen walked, continuously calling out, "Chu Ming, Chu Ming." He walked to the Dragonblood Ancient Tree. The Dragonblood Ancient Tree's leaves had yellowed again. "It seems I need to quickly get a few more drops of life water." San Mu, hearing this, he turned around and asked, "How is it? Any news?" She replied that because the Dragonblood Ancient Tree had withered, Azure Underworld Knight found Chu Ming and took him away. In Azure Underworld Sanctuary, Chu Ming was now tied and hung up, with everyone discussing around him. "Who is that guy? I heard he was taken by Azure Underworld Knight because he let the Dragonblood Ancient Tree wither." Sigh, what a pitiful person. Azure Underworld Knight is such a jerk. Hey, keep your voice down. Do you want to be caught and beaten too? Chu Ming was already beaten black and blue, his head still bleeding, his body trembling continuously, coughing. Han Sen and Lan Shi had also arrived. She cried out worriedly, "Chu Ming!" Han Sen immediately stopped her. "Don't be rash. Not only will you not save Chu Ming, but you'll also get involved, sister." Lan Shi cried out in pain, tears streaming down. "Let go of me. I can't just watch Chu Ming be tortured to death," he comforted her. "I know I won't let Chu Ming die, but now is not the time to act. You've already signed a contract with Azure Underworld Knight. Even if you save Chu Ming now, he can take your lives at any time. There's no escape." "Then what should we do?" Han Sen recalled the appearance of the alien spirit Azure Underworld, then said, "Break into the alien spirit temple, seize the soul stone. Only then can you completely break free from Azure Underworld Knight's control." She found this difficult. "Break into the alien spirit temple, can we do it? Azure Underworld Knight has already opened 4 gene locks and there are countless alien spirits and creatures under him." At this moment, a person holding a whip walked up to Chu Ming, then whipped Chu Ming dozens more times. Blood splattered and he howled in pain. Unable to bear the sight, Han Sen pulled Lan Shi away. "Let's go." Back in the orchard, Han Sen was doing something under the Dragonblood Ancient Tree with a dagger. Lan Shi asked, "Have you found a way to save Chu Ming?" "Don't worry, I already have a plan." As he spoke, he used the knife to cut the roots of the Dragonblood tree. "We are not afraid of the Azure Underworld stronghold, but what is worrying is that we might provoke high-ranking nobles in the stronghold. In that case, even if I escape, I won't be able to save Lan Shi and Chu Ming." He then took out a drop of life water from the freshly cut tree root. Next, Han Sen summoned the ape teacher. "When the time comes, I'll go and attract their attention. You just take the opportunity to rescue Chu-Ming and run toward the thicket forest. She agreed. Okay, she added worriedly. You must come back alive. Seeing her worry, Han Sen stepped forward and patted her head, comforting her. I will. I believe you. The scene switched to the Azure Underworld stronghold where Han Sen and Lan Shi arrived riding the proud lion beast. Han Sen thought to himself at this moment, I can only take these things from the dragon blood ancient tree and this small blood pine. Then Han Sen walked in without hesitation. Lan Shi looked at his retreating figure, silently calling out in her heart. San Mu. Han Sen had already drawn his dagger, calculating as he walked. Azure Underworld Night and countless alien creatures and spirits, but with this thing I can do it. In the square outside the Azure Underworld Temple, Han Sen gradually walked in from outside where many alien creatures were already looking at him menacingly. The black tiger roared, charging first to attack. The tiger leaped towards Han Sen, who immediately donned the green crystal armor. Come on, beast. Then he stomped his foot for leverage, sending soil flying. He then swept past the black tiger's body. Soon, the wound on the tiger's neck gradually split open. Blood splattered, and with just one strike he effortlessly severed the tiger's head. HMPH, not so formidable after all. Seeing this, the bats and wolves also roared loudly, radiating power throughout their bodies. They immediately rushed forward, wanting to surround Han Sen and kill him, but this was exactly what I wanted. Come on, let's finish this quickly. The two sides collided, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured everything. At the main entrance of the temple, two alien spirits were standing there observing, grinning. HMPH, another human dares to intrude upon the stronghold, truly overestimating themselves. The person next to them also sighed. How long has it been since we last saw such a foolish fellow? But soon they were proven wrong. From the smoke, the remnants of alien creatures were continuously flung out. The black-faced one was dripping with cold sweat, unable to believe it. How is this possible? Han Sen continuously leapt and slashed, killing alien creatures one by one with no one able to stop him. The two alien spirits finally shouted in panic, enemy attack, inside the Azure Underworld Temple. Azure Underworld also sensed at this moment that the alien creatures he had marked were being killed, and the number was still increasing. Who is so powerful? He then walked out. Could it be an alien noble wanting to seize territory, but they should be going to the thicket forest stronghold instead? Before the door could even open, it was smashed by the two alien spirits flying in. They wailed in pain. Ah, my lord, save us! Seeing Han Sen, Azure Underworld was immediately startled. That human, Han Sen at this moment stood with great bearing and confidence, holding the blood sword, looking very cool. Azure Underworld immediately drew his spear and asked, Who are you? Why do you dare to trespass into my temple? Han Sen replied with cold eyes, The one who will kill you. With that, he gripped the blood sword and charged forward, thrusting it. Azure Underworld also fearlessly thrust his spear, arrogantly shouting, Kill me, let's see if you have what it takes. But Han Sen had already dodged the spear tip, while simultaneously thrusting the blood sword directly into Azure Underworld's body. A what? HMPH, die you dog. Azure Underworld felt the blade tip and immediately became frightened. Why is this dagger so sharp? Without another word, Han Sen lunged again, striking another blow. This blow was intended to sever his neck, but he had already shifted his body to avoid it. The enraged Azure Underworld concentrated power into his fist, preparing to give him a severe beating. No matter how sharp your dagger is, your body cannot withstand my Azure Underworld's aura attack. With that, he delivered a fierce punch to Han Sen's head with a bang, but because he was wearing God Blood armor, Han Sen was unharmed. Taking this opportunity, he turned and swung his sword, slicing across Azure Underworld's neck. His head was swiftly severed, and he still shouted in disbelief, Impossible! Han Sen then quickly rushed towards the glowing stone on the large statue in front of him. Statue, that must be where his soul stone is located. He quickly held the soul stone in his hand. This is it. From the soul stone, green light began to fly out and converge. Azure Underworld reappeared kneeling. Azure Underworld Knight pledges complete loyalty, following his master until eternity. The several alien spirits outside were also startled to see this scene, and they all trembled and knelt. Han Sen then ordered, Let's go, we'll go release Chu-Ming. Along the way, alien creatures and low-level alien spirits had to stand aside, making way for him. Han Sen galloped on the proud lion beast with Azure Underworld close behind, heading towards the thicket forest. In the thicket forest, the contract mark on Lan Zai's neck suddenly glowed, then quickly disappeared. Ah, the contract is lifted. She immediately turned around and saw Han Sen had already rescued Chu-Ming and was walking towards them. She was incredibly moved. You succeeded. The scene switched to the thicket temple where someone ran in to report. The alien empress here was the girl Han Sen had openly eaten food in front of. She asked, You said the Azure Underworld stronghold was breached by a human and Azure Underworld Knight has pledged allegiance to that human? The other alien spirits hearing this gnashed their teeth in hatred. One alien spirit stepped forward. What a disgrace. Lord Earl, please allow me to go and slay that arrogant human. The other alien spirits also clamored. Lord Earl, let me go, I'll do it, let me go. She then pointed to one of them, saying, You take the dark turtle with you. It can help you find them in this forest. The first one to step forward immediately knelt and replied joyfully, Thank you, Lord Earl. The scene switched to the thicket forest where Han Sen and the severely injured Lan Shi and Chu-Ming were riding a tiger deeper into the forest. After explaining everything, Han Sen said, That's the situation, but I guess the thicket temple has already sent people to look for me. Lan Shi stepped forward and said worriedly, although I can hide our scent, I still feel there might be a problem. Han Sen said, believe me, in the thicket forest is so vast they won't find us for a while. Han Sen thus led the way. Continuing forward, Chu Ming had already been bandaged and was recovering, wrapped in a blanket. Reaching a clump of bushes, he parted them and said, let's see what's ahead first. Upon seeing something, Han Sen's eyes widened sharply. Not far ahead was a tree emitting an extremely dazzling light. Han Sen immediately used his Dongxuan aura field to investigate. The life aura is so strong, no weaker than that of the Iron Beetle King. But why is there no alien creature aura around? Immediately after, Han Sen reached out to stop them. Don't go any further, let's set up camp here. That night, Han Sen treated Chu Ming again. Soon Chu Ming showed signs of waking up and Han Sen also sighed wearily. He slowly opened his trembling eyes. This is, suddenly seeing Han Sen and Lan Shi, Chu Ming was startled. Why are you two here? Where's Azure Underworld Knight? Hearing the question, Han Sen immediately summoned Azure Underworld Knight. He, you mean him? As soon as he saw Azure Underworld, Chu Ming immediately covered his face in fear. You. Seeing Chu Ming's panic, Han Sen once again recounted how he had defeated Azure Underworld Knight. After a while, the three of them gathered around a bonfire roasting crabs. Han Sen said, you see, I've already defeated Azure Underworld Knight, and both your contracts have been lifted, Chu Ming stammered. This isn't a hallucination before I die, is it? After taking a bite of crab, he sighed. Oh, it's really delicious. It seems it's not a hallucination. Han Sen told him that he had just recovered and should rest well after dinner, and he would have little Gale guard the surroundings. Chu Ming immediately agreed. In the middle of the night, the Gale beast curled up beside the hut on guard. Suddenly there was a noise, making the three of them alert. What's going on? Is something approaching? Chu Ming then rushed out, looking around. Is anyone there? Get out now. Han Sen walked to the Gale beast, thinking to himself, I clearly didn't sense any enemy aura. What's going on? So he said, I don't sense any enemy aura, but little Gale is so nervous, there must be a reason for it. Let's take turns on watch now, Lan Shi replied. Okay, Chu Ming also added, with me guarding, you two can rest assured in the morning. Lan Shi rushed in a panic. Wake up quickly, there's... Chu Ming rubbed his eyes and asked, what's wrong? What happened? Han Sen also peeked out at this moment and saw many thorny vines outside. Han Sen thought to himself, don't these thorns only appear deep in the forest? From a distance, the thorns had covered a large area, and Chu Ming worried, we've only gone a few dozen li, this should just be the forest's edge. But now, suddenly, Lan Shi pointed in one direction and shouted, could it be because of that tree? Ahead was a very large tree with many thorny vines growing beneath it. So the three of them walked towards the ancient tree. This is the tree that glowed yesterday, Chu Ming said worriedly. I mean, do we really want to go near something like that? This place already looks very bad. Han Sen fearlessly stated that if they were truly deep in the forest and going anywhere else would be even more dangerous. The tree was still radiating light at this moment, surrounding the area. Han Sen then asked himself, I just don't know if we were teleported here, or if the thicket forest has expanded outwards. Then Chu Ming pointed at a spot and shouted, look, there's something over there. In the tree hole, a figure was sitting there at this moment. A corpse. The three of them walked forward without hesitation to check. Lan Shi observed carefully and said, this is an old Alliance uniform, at least 50 years old, judging by the uniform. He is still an Alliance member. Chu Ming suddenly reached out and touched the corpse, making Lan Shi gasp in horror. Hey, what are you doing? He's an Alliance senior. Show some respect. But Chu Ming still picked up the corpse's wallet to check. Don't misunderstand, I just want to see if there's anything to prove his identity. Han Sen saw the cat-shaped token and immediately recognized the 9-life-blood cat. Is he from the Blood Life sect? Then Chu Ming helped the corpse up and another bracelet fell from the corpse. Han Sen picked up the bracelet to check, his expression solemn, cold sweat streaming down. Chu Ming looked at the photo in his hand and said, these old antiques must have broken long ago. Ha San Mu, you look like a little devil today. Looking at the photo in the watch, Han Sen immediately recognized it, thinking to himself, isn't this my father as a child? Thinking this, he stuffed the watch into his clothes. Since this thing is fated to be mine, I'll take it. Hey, what's the hurry? I'm not fighting you for it. Looking at the corpse, Han Sen thought, I've seen photos at home, this is definitely not Grandpa. Then who is he? Suddenly Lan Shi discovered something. Look over here, there's something here. Looks like a door. What does that have to do with that man? Is there treasure inside? Han Sen opened the door without hesitation to check. Oh, it opened so easily. Looking inside, Chu Ming said, it's so deep. Immediately after, Han Sen and the others also entered, where a strange purple aura emanated. The Gale beast followed behind, trembling continuously. Little Gale is so nervous, it seems something below has scared it. Could it be a powerful creature? Han Sen also sensed danger and said, you two stay here, I'll go down and check. If there's no danger, I'll notify you. Then Han Sen went in alone. These steps seemed endless, with no end in sight. The aura of darkness grew thicker and Han Sen immediately used his Dongxuan aura field to investigate. There was air circulating, something was ahead. Soon he walked past and saw a door. What is this? Han Sen walked over, pushed the door open forcefully. and upon seeing inside he was incredibly surprised. This is a stronghold? The stronghold beneath the tree roots was already in ruins. Han Sen walked around. It was such a large-scale stronghold underground. In comparison, the Azure Underworld stronghold was simply a slum. Even the corpses exuded such terrifying auras. Who exactly killed them? Recalling the man from earlier, could it have been the man above? Han Sen then ran to the door and shouted, "No danger, you can come down now." After a while the Gale Beast and Lan Shi had arrived at the stronghold. Chu Ming was surprised. What is this?" Seeing the Gale Beast trembling non-stop, Lan Shi comforted it, then said, "It's acting too strangely. It turns out it was scared by the aura of these corpses." Chu Ming walked while asking, "Did that person outside kill all these alien creatures?" Han Sen replied, "Although it's hard to believe, it's indeed possible." So Lan Shi asked, "San Mu, since this was once a stronghold, there must be a teleportation array, right?" I checked. The teleportation array here is still usable. You two can go home." Hearing this, Lan Shi was overjoyed and incredulous. "We can go home?" Lan Shi cried out, rushing towards Chu Ming, and the two happily shouted, "We can finally go home." The three then walked to the teleportation array. "Wow, it's so big, I can't imagine what this place used to look like." You worked as servants for Azure Underworld Knight for a few years and were beaten by them. Now you've finally had your revenge." Lan Shi also said that she hadn't been home for a long time and wanted to rest at home for a while. Then goodbye, yes goodbye San Mu. The three of them gradually disappeared. Soon Han Sen also teleported home. Sure enough, his own room was the most comfortable. Buying this home teleportation device was really money well spent. Immediately after, he walked over rummaging for something. "Let's see, maybe there are some old photos I haven't seen." Han Sen held a photo of his father, pondering. "What exactly is going on?" Hearing the noise, his mother rushed up. "Xiao Sen, you're finally back." His mother heard the sound of the teleportation device and came in to check. "You're really back?" Han Sen turned and asked, "Mom, I have something I want to ask you." A few days later, Han Sen returned to the shelter under the tree. "They haven't returned yet?" "Yes, after all that's happened, it's good for them to get some rest. Even my mother doesn't know who this person is." So he walked around the shelter, surrounded by the corpses of many alien creatures. Looking at it again, it's still quite shocking. If this was that man's mark, he must have been extraordinarily powerful. What connection could such a powerful individual have with our family? My father's affairs are complicated, but to figure them out, I must become powerful myself. Immediately after, he switched to his Super Emperor Spirit state, wanting to first test how to prolong the Emperor Spirit state. Something is absorbing my power." Suddenly, a statue behind him was continuously absorbing light. It turned out to be that sparkling soul stone absorbing it. Han Sen turned around in surprise. "It's this thing," he thought. The statue spoke. "The soul stone is already connected to the spirit link. Should I go in immediately?" Standing before it, he asked himself, "Spirit link, what kind of place is that?" Suddenly, the statue's light shot directly at Han Sen and he was quickly sucked into a vortex, his body twisting with it. Wait, what is this?" Soon, Han Sen was teleported to the Emperor-level Spirit Link. So this is the so-called Spirit Link? The scene before him was like outer space. Countless stones floated before Han Senator. He burst forth with power, exclaiming, "Here, I can easily maintain my Super Emperor Spirit state." Suddenly, the Spirit Link statue appeared before him, and a long string of numbers appeared above its head. "What are those numbers? How do I get back?" The Spirit Link statue said. "That number is your challenge ranking. You can leave whenever you want." He replied, "No, not for now." "What can I do here then?" The Emperor-level Spirit Link said. "In the first Spirit Link, challenge other alien spirits. The victor gains a natal gene, the loser loses a natal gene." "Oh, like a ranking match." Suddenly, an alien spirit appeared behind him and spoke. "Hey newbie, wanna fight?" "HMPH, how do you know I'm new?" "Haha, can't you tell by your ranking? It's already over 96 million. This guy was a giant alien spirit. Han Sen didn't back down, replying, "Alright, I'll go all the way." "Haha, then let's go." Han Sen charged forward without hesitation. With just one punch, he sent the giant alien spirit flying. It didn't even have time to react. The system immediately prompted, "Fire Knight Gene 1 ranking rose by over 3 million, now at over 92 million. Heh, this Spirit Link is truly a good place to obtain natal genes." After being defeated, the giant alien spirit rematerialized. It knelt down, tears streaming, and cried out, Emperor Lord." Yanju greets Emperor Lord. "May I ask what your Emperor title is?" Han Sen calmly replied, "Emperor spirits are already royalty, so I as a Super Emperor spirit shall be called Supreme Emperor. Come on statue, let's go check over there." Seeing him leave, Yanju hastily called out, Lord, wait for me, wait for me." As Han Sen walked, he mused, "It seems I've only unlocked one gene lock, which is why this is called the first Spirit Link, so the alien spirits here should also have only unlocked one gene lock, right?" As he was walking, a sudden tremor startled him. "What's wrong?" At this moment, he seemed to hit a barrier in front of him, unable to move forward. It was like an invisible force separating two islands. The Emperor Spirit statue said, "Those with higher rankings cannot challenge those with lower rankings." At this moment, Yanju had caught up to Han Senator. Standing outside the barrier, it loudly shouted, "Supreme Emperor Lord is here, hurry and come pay your respects." The alien spirit on the island ahead was also startled. It sensed that this aura was indeed that of an Emperor Lord. It didn't engage in battle but surrendered directly. "Emperor Lord, please accept my natal gene." Han Sen felt helpless at this. "Alright, I just announced my title and they're already offering themselves up. They really worship Emperor spirits too much, it's exaggerated." So Han Sen didn't stand on ceremony and punched right through the alien spirit. the system prompted. Obtained 1 servant water gene point, ranking unchanged. After dissipating, the Emperor spirit rematerialized. Not only did it give away a gene point for free, but it also knelt and cried out, "Thank you, Emperor Lord. Ahem, since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly accept you." Just like that, wherever Hansen went, alien spirits offered themselves up. The system continued to prompt. Servant Water Gene 1, Night Thunder Gene 1. Phew, I never thought I'd get tired of hitting people one day. I wonder what their expressions would be if they knew I was human. Heh, just standing here, and alien spirits are vying to offer up their genes. It's truly exhilarating. A group of alien spirits surrounded Hansen, cheering, "Supreme Emperor Lord is mighty, Supreme Emperor Lord is mighty." Hansen leisurely saw off one alien spirit after another that offered itself up. It couldn't have been easier. Suddenly sensing something, he turned his head. There's an alien spirit island ahead with many lightning bolts rushing over. The surrounding alien spirits immediately recognized it. This is Thunder Demon Emperor Lord. The Thunder Demon Emperor alien spirit stood there with an imposing aura surrounded by lightning, looking extremely majestic. It then jumped onto Hansen's island. It looked at Hansen, its face devoid of fear, instead filled with provocation. "Hey, you're that bastard Supreme Emperor, aren't you?" Hansen also replied fearlessly. "That's right, it's me." The Thunder Demon Emperor then pointed at his face and said, "You death-seeking fool, if you've got the guts, challenge me. I'll turn you to ashes within 3 punches, oh dear. I'm so scared." Hansen then burst forth with power, regaining his aura. "All right, I'll go all the way." Seeing the two prepare to fight, a nearby alien spirit also broke out in a cold sweat for Hansen. "Is he crazy? That's Thunder Demon Emperor Lord." Immediately after, the alien spirit unleashed an even larger phantom, roaring, "Boy, taste my demon prison thunder." Its Thunder Demon phantom charged over enormous, ready to smash Hansen into smithereens with one punch. The two collided, emitting a dazzling light. One alien spirit exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Thunder Demon Emperor's power can actually tear space apart already," another alien spirit commented. "What is Supreme Emperor doing so casual? Isn't he asking for death?" In the midst of battle, Thunder Demon threw a punch, but Hansen easily dodged, then flew forward to close the distance. After getting close to Thunder Demon Emperor, he prepared to unleash a powerful punch. Thunder Demon was so scared it broke out in a cold sweat, unable to dodge. With just one punch, it was struck clean through. "HMPH fool, I hope you were just being sarcastic." Heh. With a hole punched through its chest, it still couldn't believe it. How is this possible? After its body dissipated, the system prompted. Thunder Emperor Level Gene 1. Ranking rose to 7th place, entering the top 10 alien spirit natal genes for the first time. Natal Gene 1. The Spirit Link statue displayed a huge 7 above its head, and the surrounding alien spirits rubbed their eyes. "Oh, what happened?" Another alien spirit immediately shouted. Supreme Emperor, he actually defeated Thunder Demon Emperor with just one punch." Hansen's hands were wreathed in lightning at this moment. "As expected of an Emperor-level gene, my Thunder attribute power has increased significantly." Thunder Demon had gradually rematerialized at this moment. It spoke, "And no," again. Hansen smiled and said, "Oh, that's great, couldn't ask for more." Hearing this, Thunder Demon put forth all its strength. This time the power it unleashed seemed even stronger than before. It then swung both arms, forming 2 massive fists, charging directly at Hansen's face. Hansen didn't back down, still throwing only one punch, emitting a dazzling light, utterly fearless. The 2 fists collided, Hansen's power overwhelmingly dispelling Thunder Demon's lightning. It was defeated and dissipated again. Bukana. After a while it rematerialized again, its aura significantly weakened. It looked at Hansen but was powerless. Damn it. Finally, all the alien spirits cheered joyously. "Supreme Emperor is mighty, Supreme Emperor is mighty," Hansen then declared. "Emperor lords all the world, but I am the Emperor of Emperors. Countless monarchs, yet only I shall unify." Thunder Demon, furious, pounded its own Spirit Link statue. "You just wait." Seeing Thunder Demon leave, he thought to himself, why did it run? I wanted to earn more gene points." HMPH, 7th place doesn't seem bad either. The scene switched to Thicket Fortress where the alien spirits were discussing animatedly. "Have you heard? A guy named Supreme Emperor recently appeared in the Spirit Link." Another alien spirit immediately replied, "Who hasn't? Many great emperors have already vowed to hunt him down. Tisk tisk tisk, and he even said, 'Only I shall unify.' He's truly too arrogant." In Thicket Temple, the alien spirit royal girl murmured to herself, "Supreme Emperor," recalling the guy who ate things without asking. She recognized him. So it was him. Suddenly, she blushed again, wondering if she would ever see him again. A few days later, Hansen had returned to the fortress ruins beneath the tree. He had already erected a tombstone for the corpse under the tree. "Although I still don't know who you were, old man, but this way you can rest in peace." He planted a tree next to the tomb. The drops of life water in my hand were only enough to keep them alive. I still needed to think of other ways. His next urgent task was to collect more gene points. He entered the first Spirit Link again and switched to his Super Emperor spirit state. The statue emitted a dazzling light that shot towards Han's Senator. He looked at the system notification panel. All alien spirit genes below common noble level were maxed out, but he still lacked many royal genes. Just then another alien spirit approached, making him vigilant again. If the rank is too low, I'll have to find an excuse to refuse." At this moment the newcomer clearly appeared before him. It was True Self Emperor, ranked 9th in the first Spirit Link. No, this guy is a bit different. So True Self Emperor jumped before him, reverently saying, "I've long heard of Supreme Emperor's great name. I am True Self Emperor and I've come specifically to learn a few moves." Han Sen secretly rejoiced. Hey, finally someone has come to offer an Emperor-level gene. This won't be easy either. So he also cupped his hands and said, my apologies, my apologies." Seeing a battle about to happen, the surrounding alien spirits immediately began to discuss. True Self Emperor is only 9th. Even Thunder Demon Emperor was defeated. Can he still succeed? A nearby spirit then reminded. Hey, don't forget his ability. Maybe he can counter Supreme Emperor. True Self Emperor continued. Supreme Emperor, given our status as a casual fight might be a bit boring. I have an idea. I'll let you hit me once, I won't block or dodge, and then I'll hit you once. We'll take turns like that, how about it? Oh, interesting. Come on, friend. Having achieved its goal, True Self Emperor created a barrier and then said, all right, brother Supreme Emperor, please go first. Seeing that mirror, an alien spirit immediately recognized it. It appeared, that's True Self Emperor's famous ultimate skill, True Self Mirror Force. A girl immediately added, it's True Self Mirror Force. It can reflect the opponent's attacks. Han Sen was still unaware. He concentrated his power into his fist, prepared to strike, then charged forward and punched the mirror. But the mirror didn't budge. Reflect? Is it space attribute? But at this moment his power suddenly surged and the mirror couldn't reflect the overwhelming attack in time. The mirror immediately shattered. He then punched True Self Emperor. Its body was pierced with a hole. What? How is this possible? It exclaimed in disbelief. True Self Emperor's body dissipated, and the system immediately prompted, Space Attribute Gene 1 ranking unchanged. Standing amidst the shattered mirror fragments he secretly smiled. Ranking unchanged, what a pity. True Self Emperor, having taken a punch, immediately fled in fear. Oh dear, why did it run so fast? It was your turn. It's this hard to earn more Emperor-level genes. What the hell? I thought he actually had some ultimate move. Was he just here to be funny? Another alien spirit then said. It's not that he had no ultimate move, but that Supreme Emperor is too strong. This is called breaking all techniques with a single force. After taking a punch, True Self Emperor ran to the other Emperor-level alien spirits to complain. Grandson Divine Emperor, ranked 6th in the first spirit link, saw this and asked, True Self, what exactly happened? It replied fearfully. The True Self mirror was directly shattered and I couldn't even see his movements clearly. Jade Cat Empress, ranked 2nd in the first spirit link, then mused, either the reflected power has no effect on him, or his power is simply too immense, exceeding the True Self mirror's limit. 100 Flowers Empress, ranked 4th in the first spirit link, spoke. Let's go take a look. 100 Flowers Empress then approached Han Sen and spoke. Supreme Emperor, I saw that battle. You fought truly well. She then jumped onto Han Sen's island. But I think you just took advantage of striking first this time. Do you dare to withstand one of my attacks first? The onlookers were also startled. 100 Flowers Empress, she's here too. Did these high-level Emperor spirits plan this beforehand? Another alien spirit immediately replied, I heard Grandson Divine Emperor has been pursuing 100 Flowers Empress for a long time. Is he also nearby? Han Sen immediately agreed. All right, friend, don't say one punch. I'll take 100, as expected of the famous Supreme Emperor. Since that's the case, then let me hit you 100 times first. All right, you're certainly welcome, but I can't take 100 punches for free. If you lose, you have to kiss me. Fair, right? Heh. Hearing this, 100 Flowers Empress blushed and agreed. It's a deal. You want me to hit you 100 times first. If I defeat you within 100 punches, then you lose. Not far away, Grandson Divine Emperor was furious, cursing under his breath. That damn guy, Jade Cat Empress next to him said. 100 Flowers Seal and True Self Mirror are not from the same power system. That guy might ignore the True Self Mirror, but he might not be able to withstand the 100 Flowers Seal. HMPH, good, 100 punches. I'd like to see if you won't be crushed to death by the 100 Flowers Seal. Soon, 100 Flowers Empress charged forward and pointed at Han Sen, which puzzled him. A flower immediately appeared on his body. Is this the 100 Flowers Seal? It's quite pretty. No sooner had he thought this than the flower exploded with a bang, making his body tremble slightly. Then 100 Flowers Empress continuously pointed. Many 100 Flowers Seals soon appeared on Han Sen's body. An alien spirit saw this and fearfully said, That's 100 Flowers Empress's ultimate skill, the 100 Flowers Seal. I heard each one is as heavy as a mountain. The people nearby were sweating profusely in fear. Even though 100 Flowers Empress hadn't achieved a decisive blow, Supreme Emperor still hadn't been overwhelmed. Truly impressive. 100 Flowers Empress asked with a smile at this moment. Supreme Emperor, I've only hit you 37 times. Should I continue? Han Sen's body was heavy at this moment, trembling all over, but he still replied, Continue. I can still bear this much. HMPH, I thought you couldn't take it. I'd like to see how long you can last. Soon Han Sen's entire body was covered in colorful flowers, but he still didn't fall, struggling to hold on. 100 Flowers Empress continued to charge forward and point. Let me see how long you can last. Suddenly Han Sen reached out and grabbed her hand. Oops, did you forget to count? Your 100 punches are long over. Hearing this, 100 Flowers Empress was startled. Hit, is it over? It's my turn. With that, he erupted with power, and the flowers instantly shattered and flew away. Seeing this, 100 Flowers Empress said with tears in her eyes, Why you need to be gentle? I'm afraid of pain. Han Sen showed no mercy, brutally swinging a punch that shattered 100 Flowers Empress's body, even breaking the arm he had just held. The system then notified would attribute Emperor Gene 1. Ranking rose to 4th place. At this moment, 100 Flowers Empress slowly rematerialized. She was so angry her whole body trembled because he clearly said to be gentle, but he hit without any mercy. Supreme Emperor, I'm not done with you. He immediately stepped forward and replied, of course it's not over. What else do you owe me? How can we just leave it at that? 100 Flowers Empress pushed Hansen away, blushing. Oh, don't be like that, he then said. Don't be shy, no one's watching anyway, heh. Grandson Divine Emperor, seeing the person he liked about to lose her first kiss, immediately rushed over at top speed. He roared, you son of a bee, I'll kill you. He furiously waved his fists and rushed over, wanting to tear Hansen apart immediately. Hansen also swung a punch without hesitation to meet the challenge. HMPH, you really don't know what's good for you. With just one punch, the system notified Fire Attribute Emperor Gene 1 ranking unchanged. After defeating Grandson Divine Emperor, Hansen rushed over and fiercely kissed 100 Flowers Empress, kissing her until her eyes widened in astonishment. Sometime later, Hansen returned to the fortress ruins beneath the tree. He began to climb out of the hole. Looking around, he immediately realized that sure enough the tree's position had changed again after midnight, and it was already in another place when he woke up in the morning. Looking at the lush trees around him, Hansen then jumped to the ground. Unfortunately, I haven't figured out its pattern yet. While it hasn't moved to the forest edge today, I'll go hunting. I just need to be back before dark. Sometime later, Hansen had returned, having hunted a large pile of golden crabs. This food is enough to stock the shelter for a long time. I should still unlock the second gene lock as soon as possible, then perfect my basic and primordial genes. At this moment, Hansen was walking in the fortress when a rune seal carrying extremely strong firepower suddenly rushed over. He was startled and confused, but immediately retreated, avoiding the attack. Seeing the newcomer, he immediately praised. Nice new move, where did you learn it? Chu Ming had returned, and he replied, a newly learned S-grade super gene skill, Flameblade. Cool, right? Yeah, cool, super cool. Oh, by the way, Sen Mu, what attribute is your super gene skill? I haven't seen it yet. Me, I can practice a bit of any attribute. Really? Hansen immediately enticed. If you don't believe me, send me the data for Flameblade and I'll know after one try. Chu Ming still didn't believe him, but sent the data anyway. It's useless anyway, you don't have the exclusive gene decoder for Flameblade. Hansen read and practiced simultaneously, and flames immediately appeared in his hands. You don't need a gene decoder either. Soon, Hansen's fist was filled with raging flames. He then brought two fingers together and unleashed a flame energy blade. Chu Ming broke out in a cold sweat in surprise. Why is yours so much bigger than mine? Is this really the same flame blade move? Hansen's previous move directly burned a large section of the wall to ashes. After performing the move, he secretly sighed. It wasn't in vain that I collected so many fire attribute genes these past days. I didn't expect my power to increase so much. Chu Ming circled Hansen suspiciously. No, you've practiced Flame Blade before, haven't you? That's not right either. You've already unlocked the second gene lock, haven't you? Haven't you? Hansen replied helplessly. Yes. HMPH, I can't let him know I'm plundering genes in the spirit link. I'll just gloss over it. Only then did Chu Ming stop being surprised. As expected, he unlocked the second gene lock. How else could he be so strong? No, I need to go back and cultivate too. He then waved goodbye. Goodbye, San Mu. Next time we meet, I'll also have broken through the second gene lock. Alright, see you next time. At this moment, Hansen recalled the scene of Thunder Demon Emperor unleashing his ultimate move, thinking, he did remind me. I should look for some super gene skills to cultivate in the future. Thanks to him, my lightning attribute gene quantity is the highest, so I can try some lightning attribute super gene skills in the future. Hansen then sat down and circulated the Dongchuan Sutra. Green light emanated from his forehead and his eyes continuously flickered. Success! The power of the Dongchuan Sutra continuously spread outwards. Haha, this range has expanded tenfold compared to before, and it can also affect the life auras within the range. Let's see when the fortress moves to the forest edge. I'll go out and practice with some alien creatures. After a while, Hansen came outside but was still deep in the thorny forest. Sigh, it seems I still need to go deeper into the forest. I hope I don't encounter any danger when testing my new abilities. Hansen then circulated his Dongchuan aura field outwards. There seemed to be something in that direction. The threads of the Dongchuan aura field extended very far, and Hansen seemed to see something. It turned out there was a dragon sleeping soundly ahead. It then yawned, but flames spewed from its mouth, looking very dangerous. Hansen recognized that this creature must be a godblood creature, and with my current strength, its aura and power are definitely not something I can contend with. But if I just snatch that fruit and run, it shouldn't be difficult. Immediately after, Hansen enveloped himself in the light he created, then silently approached the dragon. I can slightly change the trajectory of my life aura. This dragon is too powerful, but I can start with myself. Success! This monster definitely can't sense my life aura now. This is truly a perfect ability for an assassin. Hansen had now tiptoed to the side of the black dragon. Looking at the golden yellow fruit before him, he was overjoyed. The life force is so rich, completely impossible to conceal. Hansen then touched the fruit. The fastest way should be to directly absorb it with the gene crystal, absorbing as much as possible. Soon the fruit withered. Faster than I imagined. Maybe I can absorb a little more before it wakes up. Suddenly the dragon opened its eyes. Damn it, it woke up. At this moment the dragon was spewing flames from its mouth, looking affectionately at Han. Senator Han Sen didn't hesitate, leaping over the dragon's head and added, "Hey old man, thanks for the fruit." The dragon angrily chased after him, spewing flames, scaring him into fleeing like a stray dog. Holy cow, this power has at least 6 gene locks activated. I must run quickly. Suddenly the dragon shot out a very large fireball. Han Sen immediately noticed, then suddenly jumped up to dodge. I was almost swallowed by it. The dragon was still relentless, becoming even more frantic, continuously spewing fireballs. Is it still changing its moves? So annoying. This power is stronger than before. Is it really angry? Han Sen then quickly ran toward the ancient tree with his head down. Fortunately, the dragon stopped and did not enter the ancient tree's range. Han Sen provoked, "Oh, you don't dare to come in?" It angrily snorted smoke from its nostrils. Peeved. Fortunately, those fire attribute genes increased my ability to withstand flames, otherwise it wouldn't have just been these minor injuries. Han Sen then waved his hand. "Goodbye, big guy. No, hopefully forever." Han Sen then entered the Soul Sea, where there was surprisingly a large pool of life liquid. Heh, I only absorbed half of the fruit's life force and there are already so many life water drops. With this life liquid I can completely accelerate the dragon blood ancient tree and blood pine to full maturity. A week later, in the fortress ruins beneath the tree, Han Sen was covered in dense lightning. He then threw an extremely powerful punch, lightning streaking everywhere and smoke and dust filling the air. He punched the wall, instantly shattering it and sending dust flying. Chu Ming had returned and he immediately praised, "Fantastic, fantastic." Han Sen stepped forward and replied, "Although the thunder water art sounds ordinary, it can use water to detonate lightning. It's said that when cultivated to a high level, one can even use the moisture within an enemy's body, making them defenseless. Although those alien spirits are powerful, they don't know how to combine different attributes, which is where humans truly show creativity." Chu Ming sighed. "You mastered these 2 dual attribute arts in just 1 week. You're truly a monster," Han Sen then said. "I've only just practiced it. I haven't used it in actual combat yet, so I don't know the effect. Speaking of which, I heard there's also a once-in-a-millennium monster that appeared recently in the 3rd construction, whom those alien spirits call the Supreme Emperor." Han Sen was startled by this because Chu Ming was talking about him, so he asked, "What did you hear about that Supreme Emperor?" Chu Ming then said, "I heard he's terrifyingly powerful. Those alien spirits treat him as an idol, and many female alien spirits want to devote themselves to him, but he also has many enemies. Many powerful Emperor-level alien spirits are tracking his whereabouts." Hearing this, Han Sen's face also darkened. He recalled those Emperor-level alien spirits. If those guys could call out the old monsters behind them, it would definitely cause great chaos. Chu Ming added, blushing, "But with so many female alien spirits liking him, I've never heard of him being involved with anyone. I guess he might be, heh." Hearing this, Han Sen immediately changed the subject. "Never mind, how's your flame blade practice going? Come on, I'll practice with you." Chu Ming cried out in fright. "Oh no." After a while, Chu Ming was already exhausted from Han Sen's torment. "I can't take it anymore, spare me." Suddenly, Han Sen felt something at this moment. Is something approaching? Immediately after, he ran out. Seeing this, Chu Ming called out, "Hey, where are you going? You stay here. I'll go out and check first." After arriving outside the ancient tree, Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, "What's that?" Before him was a Tyrannosaurus Rex looking around for something. Suddenly it saw Han Sen emerge from behind the ancient tree, immediately roared furiously, then spread its legs, ready to attack. Han Sen was terrified. It actually dared to break in. This aura, that Tyrannosaurus Rex charged over to attack without hesitation. My goodness, as expected of a super god blood creature. The Tyrannosaurus Rex quickly chased behind Han Sen and he also swiftly ran back to the ancient tree. Damn it, how is this possible? Soon it grabbed Han Sen's collar. This power is completely impossible to break free from. Soon Han Sen was thrown far from the ancient tree, landing heavily on the ground. Holy cow, am I going to die here without any reasonable explanation? The Tyrannosaurus Rex charged towards Han Sen with its huge drooling mouth. He was so scared at this moment that even the bones on his body fell out. After seeing the bones, the Tyrannosaurus Rex also stopped and looked at them. "Oops, isn't that the skeleton I picked up in the fortress? Does it want this?" Then he picked up the bone. "Is my luck really that good? Is this godblood creature newly born?" He extended the bone towards its mouth and asked, "Do you want it?" The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a soft roar in response, then trembled and retreated. "How didn't you make me take it out? Why are you scared again? Come here, it smells good. If you don't come, I'm going to chew this delicious bone all by myself." Hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex came closer to gnaw on it. Han Sen took the opportunity to pat its head. This guy really is a bit dumb, still acting purely on animal instinct, not yet knowing how to think with its brain. Immediately after, it bit the bone. What are you trying to do?" The Tyrannosaurus Rex then threw the bone upwards. Seeing this, Han Sen stroked it, coaxing, "It looks like a dog. I'll call you Wangsai from now on." The Tyrannosaurus Rex then wolfed down the bone. Han Sen said, Delicious, irresistibly delicious, right Wangsai?" After eating, it spewed blue flames, startling him. Its whole body was enveloped in blue flames, looking very eerie. What's happening now?" The Tyrannosaurus Rex was gradually engulfed by flames, then gradually transformed into a sparkling blue stone. Han Sen immediately used his Dongquan aura field to probe, but couldn't see anything. Is it because the life aura is too strong, making me only perceive chaos? It shrank after eating a bone. Did it evolve? He held the egg-like stone in his hand, shaking it. Wang Sai, are you in there? Is this considered evolution or rebirth? Never mind, I'll keep it for now. What if a god-grade creature hatches and recognizes me as its father? Then I'd really be rich, now that I've broken through the second gene lock. It's time to enter the second spirit link and collect higher-grade alien spirit genes. A few days later, Han Sen had entered the second spirit link. He looked around. All the low-grade alien spirit genes were maxed out, but unfortunately he was still missing many Emperor-grade space and time attribute genes. Han Sen walked to an alien spirit island and said, "Hey that guy, I'm here to challenge you." That guy turned around and saw Han Sen trembling all over in fright. Supreme Emperor." He coldly looked at the other party and said, "That's right, it's me." The alien spirit actually immediately knelt down. "I never expected to truly meet Supreme Emperor. My admiration for you, sir, is like a continuous surging river." And like Han Sen heard this guy flattering him and immediately reached out to stop him. Alright, I knew it would be like this, no different from the first spirit link. The scene switched to the first spirit link where those Emperor-level alien spirits gathered to talk. True Self Emperor spoke. "How long has it been? He actually unlocked the second gene lock already?" 100 Flowers Empress also added, "This Supreme Emperor's talent is truly extraordinary. I wonder which great Emperor's descendant he is," Jade Cat Empress then said. "To defeat him in the second spirit link, we can only ask that person to act." Grandson Divine Emperor then asked, "Are you talking about God Emperor?" 100 Flowers also asked, "But I heard God Emperor has a strange personality, always preferring to be alone. Who could persuade him?" Jade Cat then replied, "Don't worry, I have some acquaintance with God Emperor." Grandson heard this and was immediately overjoyed. "Good, I must immediately unlock the second gene lock and personally witness him being slain." After saying that, he flew away, ready to immediately unlock the second gene lock while the iron was hot. True Self Emperor, however, said dejectedly, "I haven't been able to unlock the second gene lock recently, so I won't go for now."